Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy Awaken Nika fruit earlier? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Luffy looked out at the sea from his usual spot on head of the Sunny. It had been a very long week for the crew. They had just recently gotten out of a huge scrap on an island called Thriller Bark with one of the 7 warlords. The crew had nearly been killed, but on a positive note they managed to get off the island with a new comrade, a comedic skeleton named Brook. Luffy's attention was brought out as he looked up by a strange sound. He looked up and saw a light in the sky, and I know what some of you are thinking, no, it is not the sun. Luffy was stupid, but even he wasn't that stupid. He watched it for a moment and saw something fall out and splash into the water. Nami, Luffy said, getting the attention of the crew's bombshell of a navigator. Yeah, Luffy, the orange-haired woman asked, with a raised eyebrow as she looked up from her sunbathing. Is it normal glowing things to form in the sky, and for things to fall out of them? He asked. Nami looked at Luffy with a surprised expression. No, it isn't, she asked, sounding unsure and wondering if her dim-witted captain had spent too much time in the sun. Why do you ask? Luffy didn't answer. Instead he drew his arm back and threw out his hand, his arm stretching to an insane degree. Nami immediately got a good distance from her captain, not wanting to get hit by whatever he had grabbed. Luffy then pulled back on his arm. The thing the rubbery captain had grabbed went flying past him and smashed through a few walls of the ship, prompting cries of outrage from the various members of the crew, and finally a loud crash. Luffy, what did you do this time? The resident swordsman, Zoro yelled. A few minutes later, Chopper, the ship's resident doctor, sat down as he examined the person who Luffy had pulled from the sea. The man was about as tall as Luffy, and looked to be about a year or two older. He was well-muscled, indicating he had fought and trained a bit. When Chopper checked his eyes, he found that one of them seemed to be artificial, as he could tell that was a strange shape to the pupil, like the lens of a camera. The man was currently shirtless as he had to remove at least 2 bullets from the back of his shoulder, and were now wrapped in gauze and bandages. His hair was a gunmetal gray, and his skin was pale. Speaking of the bullets, Chopper picked up the petri dish that had the bullets in them, now cleaned of blood. They were strangely shaped. As opposed to the round bullets normally used, they were cylinder-shaped with a domed cap. After a closer look, he found striations on them that didn't match. He had sent them to Franky to have the shipwright look at them, and Usopp was right there beside him. There was something else. The mystery man had a strange box with him. It was small with a large glowing white orb on it. Usopp and Franky took that as well. Chopper then glanced over to the left to see a very advanced-looking belt. It was mostly metal with a round buckle in the middle. Chopper couldn't help but wonder just who this guy was, and if he really did just fall out of the sky. Seeing his patient was okay, Chopper left the medical room. He quickly went down the kitchen to find everyone, sans Franky and Usopp, who were down in the workshop with the strange device and the bullets, were waiting. So, who is the mystery guy? Luffy asked. Yeah, just who did our captain bring onto our ship now? Sanji asked, taking a drag on his cigarette. I can't tell, he said, he didn't have any ID on him. Thankfully, his wounds were minimal, only 2 bullet wounds. They looked strange, so I sent them to Franky and Usopp to have a look at them. There's also that strange box. Luffy immediately perked up and asked, do you think it was a mystery treasure? Robin said, I don't think so. It looked far more advanced than anything we've seen before, not even Franky or Kuma seemed to be as advanced. Zoro sighed and said, the guy took 2 bullets, so he must be tough, and strong if his build is anything to go by. Think he might be a marine? Brook shuddered and said, the thought of a marine being on our ship makes my spine tingle. Of course, it doesn't take much to do that. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. As Luffy laughed, an intercom went off and the voice of Franky said, hey guys, come on down to the workshop, you got to see this. The rest of the crew noted this and immediately got up. In the workshop? The group arrived to see Franky messing around with flintlock pistol. There were 2 of them on the table with a regular round bullet and another of the strangely shaped ones. On the opposite wall were 2 targets. Hey, Chopper, earlier you asked me about those weird bullets. Well, I found out why they were made like that, Franky said as he finished messing with one. You mind doing the honors, Mr. Sniper? Usopp nodded and said, with pleasure. Usopp walked over to a gun and picked it up. He dropped a small amount of gunpowder in the muzzle and then the round bullet. He took aim at the target and then fired. To everyone's surprise, the bullet hit a little bit off-center. So Usopp can fire a gun, Nami said, not really impressed. What's the big deal? The needle-nose then picked up the pistol Franky was messing with. He fired and this time, the bullet hit dead center. Seeing the confused looks, Frankie explained, after examining the bullets, I found that the striations on them came from grooves from the inside of a gun barrel. That combined with the design makes the gun far more accurate. Zoro scratched his head and said, that probably explains why Navy soldiers are such bad shots. Usopp nodded and said, yeah. With that in mind, I don't think the guy Luffy pulled out of the drink is with them. If they had bullets like this, a lot of us would probably be hurt more. Nami and Chopper shuddered about that. Unlike Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy, they were unable to block bullets or take that amount of pain. So, what about that weird box? Sanji asked. Luffy now walked over to the box and was examining it with childlike wonder. We haven't been able to figure that out yet, Frankie said. The thing is far more advanced than what I've got. It could probably put that Kuma guy's upgrades to shame. Until we really know what we're dealing with, we shouldn't touch it. At that exact moment, Luffy touched the device. The box emitted a whine, attracting everyone's attention. Luffy! Suddenly, a holographic screen appeared above the box. It showed multiple logos including a bat symbol, a green and white lantern, two W's stacked on top of each other. There was also a skull and crossbones, a weird symbol that resembled a winged creature with a tail, and the picture of a bird with red eyes in flight right in front of the moon. One that looked interesting to Luffy was a metal DB with a splash of blood on it. Before anyone could stop him, he pressed on the symbol. It flashed before it changed. This time it displayed options, displaying seasons 1 to 4, with the options to play all, or to pick an episode. Luffy, stop, Usopp yelled as he tried to grab Luffy. Unfortunately, he missed and hit play all by season on. The holographic pad screen vanished and then the box began to project something on the opposite wall. The crew watched with looks of surprise and wonder. Cue Invader by Jim Johnston. Oh, what interesting music, Brooks said as he heard this new sound. The screen showed the image of two sliding metal doors. On the doors were the words, Death Battle, written in black with a red outline. The doors opened, splitting the words Death and Battle, to reveal a room lit up by a large amount of lights. There was a large screen with the Death Battle message on the back, that was spinning around, with two people standing in front of it. The first man was about average height and kind of skinny with pale skin and light silver hair. He wore a light blue shirt, underneath a lab coat that had the sleeves torn off, revealing his arms with long pants and shoes. His left arm was completely robotic, consisting of a silver-colored metal, with black lining on the shoulder and red lining on the forearm with. The right arm was mechanical as well, only it seemed different as it was made of all-back metal. His eyes were covered by a pair of bright green glasses. Cool! Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy all said upon seeing the unknown man's metal parts. Oh, come on! Frankie yelled, is everyone ripping off my super cyborg shtick? First, Kuma and now this guy. What's next? The Navy has an army of cyborgs just waiting to be unleashed. Usopp patted the kind-hearted cyborg on the back to comfort the man for having his originality stolen. Well, look at the bright side, Usopp said, none of them have the courage to wear a Speedo in public. Frankie wiped his metal nose and said, yeah, you're right. Frankie then performed his signature pose and yelled, they don't have to guts to be super freaky. Luffy turned and yelled, shut up. I'm trying to watch. The second man was a few inches taller than his counterpart and had a good amount of muscles. His skin was a bit more tan than the other. He had brown hair under a red hat and brown mustache. He wore a white wife beater with a red flannel shirt that was open and with the sleeves torn off, revealing a tattoo on his left arm that consisted of a here with two shotguns crossed in front of it, all tied in a white ribbon that had the word Mama written on it, as well as his hairy forearms. His lower half was covered by a pair of frayed blue jeans, held in place by a brown leather belt. A real eye-catcher though was that the right pant leg was in tatters, revealing that he had a double-barrel shotgun as a prosthetic, just below the knee. Well, there's something you don't see every day, Nami said, referring to the second man's shotgun leg. Not really, Zoro said, getting looks from the others, and upon seeing them explained, back when I was a bounty hunter, I met this guy who had a blunderbuss replacing his arm. This brought looks of surprise to the group and many wondered just what the man was thinking as those weren't exactly the most reliable types of firearms. Hello to you, all, the silver-haired man said, my name is Wizard, friends call me Wiz, technology expert, scientist, inventor, and, probably somewhat mad. I hope he's not like Dr. Hogback, Chopper thought, his thoughts going back to the mad doctor who worked alongside Gecko Mariah. The second man jerked his thumb to himself and said, and I'm Boomstick, just Boomstick, and I'm a lover of life's 3 B's, booze, melons, and things that go boom. Heads up ladies, I'm single. Nami and Robin both looked uninterested as this was said. Wiz said, and we welcome you to our show. Now you may be wondering what we are doing here, well I'll tell you. Since man has told stories, many have wondered a very big question. Who would win in a fight? Boomstick laughed and said, yep. Who could kick whose butt? How would they win? And how awesome would it be to see these two people, or more, go head to head in an all-out fight to the death? Well, you don't have to worry about wonder anyone because we are going to answer that question. They're pitting people together to fight to the death? Nami yelled, that's barbaric. Zoro could agree with Nami, though he didn't voice it. He had seen a few underground all-out bare-knuckle brawls in the past as a bounty hunter. He saw how people came out of those fights and it was not pretty, even those who won were essentially brainwashed and turned into mindless fighting machines. Wiz said, easy there, Boomstick. Now, for those of you who are concerned, no one will be harmed in these fights. Using research methods, most of which done by our intern Jocelyn, and with scientific methods done by me, we will examine feats of strength, skill, speed, and other factors to determine who is stronger and faster. Boomstick said, yeah, we'll also be showing off a crap ton of awesome weaponry to determine who has the better weapons. Wiz looked at his co-host and said, well, yeah. All of this will be brought together into a battle simulation, indicating who would defeat who. What? Luffy asked, sounding confused. Robin quickly explained, they're taking what they know about two different people, and then putting together a fake fight. Oh, Luffy said, understanding. The crew was surprised as they were surprised that she could dumb things down for their simple-minded captain. Now for this show, we will be following a set of rules, Wiz said. Really? Boomstick asked, sounding annoyed. Oh, come on, rules are boring, Luffy said, crossing his arms with a huff. Now, Luffy, Robin said, they may have good reasons for them. Really, Wizard said, now, as this show is called Death Battle, of course, this means that someone is going to die at the end, but like I said, nobody actually gets hurt. Also, these battles are strictly one-on-one, no interference from outside sources or allies. So, nobody can interfere, huh? Zoro said with a smirk, sounds like my kind of fight. Sanji took a drag on his cigarette and said, yeah, it would sound good to you, Moss Head. Before the two could get in one of the usual argument, Nami grabbed both of their ears and pulled, effectively stopping them. Just how it should be, Boomstick said with a smile, now sit back and relax everyone as we take the biggest bad buttes from fiction to answer one of the greatest questions in the world. The camera then zoomed in on Wiz's face as he asked, who would win a death battle? The doors closed, revealing the logo. Cool, Luffy said, let's watch, let's watch, let's watch. Luffy grabbed a nearby bench and sat down on it, staring at the projection with wide eyes. Everyone knew that once their captain set his mind about something, then he isn't going to be swayed from it no matter what they did, so they proceeded to just get their own seats, some improvised, and sat down to watch. Wait, the guy said fiction, Frankie said, does that mean that none of the guys fighting are real? It would seem so, Robin said, well, at least Longnose might be able to come up with some good stories after seeing this. The long-nosed sniper didn't say anything. Bounty hunting, Boomstick said, in my opinion, one of the most fun and respected careers of all time. Wiz looked at his co-host and said, given how notorious some of them are, I wouldn't say that they are respected, but those who succeed in this lifestyle are definitely some of the toughest around. Zoro smirked as he remembered his time as a bounty hunter. Almost anyone who saw him coming their way ran. Those who didn't were either stupid, overconfident in their own skills, or just plain dumb. Wiz took out a remote and hit a button and the screen in the back displayed an image. It was of an armored figure. He wore mostly gray clothes, over his upper arms, legs, and light green gloves. He had yellow knee pads and shoulder guards with dark brown, or dark red, gauntlets on his hands. Around his neck was a green ape that hung over his shoulder. On his back was an advanced-looking backpack with a missile on it. His head was covered by a large green helmet with a dark brown area on the front, with a black T-shaped visor, and a small piece sticking up from the side. Wiz then said, one of these includes Boba Fett, a man regarded as the deadliest bounty hunter in the galaxy. Wait, galaxy? Nami asked, what does that mean? Robin rubbed her chin and said, there is a theory through some scientific circles that there are other planets far off in space, and in fact, those planets are what make up the stars. My guess is that this, Boba Fett somehow works on other planets. Cool, the childish trio mumbled. Wiz hit another button, the remote displaying a new character. This one seemed male, wearing predominantly orange armor, with red around the chest, with spots of green on his armor, a darker orange helmet with a dark green T-shaped visor. What really got one's attention was the long green cannon that took up this right arm, replacing the forearm. Boomstick said, another such bounty hunter is Samus Aran, a bounty hunter so awesome, even planets can't withstand her battles. That's a girl? Usopp yelled. Sanji suddenly started crying as he said, why must his fair maiden cover up her feminine beauty? Zoro scoffed and said, drop the waterworks you bloody-nosed cook, she probably has her reasons. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick, Boomstick said, reintroducing himself and his co-host. Wiz smiled and said, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Are they going to say that every time? Sanji asked, with a raised curly eyebrow behind his blonde bangs. Most likely, Robin said, this is a show. Wiz motioned towards the screen and said, our first contestant today comes from the universe known as Star Wars. The deadliest bounty hunter in the galaxy, Boba Fett. That's a funny name, Luffy said. Boomstick nodded and said, yep, Boba was born for the bounty hunter's life. Why you ask? Because he was cloned from the greatest bounty hunter in the galaxy, Jango Fett. They showed an image of a man in silver and blue armor that resembled Boba's, looking newer, sleeker, and less dented. Cloned? Luffy asked, confused by the term. Chopper looked shocked as he said, I've read about this in some circles. They say that the DNA of each person is unique. It is said that in a special process, the DNA could be formed to create an exact copy of a person. You mean, someone could actually create an exact copy of someone else? Zoro asked, getting the gist of what cloning was. The small reindeer nodded and said, yes, but the man who wrote that book was believed to be insane. However, with the looks of this, it would take extremely advanced technology to be able to do something like this. As they group turned back to the screen, no one noticed that Sanji seemed a little freaked out. He had some flashbacks to the labs he had seen back in Germa before he fled to East Blue. He really hoped that his family would be unable to finish anything like this. Wizard said, at the time, the Galactic Republic was in the middle of a massive civil war with a group of separatists. Jango was hired to assassinate Senator Amidala, a high-ranking official. Knowing the dangers of this mission, and wanting to continue his bloodline, he asked for an unaltered clone of himself. He raised this clone as his son and named him, Boba. Boomstick said, yeah, he did that instead of doing it the fun way, if you know what I mean. Everyone rolled their eyes at the man's words. Luffy and Chopper, however, looked confused. Oh great, another pervert, Nami mumbled to herself. Robin then whispered, at least he doesn't do that love tornado thing. Wizard rolled his eyes behind his glasses as Boomstick chuckled. The gun lover then said, it was also conveniently timed as a little while later he got caught up in an epic battle and got a little ahead of himself. They showed the clip from the Battle of Geonosis where Mace Windu cut off Jango's head, and then a young Boba holding up his father's decapitated head. Hey, that's not funny! Usopp yelled, angry that Boomstick was making light of the fact that a kid, most likely witnessed his father's death. The Straw Hat Sniper was not happy about that. He may not have known his father personally, but he was very proud of his old man, and Boomstick's remark really set him off. Chopper, Nami, Frankie, and Robin, though she didn't show it, were pretty upset with the remark as they all remembered the various parental figures that they had seen killed before them. Sanji didn't know much about his own father, Judge, but Robin and Nami were upset, so he was upset too. Zoro didn't show anything as he didn't know much about his old man, same with Luffy. Brook didn't seem to show any reaction to that. Wiz seemed to glare at Boomstick for a moment and said, after witnessing his father's decapitation, Boba swore revenge and began training in the ways of the bounty hunter. And boy did he. Background. Age, 35. Height, 6 feet 0 inches or 1.83 meters. Weight, 172 pounds or 78.2 kg. Occupation, Mandalorian bounty hunter. Ship, SLV-1. Planet of origin, Kamino. Clone son of Jango Fett. Widower of Sintas Vel. Father of Aelin Vel. Can be awesome, but really tends to mess up. Wiz continued, Fett trained for several years, becoming incredibly gifted in the ways of bounty hunting. He became so skilled that when plans for the Death Star, a weapon powerful enough to destroy planets, was stolen, he was one of those chosen by Darth Vader himself to find it. Wizard showed them the clip of the Vader giving out orders to the various bounty hunters. Frankie was in the middle of drinking one of the many bottles of cola he had around the workshop when he heard about a Death Star. The cyborg immediately did a spit take. Destroy planets? The cyborg yelled in horror, even Pluton doesn't raise a candle to that. Pluton? Frankie turned towards the group and realized that they didn't know. Frankie sighed and cursed his big mouth before saying, remember when I said that those CP9 guys took my mentor Tom, because he built Gold Roger's ship? After seeing them nod, he continued, well, that wasn't entirely true. The real reason Spandam took him was so he could get the blueprints to Pluton, an ancient weapon capable of unleashing a lot of power, even more dangerous than that Dmed Buster call. Everyone was shocked at that, even Luffy was shocked as he had seen the Buster Call and knew what it did to Robin's home. The thought of a weapon that powerful scared them. What scared them even more was the thought of it being in the hands of someone as power-mad and mentally unstable as Spandam. Upon seeing their panicked looks, he added, "Thankfully, I burned the blueprints back at Eni's lobby." Everyone let out sighs of relief before they turned back to the show. Boomstick nodded and said, "Yeah, and he wound up doing so pretty quickly." However, Fett wouldn't be as awesome as he is without some serious weaponry and equipment, starting with one of the most badass spacesuits ever. Wiz hit another button. Instead of a screen, however, a holographic image of Fett appeared right in between the two. Every member of the crew all leaned in and started to listen. Mandalorian armor. Composed of either Mandalorian iron or duraplast. Penetrating radar. Resistant to fire, poison, acid, and cold. Allows 360 degrees of vision. Infrared. Environmental filter. Can track over 30 targets. Retractable drinking straw. Wiz said, "This isn't just a spacesuit. Fett is decked out in Mandalorian armor. Worn by great warriors, the mere sight of this armor is a symbol of death and fear. Though, what it's made of is unknown. It is believed to be made of Mandalorian iron or an incredibly powerful duraplast." The crew was amazed at all that Boba's armor was capable of, though the drinking straw was funny. All the other features looked like they were made to fight a lot of people at the same time. Boomstick laughed as he said, "Whatever the thing is made of, it is tough as hell. The guy can take a grenade blast to the face and get right back up. If that's not impressive enough, it can also deflect a bow from a lightsaber." Wiz pressed another button as an image of a lightsaber appeared. The image was then picked apart, revealing the insides, especially a crystal. A bubble formed around the object and it was labeled as a Kyber crystal. Wiz then explained, powered by Kyber crystals, lightsabers can produce special plasma blades. While no heat is emitted from the blades, they have been shown to be able to easily cut and burn through all types of metals. Given that these metals are incredibly close to resembling steel, it is safe to assume that a lightsaber can reach temperatures of up to 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hot, right?" Luffy asked. Frankie answered, "It is. If I was hit with something like that, even with my metal body, I wouldn't survive. It's also a good thing that they don't use it against you, Luffy. With how hot that is, you'd probably melt in an instant." "What?" Wiz then said. However, Fett's armor is not without its weaknesses. As seen during his father's battle with Mace Windu, the areas around the joints, such as the elbows, sides, and neck, are vulnerable to attack. On top of that, the armor weighs a ton, and movement can be difficult, sacrificing mobility for durability. This brought a few nods to the group. Not a lot of them wore armor. Suddenly, Chopper thought of something. "Hey, Frankie, since most of your body is made of metal, shouldn't you have a hard time moving?" Frankie smiled widely and said, "Nope. You see, when I crashed and had to repair myself after I tried to stop the puffing tom, I used the lightest metals I could find. I originally wanted to use the toughest parts of the battleship armor, but it proved way too heavy. I realized if I used that, I couldn't move very well, especially with my weak spot." This brought nods from those who understood the reasoning. Everyone except Luffy, of course, as he was locked onto the screen. Boomstick said, "Maybe so, but it's still cool as hell. Even more so with how he counters that pesky durability, a goddamn jetpack." The hologram of Boba faded, focusing on his jetpack. Mitronomon Z6 jetpack. Hands-free. Can fly only about a minute. Top speed 90 miles per hour. Magnetic grappling hook. Anti-vehicle homing rocket. Boomstick laughed and said, "This baby can fly nearly 100 miles an hour, keeps Boba's hands free to shoot his enemies, and has a special homing rocket on the back. Why? Because of pesky vehicles holding more enemies, and for flair." Wizard then added, "However, the pack only has enough fuel for a minute of flight. Fett usually tries to make the most of it, only getting some distance between his enemies, or to gain an advantage." "Awesome!" Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp said with stars in their eyes. The others, while not as over the top, were equally impressed by the object. Usopp began to imagine himself firing at his enemies while he flew around with his own jetpack. As she did, Frankie wondered if he should make something like this, only to act as protection for his back. Boomstick said, "That isn't the only thing he's packing." This time Boomstick pulled out a remote and hit a button. The hologram of Fett's jetpack was replaced with various tools. A weapon that resembled a metal pistol, a rifle, a launcher of unknown origin, and Fett's gauntlets. Weaponry. E3 carbine rifle. Go-to gun. Accurate, but not as powerful as other blasters. Fett rocks it like a child. Sarkos K11 pistol. Terrible aim. Concussion grenades. Lightsabers. Wrist gauntlets. Flamethrower. fiber cord whip, wrist laser, concussion rockets, stun rockets. Boomstick explained, when taking out targets, Fett wields a Sarkos K-11 blaster pistol. However, it is a terrible aim, so he doesn't use it much. This is probably why he sticks with his EE-3 carbine rifle. This baby is incredibly accurate and has a much larger range. Wiz interrupted, and for some odd reason, Fett seems to cradle it like a child. Boomstick, undeterred by his co-host's interruption, made a cradling motion with his arm and, in a cooing fatherly voice said, There, EE, it'll be okay. Almost killing time. Wiz looked disturbed at his co-host's actions. While the crew was impressed by Fett's weaponry, his baby blaster routine was very creepy. Boomstick came out of his weird moment and said, he's also proficient with a few lightsabers he's gotten from the Jedi he's killed, and a good amount of concussion grenades. However, my personal favorite pieces of tech are his Swiss Army gauntlets. Boomstick hit another button and the hologram zoomed in on the gauntlets. It then began cycling through their various modes. He's got everything he needs for killing in this thing, Boomstick said, including a wrist-mounted laser, a fiber cord whip for lashing suckers and tying people up, a flamethrower with a reach of up to 5 meters, and a ton of stun and concussion missiles. Frankie whistled and said, Wow, that's super impressive. I can't even fit all that in my arms. Chopper suddenly asked, Hey, Frankie, do you think you could add something like that to your body? Frankie rubbed his chin and thought, I don't know, little buddy. To be honest, I'm not even sure how, especially with that laser stuff as I'm more used to guns and cannons. I wouldn't even know where to start. Wiz nodded at his co-host and said, with all of this, Fett has done some impressive things. Wiz pressed a button revealing a list of feats. Feats. Has been successful in many different assassinations. Has killed multiple Jedi. Survived the Sarlacc multiple times. Battled Vader to a standstill. Dueled Mace Windu to a standstill at age 12. Wiz explained, he's successfully taken out multiple Jedi and politicians, usually fighting well-trained soldiers along the way using all these tools and some impressive cunning. He's fought Vader to a standstill, and even managed to take down Mace Windu, a seasoned Jedi Master and war veteran, when he was only 12 years old. Boomstick laughed and said, immediately kickstarting his PBRTY. Those Jedi guys seem a bit like samurai, don't they? Chopper said. Zoro nodded slightly. From what he had seen from some of the clips shown, the Jedi seemed like they trained their bodies and their minds to be able to pull off incredible feats. It reminded him of a lot of the training that he used to go through back in his old dojo. Wiz then said, despite all of his great feats and skills, he has his weaknesses. This got everyone's attention. Wiz continued, like I said earlier, his armor can only do so much. The energy field around his body can only take so much before it shorts out. He also seems to have incredibly horrible luck, somehow managing to mess things up, or turning his back at the exactly wrong time. Everyone's sweat dropped at the explanation and everyone realized that this guy was cunning, but he's not that smart. Boomstick said, yeah, and he's also got one inescapable weakness, the Sarlacc pit. Wizard pressed a button on the remote showing an image of the Sarlacc. Screams of terror rang up from the crew. Everyone had comical looks of terror on their faces, except for Robin, who only had her eyes slightly wider than normal, Zoro, who looked slightly freaked out, Frankie, who grimaced, and Sanji looked slightly disturbed. What the hell is that? Nami yelled in horror. It looks so terrifying. Usopp yelled. Scary. Chopper yelled. It's a giant sandworm. Luffy yelled. That thing is so terrifying, it made my eyes pop out. Brook said, though, I don't have eyes, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. DMN, that thing is ugly, Zoro muttered. Frankie mumbled, that is super freaky. Sanji mumbled, shitty hole monster. Robin rubbed her chin and thought, I heard rumors about those kinds of creatures in Alabasta. They are just rumors though, since their sighting are so very rare. Wiz chuckled slightly and said, this weakness is so unavoidable that he's been knocked into it several times. Thankfully, for the story he always manages to escape, usually via blowing himself up. Boomstick said, despite these flaws, if you want someone dead, and if you have the cash, the first person you should turn to is Boba Fett. The doors closed. I don't think that guy is going to win this fight, Usopp said. He may have some awesome gear, but if he turns his back at the worst possible second, he's probably going to lose. Luffy nodded and said, he's an idiot. Everyone looked at Luffy for his statement. They then decided to just ignore it and turn back to the screen. The doors reopened. Wiz said, there is a name spoken throughout the universe, whether whispered in hushed fearful tones, or spoken out in pride and in awe. A name that strikes fear into those who have their face on a wanted poster. Boomstick said, that name is Samus Aran, a woman regarded as the most dangerous bounty hunter in the universe. But before she was known throughout the universe she was a little girl. The screen behind them showed the image of the young Samus. "Ah," Nami said, unable to deny how cute the little girl looked. Even Robin smiled a bit at the sight of the little girl. "Ah, cute," Sanji said, his eyes turning into hearts as he imagined the little girl growing up into an older Samus, and what she possibly looked like. Zoro raised an eyebrow. "How does that turn into a deadly bounty hunter?" Wizard said, "For the first few years of her life Samus lived on Earth Colony K2L peacefully with her parents. That all changed on day when Boomstick yelled, when an evil space pirate, dragon, dinosaur thing named Ridley came down, raided the planet with his army of monsters and pirates, and killed Samus' parents." Wizard said, "Along with pretty much everyone on the planet. Everyone except for Samus, and, spoiler alert, it would come back to bite him in the butt." Everyone stared horrified at the sight of the destroyed planet and a devastated-looking Samus. Nami recoiled in fear at the thought of something like that happening to her home. The image of a shark fisherman with a saw nose, a fisherman's hat, laughing manically as he stood above the burning remains of a town filled her mind. Robin felt her heart ache as she felt that Samus was, in a way, a kindred spirit. She too had lost everything that she held dear after Spandine tried to destroy it, because the world government was paranoid about the poneglyphs. If someone was close enough to Luffy, they would have heard him mumbling about stupid dinosaurs and making pirate look bad. Wiz hit his button and displayed some information. Samus Aran. Age 32. Height 6 feet 3 inches or 1.9 m. Weight 198 pounds 89.8 kilograms. Planet of origin colony K2L. Cybernetically enhanced. Infused with alien DNA, Chozo and Metroid. Preferred transportation, gunship. Wiz said, after the destruction of her home planet she is adopted by the Chozo, a bunch of alien bird people. To help the girl survive her new adopted planet, she was infused with their DNA. Boomstick looked confused and asked, "Wait, does that mean she had a bad habit of pecking at food and crapping on people's stuff?" Wiz looked at his co-host with a deadpan expression and asked, "No." Boomstick then asked, "Does she forget things every couple of steps?" Wizard stared blankly and asked, "If she had such a glaring weakness, we wouldn't be bringing her into our show, now would we?" Boomstick mumbled, "Point." The crew chuckled with the conversation between the pair. Still they were interested in the bird DNA thing. Well, most of them. Luffy didn't understand what they were talking about. He just laughed because he thought the word Chozo was funny. Boomstick said, "Well, anyway, Samus sought revenge and spent the next few years training her but off to become strong enough to take down the monster who wiped out her people. To do this, however, she needed the right tools for the job. And she managed to get the best thanks to her alien friends." Wizard hit a button on his remote, bringing up a holographic image of a curvy blonde woman in a skin-tight blue suit with a gun in her hand. "Mellarine!" Sanji yelled as he spun around like a tornado, with hearts in his eyes. The rest of the group just ignored the amorous chef as he went crazy over the blonde woman and turned towards the screen. Wiz explained, "Samus can sometimes be found fighting in the Zero suit." Boomstick chuckled and said, "Apply named, as it leaves zero to the imagination." "That it does." Sanji yelled happily. At this point, Nami grabbed Sanji by the ear and pulled him down to his seat. Zero suit. LTX material. Allows full agility, lacks in defense or offense. Wiz explained, "This suit doesn't have much in terms of defensive or offensive options. For that she brings out her handheld weapon, the Paralyzer Pistol. Paralyzer Pistol. Standard shot. Charge shot. Paralyzing tether. Does exactly what the name cleverly suggests." Boomstick said, "This laser gun does exactly what it says it does, temporarily paralyzing those she shoots. She can charge it up for longer lasting effects, and she can turn it into a paralyzing whip tether when someone gets too close." Wiz said, "And despite what some online sources say, it does not turn into a lightsaber, though that would be awesome." Boomstick yelled, "DMN straight." Frankie rubbed his chin and thought at the weapon. It sounded cool, at least for taking people down without killing them. He idly imagined himself with that kind of weapon and couldn't help but smile. Wiz then added, "However, the suit does very little in terms of protecting her, and is normally not very useful in combat, as opposed to her normal method of combat." Boomstick rubbed his hand together in excitement and said, "Oh, yeah. When Samus wants to dole out damage and blow sheet up, she activates the glowing pink marks on her Zero suit to bring out her ultimate suit. They show a clip where pink marks glow and she is now equipped with the armor that was shown in the picture earlier. The power suit." "No. Why? Why would you cover up your natural beauty? Why?" Sanji yelled as he saw the beautiful woman now covered up in metal. This time it was Frankie who knocked Sanji out, as he was trying to watch and was getting annoyed with Sanji's whining about the female body. Power suit. Go to armor. Little restriction to movement. Multiple variants. Varia, environmental protection, most used. Gravity, simulates normal gravity, low gravity areas or underwater. Dark, reduces damage from dark ether. Light, immune to dark ether. Fusion, absorbs X-parasites. Wiz explained, the power suit is Samus' go-to suit for a reason. It holds powerful weaponry and powers, given to her by the Chozo. This makes sense since it is Chozo battle armor made specifically for her. It allows her full movement of her body, and doesn't impair her enhanced agility. It can also take a huge amount of damage. Boomstick then said, the only downside is that it makes her look like a guy. Anyway, there's also a lot of upgrades to the thing. She has multiple forms for different areas or situations, though she does keep it normally in the Varia form. An armor for every situation, Robin said, that seems like it would give her a definite edge. Frankie agreed with the archaeologist and said, yeah, seems better than Fett's. The others agreed with this. Wiz added, and we haven't even gotten into her arsenal yet. Arsenal. Arm cannon. Power beam. Charge beam. Ice beam. Grapple beam. Missiles. Morph ball. Diameter, 3 feet or 1 m. Power bombs. Screw attack. Crystal flash. Boomstick said, she's got a hell of an arsenal. Her main weapon is the arm cannon. While the blast, at first, is a pea shooter, it can charge up to dole out some serious damage. She also has a grapple beam to traverse gaps, an ice beam to freeze her targets, and a hell of a lot of missiles. Frankie whistled and said, now all that is some serious firepower. I suddenly feel super obsolete. Seeing the cyborg said, don't worry Frankie, you're still pretty advanced by our standards. Frankie smiled as he patted the humanoid reindeer on the hat. Wiz continued, when Samus needs to get away fast she can change into the morph ball form. She can move faster in this form, and move into cramped areas she couldn't reach before. Boomstick looked slightly confused and asked, what? Okay, how does she do that? Wiz simply answered, bird DNA. Boomstick rolled his eyes and sarcastically said, yeah, because you know every time you scare a bird, and it curls up into a ball and rolls away. The crew was laughing at the pair's interaction with each other. These guys are funny, Luffy said as he chuckled. Wiz, slightly annoyed said, alien bird DNA. Boomstick crossed his arms and huffed before saying, well, screw that planet and its birds. A thoughtful look came over his face as he said, though, I do like their power bombs. Those little suckers go off and say goodbye to everything. Wiz nodded and said, that's not all she can do. Samus can control the sky with the speedy screw attack. While using it she is completely invulnerable to damage. And when she's hurt, she can use the crystal flash ability to heal herself. However, she can only use it when she is low on ammo, and she is not invulnerable when she uses it. Okay, not gonna lie, Frankie said, I don't like Fett's chances. She's got the better armor, the better weapons, and all these cool powers. This seems pretty straightforward. Everyone agreed with the cyborg. Robin said, people tend to say the same thing about our captain. Boomstick then said, but she isn't perfect. Somehow, every time she gets a new mission she always loses all her upgrades and enhancements. Seriously, someone get this chick a purse. Nami and Robin both looked a little annoyed at the remark, but they let it slide. They had a feeling more would be coming. Wiz said, with all of this, she has done some incredible things. She taken down entire armies, eventually managed to take out Ridley, and she even managed to wipe out an entire species. More impressively, she once took down an evil parasitic clone of herself that had a fully upgrade power armor while she was missing several components. Boomstick said, it just goes to show you that if you want a job done right, you call up Samus Aran. So, who do you think is going to win? Usopp asked. I think it'll be Samus, Frankie said, she's got the better armor and stuff. I'll go with Boba, Zoro said, if there is one thing I've learned in the past time on this crew, never underestimate the underdog in a fight. After a few minutes, Nami, Frankie, Sanji, Robin, and Brook all thought Samus would win. Luffy, Chopper, Zoro, and Usopp thought that Boba would win. Alright, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all, was said. Boomstick said, it's time for a death battle. Is he going to do that every time? Sanji asked. I think he will, Nami said. The door closed and then opened revealing a dark void. Blue words began to appear, starting at the bottom of the screen and rising upwards, before they cleared. This is what was read. The rebellion against the Sith Empire is in a dire situation. With the construction of deadly weapons underway, the rebellion has received word that Darth Vader is in a ship heading for the construction site of the new Death Star. However, hope has appeared in the form of bounty hunter, Samus Aran. With what funds they have hired her to destroy Darth Vader, and if possible, destroy the second Death Star before it can be rebuilt. Wait, Vader, you mean that guy who hired Fett? Frankie asked, seeming slightly confused. Robin rubbed her chin and said, I believe that this is the scenario in which Fett and Samus meet up. The question is how. A few moments after the text clears, a large triangle-shaped ship, known as a Star Destroyer, flew past. Whoa, that is one big ship, Frankie said, and wow, space looks awesome. So, cool, the childish trio of the crew all said at the same time. The camera zoomed in and entered the ship. There was the sound of fighting, and suddenly a stormtrooper was launched out from a hall and landed on his back with a loud crack. There was silence before Samus, clad in the Zero suit, walked out of the hall with a dramatic flair, the paralyzer in her grip. Samus. You should know who said this. If not, go back and watch the series again. Samus carefully approaches a door, and opened it. The room was dark, except for a few large windows that let in the light. There in the middle of the room, stood the Sith Lord, Darth Vader. His stance intimidating, and his respirator filling the air with a hollow breathing noise. Hey, it's that armored guy, Luffy said. I thought Samus was fighting the other one. Chopper muttered, he's scary. Usopp nodded in agreement. The others were just as confused. Samus hid back behind the cover and then activated her power suit. The blonde bounty hunter then turned into her morph ball form and slid in undetected. After a few moments, she got up and charged her arm cannon. After charging, she fired a fully charged blast right at the armored man. Only for the blast to go right through him, with no effect whatsoever. What the hell? Usopp yelled in shock. I think it was like those projections that Wiz and Boomstick used for the show. Frankie yelled, recognizing the similarities. The blast sailed through the air and slammed into the glass window, shattering it. The air was suddenly sucked out of the room, only for a large thing of shutters to slam down over the window, stopping it. Wow, space travel is apparently more dangerous than sea travel, Usopp mumbled to himself. Suddenly, the lights switched on, revealing the entire room. Out of the shadows stepped Boba Fett. It's a trap! Chopper yelled. Boba points his EE-3 carbine at Samus and says, should have covered your trail better, rookie. Samus stayed silent as she pointed her arm cannon at the bounty hunter. Fight! The pair opened fire, launching blasts at each other as they got closer to each other. Samus dodged a few well-aimed blasts to the helmet, and threw out a kick that Boba managed to brush off. The male bounty hunter lashed out with his fibercord whip wrapping around Samus' leg and pulling her off balance. He prepared his carbine to shoot her in the head, but a lower-powered shot from the arm cannon knocked the weapon from Fett's hands. Samus then switched to her morph ball form to roll away, putting a bit more distance between the two. Come on, Samus, beat him down already. Nami yelled. How dare you harm a lady? Sanji yelled, his angry aura burning around him. Samus then changed back to normal, and fired a charged blast right at Boba. The male bounty hunter responded by activating his jetpack, flying upwards to avoid the blast. He then flew as fast as he could and grabbed his carbine. He prepared to fire, only to get a screw attack to the face. Oh, that had to hurt, Frankie said, at seeing the brutal punch. Fett was then blasted in the chest again by a fully charged arm cannon blast. The bounty hunter was knocked backwards, but as he flew back he activated his pack again to stop his flight. With close by, he launched the missile on his back. Samus turned and ran, turning into her morph ball form just as the missile hit the ground behind her. The room was silent for a moment. Fett floated in the air, as he tried to track Samus. The infrared in his helmet going haywire because of the flames. He soon found himself the victim of a missile barrage as 5 missiles were shot out of the flames right at him. Fett fired his carbine destroying the missiles, but he wasn't prepared for Samus to shoot out the flame and slam another screw attack into his chest. Oh, come on, he's fallen for that twice already. Zoro yelled, fight back already. As he flew back however, Fett's jetpack, at that moment ran out of fuel. The man then stood up and started shooting with his carbine again. The female bounty hunter turned into her ball form again, rolling forward. Fett had counted on this, however, and started firing concussion and stun missiles at where she was coming. The sudden blast caught Samus off guard. The ball was blown up and transformed back into Samus. As Samus came down and tackled Fett before throwing him in a different direction. Fett hit the ground rolling. As he stopped, he let something fall from his fingers, a grenade pin. Oh, that's not good, Sanji said, look out, Samus. Samus saw this and looked down to see a thermite detonator at her feet. The grenade exploded with a large blast of fire and sound. The group waited with bated breath to see if Samus had survived the blast. Sanji looked somewhere between sobbing that his beloved Samus had been killed, and enraged that Fett had dared to strike a lady, again. The smoke cleared to reveal Samus was alive, and now stripped down to the Zero suit, given her normal suit had taken too much damage. If Fett was shocked that he was fighting a woman, he didn't show it. Samus pulled out the paralyzer and charged forward. Fett opened fire with his carbine and tried to shoot her, but Samus proved too quick for him. One shot nicked her shoulder, but the wound was cauterized by the laser, so it didn't bleed. Is she crazy? Nami asked. Fett still got full armor and she down to that Zero suit. What can she do? Robin simply smirked as she began to realize what she was planning. When Samus got close enough, she made her move. She fired a charged shot from the paralyzer, shorting out the EE-3 carbine. Fett threw it away, and took aim with his wrist laser. Samus wound up taking another hit, but she ignored the pain, dodging under the male bounty hunter's arm and taking a shot at his unarmored side. Robin smiled as she saw Samus get rid of Fett's main weapon and take a shot at a weak point. Those rooting for Samus cheered, while those rooting for Boba yelled out in frustration. Boba groaned in pain, before he turned and unleashed his flamethrower. Samus proved her agility by jumping over the man and firing another blast with the paralyzer, shorting out his gauntlet. With no other weapons, Fett pulled out a lightsaber, the green glade glowing ominously. Holy crap, that looks cool! Usopp yelled as he saw the brightly glowing weapon. Frankie had to admit that it looked cool, but how was Samus going to counter it? Samus dodged a couple of swings before switching the paralyzer to tether mode. The energy whip and plasma blade clashed with a show of sparks. Samus quickly decided to end the fight, throwing out a kick that knocked the lightsaber into the air. She then backflipped, performing the crystal flash healing ability. When the glow subsided, she was back in the power suit. Fett quickly pulled out another thermite detonator, but before he could pull the pin, Samus acted. She charged her cannon and fired an ice beam, freezing Fett solid. She then charged forward and grabbed the lightsaber in midair before she spun gracefully and swung it, slicing off Fett's head. KO. The group cheered for Samus and Fett. While many were upset that their guy lost, they were also glad that they had seen a pretty good fight. Samus stood up. As the doors opened and several stormtroopers swarmed the room. They looked shocked, before they trained their weapons on her. Samus spun her new lightsaber as the death battle doors closed and reopened, revealing Wiz and Boomstick. DMN, did you see that, wizard? That was awesome. Boomstick yelled, excitement clear in his voice. Wizard said that it was Boomstick. Fett may have had a lot of weaponry on his person, but that doesn't matter if you can't keep track of your enemies. Samus certainly didn't make it easy for him, moving around as she did. Boomstick said, yeah, even the massive vehicle missile didn't do much as he couldn't get a lock on. Given missiles are best for blowing up large groups or objects, unlike a guided missile which could have been more effective. Frankie heard this and rubbed his chin, wondering if he could add something like that to the Sunny, or even to himself. He decided to put that on his shelf of ideas. That is true, Boomstick, was said as he pressed a button. Next to was an object resembling a chalkboard came down. At the top of it was a plaque that read, the Board of Wisdom. Wizard explained, a human if roughly 1/4 the size of a car. If Fett were to try firing this missile at her, there is only 1 out of 4 chances it would hit her. Plus, given her even smaller morph ball form, and it would be nearly impossible. Chopper nodded at this. There had been a few times when he changed back to his smaller form to avoid large blows, like in his battle with Komadori, or when he shrunk down in the fight with Oars. Wiz continued, Fett didn't really have the method to catch Samus, and in the end her weaponry and technology advantage put the fight in her favor. Boomstick said, in the end, Fett got stopped cold, and lost his head. Wiz rolled his eyes and said, the winner is Samus Aran. The group cheered at the fight, and the victory. Awesome, Luffy yelled, let's watch another one. Usopp said, I'm with Luffy on this one. Chopper cheered, yeah, let's watch another one. Nami said, easy there you three. While it was cool, I'll admit, we don't even know if there is another one. Next time on Death Battle? Of course, I could be wrong, Nami said, turning towards the projection. They showed the image of someone sitting on the ground. They couldn't see his front, but they could see he had tanned skin and spiky hair. He wore what looked like a dark blue GI, and a large bead necklace around his neck. There was also a bright red symbol glowing on his back. The figure stood up and then spoke. Worthless creature, step forth and prove your worth, he said, as his head turned revealing glowing red eyes. The screen went black as a new voice said, you will die. Your soul is mine. Next time, Street Fighter vs Mortal Kombat. Akuma vs Shang Tsung. The screen then showed a box with the words, play now, typed in it. Luffy then yelled, let's go. Before he could press it through, Nami picked it up. Hold your horses, Luffy, Nami said. If we're going to be watching this in bulk, we might as well get comfy. With that she left the room with the box, the rest of the crew following her. Nami sat down in her plush chair as she watched the others. Luffy was tapping his foot impatiently as he waited for the show to start again. However, he was also looking hungry as he saw Sanji laying out a few snacks. Some candy, popcorn, a few pretzels, flavored with the salt he got from Water 7, and a few other nice treats to eat while they watched. There was also plenty of water, juice, booze, and a cola. After making sure everything was set, and making Luffy swear on his hat that he wouldn't eat everything, they were ready. Okay, is everyone comfy? The navigator thief asked as they all sat down. Alright then, let the show begin. Nami pressed a delicate finger on the box and it began to show the next episode. Brook laughed at the familiar tune and said, "Oh, I still enjoy the sound of that music." Wiz said, "The people may like the hero, but they love a good villain." Boomstick said, "Yep, without some BSTRD or megalomaniac to act as a villain, we wouldn't even have a show, now would we?" Wiz said, "And they don't get any more bad than our contestants today." Wiz pressed a button on his remote and the screen displayed the first of the two fighters. He stood just under 6 feet tall, with strong muscles. He wore a dark-colored GI with the sleeves removed, a black belt around his waist, with brown training gauntlets around his hands, and walked barefoot. He had a necklace made up of huge prayer beads, each the size of a peach, wrapped around his neck. His hair was dark red and spiked, and his eyes glowed crimson. The man's image alone gave off an aura of anger and hatred. Akuma, master of the fist, and the monster of Street Fighter. The reactions of the crew were almost immediate. Sanji's legs tense, Luffy's fists clenched, Chopper whimpered, Usopp instinctively reached for Kabuto, Nami gulped nervously, Frankie unconsciously reached for his left arm, Zoro gripped the handle on one of his swords, Robin raised her arm slightly, and Brook unconsciously gripped the handle of his cane sword. They didn't know who this man was, but he automatically screamed danger. Boomstick pressed a button on his remote, showing off the second competitor. This one depicted a man wearing a GI, with some fancy-looking robes over it, with white hair, a rather short white beard, and holding a hand out, with flames shaped like a skull in his palm. Profile photo from the Mortal Kombat wiki. Boomstick said, and Shang Tsung, the sinister sorcerer of Mortal Kombat. Well, that doesn't seem fair, Luffy said, sending a young guy to fight against that old guy. Robin said, I highly doubt that age is an issue here, Luffy. The others all nodded and looked at each other. If age was going to be a problem, then he probably wouldn't be on the show. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick, Boomstick started. Wiz finished, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor and skills to find out who would win a death battle. The doors closed and reopened. Wiz said, you hear his name is whispers, wherever you go. A name whispered in abject fear and praying that you never face him in the ring of honor. His name is Akuma, the devil. The group gulped. Now they were slightly on edge. The man's image alone practically screamed danger them. And if there was one thing that they knew from their time on the sea, it was likely that the man had earned his title. They were scared to know how. That name alone makes someone want to pee their pants, Boomstick said, but he didn't start out as the martial arts monster. He started out simply as a boy, living with his family on a rice farm. Akuma. Height, 5 feet 10 inches, or 178 centimeters. Weight 199 pounds or 90 g. Real name, Gookie. New name translates to devil. Scary as hell. Wait, how does a kid on a rice farm turn into that? Chopper asked, he doesn't look bad. Zoro said, I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Sanji nodded and said, for once, I agree with you, Moss Head. Wiz said, Akuma's life started out simple. He spent his younger days living on the family rice farm, with his mother, his brother, Guken, and his father, Yoshinari. They enjoyed a simple life, until a group of bandits came down from the nearby valley. Boomstick interrupted, the bandits kidnapped Yoshinari's wife and demanded that he fight them. When the rice farmer refused, politely I might add, they tried to use his wife as leverage. Wiz nodded and said, fortunately, his wife managed to get away, and grabbed Guken and Gookie and ran as Yoshinari fought the bandits. As the trio ran for the mountains, Gookie looked back and saw his father change into some sort of demon to fight the bandits. As they talked they showed different clips of what looked like comics on the back screen. The last image they showed of Yoshinari with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. Holy crap! Usopp yelled out, how did he do that? Robin rubbed her chin in thought. Trying to deduce how Akuma's, or Gookie's father had transforming into such a state. Zoro himself looked interested. Luffy ped his head to the side, slightly confused. Scary, Chopper thought at seeing the demonic-looking man. Nami and Brook both looked freaked out. Frankie was trying to figure things out as well. After escaping their burning farm, Wiz continued, they found themselves in a cave, where their mother grew ill. After getting into an argument with Gukken, Gookie left and started to travel on his own. Boomstick said, moments after leaving he found a bear and decided, I'll fight it. As you can guess, it didn't go so well. As the two spoke they showed images of Gookie and his brother arguing, Gukken slapping Gookie, and then Gookie walking out the cave, in a brown cloak. Then the image of the fight with the bear, with Gookie getting part of his shoulder ripped out, then getting thrown into a tree. I fought a lot bigger when I was younger, Luffy mumbled as he took a big handful of popcorn and shoved it into his mouth. As they watched, Chopper couldn't help but shudder as the sight of the fight brought back memories of when was brutally attacked by the alpha of the herd that he was once with back on Drum Island. He shook those thoughts from his head, he had a new family now. Boomstick continued, thankfully, he was saved by an old man with a stick. Wiz said, this wasn't just any old man with a stick. The man was Gutetsu, the master of the Ansatsuken, or the Assassin's Fist, the same man who taught Gookie's father. Wait, that old guy was the man who taught his dad? Sanji asked. Zoro scowled and said, I guess that explains why they were after him. The bandits probably thought that if they took down the old man, they would get glory. Zoro had seen that plenty of times as a bounty hunter. He had seen people take on those who had high bounties, just for the glory of it, and it usually didn't end well. Wiz said, for the next 5 years, Gookie trained under Gutetsu, excelling in the art of fighting. After traveling a little bit, he began to train his mind. He isolated himself in the nearby mountains attempting to seek enlightenment. Boomstick said, I don't know what that means, but he stayed there for 2 weeks without food or water. What? 14 days. That's 70 meals he missed. Luffy yelled, that guy is unstoppable. Sanji asked, how did you figure that out so fast? And why are you counting 5 meals a day? Nami asked, who would lock themselves away to achieve enlightenment? It seems crazy. Chopper said, not exactly. Upon seeing the looks at him, the humanoid reindeer continued, back at Eni's lobby, I fought against the big guy, Kamidori. Frankie asked, the guy with the big hair and staff, right? The doctor nodded and said, well, he apparently was capable of a technique called life return. He said that he spent time at sea and in the mountains for a long time. He could control his hair and even the processes in his body, like digestion, simply with his will alone. The others were amazed at the thought of someone being able to do that. Robin snapped her fingers and said, I read about that once. I believe it was called biofeedback. Chopper nodded and said, maybe seeking enlightenment means learning to have full control over your body. Brooke said, maybe if I do this, I might be able to gain more control over my old bones. Wiz continued, after that, Gutetsu told Gookie that the man who killed his father was down in a nearby village. Not passing up the chance for revenge, Akuma brutally attacked. Those who survived would say that the devil came for the bandit leader, earning him the name, Akuma. Images of the attack, including Akuma stomping the bandit leader's head in, were shown. The group gulped. Oh my god, Nami said, covering her mouth, he's worse than Arlong. Such senseless violence, Zoro said out loud. Chopper whimpered in fear at the thought of seeing this man in real life. Luffy simply cracked his knuckles. He knew a lot about getting revenge, having done it plenty of times in the past, but at least nobody who wasn't involved got hurt. Boomstick said, however, there was one little problem. You see, before he died the bandit told the now-named Akuma that it was Gutetsu who sent him after Yoshinari as a final test, since he was a student of his as well. Akuma snapped, went back, brutally murdered his master, and stole his prayer beads, proving himself the master. He killed his master? Zoro yelled, outraged. If it wasn't for his old dojo master, he wouldn't be the man that he was today. Sanji growled in anger himself, remembering the old man who taught him after he managed to escape from Germa. Chopper had an uncharacteristic look of anger on his face as his tiny hoof clenched as he remembered Dr. Halukluk. The others were pretty upset themselves as they watched. Wiz said, Akuma is a great fighter, and his mastery of the Ansatsuken. Ansatsuken. Fast, brutal, optimized offense over defense. Made for killing. Utilizes Satsui no Hado, or Surge of Murderous Intent, also known as Dark Hado. Wiz said, the Ansatsuken is called the Assassination Fist for a reason. It is fast, brutal, and is made specifically for killing your opponent, prioritizing offense over defense. He mixes with an inner energy known as Ki, a metaphysical energy based on the human spirit, vitality, and harnesses it for powerful and brutal attacks. Zoro scoffed and said, yeah right. You need a solid defense as well as a solid offense if you want a style to be effective. I should know. Zoro took a swig of booze. I can agree with you there, Moss Head, the blonde cook said as he munched on a pretzel. As can I, Brooks said, as he sipped a cup of tea, somehow. The others could only nod. As opposed to those two, they didn't have formal martial arts or swordsmanship training, as Chopper fought with his forms, Nami her staff, Usopp was a long-range fighter, Luffy with instinct, Frankie was just a boxer, and relied more on his upgrades, and Robin relied mostly on her powers. There was also the key thing. It sounded powerful. Whis continued, Akuma has shown incredible durability, allowing his opponents to beat on him before fighting back. He does this to gauge his opponents to see if they are worthy of him showing his full potential. He's also insanely strong, fast, and agile. That's kind of reckless, isn't it? Nami asked, with a raised eyebrow. Nah, I'm sure it's fine, Luffy said, shrugging his shoulders. Yeah, but he isn't made of rubber like you, Luffy. All of this, Whis explains, comes from the energy that a person brings out during the use of the Ansatsuken, the Satsue no Hado, literally translated to, the surge of murderous intent. This vile energy alters the user's mind and body, granting them great strength. However, it also chips away at the mind and is incredibly addictive. So, it's like a drag, Zoro said, as he set down his booze. Luffy said, so he's addicted to this, Sasutsu stuff? Chopper nodded and said, it appears so. I heard from Dr. Halukluk that people could become addicted to medicine after operations or after while having treatments done. They know that what they are doing is unhealthy, but they can't stop themselves. However, I don't think that Akuma has that problem. The others agreed, Akuma was violent and possibly crazy. He liked the combat and the thrill he got from using the Dark Hado. And I feel sorry for anyone who goes against this move set, Boomstick said as a series of moves were shown on the back screen and a hologram of Akuma appeared before them. Akuma's techniques. Hadouken, Surge Fist, Fireball Projectile, not actually made of fire. Gohadoken, Great Surge Fist, more powerful version of Hadouken. Zanku Hadouken, Midair Hadouken. Shikanetsu Hadouken, Scorching Heat Surge Fist, Flaming Hadouken, needs to be charged. Misatsu Goadu, Annihilating Great Surge, Supercharged Gohadoken. Tenma Go Zanku, Ski Demon Great Slashing, more powerful Zanku Hadouken. Shoryuken, Rising Dragon Punch, Jumping Uppercut. Go Shoryuken, Great Rising Dragon Fist, stronger version. Misatsu Go Rasen, Annihilating Great Spiral, 3 Go Shoryukens in succession. Tatsumaki Senpukyaku, Hurricane Kick, Spinning Forward Kick, defies gravity. Tatsumaki Zankakyaku, Hurricane Scythe Kick, performed midair, electric properties. Tensho Kaireki Jin, Heaven-Piercing Sea-Plowing Blade, most powerful version of Tatsumaki Senpukyaku. Hayakishu, 100 Demons Assault or Demon Flip. Ashura Senku, moves forward while intangible and floating. Kongo Kokuretsuzan, Providence Rending Slash, massive punch directed on the ground. Tenma Shiredu, Sky Demon Vermilion Blade, less powerful version of Kongo Kokuretsuzan, followed by back throw. Misogi, Purifier, focused version of the Kongo Kokuretsuzan. Whis said, as a master of the Ansatsuken, Akuma has access to some incredibly powerful moves. This includes the Hadouken, a key ball projectile, the Shoryuken, described as the uppercut from hell, and the Tatsumaki Senpukyaku, a powerful hurricane kick. As Whis spoke they showed, the holographic Akuma was shown performing the moves that he was known for. Those are a lot of moves, Sanji said, and they each sound like they hurt. Zoro nodded and said, yeah, they each have a reference to monster, so you know they are powerful. Luffy said, that Hadouken things look so cool, but what is ki? Robin answered, there is a belief that ki, also known as chi, in some circles, is said to be a mystical energy harnessed by those of great physical strength or vitality to launch powerful attacks, or enhance their strength. Luffy pet his head to the side and said, so, it's a mystery power. Robin smiled and said, yes. Still, it's really cool, Luffy said. He was quickly agreed with by Usopp and Chopper. Frankie nodded and said, you know, this style sounds like something those CP9 guys would use, given that they are assassins and all. Usopp shuddered slightly and said, please Frankie, don't say that. The last thing I need is to be reminded of those monsters, or think of them being anything like this guy. If I ever throw a Hadouken in real life, I'll die happy, Boomstick said before a thoughtful expression came over his face. He turned to Wizard and said, I thought you told me that was calling the tornado spin attack. Wiz, with a deadpan expression, said, I just said that because you kept mispronouncing it. Boomstick said, oh come on, I can do it. Tattoo Monkey Seppuku. Wiz simply said, no. Boomstick tried again, saying, Taboo Monk sent you. Wiz simply answered, you get one more. Boomstick tried his hardest and said, Tan Spoon sent Cuckoo. Wizard just facepalmed with a sigh of exasperation. Meanwhile, the entire crew was laughing at Boomstick attempting to say the name of the technique. It got so bad that they needed to pause it so that they didn't miss anything. Brook said, I can't breathe, my lungs are collapsing. Even though I don't have any. Yo ho 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 ho. Chopper said, I can't breathe. Usopp said, me neither. Luffy said, I love these guys. They're hilarious. After a few more minutes of laughter, the group was able to watch again. Moving on, was said, these three techniques are actually pretty common for those who utilize the Ansatsuken as a fighting style, such as Akuma's brother Guken, and his students, Ryu Hoshi, and Ken Masters. Wait, so his brother learned and taught the style too? Sanji asked. Robin answered, it would seem so. Whoa, Luffy said, if he's anything like his brother, I don't think I'd want to be anywhere near that. Boomstick said, yeah, but unlike his peaceful brother, Akuma uses the Satusi no Hado to give himself an edge, creating several much more powerful versions of the basic techniques, including versions that use fire and lightning. He also uses it to create some of his deadliest moves. Boomstick said, these moves include a giant fiery ball of doom, an electric hurricane kick, and punches with such strength and precision that he can punch a symbol into the ground, something I really wish that I knew how to do. So, he has some moves unique to himself, does he? Sanji asked. Sanji knew something about this. Old Man Zeph may have taught Sanji how to do the black leg style, but Sanji himself had been the one to incorporate his natural durability to include the Diable Jam, Devil Leg. Zoro also knew about this, as he had made some unique moves for his unique sword style. Brook knew about this as well, given he had some unique moves that combined his music with his various fencing styles. Seeing this though, reminded him of the fight with the Samura back on Thriller Bark. Maybe he should try going to Zoro for pointers. Wiz said, these moves include the powerful Kongo Kokuretsuzan, or the Providence Rending Slash. Boomstick, or as I like to call it, the F you up punch. They showed a clip of a fight, with Akuma raising a hand in the air, the arm flashing purple, and then slamming it down on the ground, resulting in a huge explosion, followed by an announcer shouting, KO. Cool. Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper yelled at seeing what it looked like. The others had to agree that this was impressive, and a monstrous display of power. It made them wonder just what else the man was capable of. Wiz said, this move is incredibly powerful. So much so, that Akuma once used it to destroy an island. They showed Akuma doing the same punch and the island itself started falling apart. What? The shout was accompanied by look of absolute shock. No one said anything. The thought of one man destroying an island with his bare hands was shocking. The group had never seen such power. The closest thing that they had come close to that was the Buster Call, which took a few ships, and a certain wannabe god with long earlobes, who needed help from a device to do it. He's more powerful than Enel, Nami whimpered. Frankie was brought out of his fearful moment and turned towards Nami with a curious expression. Who's Enel? Usopp said, a while back, before we brought you and Brook, we ran into this guy by the name of Enel on a series of islands. He ate a Logia-type devil fruit that gave him power over lightning. He used a device on his boat to create an attack, Rago I think, to destroy an entire island. Frankie and Brook looked shocked. They all turned towards rest of the crew to gauge their reactions and were shocked to see them nod, showing she was serious. Brook's jaw hung low as he asked, how did you defeat such a monster? Luffy smirked and said, rubber and lightning don't mix. Frank and Brook looked at each other before they nodded. Hold you horses, Boomstick, because that isn't the deadliest move in Akuma's arsenal, was said. You got to be kidding me? What could be more powerful than an island-smashing punch? The sound came from Usopp, who looked really freaked out. What the hell could be more powerful than a punch powerful enough to smash an island? Boomstick asked. Wiz explained, by tapping into the darkest parts of the Satsue no Hado, he can unleash his most powerful move, the Shun Goku Satsu, literally instant hell murder. Or as it is more commonly known as, the Raging Demon. They show a clip of Akuma rushing towards his opponent, phasing through an attack. As he reaches him, the screen goes black and the sound of blows landing with various purple flashes appearing on screen. The image comes back with Akuma's opponent on the ground, most likely dead, and Akuma has his back to the viewer, the red symbol for heaven prominently glowing on his back. What the hell was that? Usopp yelled, he just punched him a few times and he fell over. The others had no idea what this was. They just simply watched and listened. Brook, however, nearly fainted at the thought of someone like this fighting him, especially seeing as he was only just a pile of bones. The thought alone almost made him faint. Boomstick said, I'm totally going to name my first kid that. Wiz said, provided you can find a woman willing to sleep with you. Despite the situation, a small chuckle went out at Wiz's dig at Boomstick. Boomstick grumbled under his breath and said, anyway, the raging demon at full power is fatal. Not only does bruise flesh and crack bones, but it can also destroy the victim's soul. What? Did he destroy their soul? Usopp yelled, how is that possible? Robin, her eyes slightly widened, answered, I think that it uses the corruptive power of the Satusi no Hado and turns it into an offensive weapon. The entire group was disturbed at the thought of such a technique being in the hands of someone like Akuma. Brook fainted as the thought of fighting such a monster of a man registered in his mind, and the sheer damage that would come from doing so. Boomstick continued, with moves like that, it is no wonder that he's been able to pull off all that he can do. Feats. Defeated Asian black bear as a child. Shrugs off blows from Jen, a powerful assassin. Leveled a forest. Defeated Ryu, Ken, Sean, Guy, Adon, Guken, AM. Bison, and Gil, some of the toughest members of the Street Fighter cast. Has only lost one fight, some fight outcomes unknown. Wiz said, Akuma has taken on the toughest fighters known to Street Fighter. He known to show no mercy to those who pique his interest. And out of all the tough fighters he's taken on, he has lost only one to his brother Guken, but after a brutal rematch. They showed an image of Guken leaning up against the wall with his blood splattered against it in the shape of Akuma's symbol. Oh my god. Nami whimpered, he killed his own brother. Nami gasped in horror. She imagined the day she joined Arlong's crew and saw the betrayed look on Nojiko's face. Luffy found himself staring in horror at the thought of his brother, Death. The thought of losing Ace was staggering, and the memory of the day that they lost Sabo flashed in his mind. Sanji found himself thinking back to his brothers. They probably would have killed him if it weren't for his sister's kindness. Oh, hey look, he can finger paint, Boomstick said upon seeing the image. That is not funny. Luffy yelled, angry at the thought of someone murdering their own brother. This shout also roused Brook from his slumber. Nami and Luffy both flashed back to their respective siblings. The thought of doing such a horrible act to them really got their blood pumping. Obviously, they were not very happy with the first contestant. Sanji understood Guken's plight, having been the victim of abuse of his older and younger brothers for most of his life. Wiz looked somewhat disturbed by Boomstick's words, but then said, despite his brutal methods, he does have a code of honor. He will only show his true strength to those who have proven to be powerful enough. He will also not fight against the sick or crippled. Zoro nodded at this and said, that makes sense. A fight wouldn't be any good if a person was injured or sick. Usopp then said, I don't think that this is going to be big in the fight here, especially if that, what was it, Shang Tsung turns out to be a good fight. Boomstick nodded and said, moral code or not, if you ever meet this guy on the street, you better run, or you'll learn a whole new meaning of the word, pain. The doors closed. The jury was out on what the group thought of him. He was an amazing fighter, incredibly powerful, and could take a hit and dole out just a much. However, his violent nature and tendency to kill made them nervous. Nami and Luffy were especially angry given he was a brother killer. It also made them wonder just what kind of man his opponent was like. The doors reopened. Wiz had a serious look on his face as he said, centuries ago, the bleak realm of Outworld began to seek out worlds to conquer, led by their monstrous emperor, Shao Kahn. To stop him the elder gods brought out ancient laws. As he spoke, Wiz showed an image of Shao Kahn sitting on throne like a tyrant. Creepy, Chopper said, shuddering, almost dropping his chocolate. And I thought that Akuma guy looked intimidating, Nami said. Usopp and Brook agreed with her. The rest of the crew saw how intimidating the guy looked. Boomstick picked up what was left off and said, every generation, the strongest warriors from the invading world would be set against the strongest warriors of the world being invaded in a brutal tournament. If the invaders lost 10 consecutive tournaments they would leave the world be, but if the invaders won, they could invade without any problem. This tournament was known as Mortal Kombat, and DMN was it awesome. Whoa, the greatest fighters in a generation, Zoro said, I wonder if we would be included in that? Everyone imagined what would happen if they went up against the warriors of other worlds. Some of the group looked apprehensive at the thought, but others looked excited. Wiz said, one of these fighters was Shao Kahn's right-hand man. The vile sorcerer, known as Shang Tsung. A holographic image of Shang is shown. Nami asked, sorcerer, like in magic? Oh, a magic show, Chopper said, sparkles in his eyes. Frankie laughed and said, magic? Really? What's he going to do? Pull a rabbit out of his hat? The rest of the crew chuckled at the cyborg's laugh. After a few moments, they turned back to the show. Shang Tsung. Age, unknown, possibly thousands. Height, 5 feet 11 inches. Weight, 210 pounds. Allegiance, Earthrealm, then Outworld. Sorcerer, traitor, all-around jackass. Cursed to age at a fast rate. Wiz said, very little is known about Shang Tsung's past. Most of it is shrouded in mystery. One theory is that he was kidnapped from Earthrealm and taken to Outworld where he learned the art of magic. Another theory is that he was once a warrior for Earthrealm and went to Outworld for power. Boomstick nodded and said, all we really do know is that he was caught cheating, which is considered treason by the Elder Gods, and was cursed by the Elder Gods to age until he died prematurely. Pay attention to that because it's going to play a huge part in things later. Wait, so he used to fight for the good guys, but he became evil? Luffy asked, ping his head to the side as he ate a whole pretzel in one bite. Seems that way, Robin said, though, I wonder just what he did to cheat. Nami shrugged and said, they did say that he had a silver tongue and that most of his past was shrouded in mystery. Who knows what happened? Zoro scoffed and said, stupid coward. Zoro had an immediately low opinion of this contestant. The man was a lousy cheat and wasn't that big on his hole, betraying the group thing. He should have at least tried to die with some dignity. If something like that happened, Zoro would have preferred to die fighting with a sword in his hand and on his feet. Sanji was of a similar mindset. Luffy didn't like the guy simply because of the traitor thing, as did Chopper, Frankie, and Brook. Sensing his dark heart, Wiz said, Shao Kahn took Shang under his wing and began to teach him the art of magic, so he could learn how to solve his aging problem. Wiz nodded and said, but just because he's a sorcerer doesn't mean he's a glass cannon. He was chosen to be a fighter in Mortal Kombat for a reason. Martial arts. Snake Kung Fu. White Crane Style. Northern Praying Mantis. Jian, Chinese double-edged straight sword. Wiz pressed a button on the remote and the holographic image of Shang appeared before them. Wiz continued, before becoming a sorcerer, Shang was a master of the snake, crane, and mantis kung fu styles. The snake style focused on quick, precise strikes while calculating an opponent's weakness. The crane style revolves around blocking attacks and then striking back. The mantis style revolved around using circular motions to deflect attacks then striking with extreme precision. Shang Tsung mixed together and used them to great efficiency. And when his hands weren't enough, he carried a jian, a Chinese double-edged straight sword for a surprise attack. As Wiz spoke, the hologram performed the various stances of each kung fu art, and then pulling out the sword, to use against his opponent. Sanji whistled. As a practitioner of the martial arts himself, he was impressed with the different styles that he used. All three melded together using similar methods to block or deflect, and then strike with extreme precision. Zoro's head rose slightly at the mention of the straight sword, but lost interest after learning it was only for surprise attacks. The others simply watched in interest. So, he focuses more on speed and precision as opposed to brute strength, Sanji said. I wonder how that will do with going against Akuma's speed and strength. Boomstick said, and that's not going into what he learned with Shao Kahn. Sorcery. Flaming Skulls, launches up to 6 skulls. Flaming Skull Eruption, can fire skulls from the ground, close, medium, long range. Ground Skull, long range skull eruption. Up Skull, tracking skull projectile. Fire Ring, 2 flaming intertwining skulls. Hot Escape, teleport with a pool of lava. Forward Fireball, fireball attack. Mysterious Magic, charges then teleports behind target for a surprise attack. Body Switch, changes places with opponent. Wiz explained, Shang Tsung has multiple offensive spells, which apparently include skulls, and fire, lots of skulls and fire. Boomstick asked, where does he even keep all of those? The group shuddered at the thought of the man having huge amounts of skulls on his person. They didn't even want to think of the reason for him having all of them in the first place. Wiz said, oh, I think that might just be magic. He can also manipulate and control fire, teleport around the arena to confuse his opponents. He can do this with his mysterious magic and body switch techniques. However, his personal favorite is the Hot Escape, where he creates a pool of lava below him and teleports, unleashing a wicked punch and burning his opponent at the same time. Boomstick laughed and said, Sucker Punch Beach. After seeing Shang's fire moves, Luffy's mind immediately went back to his brother Ace. He began to wonder just what else Ace could do with his fire abilities. He had seen some crazy stuff done by Crocodile and Enel. He wondered what Ace could do if he ever got serious in a fight. Wow, that guy has quite the repertoire of moves, Brook said. No kidding, Frankie said, but I think Akuma might have an edge in durability here. This guy seems to use long range more than short range. The others nodded and agreed. Despite his martial arts training, it looked more like Shang's bread and butter was long range as opposed to close range attacks. Wiz nodded and said, however, there is one ability that makes him a deadly opponent. Boomstick said, yeah, remember that whole age until you die early thing we mentioned earlier? Well, Shang found a way around that, stealing the souls of various fighters. What? At this, Brook fainted again. Soul stealing. Regenerates health. Maintains youth. Learns new skills. Can morph into whoever's soul he steals. Boomstick said, "We are not kidding. Shang has many moves based on this skill. When fighting he normally does it heal his wounds, but outside of it, he'll drain his opponent's souls dry and use them to enhance himself with their skills. He can even transform into the person whose soul he drained, and even turn into a snake." Boomstick gained a perverted grin and said, "Oh, the fun I could have with that. The woman part, not the cobra part." Then Gibbs slapped Boomstick, knocking off his hat. The crew was only staring in shock, horrified looks on their faces as they realized that Shang literally killed people to survive and showed absolutely no guilt in the act of doing so. Forget what they thought about Akuma, Shang was literally a complete monster. Now, they were beginning to hope that Akuma would be the one to take down the mad sorcerer. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy were especially angry for another reason. The whole soul-stealing thing was a huge dishonor to the dead. Not to mention it was cheating to get new skills. They each had to train for years and years to get to the point that are today. They were hoping Shang's beating was extremely brutal. Sanji was shaken out of his thoughts as he found himself comparing the man's abilities to Mr. The man could shapeshift thanks to his devil fruit power, but he couldn't fight or use the skills of the person he transformed into. Sanji couldn't help but wonder how the fifth would have gone if that had been any different. Wiz said, "Weird fantasies aside, Shang is a pretty impressive fighter. Feats. Fire is strong enough to destroy a helicopter. Created Melina, a clone of Kitana. Tricked Kenshur. Stood up after being stabbed by hooks. Knocked over Shao Kahn." Wiz continued, "He's taken several harsh blows and has been able to take down several strong opponents, including Liu Kang, Melina, Shujinko, and even Shao Kahn, at least once. He's also cunning master of manipulation, playing his enemies into his hands, nearly bringing about the winning streak necessary to invade Earthrealm." Boomstick said, "If you ever see this guy get in the ring with you, just hope that he's in a merciful mood." The doors closed. "So, does anyone else have any ideas as to who they want to win?" Nami asked. Unlike the first episode, the jury was out. Both contestants were considered monsters and extremely brutal. They didn't really know who to pick in terms of who they wanted to win. Without much of a choice they continued to watch. Wiz said, "The combatants are set, the arena has been chosen." Boomstick said, "Now, it is time for the test of might. Time for a death battle." "Yeah." Wiz turned to his co-host and said, "Boomstick, dial it back a bit." The doors closed and reopened. The world they revealed was barren and destroyed. They were in the ruined remains of a wrecked city. There were bodies everywhere, humans ripped to pieces, Tarkatans laid on the ground with bullet holes riddling their bodies, others had been ripped apart and others looked like they had been severely injured and just left to die. "Holy shit," Usopp said, "what on earth did all that?" Robin rubbed her chin and answered, "From what we heard about Mortal Kombat and Shang Tsung, he nearly brought the end of the world by winning the tournament. My guess is that this is what would happen if Shang Tsung's team would win." Nami said, "I'm glad we don't have that here, I hope." Suddenly a bright green portal opened, and a familiar old man walked out of the portal. Shang Tsung had come to Earthrealm. "There's one of them, where's the other?" Sanji asked, as he and the others got ready for Akuma to show his face. Suddenly, there was a bright purple flash and a Tarkatan was thrown from a nearby building. Out of the building walked Akuma, a slight crimson aura surrounding his body. Shang's mind went a mile a minute as he examined this man. He stood strong with a sense of purpose and gave off an aura that was incredible, full of violence, hatred, and rage. He then decided then and there he would drain this man's soul. With it, he may gain the power he needed to overthrow Shao Kahn. Akuma glanced over Shang Tsung for a moment, measuring up this new opponent. He could sense dark energies flowing through him, a malevolent aura, and a great deal of strength. There was also something else, like 1,000 voices screaming, cursing this man, begging to be set free. With that in mind, he set into his basic stance. "Worthless creature," he growled, "step forth and prove your worth." Shang laughed as he heard this and said, "You think that you can defeat me? I can tell you have strength. You would have done well in my tournament, but in the end, you would have had to face Shang Tsung." "Here we go," Frankie said, as he and the others all prepared to watch the fight. Who was the best of bad? Fight! The two charged at each other. Shang struck the first blow, landing some fast assault to Akuma's chest and shoulders, aiming for weak points. However, Akuma shrugged off the fast blows with ease. The master of the Ansatsuken then proceeded to unleash a brutal punch to the sorcerer's stomach, knocking the wind from his lungs. Akuma took advantage of the man's temporary weakness and grabbed his by the skull. Akuma threw Shang like ragdoll down the road. "Looks like Akuma is pressing an advantage," Zoro observed. Nami said, yeah, but don't forget, Shang is a strategist and cunning. He'll pull something. Shang got up and saw Akuma charging at him. The sorcerer quickly brought up the assault, firing some of his fiery skulls. Akuma, in response, coated his arms in dark purple ki and began punching through the blasts. Akuma raced forward and prepared to unleash a brutal hurricane kick. However, Shang teleported out of the way. Akuma looks surprised for a moment, before turning around just in time to take a fist to the jaw. Shang then unleashed another barrage of blows, however, to finish it he brought his sword out to play. Akuma looked unimpressed as he swung. Akuma threw out a kick that broke the sword in two. Zoro scoffed at seeing this and mumbled, novice. Shang fell back, a shocked look on his face, then slammed his fist on the ground. A flaming skull erupted out the ground, hitting Akuma, taking him by surprise. Two more following, juggling him in the air. Akuma managed to get his bearings and then began spinning, launching himself at Shang. Tatsumaki Senpukyaku. Akuma launched forward with the intent of turning Shang into mush, however, Shang fired a blast of fire downward, performing hot escape at the last second. Akuma struck the ground, forming a crater. Moments after landing, Shang shot up out of the ground, performing a brutal uppercut and the heat of the flames. Oh, that had to hurt, Usopp said. With those flames, he bound to be in constant pain from the burns, Chopper said, adding his 2 cents of medical knowledge. He may be tough, but that might be tough, but that is bound to be distracting. Akuma recovered quickly and fired a Hadouken, knocking Shang back a bit. Akuma followed this up by charging, fast. Misatsugo Rasen. Akuma charged forward and unleashed a trio of powerful uppercuts and then performed a back throw. As the sorcerer landed on the street, he growled in anger. I think that might have been payback for the fiery uppercut, Sanji said, taking a drag on his cigarette. The others agree. Akuma focused his powers and fired one of his more powerful techniques. Shikanetsu Hadouken. Shang turned towards the source of the sound and was shocked to see a large flaming ball of doom heading straight for him. The sorcerer reacted quickly, performing another hot escape to get away. He isn't going to start spamming that, is he? Usopp asked, flashing back to his fight with the mole woman, Ms. Merry Christmas. Chopper nodded and said, that reminds me of someone. I just can't figure out who, not important. Akuma jumped back, expecting another sucker punch. However, this time Shang came up from behind. The sorcerer fired a barrage of flaming skulls point blank, knocking the great warrior off his feet. Before Akuma could react, however, he was shocked by what Shang did next. He morphed, turning into a ninja clad in black and yellow. Ninja, the childish trio yelled in shock, with stars in their eyes. The others didn't seem that impressed, though they had to wonder what this new form of Shang's would be able to do. Get over here, Shang Tsung yelled, using Scorpion's body and voice, launching a kunai attached to a rope. The rope pierced Akuma's stomach and he was yanked forward right into a vicious uppercut. Shang then turned back, firing a homing skull at Akuma before he could recover. As Akuma landed, Shang charged again, this time taking the form of a large four-armed man, tackling the man. Shang then took a third form, turning into a woman wearing a blue two-piece with a pair of fans. He spun them right next to the man's head, slicing his face and chest, knocking him backwards. DMN, Sanji said, that guy is way better at fighting with his forms than Mr. 2. Usopp turned and asked, Mr. 2? Oh, yeah, you fought him back in Alabasta, what do you mean by better at fighting with his forms? Sanji sighed and said, Mr. 2 had those shape-shifting powers, right, however his fighting style could only be used in his main body, not in his other forms. Shang, however, can use all these forms and their skills to their fullest. The others looked at each other and nodded. It was then that something occurred to Chopper. Hey, Sanji, the smallest member of the crew said, how come you aren't freaking out or going all crazy at the sight of that girl? The others looked at Chopper and realized he was right. Sanji hadn't done his normal thing at the sight of a beautiful woman. Sanji scoffed and said, because, I know under that curvaceous, scantily clad form, is just, a really old guy. The other sweat dropped and then turned back. Shang then transformed into a ninja again, this time clad in black and blue. He held out his hands and fired a blast of what looked like ice, trapping Akuma's lower half and his hands in pure ice. Shang transformed back and walked towards the captive man. He then placed a hand on his chest and said, your soul is mine. Green energy flowed around the two. Shang laughed victoriously as he felt his strength increasing, knowledge of great power flooded his mind, and strength filled his body as his wounds began to heal. Everyone watched with bated breath as they saw this happen. They wondered just what would happen next. Akuma could feel the life leaving his body. His expression became enraged as he refused to be defeated in such a way. With an enraged roar and pulse of purple energy, Akuma called upon the Satsui no Hado, shattering the ice and knocking Shang Tsung back. Akuma growled, purple energy flowing around him and his eyes glowing bright red. Shang simply smirked before he transformed into Akuma, showing he had taken enough of his soul to take his form. The pair glared at each other as they charged. The two met in the middle, blows exchanging over and over. The pair was fighting brutally. This continued for a few moments, and then ended. A brutal double punch knocked the pair away from each other. One of the Akumas raised his fist into the air with energy forming on it. "He's gonna use the Island Smasher," Luffy yelled. The other Akuma noticed the move and shot forward, floating across the ground. The first Akuma swung his fist down, but it was too late. The pair met, and the sound of punches landing was heard and various purple flashes of light. Soon it showed on the Akumas standing with his back facing the viewers. On the ground, the other Akuma glowed green as his body reverted into its normal form, all the souls he had absorbed being released upon his death. KO. Akuma glanced over his shoulder and said, "Pathetic weakling." "Hoo hoo!" Luffy yelled. The others cheered at the awesome fight. "Holy shit, did you see that? That was way too close," Boomstick said as he moved around excitedly. Wiz nodded at his co-host's assessment and said, "That is true." Akuma pressed a distinct advantage with destructive power and martial arts skills. However, Shang's cunning, magic, and morphing abilities allowed him an edge all his own, the kind Akuma hasn't faced before. Boomstick said, his magic saved his butt, but he made a mistake of trying to steal Akuma's soul, which made Akuma take things seriously. "That Akuma guy is a monster when he fights," Usopp said with a shudder. "I don't think even all of us fighting together could take that monster down." Everyone agreed, even Luffy. Wiz said, while he had Akuma's techniques, Shang's greatest victories have come from his cunning and quick thinking, so he didn't have a chance to land the final blow as Akuma unleashed his coup de grace. Boomstick excitedly yelled, the raging demon of instant hell murder awesomeness. Wiz sighed and said, "Seriously, dial it back." Boomstick ignored him and said, "In the end, Shang just sold out. Get it?" Wiz rolled his eyes and said, "The winner is Akuma." The group cheered again. It was an awesome fight, even if they didn't like the competitors too much. The group was now wondering who else would be on this show. Next time on Death Battle? Everyone sat with interest on their faces, watching who would appear. The screen was completely black. Suddenly there was a sound of metal on metal, to be more specific swords clashing. Zoro perked up at the noise, having a feeling that he was going to enjoy this. Swords of all sizes were seen cutting through the air, two broadswords were clashing with a pair of katana, sending sparks raining to the ground, and briefly lighting up the area. The flashes of light from the clashes briefly revealed a red-haired woman looking intensely. "Oh, my crimson-haired beauty?" Sanji yelled, his eyes turning into hearts. Everyone ignored the love-struck cook as they kept their attention on the screen. The woman attacked her opponent furiously, the small showers of sparks turning into a downpour, apparently lighting up whatever was on the ground. The fire spread through to the area, lighting up the area, revealing her armored form and her opponent, a tall man with thick muscles, a scar over his eyes, and green hair. Zoro Mosshead. The only one quiet after the revelation was Zoro, who had both of his eyes wide with shock and his jaw hitting the ground. If there was something that they didn't expect, that any one of them would be on it. Fairy Tail vs Straw Hat Pirates, Urza Scarlet vs Roronoa Zoro. Everyone just stared in silence before they all turned to Zoro, looking just as shocked as him as the next episode began to play. Luffy then noticed something and said, "Hey, why is Brook taking a nap?" Everyone just stared at the screen, waiting for the episode to finish loading. Just moments ago, they had learned that one of the contestants would be one of their own members, Roronoa Zoro. Zoro himself seemed interested in this especially, which made sense. He began to wonder just who would be strong enough to face off against him in a fight. After waking Brook up from his fainting spell from the last episode, they pressed next on the screen and they began to watch. Wiz said, "The swordsman, a warrior whose legend has withstood the test of time." Boomstick nodded at his co-host and said, "I agree with that, Wiz. There's nothing quite like the sound of metal slicing through the air, clashing with more metal, and the sight of sparks raining on the ground is enough to make a grown man shed a tear at the sheer beauty of it." Wiz gave his co-host a strange look and said, "Well, today's contestants take the use of swords and turn it into an absolute art form. Roronoa Zoro, the Straw Hat Pirate Santoryu Master." Boomstick then said, "Yeah, but don't forget the beautiful Urza Scarlet, Queen of the Fairies." There was a moment of silence before Luffy busted out laughing. "They have your fighting against a fairy," the rubber boy laughed, "that is so lame." Zoro growled and said, "Oh, shut up, rubber boy. She's probably tough if she's on the show." Sanji growled, "Moss head, if you harm a single hair on her head I will roast you alive." "I'm Boomstick and that's Wizard," Boomstick started. "Wiz finished, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor and skills to find out who would win a death battle." The group sat back as they began to watch what would prove to be an interesting episode. Wiz said, "A long time ago, there was a boy who had a simple dream, to become the best swordsman in the world." Boomstick said, "He left behind his old life to do so, eventually coming across a dojo in Shimotsuki village, located in the East Blue. There he was trained by its master in the art of the sword. Well, not really trained. He just showed up, kicked the butt of everyone there, and then just, kind of stuck around." As they spoke, they showed clips of Zoro training as a child. "Aw, you looked so cute back then, Zoro," Robin cooed at seeing the younger Zoro. "So that's what Zoro looked like as a kid," Usopp said. "I thought for sure he would be taller." Other similar comments were said by the others. Zoro, however, grumbled and simply ignored the others. "I would like to know where they got this footage, though," Zoro said. Wiz said, "Kind of true. He did defeat everyone there, even the older students. However, there was one that he could never beat, the dojo master's own daughter, Kuina." They showed clips of Zoro fighting Kuina and getting his butt hooped every single time. "What? There was someone that Zoro couldn't beat?" Chopper yelled, having seen some of Zoro's skills in action. On the outside Zoro was stoic, not showing any emotion whatsoever. However, inside he felt a small sense of nostalgia as he saw his oldest friend and rival. The rest of the crew glanced at the man and wondered just what kind of relationship the two had. This would explain why Zoro didn't give a female fighter any quarter. Luffy was thinking of finding this woman and adding her to the crew. Boomstick said, "He dueled the girl over 2,000 times, and he lost all 2,000 times. Seriously, how the hell does that work? He could have won at least once." Wiz said, "Well, like the renowned scientist Thomas Edison said, I did not fail, I found 2,000 ways not to make a light bulb. My guess is that from each of his losses Zoro steadily improved, finding ways to improve his stance, style, or some other thing that would lead to his downfall." "Who?" Robin asked, ping her head at the scientist bit, confused. Sanji laughed out loud and said, "So much for the unstoppable swordsman, huh?" He didn't get a chance to laugh, however, as he was suddenly slammed hard in the jaw. Surprisingly, it wasn't Zoro. While he was preparing to clock the perverted cook, it was Luffy. Luffy glared down at the cook and said, "Don't go mocking old friends, Sanji. Besides, I doubt you were such a tough fighter when you were that age." Sanji was about to say something, but decided against it. He nursed his head and got back in his chair, feeling a dark glare at his back from Moss Head. Wiz continued, "You'd think that he'd resent her, but this wasn't the case. Kuina became Zoro's idol, the fighter he wanted to defeat above all else. After their 2001st duel, using live swords, they each made a promise. They would both become as strong as possible, and then, they would meet, and have their final duel to see who would become the most powerful swordsman, or swordswoman, in the world." "Wow," Luffy said, "she sounds awesome. She would have made a great member of the crew." "Yeah," Usopp said, "2 badass sword users instead of just one. It would be awesome." As the others conversed, they didn't notice the grim expression that came over Zoro's face briefly before taking a stoic look again. The ever-observant Robin had noticed and immediately felt a bad feeling sink into her stomach. Boomstick dramatically exclaimed, "It would be the battle of the century, a duel for the ages. It would be the greatest duel of Zoro's life." He became somber and then said, "It was a duel, that would never come to pass." All the members of the crew, save Zoro, looked confused at that remark. They looked at Zoro with confusion before the hosts continued. Wiz said, "The day after their final duel, Kuina had to go down a flight of stairs to get a wet stone so that she could sharpen the sword she and Zoro used in their duel. In the process, she fell down the stairs, broke her neck, and died." Boomstick pulled out a beer can and said, "Here's to you, Kuina. A potential female badass, having gone out before she could become awesome." The man then cracked the can open and drank it. Everyone gasped in horror as they heard that. Everyone looked at Zoro, who looked upset at the memory. "Oh, that poor girl," Brooke said, "a flower nipped in the bud before she could truly begin to bloom. Wait, she had to get a stone to sharpen the swords." Nami quickly put 2 and 2 together and said, "Oh my god." The others seemed to get it almost immediately, except for Luffy. "What?" the captain asked, "I don't get it." Zoro clenched his hand around his bottle and said, "If I hadn't convinced her to duel me with real swords that night, she wouldn't have died." With that last word, Zoro crushed the bottle in his hand. Feelings of anger and resentment run through him. Even to this day, a part of him still blamed himself for the death of Kuina. Zoro, however, was surprised when Robin sat next to him and put a comforting arm around him. He looked shocked for a moment before giving the woman a small smile. Off to the side, Sanji was grinding his teeth to the point they almost cracked as he saw his beloved Robin put her arm around Moss' head. Wiz said, driven by anger at Kuina's unfair death, Zoro took up her sword and began training to become a master swordsman. He trained with Kuina's father for years before setting out on his journey to take on the strongest swordsman in the world, Dracul Mihawk. Name, Roronoa Zoro. Height, 5 feet 11 inches. Date of birth, November 11th. Current bounty, 320 million belly. Former bounty hunter, current sword master first mate of Straw Hat Pirates. Inventor of Santoryu, 3-sword style. No sense of direction, seriously. Usopp raised an eyebrow at the information. Wait a minute, the bounty is wrong, the sniper said. Zoro only has 160 million as a bounty. Everyone looked at each other in surprise before looking at the screen again. They gasped in realization as they saw that Zoro's bounty was apparently double than what it was now. Hey, what does that mean? Luffy asked, his head ped to the side in confusion. Sanji scoffed and said, there's no way that Moss Head's bounty can be that high. It's absolutely ridiculous. Zoro smirked at his rival and asked, why? Because the gap keeps widening? Sanji grumbled under his breath and managed to keep himself. Boomstick said, unfortunately, he got lost, so with nothing else to do with his life, he became a bounty hunter, earning a bounty of 120 million, and a reputation so fierce, the mere mention of his name when people heard it. They showed a clip of Luffy and Kobe in a town and they mentioned Zoro and the townspeople all freak out. Luffy chuckled and said, that was a fun day. Wasn't that Kobe kid from Water 7? Frankie asked, recognizing the purple-haired boy. Luffy shrugged and said, yeah, Kobe was a bit of wuss back then, but he can be pretty tough when he wants to be, especially after Grandpa started training him. Zoro mumbled, can't say the same about Helmeppo. Boomstick continued, he was so badass, even the Baroque Works crime organization tried to hire him. Wait, you were almost hired by Crocodile's old organization in Alabasta? Nami yelled. Zoro shrugged and said, wasn't interested, so I told him to scram. Too bad he didn't listen. Robin glanced at Zoro and realized something. A member of the organization had been killed on a recruiting mission. She was surprised by this as she didn't know it was Zoro who did the killing. A part of her wondered what would have been different if Zoro had joined. She imagined Zoro getting lost on the way to meetings, showing up late, irritating Crocodile, but easily being able to bash down some of the members. Her thoughts were matched by the members of the crew, especially the weakling trio, who turned pale at the thought of fighting Zoro. Eventually, was said, Zoro wound up in Shell's town, where he was arrested by Axe-Hand Morgan and his son, Helmeppo. After Zoro saved a girl by killing Helmeppo's pet wolf, he was sentenced to be tied to a stake for a month in return for amnesty. Boomstick said, big surprise, the Marines lied and tried to kill Zoro after only 9 days. Thankfully, Zoro was saved by our resident rubber boy, Monkey D. Luffy, and became his first recruit into the Straw Hat Pirates. So that's how Zoro joined the crew, Usopp said, I always wondered that. Nami nodded and said, yeah, he even had the strength to fight after being tied to a stake for 9 days. Brooke said, wow, Zoro truly is a man of great conviction. Chopper glanced at the swordsman with his respect for him rising even higher. Sanji glanced at Zoro as he felt some respect for Zoro. The man went for 9 days without food or water, no doubt the green-haired swordsman had been starving, something that Sanji wouldn't wish on his worst enemy. Robin smiled at Zoro's selfless act and when the others turned back to the screen, briefly planted her lips on the green-haired man's cheek. Zoro didn't openly react, but he did raise an eyebrow. Sanji felt the sudden urge to murder Zoro. Boomstick continued, and with a guy like this, I can see why he wants him in his crew. Arsenal and skills. Santoria fighting style. Swords. Wado Ikamanji, means straight road to harmony, formerly belonged to Kuina, one of the 21-0. Wazamono grade swords. Sandai Katetsu, 3rd generation demon piercer, sharp sword, supposedly cursed. Shusui, means clear autumn water, formerly belonged to Ryuma, another of the 21-0 Wazamono grade sword. Strong enough to lift buildings. Incredibly durable. Wiz said, Zoro uses his own personal sword style, Santorio literally meaning 3-sword style. This style mixes techniques involving 1, 2, and, obviously, 3 swords. 1 in both hands, and his 3rd in his mouth, which can't be considered safe. Boomstick laughed at his co-host and said, oh please, Wiz, bad buttes don't care about safety. Watch as I demonstrate with these 3 handguns. Wait what? Everyone asked at the same time. Boomstick wasn't kidding. He took out 3 handguns, he put the handle of on in his mouth, with his tongue right on the trigger, ready to pull it. Wiz slowly back away as he said, Boomstick, I don't think that's SA-. The smarter of the two was cut off when the handgun in Boomstick's mouth went off, the recoil knocking the gun lover back and making him fall over. Wiz dived down to the side, knocking over the camera in the process, giving them a good view of the ceiling. The sound of more gunshots rang out. The screen went black. The words, "We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please be patient." The crew was silent for a moment and then they all burst out laughing. The group managed to calm down after a few minutes. When Brook turned to his fellow sword user. "Excuse me, Zoro," he said, "I must admit I am curious. Before Boomstick's blunder, they mentioned the titles of your swords. What do they mean?" Zoro smiled as he moved forward slightly and drew Sandai Katetsu and Shusui. Zoro brandished Sandai Katetsu and explained, "The third generation part means it is the third out of 3 generations, making it the weakest, called Wazamono, with Shodai Ikamanji, first generation Demon Piercer, being the strongest. They were all forged by a man named Katetsu, a skilled sword maker. Unfortunately, these types of swords tend to be cursed, killing those who wield them as opposed to their opponents." "Cursed?" Nami yelled, "You used my money to buy a cursed sword?" Sanji growled, "How dare you waste Nami's money on such a thing?" Zoro rolled his eyes and said, "Relax, my luck is greater than some stupid curse." Usopp asked, "How do you know that?" Zoro shrugged and said, "I threw it into the air and held my arm out." Everyone just stared at the man for a few moments before simply putting it under the Zoro is insane file. Usopp still flinched slightly at the thought of Zoro cutting off his hand so he could fight that CP9 giraffe guy. Zoro sheathed the cursed sword and withdrew Wado Ikamanji and Shusui before saying, "These are Wazamono grade swords. They are a step up from Sandai Katetsu. These are of a higher grade, however, they aren't as strong as other swords, like Mihawk's." The smarter members of the crew understood. The dumber ones, not so much. They just nodded their heads like they understood. Boomstick rolled his, no doubt sore, jaw and said, "Zoro's gone through a lot of swords over time, but his most recent set has to be his strongest. This includes the cursed sword Sandai Katetsu, Kuina's former sword Wado Ikamanji, and Shusui, which he won of the zombie samurai, Ryuma." Wiz looked impressed and said, "Wow Boomstick, you got all those words right. Your language skills are improving." Boomstick chuckled before wincing and rubbing his mouth. Zoro smirked, glad to see that Boomstick didn't mutilate the names of his swords. The others were now beginning to realize that Zoro had some high-quality swords on his waist. It also made Nami glad that he didn't buy them, as they probably would have cost a lot of cash to pay for the all. Wiz said, "Awesome swords are just the beginning, however. Zoro possessed inhuman strength, speed, and durability. Taking a ton of damage, dishing out even more, and even fighting while seriously injured. For example, he fought against Hachon, an octopus fishman wielding 6 swords, each weighing 300 kilograms, that's nearly 4,000 pounds total, after being brutally injured by Dracul Mihawk, the same guy he tried to defeat a short time prior." Boomstick said, "DMN. Talk about an iron will. And that's not a one-time thing either. Zoro trains his mind by mediating and his body, lifting several hundred pounds of weight like they're nothing despite having been brutally injured beforehand. And he does this every DMN day. No wonder he's part of the monster trio. If I could lift portions of buildings while severely injured, I'd be considered a monster too." Everyone turned and stared at Zoro with shocked amazement, while some of the others looked scared as they were reminded why Zoro was considered one of the toughest members of their crew. It lasted only a few moments before Chopper suddenly shot forward and smashed the samurai over the head. "You idiot. You fought and trained after being seriously injured? You could have made your injuries even worse, DMNIT. Zoro grumbled at the small doctor, continued to rant and rave at the man. The others chuckled at seeing the tough pirate getting chewed out by a small adorable reindeer. After Chopper was finished, they all turned back to the screen. Brook's eyes lingered on the man and was really considering going to the man for sword fighting tips to see if he could find a way to increase the power behind his fencing skills. Wiz continued, "Zoro is also insanely fast. He can react fast enough to block bullets and move faster than the human eye can track. One of his greatest feats of speed had to be in Whiskey Peak. While being attacked by a small village full of Baroque work assassins, Zoro moved at least 57 feet in 4.5 milliseconds, nearly 9,000 miles an hour. Boomstick added, "That's 5 times faster than a bullet." Again, everyone slowly turned towards Zoro with shocked expression, jaws on the ground and eyes popping out. Zoro just had his eyebrow ped as he had no idea that it was moving that fast. Sanji mumbled something under his breath about Moss Head trying to make him look weak to Nami and Robin and made an oath to get stronger. Wiz continued, "Zoro takes all of this strength and skill, and combines it all into his Santoryu sword style. Santoria fighting style. Itoryu, 1-sword style. Nitoryu, 2-sword style. Santoryu, 3-sword style. Kyutoryu, 9-sword style. Mutoryu, no sword style. II, resheath techniques. Was explained, Zoro's moves utilize 1 swords, 2 swords, 3 swords, or in at least one case no swords. Given his unique style, he is its only practitioner and he has moves so unique, only he can perform them. Geez, he said, makes me wonder just what else you can do. Boomstick said, his lion song technique is strong enough to slash through steel, and, as previously stated, his Rashomon technique can slice through a freaking train car. He can also use the flying dragon blaze, a hit so fast that the friction can light the victim on fire. Wiz said, he also has access to the onigiri, or demon cut, where he swings his swords all at the same time. He also has variations, such as the purgatory demon cut. And when he swings his swords a certain way he can create tornadoes, like the Dragon Twister, and its upgraded version, the Great Dragon Twister. They show all the moves mentioned via clips against opponents they were used against. Is that Zoro fighting an army of fishmen? Luffy asked. I wonder what we're doing there? Robin asked, rubbing her chin. Oh my gosh, that means, we get to see mermaids. Sanji shouted this and began going to his love tornado mode. Brook soon joined in with the pair chanting mermaid. This ended when Nami smacked the two over the head. Boomstick said, but just because he's a swordsman doesn't mean that you're safe at a distance. When he wants to cut someone from a distance, he throws out his cannon attacks. Wiz quickly explained, Zoro has long-range attacks he refers to as the flying blade techniques. He does this by swinging his swords so hard that they cut through the air, releasing vacuum blades or bullets. They each rival the force of a cannon and with more swords they get even stronger, reaching over 1,000 pounds. Luffy slammed his fist down on his palm and said, oh yeah, I remember that. Didn't we do something like that during that big storm at Frankie's hometown? Frankie turned and asked, wait, you guys fought Agua Laguna? Zoro nodded and said, yeah, me and Luffy both managed to punch a hole through that giant tidal wave. Frankie simply stared, and was wondering how many other surprises they had in store. Zoro, however, was surprised by the 1,000 pounds feat. He had no idea he could reach that much, or it could get that powerful. How did they know this, and was that image of him against all those fishmen an incident from the future? Boomstick said, but when he really wants to bring the pain, he focuses his energy and holy shit, did he just grow 2 extra pairs of arms and 2 more heads? The reason behind Boomstick's shout was that a clip showing Zoro's going into his Kyutoryu state against Kaku. Cool, the childish trio yelled in shock. The others stared in a mix of shock and awe as they turned towards Zoro, who smirked. How did you do that, man? Frankie asked. That's insane, Nami said. Robin didn't say anything, but her eyes were slightly wider than normal. Brooks' eye socket stared at the image and then he remembered something. Wait a minute, how come you didn't use that against Ryuma or Oars? The skeleton asked the swordsman. Zoro answered, I couldn't against Ryuma because one of my swords had been turned to rust by a navy captain, and I didn't use it against Oars because it takes a lot of concentration to use and I didn't have the time. Brook accepted the answer. Luffy suddenly started laughing and said, look at the square giraffe. Wiz said, yes. This is Zoro's ultimate technique, the Kyutoryu, or 9-sword style, and its ul ace in the hole. To use this, he somehow focuses his anger and will creating illusions of arms and heads to multiply his swords, which somehow act like real blades. Nami turned towards the man and asked, how does that work? Zoro looked at her for a moment and simply shrugged his shoulders. Wiz said, Zoro's skills as a swordsman is nearly unmatched, and after he was separated from his crew and trained by Dracul Mihawk it became the stuff of legends. Wait, what? Everyone stared and tried to figure out what he meant when he said that. Separated for 2 years? Trained by Dracul Mihawk? What the hell were they talking about? Everyone took a few minutes to process this. Boomstick said, yeah, long story short, the pirates tried to rescue a mermaid from being a SLV, Luffy punched some important windbag, some crazy strong light guy showed up, they got attacked by this bear guy, his robot clone, and this axe guy, and they all got launched into different parts of the sea. As the gun lover spoke, they showed clips involving Kami and Hachon, Luffy punching the celestial dragon, the fight with the pacifista, Sentomaru, and Kuma before being launched by Kuma's paw pads. Zoro sat there looking shocked, surprised to see himself being beaten like that. He wasn't the only one. Everyone saw the looks of fear on their faces as were launched away from the area. The entire crew shivered in fear as they remembered the battle with Kuma. Zoro had been hard-pressed to defeat the man, of course he was injured, but it spoke volumes that even after some time to heal, he was still unable to take them down. Luffy looked especially upset upon seeing the terrified looks on his crewmates' faces. He clenched his fists and swore that that would not happen. His friends had almost been killed recently at Thriller Bark and he swore that he would not let that happen. Wiz said, the island he landed on happened to be an island retreat belonging to Dracul Mihawk, and some annoying pink-haired ghost girl. Hey, it's that ghost girl from Thriller Bark, Usopp said, remembering his opponent from the terrifying island. How did she get there? Nami snapped her fingers and said, that's the girl Kuma made disappear. Boomstick said, soon after crashing Zoro received a message from Luffy via newspaper telling the crew to train for 2 years so that they could be better prepared for the insanity that was the New World, the most dangerous part of the Grand Line. After receiving this message, Zoro threw aside his pride as a swordsman and asked Mihawk to train him. Wiz said, if you can call it training. All he did was stand nearby drinking wine while Zoro fought a bunch of demonic soldier monkeys. They showed a clip of Zoro fighting the human drills while Perona and Dracul just stood by watching, the latter with a glass of wine in his hand. Boomstick scoffed said, please. It's obvious that he's so strong that just being near him makes you stronger. Like Chuck Norris, but in reverse. Chuck Norris? Usopp asked. Luffy said, I don't know who that is, but he sounds awesome. As this was being said, Zoro was in a moment of thought. Being trained by Mihawk would increase his skill, and probably make him stronger than ever. However, Zoro wondered if he could do it. Could he throw aside his pride enough to be trained by the man he wanted to defeat more than anything? After thinking about it for a few moments, Wiz said, after training under Mihawk for 2 years straight, Zoro's incredible sword skills became the stuff of legends. But he also unlocked an incredible power that only the strongest are able to use, Haki. They show Zoro holding out his swords and black spirals of energy surrounded his blades, causing them to turn black. Everyone looked interested at this. Zoro especially. Wiz explained, Haki is a metaphysical energy that can be harnessed by all creatures, from humans to fishmen to animals. They show humans using Haki, causing their arms to turn black, Jinbei using Haki, and finally a Kung Fu Dugong using it. Whoa, it sounds like that key thing that Akuma used, Luffy said. Does that mean that Zoro can shoot giant lasers from his swords? Robin rubbed her chin and thought, it seems similar, but based on the clips they showed, it seems more suited for physical combat, not long distance. Boomstick said, like Neapolitan ice cream Haki comes in 3 flavors, but Zoro only has access to chocolate and vanilla. Vanilla, the lamest flavor, is observation Haki. With this he can sense his opponents whether they are invisible or far away, and even predict attacks. As the gun lover spoke they showed a clip of Zoro using his Haki to block water bullets shot at him from a fishman. Holy cow, Usopp said, that could be useful if we needed to sneak in somewhere. Imagine how great a thief Nami would be if she could sense guards or traps. Nami thought, where was this back when I was being molested by that perverted beast on Thriller Bark? Hey, wait a minute, Luffy said, I've seen that before. That JRK Enel used it during our fight a lot. The crew, from Zoro to Robin, looked at him confused for a moment. Then they remembered their fights on the island. The fighters on Skypiea used mantra to predict their attacks and counter them with ease. Apparently, mantra and Haki were the same thing. Boomstick continued, however, chocolate, and everyone's favorite flavor is armament Haki. This version is like covering yourself in invisible armor, increasing strength and defense. If that's not enough it can also be applied to weapon to make them stronger, sharper, and can cancel out devil fruit powers. Say what? The rest of the crew looked on in shock. Chopper, Luffy, Robin, and Brook looked shocked knowing that there was something other than the ocean and sea stone that could cancel out their powers. If it could also increase strength of both the body and weapons, it made them wonder just what else was out there in the world. To the first 3 they thought about it canceling out their powers and leaving them in pain. Brook was horrified thinking that he would die if his powers were cancelled out by Haki. At the same time, they were also imagining their powers increased exponentially by the energy. As this was going on, Nami and Sanji thought about something. They could harm Luffy whenever they got mad at him. Did that mean that they could subconsciously access Haki? Zoro smirked at the thought of having that kind of power. He glanced at his swords and thought about cutting through a few devil fruit users. Usopp had his thoughts on using a mix of armament and observation Haki. He imagined himself standing on a mountain, Kabuto in his hands, turned black and firing on Akiji and a few other devil fruit users, predicting their movements, and when the fight was over he was embraced by Kanna. Frankie was in the same boat, mixing armament Haki with his right arm attacks and left arm weapons, as well as using observation Haki to predict movements and sense hidden targets. Probably would have been helpful during the fight with that CP9L guy. However, they were also wondering something else. What was the third type? Boomstick said, with all of this, you know Zoro has done some insane sheet over the years. Feats. Survived 30 million volts courtesy of Enel. Dodged point-blank cannon fire. Survived certain death from Kuma. Moved over 9,000 miles an hour. Decapitated a dragon. Cut through a mountain-sized stone assimilation man Pika. Wiz said, he's taken several dangerous blows, including 30 million volts of electricity, being slammed in the chest by a giant buzzsaw drill, of all things, and withstood several powerful blows from incredibly powerful opponents. However, one of his greatest feats was surviving what should have been certain death. Everyone looked at Zoro, who stayed stoic. Wiz explained, after the battle with Mariah, Zoro battled Kuma, a paw-palmed human. Upon seeing the look Boomstick had, he said, no, I am not kidding. I had a hard time believing it myself, Frankie said as he rubbed his chest, a little bit of phantom pain running through it from Kuma's pressure cannon. Wiz continued, anyway, Zoro took on Luffy's pain of near death on top of his own, an action that should have killed him, but didn't. Boomstick said, wow, that is dedication right there, and oh my god, how the hell is he still standing after that? They show an image of Zoro standing at Thriller Bark, covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot, and a huge amount of blood covering the ground. Everyone screamed in horror the sight of the gore and destruction. The pain alone must have been insane. After a few moments, everyone turned to Zoro, who simply shrugged and turned back to the screen. However, they missed a slight wince as Zoro felt some of his injuries flare up at the memory of what happened. Sanji flashed back to that moment when he found Zoro standing in the middle of the crater, grievously injured. Zoro hadn't boasted, bragged, or made a big deal out of it. He kept it to himself. As much as he hated to admit it, the moss-headed swordsman had his respect. Everyone thought this, as they realized just how much Zoro would put on the line for the crew and just what he would go through for it. Respect for Zoro went up a huge margin this day. Robin glanced at Zoro, remembering what happened. After everyone turned back to the screen, she briefly kissed his cheek. Zoro didn't show any outward action, but he was slightly flushed. Sanji, on the other hand, had the incredible urge to kill Zoro. Wiz shrugged and said, if Zoro is going to die, he's going to do it on his own terms. DMN right, I am, the swordsman. Thought. Boomstick sighed and said, no wonder he's so tough. He's taken down large groups of armed thugs, decapitated a goddamn dragon, and, in his greatest sword feat ever, cut through Pika, a literal mountain man. They show a clip where Zoro, wearing a suit, his bandana on his head, and a scar over his eye, with his swords covered in haki, slicing through a mountain-sized statue with the upper half flying upwards, and a very high-pitched scream. Usopp said, at this point, I think I'm done being surprised. The others nodded, now seeing that Zoro was beyond human at this point and it was beginning to get easier to accept. Wiz said, given Pika's size, approximate mass, and the fact that his upper half went flying upwards, Zoro had to have struck him with over 11 megatons of force. Zoro smirked at seeing how strong he becomes in the future. Everyone just stared in a mix of shock, fear, and slight awe as they saw their crew member take down such a huge opponent. That thing was bigger than ours, and it took all of them to even just scratch the guy. And I stand corrected, Usopp mumbled. Wiz continued, while Zoro is an incredible fighter, he is not perfect. Flaws and weaknesses. Bad sense of direction. Refuses to have his back scarred. Prefers to fight up close and personal. Wiz explained, Zoro is sword fighter at heart and prefers to fight up close and personal, which can be used against him by the right opponent. He also refuses to have his back injured, believing that a mark on a swordsman's back is a great shame, leaving his organs at the front of his body vulnerable, which is incredibly dangerous. Boomstick said, not to mention, Zoro has a terrible sense of direction. The guy can get lost walking on a straight path for Pete's sake. Wiz said, true, however, Zoro is constantly able to overcome this adversity by fighting for his crew. He may seem like a lone wolf, but much like Kuina's death pushed him to train harder, it is his crew that keeps him fighting. The doors closed. Everyone was silent for a moment. They were surprised to know about Zoro's past and were saddened about the death of Kuina, but they were kind of glad for it as it's what allowed him to grow into who he is now. Now they saw why he always carried that white sword. They were also shocked to learn that he would become so strong in 2 years. It made them wonder just what else they could do. Now it was time to hear about Zoro's opponent. The doors opened. Wiz said, 400 years ago, humans and dragons lived alongside each other in a fragile peace. Groups of humans and dragons hated each other, leading to a massive civil war. To help their human allies, the dragons taught the humans how to use magic, so they could defend themselves. Boomstick said, this was called Dragon Slayer magic, but that's a death battle for another day. What we do need to know is that overusing caused them to transform into dragons. So cool! Luffy yelled. Everyone imagined themselves as dragons and gaining huge amounts of power. Going through them would take too long to describe, so I'll leave you to imagine what they would look like. Despite it being cool, everyone wondered what this had to do with this Urza woman. Wiz continued, one such woman was Irene Belserian. She was PRGNNT while transformed and held it for over 400 years until she was transformed back by the wizard Zeruf. Remember that name because it is going to come up later. Boomstick said, dang, that is impressive. Anyway, after getting changed back, she tried to take over the child's body through enchantment, but good old-fashioned motherly love stopped her. Realizing that her daughter would be in danger, she abandoned the child in Rosemary Village, where she was given the name Urza. She did what? The girls all threw to themselves as they wondered just how much she loved her daughter to abandon her. They had mixed feeling about it. While they were glad that Irene didn't take Urza over, abandoning her seemed like a coward's way of doing it. Those of the who knew what it was like to be abandoned felt bad for Urza. Though, there was some feeling of relief as it wasn't out of malice. Wiz said, the abandoned child would be given the name Urza. Urza Scarlet. Age, 19. Born X765. S-Class Mage of Fairy Tale. 7th Guild Master of Fairy Tale. Artificial Eye. Dubbed Titania, the Fairy Queen. Loves strawberry cake and souffle. Wiz continued, Urza lived in Rosemary Village alongside great friend Simon, and his sister Kagura, but since this is an origin story you know that something was going to go wrong. Boomstick answered, and boy did it. A cult who worshipped Zeruf attacked the town, kidnapping everyone, and forcing them to work on a magical tower to bring Zeruf back to life. It was here that she would meet some more kids, Wally, Miliana, Sho, and Jalal, the last of which who gave her the last name Scarlet for her red hair. Wiz said, Urza became close friends with these children as well as a man named Rob, an elderly mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. So that explains her last name, Nami said, but how did she get out of the SLV thing and into the guild thing? Maybe she snuck out, Chopper said, hoping she got out of this whole thing okay. Wiz said, after a failed escape attempt Urza was believed to be the mastermind and was tortured to the point of death, losing her eye in the process. Soon after, she staged a revolt that nearly failed, her friend Sho losing his jaw, and Rob sacrificing his life. In that moment, Urza unlocked her magical power and successfully helped her fellow slaves escape. Boomstick said, yeah, there was just one problem. Jalal wound up being possessed by the spirit of Zeruf, transformed into a total D-dash, and pushed her away, throwing her out of the tower. Urza washed up on the shores of Fiori where she would be brought into the Fairy Tale Guild, where she took an oath to protect the innocent, and became a hard-as-nails bombshell. You got that right, yelled Sanji, his eyes taking the shape of bright pink hearts, oh my Scarlet Maiden. A hand grew out of Sanji's chest and slapped him. Thank you, Robin, Zoro said, turning his attention back to the show. Wiz said, after joining the guild, Urza began to learn how to HRNSS her magic. Her personal magic is Requip magic, where she stores armors and weapons in a pocket dimension and bring them out. Boomstick said, according to our sources, she has at least 200 weapons and 100 sets of armor. This woman basically has a huge armory that she can summon up at will. Magic and equipment. Requip magic. Sword magic. Telekinesis. Second origin. Holy hammer. Artificial eye. 200 other weapons unaccounted for. Wiz said, if that isn't enough, Urza is a master in hand-to-hand combat and weaponry, including her holy hammer, swords, axes, lances, and many more. She also utilizes sword magic which allows her to perform powerful attacks. And that artificial eye, given to her after joining the guild, is immune to illusionary magic, allowing her to see through any illusions. So, does that mean Zoro's 9-sword style won't work on her? Chopper asked, ping his head to the side. Nami answered, we'll just have to wait and see. Sanji said, well, if we do see her, at least I know what kinds of food I should make her. Frankie rubbed his chin and wondered if he could use this Requip stuff. Being able to pull all kinds of weapons out of nowhere would be useful. Chop had similar thoughts, only with medical supplies. Wiz continued, she also has telekinesis, which she uses to control multiple objects, usually swords, at one time. She also uniquely ambidextrous, being able to fight with swords with not only her hands, but her feet. They show Urza fighting with Evergreen, using 2 swords in both her hands and her feet. Zoro found himself flashing back to his fight with Kaku, the giraffe man using his Tempest kicks to add 2 extra blades for a 4-sword style. That could be a problem, Usopp mumbled. Luffy said, don't worry, Zoro's got this. Wiz said, combine all of this with enhanced strength, durability, a keen intellect, reflexes, and magical power, and you have a monster ready to face down anything and everything that gets in her way. Wow, Usopp said, she's like a female red-haired Zoro. Sanji growled, Usopp, never bring that up again. As this was going on, Zoro looked at the woman and began making some comparisons to Kuina. He wondered if she would have wound up anything like her if she had lived. Boomstick said, but the real power lies in her various armors. Each one can give her access to certain magic and weapons, as well as increase her abilities when in combat. And boy does she have a lot of them. Armors. Here Crew's armor. Heaven's Wheel armor. Flight. Summons roughly more than 200 swords. Blumenblatt, Urza cuts, flies past and swords attack her. Circle sword, Urza summons swords and they spin around her in a circle. Trinity sword, Delta formation slash. Pentagram sword, pentagram shape slash. Blackwing armor. Flight. Increased offense. Moonflash, cross-shaped slash. Flame Empress armor. Fire magic. Fire resistance. Flame sword. Giant armor. Increased strength. Delmaliva lance. Adamantine armor. Flight. Increased defense. Adamantine barrier. Purgatory armor. Clear heart clothing. Less defense, more striking power. Lightning Empress armor. Lighting magic. Lighting resistance. Spear of lighting. Flight armor. Increased speed. Sonic claw attack, dash forward and slash. Robe of Yuan. Elastic properties. Morning star armor. Energy manipulation. Photon slicer. Amadura fairy. Increase offense. Energy manipulation. Fairy burst, powerful lunge. Sea Empress armor. Water magic. Water resistance. Crystal sword. Stuckton armor. Nakagami armor. Only available after second origin. Vast magic power. Halberd. Nakagami starlight. Piercing armor. Jousting lance powerful enough to punch through a fortress. Wingblade armor. Blade wings. Bypasses defenses. Rabbit armor. Wind god armor. Wind magic. Wind resistance. Wind god sword. Boomstick said, her most basic armor is the Heart Crew's armor. While this armor doesn't have any special abilities, it is surprisingly light and doesn't limit her movements. Wiz said, it should also be noted that some of her armors don't have special abilities, and can only be used for certain situations, such as the rabbit armor, which is basically just an armored bunny suit, the robe of Yuan, which has elastic properties, and her Stuckton armor, which she got simply for private use, most likely her honeymoon. Boomstick looked jealous and said, that is going to be one lucky BSTRD. Are all her armors going to be so skimpy? Robin asked, with a raised eyebrow. Zoro ped an eyebrow and said, it's probably her way of telling her opponents that it's a woman who is kicking their butt. Nami had no qualms about showing off her body, in the right situations of course, and she didn't show off too much. However, Zoro's answer surprised her. What do you mean? She asked the swordsman. Zoro answered, when Kuina was a kid, people kept saying that she couldn't be a swordswoman because of her body, that she wouldn't be able to use a sword as she grew. It was part of the reason that she wanted to become the best. I think that Urza might have been told the same thing at some point, which is why she shows off her body like that. It's her way of saying that she a female warrior and you shouldn't look down on her because of it. Everyone looked surprised at the swordsman's surprisingly deep words and began not wonder if that was the true reason why she wore that. Of course, Brook and Sanji weren't going to complain as they both had nosebleeds at the sight of Urza's Stuckton armor. Boomstick cleared his throat and said, anyway, if she does want to kick some serious butt, she equips her Heaven's Wheel armor, which allows her summon almost 200 swords and wield them with her mind, which she can also do with her Wingblade armor. Her Blackwing armor allows her to fly and increases her offensive capabilities. The armors are shown in clips against opponents. Oh great, more people who can fly, Usopp said, I hate say it, but it looks she might have more in terms of offense on you Zoro. The swordsman shrugged and said, so? We've faced people like that before. However, underneath his stoic look, Zoro was starting to become nervous. This woman clearly had a lot of experience in terms of fighting. Boomstick continued, she also has special elemental armors, the Fire Empress, Sea Empress, Lightning Empress, and Wind God armors, which makes her resistant to fire, water, lighting, and wind along with the ability to use fire, water, lighting, and wind magic, respectively. They show the armors mentions via clips against opponents showcasing their effectiveness. Whoa! She has armor that gives her powers like Ace and Enel, Luffy said, his eyes sparkling. Cool, Usopp and Chopper said, their eyes sparkling. Nami rubbed her chin and said, I wonder if that magic they use could cancel out devil fruit powers like Zoro's haki? Boomstick continued, her purgatory armor makes her more offensive and looks scary as hell. Her flight armor increases her speed, her giant armor increases her strength, and gives her a rocket lance. Her Morning Star armor allows her to manipulate energy and fire lasers, including the powerful photon slicer, and her piercing armor gives her incredible strength and piercing power. For example, while battling in this armor, she was capable of punching through a giant cube-shaped fortress. They show clips of the mentioned armors and their battles against various opponents. At this point, Zoro was beginning to wonder if he should examine other forms of weapons to use, or if he should start integrating different styles of swordplay into style. He saw some advantages of that, not to mention it could be awesome. Boomstick quickly said, "Remember that." However, she doesn't just have a fence. When she wants to defend, she brings out the adamantine armor. This spiky suit can withstand a huge amount of force, such as when she was hit by the Jupiter cannon. They show a clip of Urza withstanding the Jupiter cannon. "So, awesome," the childish trio said at the sight of Urza withstand the cannon blast. The others were shocked at the sight of the armor's durability. "Dang, that is one powerful shield," Usopp mumbled. "I wonder if I can try something like that with the Jane cannon," Frankie thought. Wiz said, "She's not limited to just armor, though. When she needs to, she strips down to clear heart clothing. While giving her a decrease in defense, she gains a massive boost in striking power." Sanji and Brook fell over blushing at the sight of Urza in just chest bindings and pants. It wasn't as hot as her stucked-in armor, but it was still nice. Wiz said, however, her greatest showstoppers are the Amadura Fairy armor and the Nakagami armor. The Amadura Fairy greatly increases Urza's offensive capabilities and grants her access to the Fairy burst attack. Boomstick said, "True, but the Nakami armor is her ace in the hole. This armor grants Urza insane magical power and gives her the Nakami Starlight attack. A move so powerful it cuts through space itself, whatever the hell that means. All we need to know is that it is crazy powerful." That stopped everyone cold. Cutting through space? Was that like cutting through the world itself? Zoro himself now looked slightly unsure. Wiz said, "All of this armor relies on a magic, or ether nano, which is contained in the body of the wizard. With her massive reserves, she can go through multiple sets of armor in battle. If that's not enough, she can also mix and match her armor and weapons to increase effectiveness. However, some of her armors are more situated for other situations. For example, her elemental armors are more suited for opponents who use elemental magic." Boomstick said, "Yeah, but even with that going wrong for her, she's done a lot of crazy feats. Pierced a giant floating cube. Survived a Jupiter cannon blast. Deflects bullets. Fought and defeated 100 monsters at the same time. Sliced through airship. Cut through Hades' magical chains. Obliterated an island. Youngest to ever pass S-class exams." Boomstick said, "She's cut through large objects, from iron pillars to a freaking airship." Wiz continued, "She was also the youngest person to ever pass the S-class exams, a test that only the strongest of body and will, and the sharpest of minds can pass." Zoro let out an impressed whistle before he could stop himself. He had to admit that he was very impressed. Boomstick said, "If she did that, then she has to be strong. Remember her punching a hole in a giant cube?" Wiz nodded at his co-host and hit a button. A hologram of a large cube made up of earth and water appeared, with a large blast exploding out the side of it. Wiz explained, that cube had to be at least 100 million cubic miles in volume. If Urza needed to punch a hole in it, she had to hit it with at least 16 kilotons of force. "Holy cow," Frankie said, "that is a lot of strength." The others were just staring in shock. Boomstick said, "She's also pretty fast. Once she blocked a bullet fire from a flintlock pistol at point blank. Given the type of gun, that bullet flew at about 540 miles an hour, and that was when she was just in her Heart's cruise armor." Wiz said, "Even if she isn't fast enough to block or dodge, she's incredible durable. She's withstood powerful blasts and spells from very powerful wizards, including an enhanced Thunder Palace, a lighting spell that was enhanced to the point it could wipe out a town. Though, one of her greatest feats had to be when she withstood a blast powerful enough to destroy an island, with had to force of at least 2 kilotons of TNT." Luffy said, "That's it, if we ever see this woman she is joining our crew." Usopp said, "I don't think that is going to happen." The others were shocked at how fast and strong Urza was. Judging by that, this was probably going to be one of the harder fights Zoro had ever been in. Zoro, however, smirked. This was going to be good. Wiz said, "But she has her limits. Her attacks and armor changes are reliant on her magic. If she isn't careful, she can run out and leave herself nearly helpless. I say nearly because, even without her armor, she is still a master in hand-to-hand combat, like when she fought her evil twin from another dimension." They showed the image of Urza Scarlet and Urza Nightwalker fighting hand-to-hand, with a lot of their clothes ripped off, leaving them almost naked. Boomstick stared and drooled as he saw the two scantily clad women. Sanji and Brook both fell over passed out with nosebleeds. Frankie whistled in appreciation for their figures. While he wasn't a complete pervert, he could appreciate the sight of a beautiful woman. Luffy just ped his head to the side, wondering what was wrong with Boomstick. Chopper was freaking out over Sanji passing out and wondering how Brook had a nosebleed. Nami and Robin both rolled their eyes at the man's reaction. Zoro made no action and just watched. Wiz then said, "And her magic isn't the only problem. Her armors are not indestructible. We've seen them damage in battle, and they can be left useless after taking too much damage." Wiz turned towards his co-host and saw he was still drooling over the image of the scantily clad Ursus. Wiz smacked his co-host over the head and continued, "Urza is loyal to a fault, taking on great pain and fighting in the name of justice and for her guild." Boomstick rubbed his head and said, "If you ever threaten the Fairy Tail Guild, prepare to face the wrath of the Fairy Queen." After that, everyone was wondering who would win. Nami and Robin were sticking with their fellow female saying Urza would win. Brook and Sanji also said Urza would win, for obvious reasons. The rest said that Zoro would win. Zoro, however, didn't have an answer. After seeing Urza's story and her strengths and weaknesses, he thought that the battle could go either way. He just decided to watch and see how things played out. Boomstick said, "Okay, the combatants are set. It's time to put the debate to rest." Wiz said, "It's time for a death battle." Wiz was silent for a moment and said, That is pretty satisfying. I see why you do it, Boomstick." The gun lover chuckled said, "Told ya." The doors close and reopened. The doors open to reveal the city of Magnolia. The sun is shining, and people are out and about. We turn our attention to the Fairy Tail Guild. A large building standing proud, as a sign of the strongest guild in Fiori. "Wow, cool," Frankie said, giving props to whoever it was who designed the place because it looked completely awesome. "Hey, Frankie, can you build our crew a base?" Luffy asked, with a smile. "I think that might be Fairy Tail's place," Nami said, recognizing the symbol. "I wonder what this has to do with the battle?" Robin asked. Zoro was slightly impatient as he wanted to see his fight already. Seconds later, the east wall exploded into dust and debris. We zoom in to reveal that a vicious fight was going on. Moments later, Luffy and the entire crew erupted out of the building, rushing towards the pier. Everyone stared wide-eyed at what was their future selves. "Wow, we look awesome." Especially Frankie. "Wow, I look super awesome," Frankie yelled doing his pose, then he noticed something and said, "Wow, Usopp, you buffed up, brother." Usopp saw his future self and said, "Wow, I look so cool, and what happened to Kabuto? Why is it shorter and black?" Chopper looked upset and said, "I haven't changed at all." Robin smiled and said, "Don't worry, Doctor. You're still adorable." Chopper reacted by blushing and going his happy dance. Sanji and Brook both had nosebleeds at the sight of the older and much sexier versions of Nami and Robin. They both passed out. Given the headaches they probably would have caused, they decided to just leave them be. "Wow, I look pretty cool," Luffy said, "but where did that scar come from?" The crew were currently running for the pier. It had been simple, stop at the town to pick up some supplies and some food. They found themselves stopping at a guild hall. Luffy started a fight with some pink-haired hothead, and how they were running to get out of town. "DMN it, Luffy," Nami yelled, "why did you have to fight that fire guy?" Luffy yelled, "That's what he gets for trying to steal my food." Sanji yelled, "He wasn't trying to steal your food, dummy." As they talked, a huge group of mages were following them, wanting to get payback for them messing up their guild. Luffy said, "Everyone split up. We'll meet back at the ship." With that order, everyone went in different directions. However, they were chased by certain groups. Mira Jane went after Robin, Laxus and the Thunder God tribe went after Nami and Sanji, Lisana and Elfman went after Chopper, Natsu went after Luffy, Brook was being chased by Team Shadowgear, Frankie and Usopp were being chased by Kana and a very annoyed-looking guildarts. Zoro, however, immediately got himself lost trying to run. The man looked annoyed as he tried move, but found himself going in circles. "Damn it," Zoro growled, "Luffy, why do you always have to cause such trouble?" "Hey, I don't always cause trouble," Luffy yelled angrily. "Yes, you do," everyone said at the same time. "So, you're with that strange rubber boy," a female voice said. Turning towards the sound, Zoro found himself facing off against the Titania. Urza stood a sword in each hand, clad in her heart's crew's armor. "You have attacked my guild," she said, "now you must pay the price." Zoro scoffed and said, "I don't have time to play here, lady. I have somewhere to be." Zoro took the bandana from his shoulder and wrapped his around his forehead, shadowing his eyes. He drew Shusui and Sandai Katetsu and said, "Stay out of my way." The two charged as they clashed with the sound of crashing metal and a shower of sparks. "Fight!" The two fighters began swinging wildly. The sound of their swords meeting rang out like gunshots. Sparks raining down on the ground. After a few moments of fighting, Urza leapt back and in a flash of a magic seal, pulled out her holy hammer. The woman swung hard. Zoro dodged to the right trying to go for another slash, but the armored mage flipped over the hammer's handle. Urza launched herself upwards and came down with her hammer raised. Two-sword style, double cut, tower climb. Zoro reacted quickly, swinging his swords up with a loud crash as they met with the hammer. The force of the two attacks cancelled each other out and the pair were pushed away from each other. Zoro acted quickly and charged forward with his swords held out. Double cut, battering ram. Urza drew in the hammer to block, but it proved to be a bad idea as the force of the blow shattered the hammer's head and launched Urza backwards into a wall with a cry of pain. Sanji immediately rose out of his knocked-out state and yelled, "How dare you hurt that beauty moss head?" Before he could, Robin sprouted several arms which stopped him and caused him to fall to the ground. A few of the hands covered his mouth and nose until he passed out from a lack of oxygen. While the hands covering his mouth and nose vanished, the ones holding him down stayed. The others turned back to the show from the brief distraction. Urza didn't let the pain distract her as she saw Zoro put his third sword in his mouth. He charged forward with two swords drawn back, ready to slice. Three-sword style, Purgatory Demon Cut. Requip, Black Wing Armor. Urza's clothes flashed brightly before being replaced with the winged armor. She shot up into the air, just in time to avoid Zoro's attack, leaving an X-shaped gash in the building behind her, and a powerful shockwave that damaged the surrounding ground and buildings. Zoro looked confused and briefly tapped into his observation haki and found her flying overhead with a sword in hand. "When did you have time to strip down?" Zoro asked. "Wait, does she strip whenever she changes her armors?" Usopp asked. Sanji, still unconscious, suddenly got a nosebleed, having somehow heard them, and Brook, who was just waking up from his spill, passed out again. Nami and Robin just ignored the remark, though Nami made a note to punch Usopp later. That proved to be the wrong thing to say as Urza swung her swords. Moon Flash. Zoro countered quickly with his own ranged technique. Three-sword style, 108 caliber cannon. The two attacks met and exploded with an incredible amount of force and kicking up a large cloud of smoke. Urza shot through the smoke and attacked at a high speed. Zoro blocked the attacks, sending sparks flying along with the sound of singing steel. After a few attempts, Urza shot back and changed armors, this time to her flight armor. Now faster than ever and wielding two swords, she launched forward, unleashing an even faster barrage of attacks. Zoro's observation haki allowed him to keep up, but it was incredibly difficult. No defense is perfect, though, as a stab struck him in the side. Urza capitalized on this, and threw a punch to Zoro's jaw while he was temporarily distracted by the pain. With Zoro distracted, Urza changed into her giant armor and tackled him, charging through a damaged, but still intact, wall. "What is with you and costume changes?" Zoro asked out loud, just before they crashed through the wall. After they crashed, Urza kept charging, before she let go of Zoro and punched him hard, sending the man flying backwards, losing Wado Ikemanji in the process, the sword falling from his teeth. Urza stood triumphant as she turned and walked away. This proved a mistake as she heard a familiar voice speak. Two-sword style, draw, Rashomon. Urza spun around just in time to see Zoro charging at her with two of his swords. Adamantine armor. Adamantine barrier. Urza equipped her armor and brought her shields out just in time to block the powerful strike, however, had enough strength to knock her off balance, and Zoro acted on it. He leapt over the woman and landed behind her. Two-sword style, 72 caliber cannon. The attack slammed into Urza's unprotected back, drawing blood, and causing her to let out a cry of pain. Sanji woke up at the sound and tried to get up to attack Zoro for what his counterpart was doing, but he was held firmly in place by Robin's various limbs. "Dang, I always forget how vicious Zoro can be when he's upset," Chopper said. "Makes me glad Crocodile's organization didn't hire him." This was met with nods from the others as they realized just how powerful the guy was. Urza turned on her heel and changed armors again, this time to her Armadura fairy armor. The now pink-armored Urza shot forward and began sword fighting with Zoro again. Zoro had a bit of trouble keeping up at this point, due to lacking his third sword, as well as Urza's enhanced abilities, but he kept up, delivering a few gashes to Urza's arms and side. Urza got in a few licks before she backed off. Fairy burst. A bright green glow formed around her sword and charged forward. Zoro dodged to the right, but couldn't dodge it completely, getting a bad burn on his shoulder and arm, however he managed to grab onto his sword. He grabbed Wado Ikemanji and put it back in his mouth. As Urza turned to swing again, Zoro acted. Three-sword style, Great Dragon Twister. A massive tornado was born from Zoro's powerful swing. Urza was caught up in it, launched up into the air. The wind knocked a few innocent civilians backwards and ripped the roofs off a few buildings, one which Zoro jumped. Urza temporarily struggled with the wind, but equipped her wind god armor and proceeded to use its power to cancel it out. She looked around as debris fell all around her. She then felt a presence and looked up to see Zoro with two of his swords sheathed, with a single sword in his left hand, with his right hand, gripping his right wrist for support. One sword style, Flying Dragon Blaze. "Hey, I think I know this technique," Frankie said. He used this to beat Ryuma back in Thriller Bark. "Cool," the childish trio said as they watched with sparkles in their eyes. Even Robin and Nami had to admit it was cool. Sanji was still trying to get out of Robin's hold, and Brook were still knocked out. Zoro looked impassive, but he remained calm. He had taken some serious hits, but so had the woman. He remembered this attack and remembered her elemental armors, so he knew this wouldn't be the end of her. So far, he had seen great skill, will, and determination. Urza officially had his respect. The attack struck Urza's side and immediately ignited in blue flames. Zoro landed perfectly, but winced slightly from the pain of his wounds. He sheathed his remaining sword and walked away, however he was quick to notice that something was wrong. He glanced up and saw that Urza was now flying with her Flame Empress armor. The woman growled in anger and charged. Zoro quickly dodged, but his robe caught on fire, causing him to stop, drop, and roll for a few seconds before getting up, an enraged look on his face. With a growl, he stood up and then he activated his 9 swords mode, the swords fanning out in an intimidating gesture. Urza simply smirked before she equipped her Heaven's Wheel armor. 2 swords formed in her hands as 200 more floated around her. "Looks like we've reached the climax," Robin said, her arms crossed still. "Come on, Zoro, clobber that redhead," Luffy yelled. "Yeah man, you got this," Frankie yelled. The others who had bet on Zoro were now cheering for Zoro to win. Zoro remained impassive. "Fly my swords," Urza declared as the swords began raining down on the green-haired pirate. Zoro roared as he began focusing his observation haki to predict the movements of the swords, his 9 swords deflecting the weapons. After sending several dozen flying, Zoro shot forward and started leaping from sword to sword, charging. Urza then moved down to her clear heart clothing, katana in hand, charging as well, magical energy swirling around her weapon. 9 sword style, Ashura, Silver Mist. The two passed each other, and stood still. Zoro's swords were fanned out, and Urza's sword was extended. A tense silence filled the battlefield. The crew watched as they saw the stalemate. There was a moment of silence as everyone waited with bated breath. The silence was ruined when Zoro's chest exploded in an intimidating burst of gore, and several giant gashes appeared on Urza's body. The pair fell to the ground. Zoro and the Urza were both bent over and in great pain from their wounds. There was a moment of silence except for the pair's labored breathing. The two then turned and glanced at each other. The two then prepared to stand up, blood dripping down. Urza could feel her magic was at its limits. So, with a growl her body flashed, and a massive wave of power erupted out of her body. Zoro could see the power coming off her, and realized that this was his last shot. With a grunt Zoro got up and turned towards her. He held out his swords, the blades turning black. He began turning the two in front of him like propeller blades. Urza in turn transformed into her Nakagami armor with her halberd in her hands. Magic began glowing on her. The two then charged at each other and cried out their final attacks. Nakagami Starlight. 3-sword style secret technique, billion-fold world trichiliocosm. The two attacks met and the sound of metal tearing through flesh echoed around like the sound of a gong. There was a moment of silence. Zoro fell to one knee, blood dripping from his wounds. Urza, however, exploded, split horizontally through the middle. Both halves fell to the ground, spurting blood from their wounds. The Queen of the Fairies had been slain. KO. Zoro calmly sheathed his swords and said, "Okay, now where the hell is that pier?" The crew cheered happily for Zoro's victory. However, a few of the members became sick at the brutal display of death and carnage. Zoro smirked, glad to see his own victory. "Now that was a death blow," Boomstick said, wincing at the sight. Wiz said, both Urza and Zoro were incredibly powerful, but Zoro carried the edge. While both were well trained, Urza was mostly self-taught. Zoro had been training with a sword all his life. Boomstick said, Zoro also held a speed advantage. While Urza could move fast enough to knock bullets out of the air, Zoro moved faster than the human eye could track, which is several times faster. Wiz continued, Urza was also outclassed in damage dealt. Her greatest feat of strength was blast a hole in a giant cube with 16 kilotons of force. Zoro's greatest show of strength was cutting through pica, which took over 11 megatons of force. Zoro nodded at this, recognizing how powerful he would become. It also made the Straw Hats wonder if he did anything other than fighting giant weapon-wielding monkeys. Boomstick said, but isn't there a lot of controversy around that feat? Wiz said, yes, some say that Zoro shouldn't have hit that hard because he used Haki and was thrown. However, that doesn't work. You see, Zoro was thrown so he could reach Pika in time, because he was about to crush a few innocent people, as well as a few crew members, and he used Haki to make his sword more effective against Pika, who was a devil fruit user. Boomstick let out an "oh" in understanding. Wiz continued, also, Zoro was shown to be capable of slashing through Pika without Haki, as he did the same with his 1080 caliber cannon earlier in the battle. Boomstick said, I get it. Even if Urza survived a blast of 2 kilotons of TNT, she couldn't withstand anything that green-haired swordsman could dish out, not even with her vast array of armors. Plus, none of them could close that wide of a gap in speed and strength. Wiz finished, thus, the Queen of the Fairies was cut from her throne. Boomstick said, the winner is Roronoa Zoro. The crew cheered in victory at seeing the fight. Zoro received a few pats on the back from the others. Sanji was still sad at the thought of Zoro harming a woman, but he decided to just let Moss Head have his victory. Next time on Death Battle? There was beautiful music playing as the sound rang out. As the music played, we see a woman standing on a building, looking over a city. You can't see much of her, but you can make out a head of black hair, bright blue eyes, and a golden tiara with a red star in the center. She turned as she heard a noise, turning to see another woman, also covered in shadows. If you looked, you could just barely make out brown hair with a white streak. Good night, Suga, she said, before charging. Chopper and Sanji soon returned. There weren't any changes from the patient, and Sanji had gotten the snacks. The two took their seats and began to watch. The intro came and completed and Wiz and Boomstick appeared on the show. However, there was something wrong, Boomstick was gone. Hey, where's the pervert? Nami asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe he got hurt attempting to play copy Zoro, Chopper said, holding a gun in your mouth like that is bound to have some bad effects on you. Wiz said, before we begin there is something you should know. As you have no doubt noticed, Boomstick is not with us. Well, unfortunately, Boomstick wound up cracking his jaw pretty badly after his attempted 3-gun style, as well as severely damaging a few of his teeth. That would do it, Chopper said as he drank from a juice box. Wiz said, so to take his place, we have brought out an unsung member of the Death Battle cast. The woman who does the research we don't want to from the desk of Death Battle, Jocelyn the intern. A woman walked up, looking rather nervous. She was a bit shorter than Wiz with slightly pale skin, bright red bushy hair that went past her shoulders, and thick-framed black glasses. She wore a black Death Battle t-shirt with blue jeans and sneakers. Who is she? Sanji asked, raising an eyebrow. Chopper said, hey, wait, I remember. During the Boba vs. Samus episode, he mentioned a woman who did some of the research. That must be her. The others blinked in surprise, wondering what this change in dynamic will mean for the episode. Wiz said, well go on, tell our audience about yourself. The woman shuffled nervously and said, well, I'm Jocelyn, I intern here at the studio and, well I do a lot of the research. Wiz said, oh, don't be modest. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have a show, as we'd be stuck going through a lot of useless information. The woman rubbed the back of her neck nervously, blushing bashfully. Oh, she looks so cute when she's embarrassed, Sanji said, his eyes turning into hearts. Everyone rolled their eyes at the cook's antics and turned their attention back to the show. Wiz said, now then, let us begin today's episode. Wiz cleared his throat and said, computer, begin Death Battle Episode 4. A computerized voice said, Wiz voice recognized, beginning Death Battle Episode 4. The opening music played as Wiz adjusted his lab coat and faced the viewers. Superheroines, the female counterparts to the superhero, Wiz said, the women combine beauty, brains, brawn, making those who read of them feel drawn to them. Jocelyn said, or if you're a certain age, just to how they're drawn. As Wiz spoke, they showed images of Batgirl, Ms. Marvel, Captain Marvel, Storm, and others. And when Jocelyn made hers remark they showed images of Harley Quinn, Power Girl, and Starfire. Oh, such lovely beauties. Sanji yelled, his eyes turning into hearts as blood leaked from his nose. Yo ho 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 ho. Brook cried as his eyeholes drank up the beauty of the women. Nami and Robin both looked slightly annoyed at the perverted duo's actions, but ignored it in favor of looking at the screen and wondering about the different women they saw. Chopper looked on in innocent interest. Zoro didn't show any outward reactions, but even he couldn't deny that women were beautiful. Frankie just smiled at the beautiful ladies. Luffy just ped his head to the side in confusion as to why some people would be attracted to drawings. Wiz pulled out his remote and said, "One of these women includes Diana Prince, the Wonder Woman." Wiz pressed his button and a holographic image appeared. It was a tall beautiful woman with long black hair. Her attire consisted of what looked like an armored one-piece swimsuit, that was predominantly red on the upper half with a gold bird over here BRSTS, and blue on the bottom with a gold band around her waist, acting like a belt. She had red high-heeled boots on her feet, silver bands around her forearms, and a gold tiara with a red star in it on her head. "Now that is a lovely woman," Sanji said. "Her beauty almost matches Robin and Nami's." Brook said, "Yes, she is. I wonder if she would let me see her panties." Nami said, "I highly doubt it, you pervert. Though, I'll admit she does make that outfit look good." Robin agreed and began to wonder what she did to earn the title Wonder Woman. Luffy ped his head to the side and wondered if she would make a good addition to the crew. He also wondered why he suddenly felt his heart thumping at the sight of her. Jocelyn picked up her own remote and said, "There's also Anna Marie, the rogue Southern Belle." Jocelyn hit her button and showed another holographic image. It depicted a woman with pale skin, wearing a skin-tight black, yellow and green suit, with a coat over it. Her hair was a mix of dark brown and white, with the white being in the front. "Oh, another beautiful woman!" Sanji yelled, his nose bleeding as he saw her. Everyone just ignore the man as they turned towards the show. "Oh, Boomstick is going to be said when he comes back next week," Jocelyn muttered, realizing this would be a cat fight. Wiz said, "I'm Wizard and this is Jocelyn." Jocelyn finished, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armors, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Everyone got comfortable, and Sanji managed to suppress his lady love to focus on the backstory. Wiz started, 3,000 years ago, an ancient city was created by the gods in hopes that love and equality would be taught to the men of the world. This city would be called Themyscira, otherwise known as Paradise Island. Jocelyn said, "Unfortunately, men back then were kind of bad about trusting women. One of these men, the god of war Ares, manipulated the half-brother Heracles to attacking and ransacking the city. Thankfully, they were led away from this by Antiope and Hippolyta. Both women took over a faction of these female warriors, known as Amazons. While Antiope went to seek vengeance, Hippolyta led her people to an island, which would become known as Paradise Island." "Dang, that's one way to start a story," Zoro said, "but what does this have to do with Wonder Woman?" Robin said, "I think we're about to find out." Wiz said, "For centuries, the Amazons lived in peace. However, Hippolyta grew lonely and soon after was approached by the kind of Olympus, Zeus. Soon after, Hippolyta would bear a child whom she would name Diana." "Wait, so she's the daughter of a god?" Zoro said. "Cool," Luffy said, "that must mean she's really strong." Robin rubbed her chin and said, "I've read some old books on old stories about Zeus. He was a notorious playboy who constantly slept around. It certainly didn't help that he was married to Hera." Sanji said, "What and but? Cheating on his lovely wife." The others didn't know much about couples, given they didn't think much of it, but they could admit that they already didn't like this Zeus guy. Wonder Woman aka Diana Prince. Height 6 feet 2 inches. Weight 130 pounds. Age looks 30, but is really in her 90s. Founding Justice League member and member of the Justice Society of America, starting out as secretary. Princess and ambassador of Themyscira. Jocelyn said, Diana didn't know she was the daughter of Zeus, having her memories altered by other gods to hide her identity from Hera, making her believe her mother was barren, and that she was given life after being molded from clay. As such, she grew up alongside her fellow Amazons learning the ways of combat. She lived a pretty peaceful life until one day. Wiz explained, an army man named Steve Trevor crashed on the island. Diana nursed him back to health and, despite herself, fell in love with him. Ah, Jocelyn cooed. The action was mirrored by Robin and Nami, who looked surprised at herself. The others looked surprised at the break in character, but turned their attentions back to the show. Wiz continued, soon after, she and several other Amazons competed in a tournament to decide who would take Steven back to the man's world, as they called it. Diana won, despite her mother forbidding her from entering, was given her trademark armor, and set out to man's world. It was there that she was given the name Wonder Woman. So that's how she got her name, Nami said, she's a powerful woman. Zoro said, yeah. However, I'm saving judgment until I know she lives up to the title. Too many people think that they're tough after getting a fancy title or a cool nickname. Jocelyn said, and she lives up to it. Though, I would like an explanation for the patriotic STRPR outfit. Wiz said, actually there is a reason for that. The lack of fabric around her shoulders and thighs enables her free movement, which makes sense given her training. As an Amazon, Diana was trained from birth in the art of combat, ranging from hand-to-hand combat to the use of weapons, and over her long lifetime has mastered them. Skills and abilities. Enhanced intellect. Multilingual. Hand-to-hand master. Armed combat master. Great horse rider. Archery. Aviation. Wiz continued, she also managed to learn how to fly aircrafts, and learned multiple languages, all thanks to her keen mind. Okay, I'm impressed, Zoro said, though, I don't get the aviation thing. Is that like that ship Enel had in Skypiea? The others looked just as confused as the swordsman. Frankie rubbed his chin and thought of what it would take to make a machine that was able to fly. A large smile spread across his face as he imagined being handed an award for building such an amazing machine. Frankie began to wonder if he could do something like that when he retires. Jocelyn said, she also gained a few extra gifts from the big guys on Olympus to help her in man's world. Divine empowerment. Demeter. Superhuman strength. Superhuman durability. Magical resistance. Enhanced regeneration. Hermes. Flight, top speed Mach 5. Superhuman reflexes. Superhuman speed, top being hypersonic. Other powers. Enhanced senses. Empathy. Animal rapport. Wiz said, from Demeter, goddess from the harvest, she gained incredible strength, durability, and the ability to quickly heal from wounds. She's also resistant to magic, which makes sense given that her enemies are known for using magic on her. Jocelyn continued, from Hermes, the god's personal messenger, gave her the ability to fly, super speed, and enhanced reflexes. She also gained the ability to speak to animals and a lot of other skills that we don't have the time to list right now, most of it considered useless. Oh, come on, Zoro said, just because some big shot says you can do it, now she can. What a load of bull. Zoro, to be honest, found this blessings thing offensive. In his mind, there was no shortcut to power. You only had yourself, your training, and your own will to be able to reach your limits and gain strength. In his mind, Diana had used a shortcut for her powers. He had respect for Chopper, Robin, and Luffy because they trained with their powers and weren't just blessed with them. No one said anything about the swordsman's words. What did they mean by useless? Usopp asked. Chopper said, maybe they aren't that useful when in combat or in different situations. Luffy shrugged and said, so? My devil fruit powers were pretty useless when I first got them and look at me now. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Luffy, who had just given them a good argument about something. After a few moments, everyone slowly turned towards the show and continued to watch. Wiz said, with these abilities she's kept up with some of the toughest men around, including the OP Superman and the Flash, quickly earning her place amongst the world's greatest heroes in the Justice League. Jocelyn said, even with all of this, she has a few toys to help knock down the bad guys. Jocelyn hit a button on her remote and a hologram of various items appeared before them. Weapons. Boomerang tiara, am not kidding. Lasso of truth. Infinitely elastic and unbreakable. Forces victims to tell nothing but the truth. Bracelets of SBMSN. Forged from Zeus Aegis. Deflects all projectiles. Can release powerful shockwaves when crashed together. Sword. Forged by Hephaestus. Can cut electrons off an atom. Wiz said, when in combat, Diana wields a special sword. Forged by Hephaestus, the god of the forge himself, this sword can cut down to a molecular level and is, supposedly, unbreakable. Jocelyn said, she also has a specially made boomerang tiara, and her trademark lasso of truth. Also made by Hephaestus, this long rope is unbreakable, can stretch incredible distances, and, as its name states, can force someone to tell the truth. If only I had that for my first boyfriend. Well, I know someone that would be useless on, Usopp said, as he discreetly pointed at Luffy. Robin said, yeah, but it would also be useless on you, since you can't lie to save your life, long nose. Usopp got depressed as he went off to the corner to sulk, drawing little circles on the ground with his finger. Wiz said, but her most iconic pieces of weaponry are her bracelets from SBMSN. Forged from the fictional metal, Amazonium, or Zeus Aegis, whichever you want, these powerful gauntlets are completely indestructible and can deflect anything, from bullets and small missiles. They've even blocked Darkseid's Omega beams, rays powerful enough to warp matter. If that's not enough, when she slams them together, she can unleash powerful electric shockwaves. As Wiz says this, they show a clip of the fight from Dawn of Justice, where Diana saves Batman and launches a shockwave at Doomsday. Phew, fashionable and incredibly powerful, Nami said, those are some accessories I would love to have. Frankie said, I think that I might be able to make something like that, but I won't be able to make anything that could block anything like that. Robin thought to herself about wearing items like that and creating dozens of hands to clash together and unleashing massive blasts of lightning on a huge group of Marines. Chopper said, that dark-side guy looks scary. The others could agree with that. The stone-faced man looked incredibly intimidating, especially with the pits of fire and gigantic winged snarling creatures behind him made him look especially terrifying. Wiz continued, all of this combined, with her enhanced speed and reflexes, and it is nearly impossible to hit her with a projectile. Jocelyn said, even without those, she's a proven that this princess is no pushover. Feats. Block Omega beams. Resisted mind control. Tanked a nuclear blast point blank. Beat several Justice League members while blinded. Holds her own against Power Girl, Doomsday, and Superman. Said to be faster than Superman in combat. Fast enough to keep up with a speedster. Held off a bunch of crazies, barehanded, after losing all her powers. Killed Ares. Jocelyn continued, she's held her own against powerhouses like Power Girl, Superman, and Doomsday. She tanked a nuclear blast point blank. She's skilled enough to take down several opponents while blinded and even held off an entire angry mob after losing all her powers. And at full power she has the power to kill gods, as seen when she cut off Ares' the god of war's head. She is also immune to mind control and illusions. Zoro said, and now she has my respect again. Brooke said, her beauty is almost matched by her ferocity. Sanji agreed as he eyed the woman up and down. The others had to admit that the woman was incredibly powerful. Wiz said, but Diana is far from the perfect warrior. She can be affected by poisons and gases, can be bound by her own lasso, and she has come to rely on her bracelets as a major defense, so if she loses them, she loses her main way of defense, but doing so does greatly increase her strength, as they hold back a portion of her godly power. Jocelyn said, also while she can heal it does take time. She is more affected by piercing weapons like bullets, arrows, and swords, more than anything, and she can still bleed out either externally or internally. However, her weirdest weakness has to be having her hands tied by a man. Wiz looked at Jocelyn strangely and asked, wait, what? Really? Jocelyn said, I'm serious. If you're a man, and you want to take down Wonder Woman, you have to tie her up, and she's powerless. There was a stark silence between everyone present. Nobody said anything, no one could say anything. Suddenly, Sanji and Brooke were launched backwards by powerful geysers of blood before slammed into the opposite wall, punching holes through it. Chopper looked confused, having absolutely no idea why the thought of tying a woman up would cause such a huge reaction. He wasn't the only one as Luffy looked just as confused. Thank God for childish innocence. Wiz was quiet before he cleared his throat and said, strange weaknesses aside, her preference for bare-fisted combat over weapons can be used against her, and her Amazonian pride can put her in a bad situation. If that isn't enough, her powers are kind of inconsistent. This is because, her powers depend on the severity of the situation. If the gods don't approve of the crisis, then her powers are greatly diminished. Jocelyn quickly added, however, her training with the Amazons for so long in hand-to-hand combat and weapons, allows her to easily make up for when this happens, like when she beat up an entire mob of angry people after she lost her powers. The doors closed and then reopened. Zoro said, I think this Wonder Woman is going to win. She's taken on some pretty powerful individuals, not to mention she's been formally trained. Robin nodded and said, true, but Luffy and Usopp have gone against those who were trained, and they've won. Zoro couldn't deny that. Let's save the who will win arguments after the next fighter is shown, Nami said. Usopp motioned to the two perverts of their crew while turning towards Chopper and asked, are they okay? Chopper whispered, they should be fine. If the blood geyser was bigger then I would be worried. Jocelyn said, in her youth, Rogue Akakan Marie was born to her parents in a hippie commune in Caldecott County, Mississippi. After her mother disappeared years ago, she was left in the care of her Aunt Carrie, who, grieving the loss of her sister, became very strict. When and entered her teen years this caused her to rebel and run away from home. This is how she earned the nickname Rogue. Wait, that's how she earned her name? Luffy asked, that is so lame? Nami said, well, not everyone can earn some cool title in the middle of combat. Robin thought, or after being framed for a crime they didn't commit. Frankie said, at least it sounds cool. Wiz blinked and said, well, that's a lot less interesting than I thought it would be. Anyway, during her teen years she developed feelings for a boy named Cody Robbins. After giving him her first kiss, something astounding happened. You see, Rogue is a mutant, a normal human with an extra gene, known as the X gene, which granted her unique powers. Jocelyn said, unfortunately, that power was a parasitic touch, which zapped Cody and put him in a coma. Traumatized by this, she ran away and was found by the mutant shapeshifter Mystique, and joined her group of evil mutants, who believed that as mutants they were the superior race. They sound like they would get along with Arlong, Nami mumbled to herself. She remembered all the times that Arlong would go on and on about fishmen being the superior race to humans. She shuddered at the thought of the two ever teaming up. On the other side of the spectrum, Robin and Chopper felt their hearts go out to the girl. They too had been ostracized because of abilities or a feature that made them stick out amongst others. Wiz said, for a long time, Rogue fought against powerful fighters from Captain America to Thor, and proved to be a very powerful adversary. This lasted for some time, until one fateful encounter with the heroine Ms. Marvel. During the fight, she absorbed not only her powers, but her memories, which showed her just how bad her actions were. Afterwards she turned sides and became a hero, joining up with the mutant hero team. She absorbed not only her powers, but her memories, which showed her just how bad her actions were. Afterwards she turned sides and became a hero, joining up with the mutant hero team, known as the X-Men. Yay, she's good now, Luffy said happily, joined in by happily dancing with the other members of the childish trio. The others were glad to see that she joined the good guys. Jocelyn said, with powers like hers, I probably would want her on my team too. Mutant powers. Power absorption. Needs physical contact. The longer the touch, the longer the powers last. Prolonged contact can result in powers becoming permanent. Can be resisted. Wiz continued, Rogue's greatest weapon in her own skin. With skin-on-skin contact, she can absorb the powers, skills, and memories. From what we've seen, for every second she's connected with someone, she gains the power's skill abilities for a full minute. However, there is a bit of a problem with them. Jocelyn said, along with powers, she also drains the victim's life force, which, while good for fighting certain people, it can kill anyone who she holds on to long enough, which is really sad. Because of her powers she can't even hold her own boyfriend in her arms without risk of hurting him. Sanji woke up and said, oh, that poor mademoiselle. Forced to live in her own personal hell for a long time. The others couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She couldn't feel the touch of human skin without accidentally hurting them. What else could go wrong? Jocelyn continued, on top of that, after absorbing a lot of powers and having so many psyches going on, she can go through some mental instability, as well as a few other side effects. They show a clip of what looked like a teenage Rogue, using various powers, while in extreme pain, and then shows a clip of Rogue with metal skin, glowing red eyes, and wing. So, if she touches too many people, she can go crazy? Usopp asked. Chopper said, if she gets a lot of powers it looks like she can use a lot of the at once, that must make her extremely powerful. Zoro said, yeah, but it doesn't seem like she can control it, if she absorbs a lot of powers at once. The others began to shudder at the thought of Rogue coming there and absorbing the skills and powers of the monster trio, or the entire crew. They imagined the woman flying round swinging rubber fists with swords in them, launching powerful kicks and punches with insane accuracy, and changing her body. The thought was kind of strange. Wiz said, well then you'll be happy to know that she actually wound up getting full control over her powers. Jocelyn gained a surprised expression and asked, she did? Wiz nodded and said, it turns out that the trauma from hurting Cody all those years ago, plus her time with her authoritarian aunt, put up mental barriers that prevented Rogue from completely controlling her powers. After this, she can now drain powers from her teammates without hurting them, or not drain powers while hurting them. In other words, this Southern Belle is a force to be reckoned with. Yay! Chopper yelled, doing his happy dance. At least she doesn't have to worry about hurting her friends anymore, Luffy said, smiling. The others nodded, glad to see that this woman had gotten her life back. Jocelyn said, yeah, and that's before she gained some extra strength from some former enemies. Permanently absorbed powers. Ms. Marvel's powers. Lost after fight with Vargas. Wonder Man's powers. Superhuman strength. Superhuman speed. Superhuman durability. Superhuman agility. Superhuman hearing. Energy vision. Flight. Healing. Wiz said, Rogue is known for permanently absorbing the powers of Ms. Marvel during her run with the bad guys. However, she lost these powers after a battle with the superhuman Vegras. She has most recently obtained the powers of Wonder Man, no relation to Wonder Woman. Jocelyn said, and it was serious upgrade. She has incredible strength, easily capable of lifting 100 tons, super speed, durability, agility, hearing, she can see in different spectrums, can heal herself and fly. I still say that is bull, Zoro mumbled, believing that Rogue absorbing the abilities and powers was cheating. Shut up, Moss Head, Sanji said. Wiz said, as you can imagine, she's done some pretty impressive things. Feats. Matched the Avenger, Juggernaut, and Hulk. Went from villain to hero quickly. Fought off Khan's army single-handedly. Defeated several Sentinel robots. Outflew the Blackbird. Jocelyn said, he's fought against some of the toughest fighters in the Marvel Universe, including the unstoppable Juggernaut, Captain America, and even freaking Thor, the god of thunder himself. And when using her powers, she's taken down the gigantic robots known as the Sentinels, and even fought off an entire super-advanced army single-handedly. She's also known to move at supersonic speeds, even outpacing the X-Men's personal jet, the Blackbird. Wiz said, on top of all that, she has no known real weaknesses. All in all, this is one Southern belle you don't want to cross. All in all, the group was impressed by both girls. They were incredible fighters and had done some impressive things. Luffy kept going on and on about having them on their crew and how awesome it would be. Sanji and Brook were more interested in their womanly assets than their fighting skills. Nami and Robin were both interested in the fact that they were both strong and rather independent women. Chopper felt some sort of kinship towards Rogue, given her time as an outcast. Frankie could go either way. Zoro had a different opinion of the girls. He had a higher respect for Wonder Woman given that she was extremely well trained. He wasn't a fan of the fact that she was blessed with inhuman powers instead of earning them, the same with Rogue. Either way, he decided that Wonder Woman. In the end, Chopper and Robin were rooting for Rogue, Luffy and Usopp were rooting for Wonder Woman, and Frankie, Sanji, Brook, and Zoro were all neutral. Alright, Jocelyn said, the combatants are set. It's time to put this rivalry to rest. We said, it's time for a cat fight death battle. The doors closed and opened. We see a city beautifully shining. This is Themyscira. We move through the city showing the various toga-clad women who walk through their lives without a note of strife. Some are training, some are relaxing, some are just relaxing and doing nothing. Wow, it looks so beautiful, Nami said, no wonder they referred to it as Paradise Island. Sanji was drooling at the sight of the scantily women with a small trail of blood coming out of nose. Brook was in the same boat as he had a small amount of blood coming from his nose hole, somehow. The others had to admit the place looked incredibly peaceful. In a temple on a higher part of the island, we see Wonder Woman kneeling before a statue of the various Greek gods and goddesses. Suddenly, a loud noise gets their attention. She stood up and turned towards the sound, seeing a large object soaring through the sky. I think that might be the X-Men? Chopper asked, wondering just who was flying the plane. Forget the X-Men, check out their ride. Frankie said, can you imagine doing something like that? Flying over the clouds with the world behind you and just watching everything rush past with the wind in your hair, the sun on your skin? It would be super awesome. The others began to wonder what it would be like to fly, in some cases without Luffy throwing them. Luffy, Usopp, and Nami flashed back to when they met Kaku and he leapt through the air to get to their ship. They wondered what it would be like to fly through without any fear of falling, or a painful crash caused by Luffy, or Zoro leaving things up to fate and or luck. Diana's eyes narrowed before she stood up, grabbing her sword and then heading towards the object. Inside the plane, Rogue stood up as the door opened. So, this is the supposed Magic Island, huh? She asked. She turned to see Wolverine and Cyclops, the latter of whom was flying the plane. There have been several disappearances around her for the past few years, Cyclops said. You're supposed to go down there and find out what happened. Rogue said, well, if you say so. If I need help, just hit my communicator, right? Well, see you boys later and tell Gambit that we're still on for dinner. With that, Rogue flew out of the jet and headed for the beach. Well, this explains why they're at Themyscira, Robin said. And I don't think that they like uninvited guests, Robin added. The others got comfortable and began to watch, wondering just how this would go. Rogue landed on the beach and looked around, taking a moment to take in the natural beauty of the island, and the smell of the salty sea air, something she doesn't get very much back in New York. You! Who are you? Rogue turned towards the shout and saw Diana standing in full battle garb with her sword sheathed on her right side, with the lass of truth on the left. Hey there, Suga, Rogue said, breaking the ice and attempting to solve this peacefully. I'm Dash. Diana cut her off and said, you were just leaving. Rogue said, hey, now, no need to get upset now. I'm new around here. Diana drew her sword and said, I'm only giving you this one warning. Leave now, or be punished for trespassing. Rogue got into her own stance and said, well, I can't say I didn't try. Fight. The two charged at each other. Diana stuck first, swinging her sword. Rogue dodged taut Herite, avoiding the attack. Diana swung at her, but was shocked when she only hit an afterimage. However, she quickly regained her balance and turned, swinging a brutal right hook that connected with Rogue's face. The brief contact was enough to gain a substantial amount of life force, and sent the woman flying backwards. Illusion like that won't work on me, Diana said as he charged again. A barrage of quick slashes put Rogue on the defensive for a few moments. However, the woman quickly caught Diana by the wrist on when she attempted downward swing. A quickly punch to the stomach had enough force to push the air from Diana's lungs. Rogue took advantage and threw a two-punch combo that knocked Diana backwards, sending her sword out of her grip and falling to the sand below. Rogue grabbed the sword and with a shout, threw it as hard as possible off the shore, sending it crashing into the water. Diana recovered and then faced her opponent, glaring at the woman who had hurt her and thrown away her sword. Rogue growled herself as she shot forward at high speed. The two clashed in a brief grapple, which Diana quickly won, using her knowledge of wrestling and strength to get over Rogue and throw her over her shoulder. Rogue slammed into the ground with enough force to form a crater in the sand. Diana then crouched over the fallen woman and proceeded to lay punch after punch upon her, slamming her in the chest, stomach, and her face. With each impact, Rogue's bones buckled and almost snapped. However, she quickly grabbed one of the punches with her bare hand, painlessly absorbing some of Diana's strength and the memories of her training. Rogue then took to the sky, taking Diana with her. Rogue brought her knees up, slamming Diana in the back, causing her to shout in pain and loosen the grip her legs had on the girl. Rogue then grabbed Diana by her hair and proceeded to wail on her stomach with a barrage of well-placed blows, causing her to hack up blood. "Dang, this fight is brutal," Usopp said. "I don't think Wonder Woman is going to last much longer if this keeps up." Chopper said, "Yeah, but if Wonder Woman does catch on to Rogue's absorption powers, she's going to make it a lot harder for Rogue to fight." Sanji and Brook were too enthralled in the cat fight to watch. Nami and Robin were both just watching and was surprised by the lack of clothes tearing, as they thought something like that would happen, given the male host who probably made the fight. The other just kept watching. Rogue pulled on Diana's hair and sent her flying upwards. She sped up and started speed blitzing the woman, delivering several strikes to the princess bare skin, draining more of life force and powers. Unfortunately for her, Diana was now noticing how her strength was draining with each strike. She had felt this in a fight before, but she wanted to confirm first. When Rogue came in for another shot, she blocked it with her bracelets, and then grabbed Rogue's arm, draining some strength in the process and confirming her theory. She then threw Rogue hard, sending her flying through the air. Rogue corrected herself just in time for Diana's boomerang tiara to shoot past and slice her cheek, drawing blood. Diana flew forward, grabbing the tiara on its return trip and clotheslined Rogue with her bracelet hand, and then as Rogue was thrown back, the princess slammed her bracelets together, releasing an electrical shockwave that sent the woman flying downwards towards the beach, resulting in a massive explosion of sand and dirt. "Oh, that had to hurt," Zoro said, remembering when he was thrown from high places, usually by Luffy. "Come on Rogue, you got this," Chopper said, rooting for his favorite character. Robin didn't show an outward reaction, but she could tell that Diana was on to Rogue's powers now and would no doubt adjust her fighting style to deal with it. Rogue struggled to stand up and was about to move, when a glowing golden lasso wrapped around her neck. The woman brought her hands to her throat to try to stop the rope from crushing her throat. She tried to break it, but found it too impossible. Wonder Woman landed behind her, the lasso of truth tightly held in her grip as she said, "You have powers, don't you? What are they?" Rogue struggled against the magical energy, but failed to hold back the truth as she said, "I can absorb powers, skills, and life force through skin contact." Rogue then leapt into the air and shot at the Amazon princess. Said princess blocked the kick with her bracelets before unleashing a brutal kick to Rogue's midsection. The woman cried out in pain and spat up blood. Diana wasn't finished, however, as she quickly pulled Rogue in for another kick, and another, and another, and another, like a human paddle ball, with Diana being the board, the lasso of truth the string, the Rogue being the ball. After a few more hits, she loosened her grip on the rope, letting Rogue go, before swinging her up into the air and then slamming her down on the ground twice before sending her flying up into the air. Diana shot up after her, intending to finish the fight. "Oh, this doesn't look good," Robin said. "Smash her face in, princess," Zoro said as he saw the fight was about to come to an end. The others waited with bated breath while they saw the fight about to end. Diana shot towards Rogue, however, Rogue was prepared. She quickly dodged to the side to avoid the powerful kick that probably would have decapitated her, and headbutted Diana's nose, breaking it in the process. Rogue then tightly wrapped her legs around Diana, keeping the contact, draining more strength until she pushed her way out of the lasso. Rogue then grabbed Diana's leg with her bare hand, draining even more. Diana's skin started to become pale and sickly as more of her life force and powers were being drained. Some of Rogue's wounds began to heal. With her new second wind, Rogue then proceeded to speed blitz Diana again, brutally striking repeatedly, leaving the tired and drained Diana in a great deal of pain. Rogue then wrapped the lasso of truth around Diana's neck and tightened it before throwing her upwards and pulling down, sending the princess towards the sandy beach. However, just as the princess was about to crash, Rogue yanked upwards on the lasso, pulling it taut. Rogue grabbed Diana's throat and said, "Nighty-night, sugar." She then drained the last of Diana's strength via kiss on the lips. KO. There was a silence filling the air as everyone struggled to come to terms with what just happened. Moments later, Sanji and Brook were launched backwards via nosebleeds powerful enough to push through the back wall, prompting Chopper to freak out. Robin showed no outward reaction, as Nami groaned in frustration, rubbing her temples. Usopp had a small blush, but didn't react as he knew two powerful women who could crush him were just a few feet away. Luffy just ped High Shed to the side. Frankie didn't react either, not wanting Nami to smash him over the head again. Rogue dropped Diana, and the sound of footsteps got her attention. She turned just in time to see a huge group of Amazons facing her. The ex-woman cracked her neck, and got into a stance. The doors closed and reopened revealing Jocelyn and Wiz. The intern didn't look amused and asked, "Really? Girl-on-girl finisher?" Wizard said, "I just wanted to mess with Boomstick some. At least there wasn't any clothes ripping or hair pulling." Nami said, "Yeah, if Boomstick were there he probably would have made some very unflattering remarks." Robin agreed with her friend. Jocelyn simply shrugged and said, "Probably, well on to the results." Diana had more experience than Rogue and her training in weaponry gave her an edge. However, she wasn't exactly prepared to up against someone like Rouge. Jocelyn said, "It is true that she has fought against someone with similar powers, most notably Parasite, but he prefers Superman. Plus, Rogue has absorbed godly and mythical powers before." Wiz said, "With Wonder Woman's abilities added to her own, plus her experiences and training, Rogue found herself with the killing edge, and Wonder Woman received the kiss of death." Jocelyn said, "The winner is Rogue." The group nodded. Chopper and Robin were glad their character won, but they clapped for Wonder Woman given she put up a great fight. Those who wanted Wonder Woman to win were upset she lost, but glad they got a good fight. Those who were neutral didn't really care, but were glad for the fight. Next time on Death Battle? The screen shows a black void, which suddenly flashes white and a glowing white keyhole appears in the background. There was another flash of 13 weapons appeared in a flash of blue light before fading from sight. The screen went black after that. "Wait, what did we just see?" Luffy asked, confused about the scene. "It looks like they won't give us names right off the bat," Robin said. "I think we'll just have to see what the next episode has." Everyone sat down and waited for the next episode to start. The crew was currently waiting for the episode to start. Well, not so patiently, as a few of them seemed upset that they got such a vague idea for what the death battle was going to be, but not very much. Finally, Luffy said, as the episode finished loading. As the music started everyone got ready. Wiz was shown looking at Boomstick who was still rubbing his jaw. "Are you sure you're up for this?" "The dentist said you may need some more time to let your teeth heal," Wiz said, slightly concerned for his co-host, and wanting him gone for a little extra time. He had enjoyed the piece. Boomstick answered, "And miss an awesome sword fight? To hell with that." Zoro perked up immediately after hearing the word sword. Wiz sighed and turned towards the screen. Since time immemorial there has been one constant factor in stories. A single hero having the weight of the world on their shoulders. Boomstick said, "Yeah, no matter the age, some young kid always manages to get caught up in some crazy conflict with others. And somehow they gain incredible power and manage to kick all of the butt." Wiz said, "One of these heroes is Sora, the wielder of the Kingdom Key." Wiz pressed a button showing a boy who looked to be about 16. He had spiky brown hair, slight tan skin, and blue eyes. He wore a black hoodie with silver pauldron-like additions to his sleeves and white lining. Under the hoodie was a navy blue undershirt with a patch of red in the center. His pants resembled chaps and were black on the exterior of his legs and navy blue on the interior, with yellow straps crisscrossing across and held in place by a black belt, and a red pocket with a black cross over them. On his hands were black gloves with a white X on them and a yellow line going over the wrist. His shoes were large, black and yellow, with silver soles, a zipper running across the top, and held together straps with buckles. Around his neck was a silver crown-shaped pendant. A real eye-catcher was his weapon. It looked like an oversized key, no literally. A key the size of a sword with a black handle surrounded by a yellow guard, the teeth looking like it took the shape of a crown. "He's only a kid," Nami said. "He doesn't even look older than Luffy." Zoro said, "I wonder what the giant key is for. You think that might be the Kingdom Key was mentioned? It would explain the giant keyhole we saw in last week's trailer." Usopp said, "He might be young, but I don't think that is going to be a problem. I mean, look at Chopper." Chopper did his happy dance and said, "That doesn't make me happy at all, you bstrd." The others were wondering just what this kid could do. If he could fight here, then he probably was stronger than he let on. Boomstick said, and Noctis Lucas Selim, the Prince of Lucas. Boomstick pressed a button and showed the next contestant. He looked to be about 20 years old. He had spiky black hair with bangs that hung in his face with blue eyes. His attire consisted of a black with skull motif buttons and sequenced details on the pockets. There was another skull on the tag of the zipper, which was unzipped. Underneath he wore steel gray shirt with skull imprints. His lower attire consisted of a pair of black crop trousers and black buckled boots with red soles. On his left hand was a black motorcycle glove. I don't know why, but I have the sudden urge to yell emo, Zoro said crossing his arms, though I think that he might be the reason behind those 13 weapons that we saw in the trailer. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Moss Head, Sanji said, that guy dresses up with way too much black and skulls. Robin ped her head to the side in interest. The dark attire and the hard look in his eyes made the man seem powerful. Nami said, wait, didn't Boomstick say he was a prince? Frankie said, this ought to be interesting. That Noctis guy looks like he can hold his own in a fight. Usopp said, I certainly hope he does a better job than Vivi. No offense to her, but she wasn't much of a fighter back in Alabasta. The other members who were on that mission, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, and Robin all nodded in understanding. The rest of the crew members wondered what the resident sniper was talking about, but decided to let it go for now and get answers later. Wiz said, now both of our contestants have massive customizable arsenals, so we decided to limit them to what is unique to them. And since this is a one-on-one battle, we won't be using any of their summons. Boomstick said, actually, Wizard, I was wondering why we can't have them use their summons for this battle. I mean, picture it, it would be totally awesome. Wiz simply looked at his co-host and answered, because according to the mechanics of both games, Sora can only use summons when he has two other members in his team, and they both need to be conscious, while Noctis can summon his when he is on his own, and in danger, which would give this one-on-one fight a very unfair advantage. Boomstick blinked before saying, oh. Yeah, good reason. Wait, so he relies on his friends for certain abilities? Chopper asked, sounds like he relies on his friends a little much. Zoro took a drink of sake and said, that might be a problem later down the road. Sanji said, yeah, there are plenty of times when we've had to fight some people one-on-one, and we've done just fine. This was met with several nods. Chopper himself, however, looked slight upset. His only one-on-one fight was with Kumadori and he had been destroyed easily by the man had to resort to his monster point to be able to win. And then during the fight with the Zoro and Sanji zombies on Thriller Bark, he had to rely on help from Robin. If she hadn't been there, he would have been killed. He wasn't the only one. Brook thought back to his fight with Ryuma and he wound up getting beaten by the swordsman and he wasn't even being taken seriously. If it wasn't for Zoro his bones would have been reduced to powder. Boomstick said, he's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. Wiz said, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills, to find out who would win a death battle. The doors closed and reopened. Wiz started, a long time ago, when the world was whole and full of light, said to come from the center of all worlds known as Kingdom Hearts. Boomstick said, yeah, I'm leaving this backstory to you Wiz with the order of how everything came out. This got really confusing for me. Luffy asked, what does he mean by confusing? Robin said, I remember an old story series I liked. They kept releasing different prequels and sequels and all kinds of other nonsense that got very hard to follow. It took a while for me to understand everything. Brook said, oh my, that sounds very frustrating. I hope that Wizard is able to understand everything. Wiz said, I'll admit it was confusing, but it is manageable. To make things simple, the boss in charge of it, called the Master of Master, manipulated his students, known as the Foretellers, into mistrusting each other and the world, the object that could control Kingdom Hearts, the X-Blade. During the battle, it shattered into 20 pieces, 7 made of light, and 13 made of darkness. As was explained, they showed clips from Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, and showing the Master of Master, the Foretellers, the Kingdom Hearts, and the X-Blade. This seems kind of straightforward, Frankie said. Big boss goes mad with power, manipulates henchmen apprentices and thing go to sheet. Yeah, I don't see how this could be confusing, Chopper said. It sounds like it could make a good story, maybe even a series. Robin said, maybe it was because of how the order came out. Boomstick nodded and said, yes, go on. Wiz continued, with the Kingdom Hearts lost to darkness, several different worlds began to form. One of these worlds was known as the Destiny Islands. It was here that Sora was born. Sora. Birthplace, Destiny Islands. Current occupation, Keyblade Master. Main team, Donald Duck and Goofy. Gary Stu character, I think. Boomstick said, now I know things pick up here. Sora lived on the Destiny Islands with his best friend and rival Riku, and his crush Kairi, and together they planned to leave the Destiny Islands and see the worlds. They did, but not in the way they wanted. Wiz explained, one night, after constructing the boats they would use to sail, they were attacked by the Heartless, monsters formed from the darkness within people's hearts. And as we know, people can be pretty cruel. Everyone flashed back to different times in their lives. They remembered Mariah, most recently their strongest and possibly craziest enemy, especially Brook. Usopp saw Kuro in his mind. Nami saw Arlong. Chopper saw Wapol. Frankie and Robin both saw Spandam. Luffy saw Blue Jam and Sabo's birth parents. Zoro saw a lot of different people. Sanji saw his father and brothers. Boomstick said, unfortunately, while Sora was able to escape to a new place called Traverse Town, Riku and Kairi were swallowed up by the darkness. However, Sora unlocked the ancient power of the Keyblade, an ancient weapon used by the Master before the X-Blade was shattered. Now searching for his friends, Sora met Donald Duck and Goofy, advisors to the one and only King Mickey. I'm seeing a Disney pattern here. Anyone else? Luffy said, I don't get it. The others agreed with the captain. If there was a reference here they didn't get it. Wiz said, the pair joined Sora in her search for his friends, and eventually they did, at least they found Riku. It turns out, that Riku was meant to be the Keyblade Master. Boomstick said, however, when that crazy magic sword learned that Riku was turning evil it flat out rejected him, and went back to Sora, just like how my ex-wife went back to her ex with his fancy car, longer fuse, and lack of vices. Everyone shuffled awkwardly as they realized that Boomstick was going off on a rant. Wait, this guy was married? Sanji asked, shocked that alcoholic gun lover had been in a relationship with someone. Must have been a short one, Nami muttered. Wiz tapped his co-host on the shoulder, bringing out of his memories. The gun lover coughed into his hand in embarrassment and muttered, oh right, anyway, Sora got the Keyblade back and since then has been on some insane adventures meeting up with several characters all over the place, and fighting Heartless after Heartless. Wiz said, mostly thanks to his trademark weapon, the Keyblade. Kingdom Key. Length, 3 feet 5 inches. Main weapon to kill Heartless, but also attracts them. Not exclusively used by Sora. Regularly destroys things it should not. At least 30 other forms. Boomstick said, this giant skeleton key might look like an oversized toy, but it is really an incredibly powerful weapon. I mean seriously, this thing somehow manages to cut through everything that get in front of it, from mist to goddamn buildings. As Boomstick spoke they showed clips of Sora fighting against various monsters and creatures, mostly Heartless, cutting through them with incredible ease. Holy cow! Usopp yelled, that guy could give you a run for your money, Zoro. Zoro rubbed his chin in thought as he imagined fighting against this kid. He had OT admit that the kid had some incredible power. The others were in awe of Sora's power and wondered what else he could do. Wiz said, that is most likely because the Keyblade is powered by Sora's heart. So long as the light in Sora's heart stays strong, the Keyblade will not fail him. Boomstick coughed out, hacks. I don't know what that means, but I can understand it, Zoro said. When it comes down to it, some fights are defined by the will and spirit of the fighter. Usopp nodded and said, yeah, I can agree with you there. Usopp thought back to his fight against a certain mole woman and a brain-dead batter. Wiz said, to add to it, the Keyblade also have multiple different forms it can take. By swapping out the keychain on the bottom of the handle, Sora can transform the Keyblade, granting higher attack or defense, but at the cost of a bit of magic. Wiz suddenly snapped his fingers and said, oh, and it should also be noted that Sora's fighting style isn't exactly orthodox, mostly combining all of his experiences in fighting and using them to his advantage. He also combines this with a quickly mind, adapting to his opponents and using their own powers, weapons, or weaknesses against them. Zoro, do you think that him lacking formal training will affect the fight? Robin asked. Zoro rubbed his chin and thought, I'd say about 50-50. His style being unorthodox is a boon for him, as it would make him hard to predict. However, a swordsman, if trained well enough, can use stronger and probably more effective techniques. Boomstick scoffed and said, and to go along with the crazy style, he's got all sorts of crazy abilities. Abilities and techniques. Reaction commands. Flow motion. Teleport. Glide. Upper slash, knocks enemies into the air. Horizontal slash, left to right slash attack. Blitz, jumping overhead attack. Finishing leap, guard piercing lunge. Retaliating slash, counter after being knocked down. Slapshot, rapidly attacks nearby targets. Dodge slash, hurts nearby enemies. Flash step, fast guard breaking uppercut. Sliding dash, close in and attack. Vortex, charging spin attack. Round break, spin attack that hurts enemies. Vortex, spinning attack. Ripple Drive, crystalline shield that pushes back groups of enemies. Guard Break, combo that breaks guards. Explosions, relative to magic skill, knocks down enemies with small explosions. Stun Impact, spherical energy stuns enemies. Aerial Sweep, leaps at midair targets. Aerial Drive, diagonal slashes at enemies. Aerial Spiral, aerial somersault attack. Aerial Finish, combo attacks midair target. Magnet Splash, draws in enemies. Counter Guard, attacks immediately after blocking. Wiz said, Sora's two main combat abilities are command reactions and flow motion. Reaction commands are special combat maneuvers that Sora can perform when fighting specific enemies, no matter how big, strong, or fast they are, he can react and adapt to them, using their weapons against him or using their powers to his advantage. He can also use a special ability called flow motion, an ability that allows him to traverse the terrain with incredible ease and skill. He can also teleport behind his enemies, stunning them for a few seconds. So, he fights more with speed and agility than strength, Zoro reasoned. Frankie said, so the guy is fast on the move. This could make things interesting. Boomstick said, and to top it all off, he's got a ton of special techniques he can use to take down his enemies. He can get in close with the slide dash and vortex attacks, and deal damage with the blitz, slapshot, and finishing leap. Wiz said, he can also take to the sky and glide for short distances and use a series of aerial attacks called the aerial sweep, and several other moves in midair. And if he can't glide, he'll just knock them into the air with the upper slash. Boomstick said, he's also a master when he fights outnumber. He can spin like Tornado of Doom with a grounded vortex attack, summon a blasting shield with Ripple Drive, blast away at his enemies with explosions, and literally curb stomp his enemies away with the stun impact. Wiz continued, he also has several moves made to break through his enemies' guards, and if you try to run away he'll bust out the Magnet Splash, which uses magnetic forces to draw his enemies in. In other words, no one is safe when you fight with Sora. As they described the attacks, each one was shown, showing Sora fighting several different Heartless, big and small. Zoro whistled in interest and said, dang, imagine if this guy ever showed up here. The Navy would be hard-pressed to stop this guy if he ever showed up. Luffy said, so cool. Hey, Usopp, do you think you can do that flow motion thing? The sniper answered, Luffy, I don't think it's possible, unless of course you happen to pull a Keyblade out of absolutely nowhere. Wiz continued, he also has several finishing moves and special attacks called limit breaks. Finishers and limits. Ars Arcanum. Hurricane Blast. Lethal Frame. Ragnarok. Sonic Blade Rave. Strike Raid. Vicinity Break. Zantetsuken. Trinity. Some are only available in limit form. Wiz said, he can fire multiple beams of energy with Ragnarok, attack like a demon top with the Vicinity Break spin attack, manipulate time with Lethal Frame, destroy with the brutal Ars Arcanum assault, and he can cut his enemies down to size with the Zantetsuken, and when he wants to unleash great power, he uses his limit called Trinity, which calls on his Empower to unleash bright beams of light. So, he seems like a blister mixed with close and long-range attacks, Robin examined. He's a pretty well-rounded fighter, Zoro said. So cool, the childish trio said. Brooke said, oh, such incredible powers that sword gives him. My eyes would be wide if I still had them. Boomstick said, and when his sword isn't enough, he can unleash some powerful magic. Magic spells. Eroga summons offensive tornado or shield of wind. Balunga summons explosive balloons. Blizzaga summons ice spear. Faraga launches ball of fire or summons ring of fire. Thundiga, lightning from the sky. Graviga lifts enemies into the air or crashes them on the ground. Magnaga attracts enemies and attacks continuously. Reflaga reflects attacks and hurts enemies. Kuraga heals wounds. Stopga stops time. Warp creates black hole. Boomstick said, he can use Eroga to defend, having damage, or unleash a tornado of shredding winds, summons explosive wounds with Balunga, and can manipulate the elements with Blizzaga, Faraga, Thundiga, and Graviga. Wiz said, he can also pull enemies in with Magnaga, reflect attacks and counter with Reflaga, can stop time with Stopga, and create a small black hole with Warp. And if he's ever really hurt he can heal himself, and his allies, with Kuraga. So, he has a crazy powerful sword, can control the elements, heals himself, stops time, tears through space. Is this guy supposed to be a god or something? Nami yelled as she went through all of Sora's shown abilities so far. Robin, currently drawing a Keyblade on her notepad, said, maybe it is an effect of the Keyblade? From what I've seen, he only seemed to get this powerful after getting it. Maybe when he's separated from it, he is weak. Frankie nodded at that. He was pretty strong himself, but if he ever ran out of cola he was weakened considerably. DMN, Boomstick yelled, is there anything this kid can't do? Wiz said, well, there are times when he does need a boost. When he does this, he goes through an instant wardrobe change. Drive forms. Valor form. Red and black. Increases strength, running, and jumping ability. Cannot decrease magic. Wields 2 keyblades. Requires Goofy to use. Wisdom form. Blue and black. Increases magical power and long-range attacks. Cannot perform aerial combos. Glides across the ground. Requires Donald to use. Master form. Yellow and black. Fusion of wisdom and valor forms. Wields 2 keyblades. Combines magic with physical attacks. Best suited for aerial combat and crowd control. Requires both Donald and Goofy to use. Final form. White and black. Wields toe keyblades telepathically. Fusion of all 3 forms. Limit form. Access to limit breaks. Wiz explained, after getting a new wardrobe from the good fairies, Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather, Sora gained the ability to change into different forms, based on his clothes. This may seem stupid, but each one has its advantages. Boomstick said, his Valor form increases his strength, running and jumping ability, and lets him wield 2 keyblades, but he can't use his magic while it is active. Thankfully, his Wisdom form makes up for it by increasing his magical powers, and letting him roll around like he's on roller skates, though he loses the ability to fight in the air. His Master form is a fusion of the Valor and Wisdom forms, and is more appropriate for crowd control, mixing the increased strength and magic with a rider reach. However, his strongest form is his Final form. This form combines all 3 forms for his greatest strength. Wiz added, when necessary, however, he can access his Limit form. While in this state he can access powerful limit breaks, emotion-fueled attacks. However, there are a few problems. Boomstick said, yeah, like all things awesome they have a time limit, plus he has to build up a lot of power over the course of battles to use them. Valor is the easiest to get, followed by Wisdom, Master, and Final, being the hardest. Plus, he kind of needs certain members of his team present so he can access them, well all, but the Limit and Final forms anyway. So, he needs to gain power over the course of a fight to be able to use these powers, Sanji said. That could be a problem if he's fighting a lot of people and doesn't have time to heal. Zoro said, I never thought I'd see someone who needed help from someone else to get powers. Then again, there were those magnet guys back when we fought that guy who... Almost immediately, everyone stopped Zoro from speaking, not wanting to remember the time that their flag was stolen. Meanwhile, Frankie was reminded of his fight against Fukuro. In the beginning, it had been difficult because he hadn't been able to get the cola he needed to use his powers. It was only thanks to Chopper that he won. If he hadn't, he probably wouldn't be here right now. Wiz said, speaking of which, Sora has his flaws. Weaknesses. Can still be caught off guard. Magic depends on mana. Naive. Wiz said, his magic is entirely dependent on the mana in his body. It can recover over time, but if he uses it too much outside of his Wisdom form he can still be without it. He also has limits to how much punishment he can take. That last one is kind of a given, Chopper said, the body can only handle so much. Brook said, yes, it is thankful that we are much stronger than most, otherwise we would probably be dead. Boomstick, plus he's kind of an idiot. He didn't get much in terms of schooling as a kid, so he's not the highest gun on the rack. Wiz said, it is also believed that if the Keyblade is taken from him, he will lose his powers, but with his ability to summon it form pretty much anywhere, that is still up for debate. Boomstick said, anyway, he's taken on some of the tough characters and done some amazing things over the years. Feats. Effortlessly cut through buildings. Held back a stomp from the ground shaker. Defeated Maleficent, Genie Jafar, and Hercules. Deflected magical lighting blast. Skilled enough to battle against Sephiroth, and stalemate lingering sentiment. Boomstick said, he's cut through buildings. He's strong enough to take on at least 2 of the Titans, and he's battle. Hercules, who said he wasn't holding back. And that guy is strong enough to throw the Rock Titan like a freaking toy over the horizon. Heck, he was so strong that when he was in the weaker form a lion cub, he managed to stop this giant ground shaker thing from stomping on him, and that thing, according to Wiz, weighs over 25 tons and just because he's fast doesn't mean he's slow. He once blocked a lightning bolt from a few feet away. Wiz, math that for us please. Wiz pressed a button and the board of wisdom came down. Sure, the man said, first the lightning feet scaling to Sora's height at the time, of about 4 feet 9 inches, we can guess the distance to be between 6 and 7 meters. Since it is visual lightning, it was likely moving at 98348, 798 meters per second, that's 220 million miles an hour. This means that Sora must have drawn his sword and deflected it in 6.8 nanoseconds. Whoa! That is fast, Usopp said. Imagine how fast that guy could be if he had that observation hockey. The others were in complete and utter awe. With the strength he showed, the skills, the power, it was insane just how strong this kid was. It made them wonder if there was someone like that in the world. The thought of running into him sounded interesting, but the scope of his enemies sounded incredibly terrifying. Dang, no wonder you can't touch this guy, Boomstick said. Then again, if I had some super powerful key-shaped weapon too, I'd probably be doing some insane stuff every day. Wiz said, probably. However, there is one thing that must be known. Sora is still growing and is becoming stronger and stronger as time passes on. In the end, someday Sora may just end up becoming the god he is slowly becoming. Wiz said, guess we'll just have to wait for Kingdom Hearts 3 to find out just how much closer he gets to godhood. Everyone had their opinions of him. Sora seemed like a powerful fight and, from the sound of things, could probably take on the strongest members of the Navy if he wanted to and probably win. They also began to wonder just who his opponent was that could go toe-to-toe with him. They quickly turned back to the door as they watched. The doors closed and reopened. Wizard said, the Kingdom of Lucas, a beautiful shining city. Home to the royal bloodline of the 13 great kings. Throughout history, the warriors of this kingdom have stood strong and tall against all those who would stand against them. Boomstick said, these warriors were legendary, and the man who would take up their legacy would be their prince, Noctis Lucas Selim, but that's a mouthful to say, so just call him Noctis, or Noct. Noctis Lucas Selim. Age, 20, 30 after time skip. Prince of Lucas. True king, or king of light. Hates vegetable and bugs. Wiz said, as a prince, Lucas lived a surprisingly normal life. He went to school, met people his age, and even found himself working at a camera store after school for money. Boomstick looked confused as he said, wait, you mean to tell me that they didn't lock this prince up in some ivory tower and wait on him hand and foot? Wiz said, no, it was through this that he learned the importance of bonds and independence. Of course, his father Regis had his reasons, which we will get to later. Boomstick sighed and said, I wondered when there would be a prince that wouldn't think of himself as God-given human flesh. Stupid royal treatment. I wonder what reason the king would have for letting his son live a normal life? Nami asked. Robin rubbed her chin and thought, I don't know, but it is probably important. Frankie rubbed his chin and thought, maybe it had something to do with connecting with the people. Back when I worked for Galila, before Tom was taken away, we would always make sure to go around town and help people. We did that to help connect and form relationships with our potential customers. The others also wondered why King would want his son to go around the common people. Well, everyone who could understand it, so Luffy was out on the thinking thing. Wiz continued, when he turned 20 Noctis was to be engaged to Princess Lunafria to bring together a rival kingdom, Niflheim. Unfortunately, this was, yet another, Game of Thrones style scheme. Boomstick said, yeah, it turns out that engagement was false, Niflheim invaded, killed King Regis, and you can guess where this is going, right? Chopper asked, what is Game of Thrones? The others shrugged, wondering what the hosts were talking about. I don't know, Zoro said, but for some reason when he says that, I think about bright red colors and it makes me sick. Everyone looked at Zoro confused, before turning back to the show. Wiz said, like any good prince, Noctis swore that he would take down the invaders, avenge his father, and reclaim his throne. However, to do this, he would need to get the right tools for the job. Weapons and equipment. Royal arms. Sword of the wise king. Axe of the conqueror. Strong but slow. Bow of the clever. Distance, can strike multiple foes, but drains health with each successful hit. Swords of the wanderer. Dual swords that can merge together for a powerful strike. Blade of the mystic. Preferred sword. Star of the rouge. Can strike multiple targets. Sword of the tall. Most powerful of the royal arms. Can strike multiple times with one hit. Shield of the just. Cannot move while blocking. Can clear crowds with a powerful slam. Mace of the fierce. Slowest royal arm. Scepter of the pious. Jack of all trades. Trident of the oracle. Afterimage attacks. Katana of the warrior. Rapid strikes. Sword of the father. Supposedly form King Regis. Ring of Lucii. Brings great power to royal blood. Deforms and eventually kills wearer. Boomstick said, Noctis and his team traveled the land gathering up the 13 royal arms, powerful weapons used by the former kings and queens of Lucas. He wields various swords, such as the Blade of the Mystic, his personal preference, the fast katana of the warrior, the Sword of the Tall, which hits like a chainsaw, grinding into the victim, the dual blades of the Wanderer, and the Sword of the Wise King. Zoro whistled and said, those are a lot of swords. I wonder how he would hold up against my style. The others imagined Noctis on their ship. Boomstick continued, it's not just limited to swords, however. He's got the trident of the Oracle, which can create afterimages to attack targets, the slow but bone-crushing mace of the fierce, the fast-flying star of the rogue, the long-distance bow of the clever, the body-splitting axe of the conqueror, and the scepter of the pious, whatever the hell that means, which is a jack of all trades, using the methods of attack from the other arms. Wiz said, and don't think that he's completely helpless. When on the defensive, he brings out the shield of the just, a powerful shield that can block pretty much anything. Frankie said, this guy has got a good amount of offense. He might just give Sora a run for his money with all those weapons. Usopp said, I wonder where he keeps them all though. It must be difficult to carry them all around, at once. Boomstick said, DMN, he must have some really deep pockets. Wiz said, not exactly. Whenever a royal arm is found, it is transformed into light energy and merges with Noctis' body. This enables him to forge the weapons out of thin air whenever he needs them. He can also summon them to act as a barrier for some extra defense, and has enough force to knock armored soldiers over. Well, that answers that question, Usopp said, glad to have his question answered. Wow, it's like what Frankie does with his weapons, but cooler, Luffy said, drooling at the thought of seeing such weapons in real life. Though Frankie didn't want to admit it. Wiz continued, he also wears the Ring of Lucci, a special armament that gives him incredible power, allowing him to wield the weapons, as well as give him almost instantaneous mastery of them all. It is also connected to a powerful magic crystal, a relic guarded by the Lucas Kings for years. Once again, Boomstick coughed and said, hacks. Yeah, that seems like cheating to me, Zoro said, crossing his arms. This was met by others, who nodded. Wiz looked at his co-host and said, anyway, it also grants him some pretty impressive abilities. Combat abilities. Warp Strike. Phase Counter. Armature. Wiz continued, by throwing his weapon, he can teleport to them, with a powerful attack called a Warp Strike. He can also phase through solid matter to avoid damage and unleash powerful counters. Dang, that ring sounds like it is pretty awesome, Nami said, and it looks pretty fashionable too. Robin rolled her eyes and said, I'm not big on jewelry, but it is interesting to know that such a relic has been passed down through his family. It must be quite precious to him. As she said this, Luffy reached for his hat, Zoro for his swords, Chopper for his hat, Usopp for his goggles, and Nami glanced at where the orange trees. Boomstick said, however, the best ability he has is the armature. With this he can wield all the royal arms at the same time, and unleash brutal combos. DMN, this guy is like a walking medieval armory. Wiz said, well, don't get too attached to them because that's not the only type of power he has. Like many a character, he also has access to magic. Magic. Magic flasks. Spells. Fire, Fyra, Firaga, creates firestorms. Blizzard, Blizzara, Blizzaga, coats area in ice and snow to slow down enemies. Thunder, Thundara, Thundiga, summons lightning storms. Spell modifiers. Unicast, Dualcast, Tricast, Quadcast, Quintcast. Venomcast, Cursecast, Failcast, Freecast, Killcast, Stopcast, Blastcast, Expericast. Ultimate spells. Flare, fire that burns with no end. Freeze, freeze to no end. Electron, shocks to no end. Ring magic. Death spell. Holy spell. Alterna spell. Wiz said, throughout the world, there are special veins of magic that run through the world. Noctis can drain energy from these into flasks which he can use for spells. He can attack using different spells for fire, ice and lightning. Fire, Fyra, and Firaga burn, Thunder, Thundara, and Thundiga shock, and Blizzard, Blizzara, and Blizzaga, freeze the area in a massive blizzard. Boomstick said, and these flasks aren't just one-hit wonders. He can use different casts, to fire up to 5 spells, either of the same kind or different. He can also use other modifications to curse, poison, increase anything gained from the defeated enemy, kill suddenly, freeze them in place, boost potency, and increase damage. And if he wants to unleash a hell of a lot of damage, he can fill them all up, and use the flare, freeze, and electron spells. If you can't tell which is which, you are an idiot, and these spells are powerful enough to kill massive creatures. Wiz said, however, some of the modifiers, such as the Failcast and Blastcast, can have negative side effects, hurting the caster or misfiring and doing nothing. So, he can modify his spells like you can modify my ammunition, Usopp said, that is bound to play a part in things. Frankie nodded and said, yeah, but don't forget, he also has some bad side effects if he isn't careful. That one that does nothing sounds like a serious gamble, and not the entertaining kind. Luffy was reminded of his second gear and third gear as he saw that. Second gear exhausted him if he used it for too long, and if he wasn't careful he couldn't move at all. His third gear reduced him to a smaller size for a certain amount of time, making him vulnerable. Chopper thought back to the Rumble Ball. If he ate too many in a short PRD of time, he lost control of his shape-shifting forms. And if he ate more than that, he would transform into that giant monstrous form of his. Chopper shuddered as he remembered the damage he had done to the tower and how he possibly endangered his friends. Sanji thought back to the devil leg, or diable jam, technique. Whenever he used hit, he had to keep his foot of the ground, otherwise the power would turn against him and burn him. Boomstick said, yeah, but if messing with the elements isn't enough, that ring of his gives him 3 more spells. The most commonly used is the holy spell, which he uses to instantly damage anyone near him, and he can tear the fabric of reality with the Alterna spell. Dang, that has to be useful, Frankie said, almost makes me wish we could do magic. It sounds like it would be pretty useful in fighting off a lot of different enemies. The others agreed. It seemed both cool to see and incredibly useful. It was also around this point that everyone realized that this magic seemed to be much more powerful than the magic used by Shang Tsung. Wiz said, he can also use the death spell, which can instantly take down a single combatant. Thought the stronger the opponent, the longer it takes to work. Dang, that sounds like it was brutal, Robin said, thinking that the spell sounded a little bit sadistic. Brooke said, it does? Everyone looked at the skeletal pervert as they noted the dark tone he used. The skeleton continued, to have the life slowly drain from you, unable to stop it, just waiting for that moment for everything to go black. It is a feeling that I know all too well. Everyone shuddered and began to comfort the skeleton. The former human was glad for the comfort and was soon back to his old self again. Boomstick said, yeah, but it makes it all worth it, and with these, he's done some impressive feats. Defeated astrals. Defeated giant creatures. Defeated Arden, after 10-year time skip. Cleansed world of evil and darkness, at the cost of his life. Wiz said, he's defeated giant creature like the Adamantois, the Titan, and Ifrit. He's taken on various warriors of great skill and power, and he eventually took down the villain, Arden, the man behind all of the madness in his country. Yeah, go Noctis. Luffy yelled happily. This cheer was met with similar sounds of approval. Boomstick said, yeah, this is where things get complex. You see, that guy Arden was originally one of the kings of Lucas, but he went crazy, became immortal, and got kicked out. So, he went to Nilfheim and took over. It was here that Noctis learned the truth, behind his father making him live outside the prince's ivory tower. There was a prophecy of the true king, who would clear the world of darkness, or some Star Wars style sheet. Star Wars? Wait, wasn't that something with Boba Fett? Nami asked. Robin said, maybe it had something to do with those Jedi that were mentioned. Everyone just shrugged it off and thought about what Boomstick meant. Wiz said, this brings us to some important problems. Certain abilities used by the royal arms can drain his magic, and the spells he can use are limited by the number of flasks he has. If he runs out, he can't use his magic. There is also the Ring of Lucii has a nasty side effect to draining his life force and would kill him. Actually, it did kill him. Everyone was horrified at the fact that his tool had killed him. Wiz continued, to fulfill this prophecy, he entered the light crystal from which the ring derived its power, absorbed it for a decade, and came out to destroy Arden, losing his life in the process, leaving behind the legacy of the true king. Boomstick smiled and said, hail to the king, baby. He killed a freaking immortal? Everyone yelled out in shock. Once the shock wore off, which took quite some time, everyone began to debate on who would. For the first time, none of them had a clear opinion. They all thought both characters were great fighters and were incredibly powerful. They had great magic, weapons, skills, and could be very awesome in a fight. Wiz said, alright, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all. Boomstick yelled, it's time for a death battle. The doors closed and reopened. We opened to see a dark blue barren wasteland. In the shadow of a menacing castle, there was an army of small creatures with yellow eyes and antennae on their heads. Are those heartless? Chopper asked, they don't look dangerous. They actually look kind of cute. Sanji put out his cigarette and said, I think those are only basic heartless, Chopper. There was the sound of a brutal beating. Suddenly, Sora, Donald, and Goofy burst through the heartless, taking down every single one that got in their way. Up in the tower, we see a large anthropomorphic cat wearing armor, and a woman with green skin, horns, long black robes and a staff. The names, Pete the Cat, and Maleficent appeared near them, respectively. Oh, that no-good do-gooder, Pete said, annoyed that their plans were being interrupted by the Keyblade wielder again. We got to do something, Your Excellence. The woman turned an uninterested gaze towards the cat and said, leave the thinking to me, Pete. I have something that should turn the tide in our favor. Maleficent smirked evilly as she held out her hand, showing the shattered remains of a ring. Is that the ring of Lucii? Robin asked, shocked. Oh, this does not look good, Brooke said, my bones are rattling with fear. What is that? The cat asked, confused. The evil woman smiled and said, a relic from one of the many worlds we've visited. It was difficult getting it, but I think it should work very well for us. Pete just nodded, knowing it was a bad idea to disagree with his mistress. That and the ring had a familiar feel to it. He shuddered slightly as he remembered a certain silver-haired monster. Black and green magic began forming around her hand. After a few moments, the ring reformed. With a shout, she threw the ring at the three heroes, the object flying through like a green comet. Moments later, it slammed into the ground a few feet from the heroes. Hey, what's the big idea? Donald asked, turning towards the explosion caused by the flying ring. I don't like the looks of this, Goofy said, brandishing his shield. The Heartless could feel their mistress magic around the comet and began to back away, also sensing incredible power. Out of the smoke rose a man. He wore a black suit with gold jewelry, and a black and gold pauldron on his left shoulder, which was accompanied by a black cape with intricate gold chains behind it, with a high-backed collar. He had coarse features and a beard, his blue eyes glaring at the trio, with blue eyes that briefly flashed red. Noctis Lucasselim had come back from the dead. Is that Noctis? Sanji asked, surprised. Apparently, this is what he looks like after he trained for 10 years in the crystal, Robin analyzed. Wow, Nami said, blushing slightly at the admittingly handsome man. Sanji muttered angrily under his breath. Donald brandished his wand and said, who's this Palooka? Get out of our way. He tried to fire a Thundiga from his wand, only for the controlled Noctis to summon his weapons, acting as a shield. He charged forward brandishing his mace and swung hard, sending Donald skyward. The duck magician screaming in rage and anger as he flew. Goofy charged only for him to go intangible, avoiding the blast and sending him flying, screaming all the way. Yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I have never used the Goofy holler. This is what it sounds like to me. Luffy laughed and said, that yell was funny. The others couldn't help but agree. Noctis turned his attention to Sora, brandishing the sword of the father. Sora got into his usual stance and shot forward. Noctis threw the sword warping behind Sora, and spinning on his heel with a horizontal slash. Sora spun around quickly and blocked with a loud clang and a rain of sparks. Fight! The two began fighting, swinging their weapons as fast as they could, resulting in loud clangs of metal and sparks raining on the ground. Sora managed to get under Noctis' defense, but the mind-controlled prince was able to go intangible to avoid it, and spun on his heel, brandishing the axe of the conqueror. Sora leapt back to avoid the weapon, as it came crashing down right where he stood, and countered with some magic. Balloonga! Multiple balloons shot out of the Keyblade towards the Prince of Lucas. One of the balloons exploded in his face, doing damage. However, before the others could, he warped away and equipped the Star of the Rogue. Focusing on the balloons, he threw the weapon, slicing through them and going right for Sora. Sora deflected the large star, but was unable to block a shot from the bow of Clever. Noctis warped next to Sora and unleashed the blades of the Wanderer. A barrage of fast-paced slashes was followed by a powerful swing that knocked Sora on his butt. He then equipped the mace again and bashed Sora skyward. Sora recovered in the air and noticed a small canyon. With an idea in mind, he quickly glided in the direction of the area. Noctis growled, as he warped upwards to Sora to stop him, but that proved to be a mistake. Sora caught his mace as it materialized and swung hard, batting the prince away. Hey, why is he running? Usopp said. Robin answered, he must have a plan. Zoro said, the guy can think on his feet, as we know. Sora had to glide a few times before he reached the canyon. A purple aura covered him as he rushed into the canyon, running across the wall of it with ease, dodging and jumping over rocks and formations. Nami snapped her fingers and said, I get it, he's going to try to use flow motion to outmaneuver Noctis' warping and intangibility. Sora turned his head and saw Noctis behind him, the katana of the warrior held in his hands. He turned and charged, Keyblade at the ready. The two weapons smashed into each other, sparks raining and lighting up the canyon. The two met again and again, the enhanced speed of the katana, capable of keeping up with Sora's flow motion. At time, Noctis went intangible to avoid attacks, but Sora countered them with his enhanced reflexes. It was here that Sora revealed his teleportation ability, which he used to get around. The battlefield was off like a light show, that only those with the sharpest of eyes could see. Suddenly, Sora launched into the air and the explosion ability, sending multiple explosive orbs down at the prince, who countered by bringing out the shield of the just. The blasts didn't hurt, but he found himself face to face with Sora after he removed the shield. Ars Arcanum. The barrage of attacks slammed into Noctis, causing him to cry out and drawing blood. The prince was sent flying backwards and hit the ground. He recovered quickly, however, and pulled out a magic flask. Quinn cast Blizzaga. A suddenly flash of light came from the flask, and the air got colder. The temperature dropped as the snow and ice began forming on the ground around Sora, who now found it very hard to move. Noctis took advantage and warped next to him, katana at the ready. The prince unleashed a barrage of attacks that drew blood from Sora. The Prince of Lucas finished the assault with a blow from the sword of the tall. Sora was thrown backwards, and was still freezing cold and was having a hard time moving. Noctis leapt in for another strike, but this time, Sora reacted. Furaga. Noctis went intangible to avoid the attack, and warped away to avoid the flames. The flames melted the ice covering Sora's body, and with the extra distance he cast another spell. Kuraga. With a flash of green, Sora's wounds were now healed. He looked at his opponent and saw he was pulling out another flask. "Oh, I forgot he could do that," Nami said. "Makes me wish you could do something like that in real life, huh, Chopper?" The reindeer nodded as he turned his attention back to the fight. Not allowing him to do that, he aimed with his keyblade. Ragnarok. The barrage of lasers shot out of his keyblade, right towards his opponent. Noctis brought his shield to absorb the blow. When he moved it, Sora was right in his face. Noctis' ring glowed as he went intangible and unleashed a large blast of light with the holy spell. Sora was sent back, but he wasn't hurt badly. Noctis attempted to throw the flask, however Sora lashed out with another spell. Stopka. Sora threw out his hand, and Noctis froze. Sora didn't waste any time. He shot forward with his weapon drawn. He unleashed a barrage of assaults and then with a powerful burst from the stun impact, launched him backwards, breaking the flask in the process. Sora charged again, only for Noctis to pull out his bow again. The projectiles were no match for Sora's moves as he ran through and jumped over them, even running up the canyon wall. Noctis was growing frustrated and held out his ring, a red glow coming over it, as he aimed it at Sora. Sora then began to feel the energy drain as his life was drained by the death spell. Sora reacted quickly with a spell of his own. Thundiga. The blast of lighting shot forward and nearly struck Noctis, who avoided it by going intangible, but also breaking his concentration and ending the spell. Thinking quickly, Noctis pulled out the katana of the warrior again, and got into a stance, filling the sword with energy. Sora saw this and reacted. He jumped down to the canyon floor and got into a similar stance for one of his finishers, the Zantetsuken. The two were silent as they stared at each other, building up power. The two then launched forward in the blink of an eye. The two attacks met and cancelled each other out. The two then fell to their knees panting. This fight had gone on for far too long. Noctis turned towards the boy, his eyes glowing red as he began focusing his magic into his ring for the Alterna. Sora turned back to his opponent and felt his magical reserves were starting to get low. He had enough for one last spell. Focusing his powers, he began to use it. The two spun and fired their spells, Noctis the Alterna, and Sora using the warp spell. Two tears in reality, two things that should not be mixed. The two spells clashed and then exploded, creating a massive black void which began skinning up everything that was in the vicinity. Sora attempted to get out of the way, but was SCKED up, as was Nositz, who couldn't warp away in time. The two now floated in a large black void, the only thing present being a massive pair of white doors. The two floated in the void, confused and shocked at what had just happened. The two then glanced up at the portal they had used and saw that it was rapidly closing. That doesn't look good. The two launched forward to escape, and wound up crashing into each other. They both realized they need to finish this fast, so Noctis activated the Armiger and Sora went into his final form, having stored enough energy for it over the battle. The two met repeatedly, shining bright in the black void like two stars fighting for supremacy. The two were a few feet from the portal before they both attempted one last charge. The floating keyblades and the glowing weapons met one last time. There was a moment of silence before Sora shot out the portal and Noctis was sliced in half with a scream of pain. KO. Sora landed on the ground with a smirk as he crossed his arms with a feeling of victory. "Yeah, go Sora!" Luffy yelled. Nami said, "That was crazy." Robin nodded and said, "I agree. That was some impressive maneuvering." The others nodded and agreed, agreeing that the fight was impressive, and they saw the two fighters were incredibly adept at fighting. Now on to the results. "Holy sheet! That was insane," Boomstick said. Wiz said, "Early on, Noctis and Sora were evenly matched. Both were great at dodging and countering attacks in their own special way, and while Noctis had more variety in terms of weapons, Sora's single incredibly powerful weapon could keep up. In the end, it boiled down to experience." Boomstick said, "Yeah, while Noctis and Sora both had teams at their backs, they both fought pretty well on their own, but Sora has just fought far, far greater opponents. Whis said, Noctis always had a team on his back, with their help he's taken down the large opponents, plus in canon he uses the astrals he summons to defeat large and powerful opponents. And remembered the immortal Arden, he only defeated him after summoning the souls of all his ancestors to help him. Sora has taken on several larger and stronger opponents, like the mysterious creature and genie Jafar, and defeated them single-handedly, unless you count the help from the flying carpet. Boomstick added, plus with his insane ability in terms reaction time, he could easily keep up with Noctis warping, because he's fought teleporting enemies before, usually by grabbing onto them or to the thing they're teleporting to. Whis said, yeah, after dealing with the members of Organization 13, Sora had experience against enemies who can go intangible, teleport, and warp reality. Simply put, Noctis didn't have anything that Sora hadn't encountered before, and since his style relies on adapting to his opponent's weapons, powers, and skills, all it took was the right move and a final attack. Boomstick said, in the end, Sora had the key to victory. Whis nodded and said, the winner is Sora. Everyone cheered at the victory. Next time on Death Battle? Before anyone could get into the next battle, a large explosion rocked the ship. Everyone immediately ran up to the deck and was shocked at what they saw. There was a trio of Navy ships sailing right towards them firing their cannons. Nami yelled, DMN it, we must have been sitting still for too long. Everyone get ready. With that, everyone got to their stations and prepared to fight. The Straw Hats jumped out onto the deck of the Sunny, just in time to see the Marines jump down and board their vessel. The group was terrified to see a massive battleship that easily dwarfed the size of their ship. The monster trio immediately sprang into action, while the remaining members stepped back. Luffy charged, shrugging off bullets like they were nothing, his rubber body deflecting the shots. When he got close, he unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes. Gum Gum Gatling. A barrage of extended punches slammed into several Marines, knocking several out. Unfortunately, some of the Marines were made of much tougher stuff. They managed to get back up, and proceeded to charge again, weapons raised high. However, Luffy was prepared. Gum Gum Whip. Luffy lashed out a kick with his right leg, the limb extending and wiping out several of the Marines that got up, and had the unexpected effect of pushing several Marines off the boat and into the sea. Collier, neck. Jigget, legs. Sanji was fighting his way through several Marines. He had leashed out with several powerful kicks that knocked several Marines out and some off the ship. Sanji was block and parrying blows from weapons with his kicks. He was careful against metal weapons, especially sharp ones. He ducked under a swing from an axe and began spinning around, articulating himself on his hand. Konkase, crush. The large Marine with an axe was sent flying to the side with his ribs broken as he was knocked into the sea by Sanji's finishing move. The cook took a drag on his cigarette and said, man, what a shitty way to spend an afternoon. Can't we go one day without getting drawn into a crazy adventure? He was answered when several Marines aimed their weapons at him. I guess not, he said as he leapt into the air to avoid the bullets aiming at him. He then descended and unleashed his next attack. Troisième Hachis, third-rate mincemeat, a barrage of powerful kicks landed and knocked down several Marines. The man then turned to the terrified group and asked, who's next? Three-sword style, Dragon Twister. Zoro swung his swords and kicked up a powerful wind that knocked several Marines into the air. Zoro then turned his attention towards his new opponents. Three-sword style, 108-pound cannon. The blast knocked several more Marines off the ship, as well as slamming into the side of the battleship, only doing minimal damage. Zoro growled to himself. After seeing how powerful he would become, he was a little frustrated at not seeing the amount of damage that he wanted. He made a note to increase his training payload so that he would not only match his future self, but surpass him as well. He was brought out of his thoughts when he dodged a sword swing and swung hard, cutting the man who attacked him before turning his attention back to the fight at hand. Back on the Marine ship? A man sat in a dark room, most likely the captain's quarters, sat at a desk watching the battle from a window, the vantage point clear for the battle. He was drawn from his watching as the sound of a door opening got his attention. He didn't turn as a man in a captain's uniform approached. The man asked, "How goes the attack, Captain?" The captain saluted and said, "The attack is going as planned, sir. As you predicted, we are getting heavy resistance." From the three members of the crew, Straw Hat Luffy, Black Leg Sanji, and Pirate Hunter Zoro. The man nodded and said, "What of the other members of the crew?" The captain answered, "I do not believe they are of any consequence. As you said, sir, they are the weakest members of the crew." There was loud crack as the man stood up and approached the captain. The floor now had a large crater in it, where the man had stomped his foot as he turned around. He then walked over the captain, easily towering over the man, revealing to be incredibly tall. "They are of no consequence?" the man asked, his voice carrying like a clap of thunder. "Are you assuming them to be of no consequence?" The captain gulped in fear and asked, "Maybe, yes?" The man then asked, "Tell me, Captain, what happens when you assume?" The captain stuttered, "It makes an but out of you and me." The man nodded and said, "Correct. In battle, you cannot assume anything. Nothing is certain. Go and bring me information on the remaining members of the crew. I will not allow the same mistakes those idiots, Morgan, Nezumi, and Spandam made when they assumed they couldn't be beaten." The captain nodded in confirmation as he ran out of the room. The man then turned towards the window, watching the battle. Black Leg Sanji, excellent martial artist. Specialty is up-close combat. Weakness, long-range combat. Straw Hat Luffy. Devil Fruit powers enable elasticity and invulnerability to blunt force trauma. Weaknesses include Devil Fruit weaknesses, intense heat, and sharp weapons. Pirate Hunter Zoro, in need of new nickname as he is no longer a bounty hunter, specialty swordsmanship. Weakness, separation from swords, possible, but he has shown incredible strength. No doubt is capable in hand-to-hand combat. Powerful individuals indeed. Now, let's see what the others have in store for us. Back on the Sunny? Several Marines were currently panicking. They were firing non-stop at this member of the crew and he hadn't fallen. "Sorry brothers, but you're not taking down me with those super puny pea-shooters," Frankie said with a laugh as the bullets bounced off the layer of iron under his skin. "What is this guy?" one of the Marines yelled. "Is he a Devil Fruit user?" Another said, "He has to be. There is no way that a normal man can shrug off bullets like that." Frankie laughed and said, "Sorry, there's no Devil Fruit here." Beans left. Frankie launched a barrage of bullets from his arm, only grazing the Marines and hitting non-vital spots, drawing blood. He smirked before he felt a stabbing pain in his back. He glanced and saw a Marine, who he thought he'd knocked out, was up again and had stabbing him in the back of his left shoulder. "BSTRD, the cyborg shipwright growled before he spun on his heel, threw the man off. Then Frankie charged and proceeded to unleash a barrage of brutal punches, Rocky style. Frankie boxing. The Marine was launched backwards, this time completely knocked out, and knocked out two more Marines, knocking them off the ship. Frankie then spun around and opened the cannon in his right arm, aiming at a group of stunned Marines. Weapons left. Nami screamed as she dodged at swing from an axe and a blow from a staff. She took out the perfect climax in full staff mode and swing it up hard, striking the male Marine in the nuts, causing him to wince and fall to his knees, clutching his injured privates. Nami then spun around, another part of the climax opening. Thunder charge. Swing arm. She swung the weapon, unleashing a powerful bolt of electricity that knocked down several Marines. They were charred and twitchy, but they were still alive. Nami didn't have time to celebrate her victory, as several Marines appeared pointing at her with rifles. Thinking quickly, she formed a cool ball on her staff and swung it, vanishing from sight. Mirage tempo. The Marines gaped as she vanished from sight. They didn't get to think on it, as a shadow formed over them. They looked up to see a round thundercloud above them. Before any of them could react, they heard a familiar voice call out. Thunderbolt tempo. The cloud unleashed a large blast of lightning that electrocuted them, leaving them charred, but alive. Nami reappeared amidst the chaos and said, "Now that is how you do it." Sanji, who had seen this, yelled, "Nami Swan. You looked so beautiful doing that. A beautiful angel of destruction." As Sanji was distracted, a Marine jumped towards him with a sword raised high. Dos fleur, two flower. Clutch. Before the Marine could strike, two hands sprouted out of the man's body, grabbing him, and clutching tightly, holding him arms from swinging and pulling them in a rather uncomfortable position. Sanji came out of his love mode for just a moment and kicked the man in the face, knocking him out. Robin, who had her arms crossed in her usual manner in combat, said, "Please, keep focused. We don't want any unnecessary problems, Sanji." Robin then turned to a large group of 10 Marines charging at her, weapons primed or held high. Robin showed no worry. Diesfleur, 10 flower. Slap. An arm grew out of each of the Marines and proceeded to slap the heck of them. The mass assault continued for a few moments, until one of the Marines got lucky and opened his mouth, biting down on one of the hands. Robin winced in pain as bite marks appeared on her hand. That moment was all it took as a Marine pulled out a pistol and shot Robin in the shoulder. Robin fell to one knee, pain flaring through her shoulder. The Marines gained courage as she fell and charged. Sanji had prepared to go fighting, but was stopped when a rather large Marine with massive iron-covered fists stopped him. "Get out of my way!" Sanji yelled and threw out a kick, only to gasp in shock when it was grabbed and then thrown away. Robin looked up, the pain in her arm made it hard to concentrate. He looked up as the man raised a hammer above his head to smash her skull into red jelly. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. The man was stopped when the of his hammer was suddenly sliced, the head landing on his head. That is not how you treat a lady. It is so appalling that it makes my bones chill. Brook stood with his cane sword drawn. Who is this guy? A new member, one of the Marines said, not recognizing Brook. I don't know, but that skull mask of his is really creepy, another said. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook said, this is no mask. This is all me. One of the Marines said, well come on then. Show us what you got, Skullman. If you want to die, just try to come near us. The Marine was so caught up in mocking the skeleton, he didn't notice that Brook had already moved, walking away from them. I already did, he said, making the Marines look shocked. Symphony humming, arrow volley slash. The Marines let out a cry of pain as gashes appeared on several Marines, including the one who had been mocking him. Yeah, go Brook. Chopper yelled, getting the attention. Well, what do we have here? A Marine said as he approached the reindeer cockily, their little pet. He might not be worth much, but I think we can make him into a coat or a scarf for someone. Another said, maybe we can put him in the kitchen and use him as some extra food, or maybe our ship's mascot. Chopper would normally be scared, however, the crack about his embarrassingly low bounty as well as the fact that they were mocking him and threatening his friend, causing him to react. I'm not gonna be your food, human. Chopper yelled as he changed into his heavy point. What the hell? One Marine yelled, only to get smacked in the face. Chopper then proceeded to go on a rampage, he heavy fist smashing through several Marines. He would change between his smaller reindeer form to charge between them, smashing them away with his antlers and dodging strikes and bullets. He continued to do this, deciding to save the rumble ball for when he needed it. The fight with Kumadori of CP9 still fresh in his mind. As the crew continued to fight, nobody saw a group of Marines standing near the cannons. There were two groups, ones who were prepared to fire the cannons and another group preparing with sniper rifles. The snipers took aim, but before they could they were suddenly shot in the face. Back on the sunny, Usopp smirked as he sat in the crow's nest. He fired Kabuto, putting down the Marines preparing to fire. He then proceeded to turn his attention to the members of the crew, taking down anyone who charged from behind and was trying to strike them. Back in the captain quarters? The shadowed man watched the battle still, unmoving. Suddenly the captain entered and said, Sir, almost all the forces you have unleashed on the Straw Hats have been defeated, sir. The man hummed and said, What information have you given us about the members of the crew? The man said, Well, we've learned more about them. It seems Black Leg Sanji holds a deep attraction towards Cat Burglar Nami and Devil's Child Nico Robin. We've also received word that the reports of Cyborg Frankie being an actual cyborg are true. Cat Burglar Nami apparently uses a weapon that can cause mirages and summon lighting, possibly with more abilities. Nico Robin's abilities are the same from what we've read, however, one of our Marines managed to damage the hand attacking him, and apparently caused damage to her. We've also found that cotton candy-loving Chopper is far more dangerous than we thought, apparently a Zoan Devil Fruit user. We haven't figured out which one yet. There is also a report of a new member, incredibly fast, and uses a fencing style. We've also gotten reports that the snipers on our ship were taken down, most likely at the hands of the Sniper King. The man rubbed his chin in thought. Information on the rest of the crew appears accurate. From reports taken, we have a good idea of Cyborg Frankie, Nico Robin, Cat Burglar Nami, and the Sniper King's abilities. Cotton candy-loving Chopper's abilities are unexpected, but pets who eat devil fruits on pirate ships are not uncommon. This new member may be a problem, but if he is a speed fighter it might not be too hazardous. The man then said, Send out an abandonment order, then prepare the main cannons. Blow their ship to smithereens. The captain nodded at the orders and left. The man then reached out and pressed his hand against the wall. His hand glowed, turning red and becoming slightly liquid-like as the red glow illuminated the room. Back on the sunny? A few injured Marines were coming back to consciousness. They prepared to fight the rogue pirate crew. However, before many could start, they heard a beeping. They looked down at their wrists, which had baby transponder snails in them. Orders from the captain. Abandon attack. Grab any you can and run. The Marines jumped at the orders, the injured ones jumped into the sea, grabbing the injured and jumping off the ship. The Straw Hats were shocked at the action. Hey, where are they all going? Luffy asked. I don't know, Sanji said, but I don't like it. The others agreed. Marines never abandon a fight if they thought they could win. The battleship lowered several rescue boats and dinghies grabbing up several of the Marines, some of the boats containing doctors. However, instead of returning to the ship, they moved away getting a good distance from the sunny. I really don't like the looks of this, Usopp said, mumbling in a scared manner. The paranoid sniper's fear turned out to be justified as the warship's bow-mounted cannons aimed at the ship. "Uh-oh," Frankie said as he ran for the helm. "Frankie, don't!" Usopp yelled, "We can't run, look!" Frankie looked shocked at the sniper's words before he turned and saw that he was right. To everyone's shock, what looked like molten metal had surrounded the ship suddenly, the metal hardened, and spikes shot out, aiming at the ship. Any movement not brought by the waves, such as moving forward or back, would result in the ship being skewered. Everyone turned towards the cannons, feelings of dread. Frankie knew that he couldn't turn or move the ship with the chicken voyage or the coup de burst. He also can't turn it, and, despite his belief in the strength of the Gao cannon, it would take way too long to charge. Nami, Chopper, and Brook knew that none of their techniques could damage the iron cannons. Nami could try using her rain tempo to wet the powder, but she doubted that she could get it there in time before the cannons fired. Luffy, while dense, was smart enough to know that his gum-gum balloon wouldn't be enough to stop something that big, nor could he smash through the cannons. Zoro doubted he could cut through something that size, and Sanji knew he couldn't do that kind of damage. Robin could try her spider net, but if the cannonballs exploded her arms would be incinerated. The rest of the crew were shocked, thinking that they would be beaten here. However, a ray of hope came from an unexpected source. Usopp reached into his bag and pulled out a few ball, like he used in his battles. However, they were colored black with bright red X's on them. Since fought against Jabra, and lost horribly. He decided to try and upgrade his explosive stars. He went through them and tried to make some more explosive version. Unfortunately, some of them were unstable and exploded with far more force than he could control. Usopp glanced down at the explosives and let out a breath to calm himself. "Sanji, send me up," Usopp said the cook, who looked at the sniper as if he was crazy. "What are talking about, Usopp?" Sanji asked. "Just do it," Usopp yelled as he charged at the chef. Sanji, deciding to go with it, and hoping the sniper had a plan, Sanji raised one leg. Usopp then jumped on it, balancing as best as he could, which wasn't very well. "Armée de l'air sniper shoot." Sanji threw out a powerful kick, aiming upwards at the sky, sending the normally cowardly sniper upwards. The force of his flight caused the wind to pull his lips back, but he persevered and took out Kabuto aiming. "Okay, here we go," Usopp said, gulping as he was now level with the cannons, inches away from their massive barrels. "Special attack, unstable bomb star." Usopp let loose the unstable explosives, launching them into the barrel of the cannon. The explosive massive cannonballs as they were loaded. The explosive force caused by the bombs caused the cannonball struck to explode in a shower of metal and burning gunpowder. Wood and metal exploded outward, sending Marines flying backwards, and setting fire to different pieces of wood. The Marines scrambled from the cannons to try and get a lot of water to put out the fires. Usopp smirked, however, it fell when he realized that the cannon's barrel as alight with fire. The flames shot out and slammed into the sniper, causing him to scream in pain. The main cannon fell to the sea below. The wave of water pushed back the various dinghies and the Sunny. "Usopp!" Chopper yelled in terror. The rest of the crew looked on in horror. Luffy drew his arm back and then threw out his hand. The rubber limb extended incredibly right into the warm smoke. Luffy winced at the temperature, but he grabbed something. Luffy yanked hard and pulled out the charred Usopp. Chopper quickly activated his guard point, and caught him like a big furry pillow. The small reindeer then transformed back to his normal small state, and started examining the man with fervor. Usopp was still alive, despite the force of the blast. His clothes were singed, and he had some nasty second to third degree burns all over his body. "Oh man," Frankie said, "that looks like it hurts. Is he going to be okay?" Chopper answered, "He won't be if we don't get him some medical attention fast. I'll get him down to the sick bay and do what I can." Chopper entered his heavy point and proceeded to carry Usopp into the ship. The others faced the ship. Back on the Navy battleship? The mysterious man faced the ship, knowing that the plan to destroy the ship had failed. He honestly hadn't expected that when the fighting started. Suddenly, the door opened, and the captain entered. "Sir, our main cannons have been destroyed. There has been intense damage to the ship, but not enough to sink it, or impair its ability to sail. Several of our men have been injured in the blast. What are our orders, sir?" The man was quiet for a moment before he stood up and said, "Abandon ship." The captain looked shocked as he said, "Sir?" The man repeated, "Abandon ship. Get all the able-bodied men and women you can and get them off this ship and a good distance away. I'm going to take care of this myself, and I will not have my subordinates stuck in the crossfire." The captain nodded and ran to give the order. The man then stood up and walked out of the room. Back on the Sunny? To say the Straw Hats were shocked was an understatement when an abandoned ship order was given. They saw the various members of the ship get off and the remaining members of the Navy ship get off and start going through various lifeboats and dinghies. What are they doing? Frankie asked. I don't like this, Brooke said. Marines don't abandon ship unless absolutely necessary. Robin nodded and said, I agree with you, Brooke. Simply destroying cannons would be enough to stop it. Something, or someone is coming. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an iron chain shot out from above and wrapped tightly around Nami. The navigator thief screamed as she was suddenly grabbed and lifted, dropping her weapon in the process. Nami Swan. Sanji yelled out at one of the two beauties of the Straw Hat crew being ripped from the deck up towards the deck of the marine battleship. Give her back. Sanji yelled as he jumped up ready to kick the chain to snap it. However, as he neared it, the chain moved on its own and wrapped around Sanji's ankle. What the hell? Sanji yelled out as he was yanked up with Nami. Give us back our navigator. Luffy yelled as he threw out one of his arms to grab the edge of the warship. His other arm wrapped around Zoro, despite his protests, and shot up. Robin used her powers to create a ladder that she and Brooke both climbed up. Strong, right? Frankie shot an arm out, launching his fist upwards and grabbing onto the edge of the ship and hoisting himself up. Everyone managed to land safely, except Zoro, who now had a large bump on his head from crashing into the side of the Via Luffy Airlines. The crew was ready to fight and were surprised at what they saw. Standing across from them was a single man. He was incredibly tall, reminding them of Akiji, or Kazan, depends on which names you wanted to call him. Despite being tall, he was barrel-chested with strong arms currently crossed over his chest. His skin was dark, and his head was shaved, with a small layer of black stubble visible on his head. He wore a black shirt with a pair of white pants. He wore the coat, a Vice Admiral coat, with a Justice in kanji on the back. On his waist was a sheathed pair of short-handed sledgehammers. Off to the side, Sanji was trying to untie Nami from the chain that was wrapped around her, all the while being all lovey-dovey with her. The man said, I must admit, you are much stronger than what I thought you are. I can see how you were able to defeat the Warlord Crocodile and the Baroque Works. Zoro, nursing the bump on his head, said, Who the hell are you? The man uncrossed his arms and said, My name is John Henderson, Vice Admiral of the Navy. Though, my comrades have taken to calling me John Henry for some odd reason. Sanji finally managed to get Nami untangled from the chain and then turned his attention back towards the Vice Admiral who dared harm her. You. BSTRD, he growled, I'll kick you so hard, no doctor will be able to make you look right again. Sanji launched forward at full speed and jumped into the air. He spun like a buzzsaw and came down hard. Kankase. John simply raised his arm, not taking his eyes off the rest of the pirate crew. Iron body. The sound of Sanji's kick slamming into John's arm echoed throughout the deck of the ship, but everyone stared in shock at the sight of the man blocking him without a sign of damage. Before Sanji could retract his leg and move back, John grabbed Sanji's leg and slammed him down on the deck with enough force to form a small crater in the wood and bounce off it. John then unsheathed one of his hammers and swung it hard, with enough force to send the cook rolling across the deck. Sanji stopped rolling and hacked up blood, clutching his badly damaged sides. He stopped writhing for a moment, and turned towards the man who simply withdrew his hammer. The rest of the crew were shocked at the amount of strength this man had. He could not only keep up with Sanji, but he had the strength to repel what was probably one of his more powerful kicks with just his arm. Nami gulped with fear. She immediately thought back to the moment when Sanji fought Blueno on the sea train and remembered how he too shrugged off Sanji's kick. However, Blueno seemed to take damage from the blow while this guy didn't seem to be affected at all. Similar thoughts were going through the others' heads, even Luffy's, as they all wondered if this guy was a user of the six powers as well. John shook his arm and said, I'll admit, you are much stronger than I thought you were, Blackfoot Sanji. It would seem your reputations are not as overblown as some of the officers believe. The then turned his gaze towards the rest of the crew and said, Now then, I will give you this one chance. Surrender peacefully, or fall by my hands. Which would you prefer? The man got his answer. Luffy charged at him, throwing back his arm and twisting it. Gum Gum rifle. Iron body. The impact slammed into John's stomach, knocking him backwards. However, it seemed to deal no damage. Luffy followed up with a barrage of punches that John parried with his arm and hammer. Luffy suddenly stopped his attack and ducked down as Frankie approached, the skin on his right hand gone, revealing his metal hand. Strong hammer. The powerful iron fist launched forward only for John to dodge to the right, grab Frankie by the arm and pull him off balance. John's hammer was then painfully introduced to the cyborg's stomach. John noted the sound of metal being struck echoing through the air, as well as the bloody wound on the back of Frankie's shoulder. With this new information, he raised his hammer with the intention of bringing it down on Frankie's spine. However, before he could, a pair of arms grew out of his shoulders and grabbed the arm, pulling it back to the point of being uncomfortable. To add to it, more arms grew out, grabbing his other arms and holding his legs in place. The man seemed slightly surprised, but it faded as he saw Robin with her arms in their crossed position. Frankie smirked and said, "Sorry, brother, but you'll have to try harder than that to beat us." Frankie boxing. The barrage of punches struck the still immobile Vice Admiral. Even if this guy can use the 6 powers, Frankie thought, we know how to fight them. Just got to keep hitting him until it breaks. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in Frankie's head as he dodged to the right to avoid a returning Luffy. Gum Gum Bazooka. The double-fisted technique caused John to double over and spit up some blood, his iron body technique broken, as well as losing the grip on his hammer. Unfortunately, the grip Robin's arms had on his legs also broke. The defenseless man was then aware of crackling lightning. He turned his attention towards the sound to see a small thundercloud had formed behind him. He didn't have a lot of time to think about it, before a bolt of lightning shot out of hit and pierced his back. To avoid being shocked, Robin withdrew her arms. Thunder Lance Tempo. Nami smirked as she said, "You should learn to keep your eye on everyone in the fight." John coughed up some smoke as the thunderbolt dissipated. John simply stumbled backwards, a good amount of pain running through his body. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, an assistance here, Zoro," Brook said, as he charged with his cane sword drawn. Zoro joined in, charging forward with his 3 swords drawn. With his remaining hammer, he parried many of Brook's slashes and moves, proving he could maneuver the heavy hammer with incredible ease. The two gained a brief deadlock before he threw Brook off balance with a mighty push. John then swung his hammer in a horizontal arc, intent on shattering the skeleton's ribs. With a loud laugh, the skeleton leapt above them, showing how high he could jump. "Don't forget about me." John quickly lost his sights on the skeleton as he began dodging the powerful swings of Zoro. The pirate hunter was swinging as hard as he could, as well as dodging and parrying swings from the hammer that was still in the man's grip. 3-sword style, streaming wolf swords. Zoro rushed past the man, with his swords drawn in different positions. John let out a surprised cry of pain as small cuts appeared on his body. He was then drawn from his moments of pain as he glanced upwards as a familiar laugh filled his ears. He looked up to see Brook descending with his cane sword drawn back, ready to spring it forward. Swallow bond en avant, swallow leap forward. John didn't know if his iron body could block the fall, referring not to act overconfident, so he reacted quickly, raising up one hand and blocking the stab attack with his bare hand, resulting in the sound of metal clashing against metal. Brook's eye sockets widened, somehow, as he saw a layer of metal now covering his hand. "Yo-ho! You are a devil fruit user, aren't you?" the skeleton said out loud. He wasn't the only one to notice, as the other members of the crew saw this as well. "Metal, just like those spikes that surrounded the Sunny," Frankie said with a look of shock. "That was you?" John nodded and said, "Yes, I ate the forge fruit and became a human forge. Let me show you what else my powers allow me to do." John charged at Frankie, picking up his dropped hammer in the process, and proceeded to swing at the cyborg's head. "Star Shield," Frankie declared as the hammer struck his arm, the shield symbol expanding as a shield formed under his skin. "Too bad, little man," Frankie said, "you shouldn't have gotten so close." Fresh fire. A blast of fire shot out of Frankie's mouth, point blank blasting the forge man. Frankie leapt back to avoid being burned with a smirk on his face. However, that smirk fell when John shot out of the blaze, his dark skin holding a reddish tint to it. "Surprised?" John asked as he began raining blows with his hammers on Frankie's body. "Thanks to my devil fruit powers, I can withstand large amounts of heat. Let's see how well the metal in your body holds up to this." The man then drew back both his hammers, over his left shoulder, the two weapons side by side. Suddenly, started to turn red with incredibly heat. Tempering strike. The heated metal slammed right into Frankie's stomach with enough force to make the cyborg cough up some blood, and left a nasty burn on his stomach. "Frankie!" Luffy yelled before growling. Luffy growled in anger as he charged forward with his arm drawn back. Gum Gum Bullet. Instead of dodging, the Vice Admiral took the blow right on the jaw. Luffy let out a cry of pain as he felt the intense heat from the impact, stumbling back and clutching his burning hand. "Not too bright, are you, Straw Hat?" John asked as he drew his arm back, which began to glow bright red as metal began to seep from his pores until it covered his entire arm. John then swung hard with a brutal backhand that sent Luffy flying backwards. "Ouch! Oh wow wow! Hot! Hot! Hot!" Luffy clutched his burning skull with as blood began to run down his forehead. Unfortunately, it wasn't the burning that got him. He could feel the pain from the blow to his skull, severe blunt force trauma. "Luffy, are you okay?" Nami asked as Zoro attacked John again, the sound of his swords clashing against the man's steel arms ringing out on the ship. "No," he said, "I felt that hit. This guy can use hockey, watch out." "What?" Nami yelled out in horror, realizing that this guy was no doubt a brutal fighter if he could use the 6 powers and hockey. "So, you know of the ancient power," John said, overhearing the conversation in his fight with Zoro. "Unfortunately, it means nothing to me since it seems you don't know how to use it." "Shave." John vanished from sight right before Zoro's eyes. "Oh, great," the swordsman growled, "he can use that too." Hammer shot. Zoro suddenly doubled over as a burning hot hammer slammed into his stomach at the speed of a bullet. Zoro was sent flying, skidding backwards. However, it only got worse as John began unleashing a barrage of attacks on Zoro, multiple strikes hitting him in the chest and stomach. The inventor of Santoriu was sent flying backwards, his swords leaving his hands and mouth as he skidded across the deck of the ship. Diable jam, devil leg. John turned towards the sound and saw Sanji charging at him, one of his legs burning hot and letting off a sizzling sound. Premier Hachis, first-rate mincemeat. The powerful kick was launched at John's chest, except John was prepared for the attack. He knew he could withstand the heat, but he needed something to deal with the blunt force trauma. Iron shell. A layer of iron covered his chest, reinforced with hockey, as well as the iron body to enhance the flesh underneath. The kick struck hard, Sanji wincing from the pain of the blow. Sanji wasn't done, however, as he prepared another kick. Frites assorties, French fries assortment. A trio of kicks, left, right, and forward, slammed into John's body. The force was enough to punch through the Vice Admiral's hockey and make him grunt in pain. The Vice Admiral skidded back and drove his hand down into the ground to stop himself, leaving grooves in the wooden deck of the ship. "Frankie, keep him still," Nami ordered as she prepared another attack. "You got it, little miss," he said, "bring his cannon to bear, weapons left." Frankie began firing at him with all he could. However, Frankie was making sure that he didn't use up too much. He only had enough cola for at least 5 more shots and not enough for a coup d'event after all the cola he had used in the fight. Nami threw her staff and launched warm and cold ball into the air, forming a large thundercloud above him. "It's too bad you got that layer of metal on you," she said, "Thunderbolt tempo." A yellow bolt of lightning shot down from the cloud, aiming to strike the Vice Admiral. Nami smirked, thinking this would do enough damage to put him down. At least she hoped so. Unfortunately, it was not in the cards. Iron spike. Not too far away from him, the wood transformed into molten metal before it shot into the air and hardened, forming a sharp spike. The bolt of lightning was attracted to it and dispersed as it was driving Dwan into the ship's insulated wood. "What?" Nami yelled, "how did he do that?" Her question went unanswered as John vanished from sight. She then hacked up blood as he was knocked into the air via a fist to the stomach. Nami fell to her knees, clutching her injured stomach just to get a kick to the face that sent her sprawling, now unconscious. "How dare you!" Sanji roared as he charged forward, the diable jam sizzling even louder than before. Sanji charged only for John to vanish via the shave technique again. Suddenly there was an audible crack and Sanji fell to the ground screaming in pain, clutching a now severely damaged leg. John crossed his arms and said, "It's too bad that your style relies only on your kicks. It makes your attacks somewhat predictable, and if one is taken from the equation you are left severely weakened." Frankie, Luffy, Brook, the now recovered Zoro, and Robin were now looked kind of unsure. Sanji was just taken down and it was safe to say he wouldn't be fighting again anytime soon. The rest turned and glared at the man. Luffy snarled in anger at his friend being damaged and stomped his foot sumo style. The muscles on his legs pumped twice as his skin began to turn pink and steam began to seep out of his pores. "BSTRD, you BSTRD." Luffy charged forward with an angry roar intent on slamming him to fight. John simply charged forward and was ready to fight. "Back on the sunny?" Chopper sighed in relief. He glanced at his work. Usopp had been covered in burns. Now the sniper of the Straw Hats was in a full body cast of wet, burn cream-soaked bandages. The smell was wreaking havoc on his nose, but he ignored it. He determined that Usopp would live, but he would be like this for a long time. He then turned back to his other patient, still sleeping. The sounds of the battle on the marine ship attracted his attention. Despite the strong members of his crew, Chopper had a bad feeling in his stomach. Now that he was done with Usopp, he could go. "Usopp," he said, "I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll be back. I've got to go help the others. I should be back soon." Chopper then proceeded to run out of the room. The room was silent, the sounds of the fight on the marine ship faint echoes along with the sound of Usopp's labored breathing. There was a sudden groan of pain as the mystery man rose up. "Oh man, my head," he grumbled, "what hit me? Stupid tag bullets. If I hadn't been wearing my armor, that shot probably would have killed me." Wait, Where am I? What the hell is that smell? The man stood up and examined his surroundings. His eyes widened in horror as he saw the bandaged and unconscious Usopp. What the hell happened to you? He asked. The man held out his arm and in a flash of what appeared to be dark blue pixels, a high-tech gauntlet appeared on his arm. A ray of light scanned the injured sniper and a holographic screen appeared and floated above him. Let's see, 2nd to 3rd degree, bordering on 4th degree burns, small pieces of shrapnel embedded in body, cracked bones and damaged organs. Dang, what did you go through, my friend? I wonder if I can see who you are. He held up the screen and looked at it for a moment, but an error sign appeared. That's weird, the man mumbled, no satellites, wait, no satellites, does that mean I made it? He then held up his gauntlet arm and spoke to it. Athena, this is Soldier Mark 554-7895, Isom. Can you read me? I read you, Isom. I am glad that you awakened. It has been approximately an hour since your escape from the facility. You were found and cared to by a doctor after being rescued from the sea. The now identified Isom raised an eyebrow and asked, rescued by who? Did you manage to get a glimpse at who? Athena was quiet before she answered, yes. During the examination, the doctor opened your eyes to examine them, and I got a glimpse at his face. Identified as Tony Chopper, Doctor of Straw Hat Pirate Crew. Based on appearance, it is before the 2-year time skip following the War of the Best. Isom let out a breath and said, I made it. Do you think any of the other members of the team were able to make it? Athena was quiet and then spoke, this time in a somber tone, no, sadly the rest of the team's vital signs flatlined shortly before escape. However, detonation of explosives in key points of base were successful. Final mission was accomplished. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. Isom sighed. He then heard an explosion off to the side. What the hell was that? Isom asked, a bad feeling coming over him. I suggest you look out the window. Isom ran towards the window and looked out, shocked to see a massive ship that he recognized. That doesn't look good, and I don't like how this looks. Tell me, is the armor system still ready? Athena was quiet before he answered, the armor is in full function. Isom said, then bring it out. There was a flash of light as a black sludge-like substance began to seep out of the man's pores. The sludge surrounded him before it shaped to his body, and hardened. There was a moment of silence before it took shape, changing color from black to a mix of white and dark blue. Soon he was clad in a suit that covered him in a suit that was completely black with white areas on his arm, legs, chest, stomach and head. His face was covered by a helmet with a blue visor covering his eyes, looking like a pair of sunglasses. Let's go kick some butt. Back on the marine ship? Chopper shot forward into the fray, using his jumping point to reach the ship. However, he was shocked to see so many of his friends hurt. He was also shocked to see a marine fighting against Luffy and keeping up with his second gear, apparently with the speed technique used by the CP9. Chopper then activated his arm point and flew down towards the man. Cloven Rosio. The brutal impact slammed into the Vice Admiral's head, stunning him and causing hot pink hoof print to appear on his face. Chopper! Luffy yelled, is Usopp okay? The reindeer answered, he should be fine for now, but we better take care of this quick. Chopper charged forward and attacked again. Luffy nodded as he and Chopper shot forward. Gum Gum Jet Rifle. Luffy's attack slammed the Marine in the stomach with enough force to tear through his clothes and bruise his chest. Chopper charged forward and took aim at his injury. Cloven Cross. A pink cross shape appeared in the man's chest, right over the bruise from Luffy's attack. The impact made the man cough up blood and slide back, but Chopper wasn't going to let up. He had seen how much he hurt his crew and he was not stopping until he saw this guy fall hard. Cloven Cross Blizzard. A barrage of attacks from the reindeer added more damage and leaving a barrage of hoofprints now looking like sakura petals on his body. Luffy then charged in and unleashed his own final attack. Gum Gum Gatling. The super-fast barrage of punches impacted the Marine. He tried to cross his arms to block the attack, but it failed spectacularly. He was sent flying and crashed through several walls before the noise died down. Luffy landed panting as his body lost its pink coloring and the steam vanished. There was a moment of silence as everyone seemed shocked at what just happened. Sanji! Chopper yelled as he ran over to check the cook's leg. I'm fine, for now anyway. Go check on Nami. She hit her head pretty hard and she hasn't moved since then. Chopper looked shocked and then ran over to the injured navigator. Oh man, he said, this doesn't look good. She probably has a concussion and her skull is probably cracked with how hard she hit the wall. We got get her some treatment and fast. As Chopper attended to his patients, Isom stood in his armor on the main mast of the marine battleship, his head ped to side as he watched in interest. So that's the Straw Hat Pirate crew. It's weird seeing them in real life instead of through a hologram or a screen. Athena, who was that guy they were fighting? Athena answered, I am unable to determine that. Nobody with that description or rank matches anything in the database on the One Piece universe. Most likely, he falls under the mark of a universe-specific character. So, we aren't in the main universe, he said. At least I don't have to worry about messing up the main timeline. If I messed with the trunk of the tree, things would probably not go so well. Wait, oh. The reason for his sudden change was because the sensors in his helmet picked up some movement that was not from the crew. Back on the deck, everyone's eyes widened as they heard movement. They stared in horror as John walked out of the rubble. He was covered in scrapes and bruises, as blood ran down his head and his shoulders. His coat and shirt were gone, revealing he had a huge scar going diagonally across his chest, right over his heart. This made Chopper gasp as the scar told him that the wound had been deep. The Vice Admiral said, I'll admit, you are as powerful as they say, Straw Hat. You and your crew truly are worthy of your reputations, so as a courtesy, I will show you what my devil fruit is truly capable of. With a growl, the man hunched over and the wood around him began to turn to molten metal. It then moved, converging on his body. The metal formed a thick layer of metallic armor over his body, contorting to his muscles. As it covered his face, his eyes turned burning furnace red and metal teeth like a bear trap formed in his mouth. He breathed, letting out a small wave of distorted air as the same burning heat was visible from inside, revealing he was now as hot a forge. This is the pinnacle of my devil fruit, now prepare to die, Straw Hat. The metal round his arms glowed white hot before forming claws. Luffy prepared to activate his second gear again, but before he could, everything froze. Literally, everything froze. No member of the crew moves. The clouds were stuck in the sky, and the sea didn't move, leaving the boat completely immobile. Isom jumped down from the mast and landed across from the frozen. Thank you, temporal distortion device, Isom said as he approached the frozen man. Something tells me this has gone on for way too long, so I'm just going to end this now. The armor around his arms glowed with dark blue pixels before they bulged out with huge muscles and thicker armor around his forearms and hands like thick fist-shaped gauntlets. The man then proceeded to start pummeling away at the man like a heavyweight fighter, unleashing his rage on a punching bag. This continued for nearly 30 seconds before he stopped. There were some large and rather painful-looking dents in the man's steel-covered skin as well as several cracks. He then drew back his left arm, which seemed to bulge out even more, and unleashed a brutal haymaker right into the frozen man's jaw. Isom then took a few steps back and said, and, unfreeze time. Time resumed, and John was sent flying backwards by a scream of pain. He was then sent right back through the wall he had just come from, breaking through them right next to the hole he crawled out of. This time, however, he didn't get back up. What the? Isom turned to see the shocked looks of the Straw Hat crew. Isom looked at them, feeling slightly awkward, and said, hello. The Sunny sailed away from the wreckage of the ruined warship. After taking down John Iron Fist Henderson, Chopper got the crew members back to the ship and began working on him. Meanwhile, the newly awakened Isom and those who could still walk raided the ship for some supplies and food. They went mostly unopposed as many of the Marines were too scared to go up against the still armored individual. Soon the Sunny was on its merry way, but things were not well. Sanji was freaking out over the injured Nami and was begging Chopper to work on her first. However, Chopper was conflicted as he knew that, due to the bad injury to Sanji's leg, he would have to amputate it if he didn't get treatment soon. Thankfully, Isom had a solution. He went down and grabbed the box, taking a few devices out of it. Literally, opening a small portal through the top of the box and bringing out a few boxes. Now, we join the Straw Hats. Luffy was munching on a side of comically sized turkey leg, regaining his strength from the use of his second gear. Frankie was chugging down a bottle of cola to restock his energy, while Brook was drinking a large bottle of milk to replenish his strength. Robin sat quietly, eyeing the door where the others would come through in a moment. Zoro was in the same boat. Despite his dislike of Sanji and Nami, he was not fond of the idea of losing them. There was a moment of silence before the door opened, getting everyone's attention. Isom and Chopper entered the room, followed by Sanji, who was leaning on a crutch, with a high-tech cast on his injured leg. Whoa, what is that? Luffy asked, awed at the sight of the technology. Isom answered, it's hard to explain, but that thing is going to enhance Sanji's healing abilities through his leg, to help the mending of his bones and flesh. Sanji sat down and set his leg up on the couch, under Chopper's orders. How are the others? Luffy asked as he swallowed the meat in his mouth with a gulp, showing some concern for his crew. Isom answered, don't worry. Usopp is healing from his burns quickly, thanks to some devices of mine, and Nami's brain and skull are fine. She's more durable than she seems. Back in the medical room, Nami was laying on her back, with a bizarre spider-shaped machine attached to her skull. She girl twitched slightly, but she didn't seem to be uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Usopp was floating in a tank and with a mask attached to hose, providing him with air. Robin said, I'm glad to know that our friends are okay, but I believe we have some very important matters to discuss. Yeah. Luffy said, where did you get that awesome armor from? How did you beat that iron guy, and why did YOUF all out of the sky? Will you join our crew? The others turned to Luffy, surprised that he had kept on subject, except for the armor and joining their crew thing. They were all curious as to who their mysterious savior was. The man cleared his throat and said, okay then, I know you have a lot of questions, so I'll get started. 1 questions per person here. Okay? Everyone nodded. First off, my name is Isom. A pleasure to meet you all. Chopper sat down and said, listen, I'm grateful for what you're doing for our crewmates and everything, but we're going to be needing a lot more information than that. How did you get out here? And how did you get that technology in that box? Isom sighed and answered, as you can guess, I'm not from around here. I come from. He was cut off when a familiar music filled the room. Everyone turned to see Luffy was standing in front of the box and Death Battle was playing. Luffy, everyone yelled out. Boomstick said, wrestling, one of the greatest sports ever made. Full of smash, skull bash, and table crashing action. Wiz said, true. Wrestling is one of the oldest sports in history, and, while it has gotten pretty over the top over the years, it is still a brutal sport, so we're pitting 2 of the toughest wrestlers in gaming history against each other. Boomstick said, in the red corner, we have Zangief, Russia's Red Cyclone. Wiz said, and Mike Hager, the hard-hitting mayor of Metro City. We're in the middle of something important here. Sanji yelled. He would have kicked Luffy if it wasn't for his bad leg. Isom sighed and said, well, Luffy is a selfish piece of work. Forget it, I'll tell you my life story later. I like this episode. Luffy said, cool. Wiz said, these 2 have met before, but they've never fought against each other until today. What did he mean by that? Zoro asked, slightly confused as to what Wiz meant. Isom explained, in canon, Zangief and Mike both share the same gym, however, they've never fought each other before. Everyone looked at Isom and then turned back to the screen. This was going to be interesting to watch. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. The doors shut and opened. Boomstick said, Metro City, a beautiful metropolis that anyone would be lucky to live in. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Wiz said, probably, however, there is one problem. The city suffered had a bit of a problem. While some cities had problems with rats or pigeons, Metro City had street gangs. Street gangs? Chopper asked confused, the concept kind of new to him. Isom answered, street gangs are groups of thugs who get together to terrorize people, usually to get what they want, and they have no problems hurting people. Think Mountain Bandit, but larger and more organized. Everyone nodded at this in understanding. Luffy thought back to Dayton and the Mountain Bandits who helped raise him. He wondered what life would have been like if he, Yace, and Sabo had formed a gang in the city. He shook off these thoughts as he turned back to the show. Boomstick said, the most dominant of these gangs is Mad Gear Gang. This ruthless gang ruled over the fearful city. The only person who didn't bend to them was their mayor. Wiz said, in an attempt to take control, they tried to bribe the mayor, but he refused. He would not allow the city he lead and love to be taken over completely, or to be intimidated to be these thugs. In retaliation, they kidnapped his daughter Jessica, so they could bend him to their will. They what? Sanji yelled out. I have a feeling that was a mistake, Brooks said, though he was still annoyed at the whole kidnapping thing. Luffy and the others didn't respond as they simply watched on. Boomstick said, unfortunately, this was no ordinary mayor. This was Mike Hager. Boomstick pressed his remote and showed an image. The holographic image of Mike was summoned, revealing a huge man, both tall and broad-shouldered with huge muscles. He only wore a pair of dark green pants, with a suspender strap going over one of his shoulders. He had slicked back hair and a thick mustache. Who that guy is big, Luffy said. Wow, so cool. Chopper said. Isom said, yeah, some people had that reaction. Mike Hager. Height, 6 feet 7 inches. Weight, 266 pounds. Occupation, former wrestler, current mayor. Holder of awesome mustache. Wiz said, before he was elected mayor, Mike was a professional wrestler, and a pretty DMN good one. Standing nearly 7 feet tall and weighing over 260 pounds, he was a monster. Boomstick said, you got that right. He got so much cred beating down people in the ring and criminal on the streets he was got an awesome enough reputation to win the election for mayor, which makes you wonder how smart these Mad Gear guys were. I mean, seriously, a wrestler turned mayor-elect of Whoop but shouldn't be below your notice. Zoro said, you know he's right. If everyone knew how tough Mike was, why would they kidnap his daughter? It doesn't make any sense. Isom said, well, nobody ever said gang members were supposed to be smart. The same can be said about great pirate captains. I mean, look at Luffy. Everyone turned to Luffy, who was watching and picking his nose. Boomstick continued, anyway, with his daughter kidnapped, he did the only thing a ridiculously tall, insanely buff former wrestler with an awesome mustache would do. He went down and started kicking some serious butt. Wiz said, all of which was thanks to his mix of wrestling styles. Everyone leaned in and started to listen, curious as to Mike used to fight his opponents. Wrestling styles. American wrestling. Grabs, holds, SBMSNS, tie-ups, SBMSNS, quick strikes. Scottish back hold. Balance-focused, grappling, pressure, sustained grip, no groundwork. Wiz explained, Mike specializes in 2 styles of wrestling. The first being American wrestling. Boomstick said, American wrestling is a forward style. Mainly, he grabs onto his foes and hold them in place, or puts them in incredibly painful holds until they tap out. I remember me and my dad doing that when I was a boy. Unfortunately, the tapping out part didn't mean you lost, it meant you didn't get to go to the shooting range. Everyone was silent at Boomstick's weird comment. His family must be crazy, Luffy said. Like you're one to talk, son of dragon and grandson of Garp, Isom muttered. Robin looked at him with shock and asked, how do you know that? Isom cryptically answered, I know a lot of things. Wiz looked at his co-host and said, his second style of wrestling is the Scottish back hold. Formed in Scotland, the place of Mike's ancestry, this style of wrestling relies on a wrestler keeping an iron grip on his opponents. With this iron grip, he can set his opponents up for a brutal slam attack, or hold his own against strong opponents. Wow, that sounds like it could be useful, Sanji said, but couldn't someone strong enough break out of the hold? Isom answered, possible, but with how strong this guy is it would nearly be impossible to do so. As everyone talked, Chopper watched with interest at the 2 styles. I wonder if I could mix those styles with my heavy point? Boomstick added, yeah, and you know how he trains with this style? He wrestles sharks. What? Everyone, except for Isom, looked shocked at the discovery and stared in awe at the man. Meanwhile, in his tank, Usopp threw his arms up and let out a muffled sound that sounded like a scream of what, but it was unintelligible. Through the mask and the tank. Wiz said, given where Metro City is located, it is likely, for training, he wrestles bull sharks. At 11 feet long and weighing nearly 500 pounds, they are considered one of the most dangerous sharks on Earth. He is not only capable of holding these massive behemoths, but can also handle the rough shark skin tearing into his skin. Everyone immediately turned to Luffy and said, don't even think about it. Boomstick said, hey, I just had a great idea for a new shark movie. Anyway, aside from his massive strength, he's got a series of moves to bring pain to his enemies. Notable moves. Suplex. Pile driver. Backflip drop. Body splash. Spinning clothesline double lariat. Spinning pile driver. Boomstick continued, he can use his massive weight for powerful body splashes, and with his massive muscles he can pile drive his opponents into the ground. He's also got the spinning clothesline double lariat, which is good for crowd control, and the spinning pile driver, which is good for adding some extra hurt to his opponents. Zoro whistled as they saw the images of Mike's brutal attacks. Dang, that is one tough dude, Zoro said. Now I'm glad that Usopp isn't here because he'd be reeking out at how strong and manly this guy is. Robin glanced at the green-haired swordsman and said, I think I know someone better. Sanji growled and made a mental note to beat on Zoro when his leg was better. My word, Brook said, what a powerful man. My jaw would drop further, but I don't feel like picking it up from the ground. Chopper started in awe as he imagined his heavy point doing those moves, and he loved the idea. Wiz said, yeah, Mike is a human army, easily earning his reputation as a brutal fighter. However, sometimes his muscles aren't enough. He is also a master of improvisation, using his environment to his advantage, usually by throwing things at his opponents, or just beating them down with a steel pipe. Boomstick said, he kicks butt and he recycles. I like this guy even more, and with all the things he'd won over the years it's not a surprise. So, he's not only strong, but he's smart, Robin said. I wonder how this is going to play in the fight? The others didn't answer as they watched. Feats. Defeated Mad Gear Gang twice. Defeated Skull Cross Gang. Beats cars to death. Casually broke down a steel door. Withstood a war with the entire gangland. Wrestles sharks as a training exercise. Boomstick said, this guy took down entire armies of gang members with his own 2 hands and a few other things, usually on his own. He smashed steel cars to pieces with his bare hands, broke down a steel door with a casual punch, and is responsible for taking several gangs with his own 2 fists. Zoro said, we could probably do that too. The others nodded. Given everything that they faced, it seemed larger compared to what Mike could do. It was still impressive nonetheless given that he didn't have the crazy powers or superhuman abilities that some of them possessed. Wiz said, however, Mike still has a few problems. He usually doesn't go out fighting unless necessary, as he takes the part of politician and mayor very seriously. This has also led to him neglecting his training as he's had to put politics ahead of his training. This also means that many of his techniques are a little out of date. Boomstick said, yeah, but we both know that even if they're out of date, he's still taking names and kicking butt. The doors closed. I have to say I like this Mike fellow, Robin said. Zoro nodded and said, he doesn't take any crap of anyone. I have to say I admire that. Chopper just stared in awe, his eyes turning into stars, somehow. The doors reopened. Wiz said, in the ice-cold, unforgiving country of Russia, there is legend of a man. Stronger than any beast, he stands above all others. He is known as the Red Cyclone to those unfortunate enough to stand in his path. His name is Zangief. Wiz presses a button on his remote, bringing up a holographic image of another man. This one stood taller than Mike. He wore very little clothing, wearing only wrestling shorts, shoes, and wristbands. He had a short pointy beard, a hairy chest, and hair that seemed to be located only on his shins. What is with these large fighters and wearing little clothes? Robin asked, somewhat disgusted by the large man's body hair. I think it might be a wrestler thing, Zoro said, I don't know. Holy cow, that guy is big. Luffy said. Zangief. Height, 7 feet 0 inches. Weight, 400 pounds. Hobbies, drinking vodka, Cossack dancing, wrestling. Hero children everywhere. Boomstick said, and we kind of mean that standing above all others kind of literally. Standing 7 feet tall and weighing 400 pounds, Zangief weighs in as one of the strongest street fighters ever. Dang, that is one big dude, Sanji said. I don't know what vodka is, but I think I want some, Zoro said. Isom said, it's an alcoholic beverage. Zoro said, yep, I want some. Think you can get me some? Isom shrugged and said, I'll see what I can do. Wiz said, that's putting it simply. Zangief is easily considered one of the largest and strongest characters in the series. Boomstick said, with a guy that big you know he has to be a total beast. Wiz said, well, yes and no. What do they mean? Chopper asked, I mean look at the guy. He's huge. And that face. He has to be a villain, right? Isom said, in case you forgot, based on your appearance everyone thought you were a monster. Last I checked, you are not. Chopper wanted to say something, but stopped when he realized Isom was right. He had judged this huge man by his somewhat scary appearance and now he felt ashamed. Robin, seeing her doctor slightly upset, reached down and patted him on the head. Boomstick looked at him in surprise and asked, wait, what do you mean? Wiz explained, you would think that this huge man would be a JRK and a beast, but he is far from that. He's jovial and very friendly. He is considered a hero to children everywhere and is very proud of the fact. Boomstick now looked confused and asked, wait, then why is he usually portrayed as a bad guy in some of the movies? Wiz answered, well, in one case it was because the director couldn't get past him on the game. Boomstick said, yeah, I feel the same way whenever I reach Dalsam's stage. Chopper looked upset, now feeling even worse that he had pegged the man as a bad guy just by his appearance alone. Who's Dalham? Luffy asked, mispronouncing the man's name. Isom answered, a very hard character to defeat. Let's leave it at that, and get back to the fight. Boomstick started mumbling about elephants and yoga, while Wizard took a step or two away from his co-host. Wiz said, however, despite his personality, Zangief is a brutal fighter with an impressive move set and strength. Russian wrestling. Grabs and holds. Tie UPS into throws. Push and pull. Counterattacks. Sambo. Wrestling and martial arts. Uses ancient tactics. Grappling, groundwork, and SBMSNS. No leg locks. Wiz said, while he has shown to use European wrestling, Zangief's main style of fighting is Russian wrestling. Using his great strength, he can hold his enemy in a tight grip. However, his specialty is the use of push and pull techniques, which he used to knock his enemy off balance and take them down. Boomstick said, cool, and that's not his only fighting skill. He also uses Sambo, a mix of wrestling and martial arts, that mostly focuses on upper body strength, which thankfully he has in spades thanks to his favorite training exercise, wrestling bears. This guy wrestles bears as a training exercise? Sanji asked, that's pretty impressive. Cool, Chopper said, I wonder how he would do against the hiking bears and Lapins back home. Wiz said, bear wrestling has been Zangief's favorite wrestling style ever since he was a child. He has supposedly fought against grizzly bears, but that is most likely false as grizzlies aren't native to Russia. Boomstick mumbled, "Oh DMN it." Wiz said, though, it is also true as Zangief has traveled the world and, most likely, trains by fighting bears in various countries. In Russia, he most likely fought against Ashuri brown bears which can grow up to 1,300 pounds. Given his travels he's also probably wrestled Kodiak bears which can grow up to 1,400 pounds, and polar bears which can grow up to 2,100 pounds. Whoa, Luffy said, that is so cool. He fights those things daily. Robin said, it makes you wonder what someone would do if they had a bear zoan-type fruit. Chopper was staring in awe as what he heard. He imagined himself in his heavy point to grab and throw his heavy opponents into the air. He imagined facing off against a small army of creatures led by Hogback. He saw himself charge and knocking around before finding the alpha of the pack. The grabbing it and throwing it into the air, performing a powerful suplex and then roaring in victory as the others bowed to him. Boomstick laughed and said, holy shit. With that kind of training no wonder this guy has so many powerful moves. Notable moves. Double Lariat. Cyclone Lariat. Flying Power Bomb. Atomic Suplex, multiple versions. Screw Piledriver. Siberian Express. Bolshoi Russian Suplex. Borscht Dynamite. Final and Ultimate Atomic Buster. Banishing Flat. Siberian Blizzard. Boomstick explained, much like his opponent, Zangief can perform the double lariat piledriver as well as several other moves, such as the atomic suplex, the flying power bomb, the variants of the atomic buster, and the Siberian Express. Heck, his Bolshoi Russian suplex is so powerful, he can create craters in the ground. However, his most iconic move is his screw piledriver, a move he supposedly learned after getting caught in a tornado, while piledriving a goddamn bear. Everyone was shocked at hearing that. That is one of the single coolest sentences I have ever heard. Luffy yelled out. Wiz said, and he's not just limited to attacks on the ground. In the air, he can smash opponents into the ground with the Borscht Dynamite move and the Siberian Blizzard. Dang, that last one reminds me of my Gum Gum Screw, Luffy said, maybe I can start using these in my fights too. What do you think, Chopper? Chopper was too busy watching Zangief with stars in his eyes. Usopp was in the same way. Zoro and Sanji were both impressed by the man's strength. Brook was imagining him going against the army in Thriller Bark and winning. Nami and Robin were both somewhat impressed. Boomstick got a thoughtful look and asked, wait, Wizard, I've noticed that all of Zangief's moves are physical. Doesn't he have any cool key attacks? Wiz answered, no. You see, Zangief prefers to fight up close and personal, so he has no ranged attacks to speak of, as opposed to others who use long-range ki blasts. Well, that's a bit of a disadvantage, Zoro said. Zoro, at one time, had a disadvantage when it came to long-range weapons, so he learned the flying blade techniques to help close this gap and it had done wonders. Brook looked down at his cane and wondered if he could learn long-ranged versions of his techniques. His music only did so much, and he wouldn't stand a chance against someone stronger than him. Wiz smiled and said, actually, no. During a match, Zangief witnessed a young woman named Karen Kanzuki reflect a ki blast with a special technique. Zangief copied it into what is known as the Banishing Flat, which utilizes the barely controllable vibrations of his arm to deflect oncoming projectiles. Boomstick looked shocked as he said, wait, you're telling me that Zangief does with his arm flesh and blood what others can do with ki? Wiz simply looked at his co-host and said, yes. Everyone was quiet. Isom simply sat back and crossed his arms with a smirk as he saw their reactions. Boomstick was completely dumbstruck and said, DMN, no wonder this guy can do some amazing stuff. Feats. Threw a fully grown Ashuri brown bear. Tanked a chair to the back of the head. Somehow posed without falling after being beaten out cold by Cammy and Chun-Li. Withstood a punch from Balrog. Shattered a psycho power enhanced against his chest. Boomstick said, he's obviously strong. Not only can he wrestle bears, but he can throw the over the freaking distance. He's taken some powerful blows, such as a chair to the head. However, he's also taken a lot worse, like a punch from Balrog and a psycho power infused sword to the chest. What does that have to do with anything? Zoro asked, we've all taken some nasty punches before. Isom answered, listen and he'll explain. Wiz explained, Balrog is famous for his strength. He apparently killed an elephant with a single punch. Elephants are known to knock down trees with their heads, this means that their skulls can withstand over 10,000 pounds of force. Zangief took this blow, and knocked him back just by flexing. Chopper and Luffy were staring with stars in their eyes at the thought of that. Even Zoro was impressed by Zangief's incredible strength and durability. He began wondering if he should start upping his strength training to increase his arm strength. Boomstick asked, still not enough for you? Well, he once fought against a member of the Dolls, a group of highly trained bodyguards assassins. One of them wielded a sword infused with psycho power, a dark malevolent energy fueled by madness and evil intentions, and the DMN thing just shattered against his chest. Seriously, how does he even do all this crap? He's like super wrestler. Wiz explained, according to Zangief, he draws his strength from muscle spirit. We don't know exactly what that means, but whatever it is, it allows him his great strength and durability. Muscle spirit, Luffy and Chopper muttered to themselves. Brook sighed and said, muscle spirit, how I wish I still had muscles, then I could learn this amazing art. Zoro simply shrugged and said, if they don't even know what it is, how does it even work? Robin asked, good point. Do you know what it is, Isom? The interdimensional traveler simply shrugged his shoulders, having no idea what muscle spirit even was. Frankie simply sat in quiet examination, wondering if some of the moves he saw he could use, or use them for inspiration for another team move with Chopper and Usopp. The thoughts of Tactics 16, 17, and 18 already forming in his mind. Boomstick said, but as awesome as he is, Zangief isn't unstoppable. He's been beaten a few times. Plus, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Wiz nodded at his co-host and said, Zangief is more of a follower than a leader, preferring to fight for his country over anything else. However, what he lacks in actual intelligence he makes up with in sheer tactical ability. Without a doubt, Zangief is the most dangerous animal in Russia. The doors closed. Everyone was quiet as they looked between each other. I think that Zangief is going to win, Luffy said bluntly. Soon it devolved into an argument between the crew. Isom, knowing the result of the battle, stayed out of it. In the end, Chopper, Luffy, Frankie, Zoro, and Brook all thought that Zangief would win. Robin and therefore Sanji thought Mike would win. Zoro was indifferent. Wiz said, all right, the combatants are set, it's time to end the debate. Boomstick pulled out a bell and rang it, ding, ding. It's time for a wrestling death battle. Wiz looked at his co-host and asked, where did you get that? The doors opened revealing a large building. Suddenly, a loud announce-style voice. Hello everyone and welcome to the new and improved Smash Fighters. There was the sound of cheering. As the camera zoomed in on the roof. What's going on? Luffy asked, what is with all of the cheering? Isom answered, they have it set up like everyone is viewing an actual wrestling match, mostly just for fun. This was met with a few sounds of surprise before they turned back towards the show. First up, we have our challenger. He's big, he's bad, but he's got a heart of gold. All the way from the Siberian countryside, the Red Russian Cyclone, Zangief. Near the edge of the building, a door was smashed open and thrown out. Zangief walked out, practically strutting as he raised his arms up and flexed his massive arms. And now our second competitor. This is going to be a favorite for you longtime Smash Fighter fans. He's a former champion turned mayor. That's right. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. Zangief looked confused at the words, but turned when he heard helicopter blades. His eyes landed on a large black helicopter flying towards the building. He didn't even flinch as the spinning blades kicked up dirt and dust. The mayor of Whoop Butt, Mike Hager. The door opened as Mike jumped out, his body clad in his usual green pants and white shirt. The two men stared at each other for a few moments. The helicopter flying away. The silence was staggering as the two massive mountains of muscles stared each other down. The silence was broken when Zangief growled and assumed a pose, flexing his mighty muscles. He stared Mike right in the eyes as a glimmer shined in his own. Mike simply glared back, a glimmer forming in his eyes. He crouched slightly and flexed his muscles, tearing his shirt apart. He then performed a pose of his own, flexing his muscles. This continued for a few minutes as the two continued to pose. So cool, so manly, Chopper said in awe, imagining his more muscular form performing such moves and then fighting off large numbers of Marines. Is it just me or is the TSTRN getting thick in here? Robin asked. Brook looked depressed and said, I feel so inadequate. Are they having a pose off? The announcer asked. Finally, after striking one last pose, Zangief let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, the Russian wrestler said, you are just as impressive as comrades Ryu and Ken say, Hager. Very few have been able to impress me in terms of muscles. Come and show me your spirit. Hager smirked and said, you got it. The pair got into their respective fighting stances, and then charged. Ready? And, fight. The two wrestlers crashed into each other, the larger Zangief towering over the shorter Mike, as they grappled with each other. Mike got in low and wrapped his arms around Zangief's waist, pushing against him. However, the heavier wrestler barely moved. Ha, you have nothing on Zangief. Zangief grabs his smaller opponent and broke out of the grip. The two grappled again only for Zangief to throw him off and strike him with a double lariat that sent Mike rolling across the roof. Oh, and Mike is the first to hit the ground after taking a double lariat to the face. Mike may be strong, but Zangief's got the edge in size. What will the former champion do? Mike got up and grunted. He then charged and started spinning, performing his own double lariat. Zangief in response, grabbed the American wrestler's arm and pulled, throwing him across the building. Oh, and Mike goes for his double lariat, but is countered by Zangief. This does not seem to be going in Mike's favor, Zoro said, noticing how Zangief seems to be overpowering Mike easily. Come on, Mike, you got this. Sanji yelled out as he watched with rapt attention, if you let Robin down I will find your dimension and beat you to death. Mike go up and growled as he slammed his fist into the roof beneath him and ripped out a pipe. He brandished the weapon menacingly as he charged forward. He swung the pipe, only for Zangief to brush off the attacks, blocking them with his bare hands. He then grabbed Mike's arm, but before he could throw him, the pipe connected with his throat. Now, Zangief may be superhuman, but he was still human. He grabbed his sore neck and stumbled backwards. Mike then unleashed hell, swinging his pipe furiously, battering Zangief like he was a big piñata. And it looks like Mike has turned this around with a brutal blow from a pipe. If he wants to stay ahead in this match, he had better keep it up. Come on, you got this, Mike. Sanji cheered. Robin just smiled at seeing her chosen fighter on the winning side. Come on Zangief, you've taken worse than that. Luffy yelled, if you can take an elephant-killing punch you can take that. Chopper said, I'm not so sure. Zangief is still human, Luffy. And that shot to throat must have hurt. He's not a rubber human like you, so he might not be able to shrug that off so easily. Luffy looked at the doctor. Mike continued raining blow after blow, but after a few moments the pipe shattered. With the now sharp instrument, he stabbed Zangief in the shoulder, causing the Russian red cyclone to cry out in pain. To add to it, Mike acted quickly. He ran away and then charged back, leaping into a body splash, slamming into Zangief and knocking him off his feet. As he fell to the ground, Mike performed Anther double lariat. Zangief stumbled slightly, but he fought against the pain. He grappled with the attacking Mike, the two squaring off against each other. Mike held on tight, but he had so difficulty moved Zangief due to his weight. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to adjust his stance and do something about it. Zangief took advantage, grabbing his opponent and tossed him into the air. He then grabbed him by the neck and threw him across the rooftop. Zangief then charged forward with a battle cry, aiming to tackle the slightly shorter American wrestler. Mike, however, proved his resourcefulness. Reaching down he grabbed an unexpected weapon, the metal door Zangief had broken down earlier. Mike quickly began swinging the metal object. Zangief took the blow full onto the face, and stumbled backwards, clutching a now injured nose. Mike swung again, but Zangief countered with a brutal punch that not only shattered the remains of the door, but knocked Mike into the air. Zangief then jumped up after his airborne opponent and then slammed into the ground. Oh, and Zangief counters the surprising door attack with the Borscht dynamite. Zangief began to walk away, only to hear a groan of pain. The bear wrestling champion turned and saw Mike standing up. The two wrestlers had a brief stare down before they charged at each other, releasing battle cries. Zangief charged in, preparing for the Siberian Express. However, Mike moved out of the way, and aimed at the pipe still stabbed into Zangief's shoulder. The Russian wrestler cried out in pain, but didn't falter. However, before he could fight back, Mike grabbed him around the waist and performed a brutal suplex. Oh, come on, that is just against all the rules of wrestling, Sanji said angrily. He may have wanted Mike to win, but he didn't want it done through means that might upset his beloved Robin. Sanji laughed and said, I'd like to see your choice fight with that. Mike didn't let up as he grabbed Zangief and proceeded to perform a suplex, slamming the larger Russian man into the ground, with a good amount of effort. While Zangief was sore and shaken up, Mike grabbed the larger man and jumped into the air with him. He held him in a familiar position and spun like a top. After a surprising comeback, Mike is using his patented spinning piledriver. The duo slammed into the ceiling. There was a loud crack as the concrete shattered and gave out beneath the force of the duo's combined weight. Oh, that got to hurt, Sanji said. I have a feeling that things are about to get interesting, Robin said, seeing the climax of the final battle approaching. Sanji yelled, come on, Mike, end that overgrown muscle head. Take him down, Zangief, the two members of the childish trio yelled out. You got this, muscle head, Zoro yelled out. Robin just sat back and watched. Oh, that had to hurt. Now the two have fallen into the building. What will happen next? Zangief and Mike were laying on the ground in a mound of rubble. Zangief growled as he ripped the bloody remains of the pipe from his shoulder with a splash of gore. The large Russian growled with anger as he glared at his opponent. Mike rose up, shrugging off the pieces of rubble like nothing had happened. However, the fight was starting to take its toll. He was now slightly injured from being thrown around, as well as being slammed into solid concrete. Zangief roared as he charged at Mike. Mike quickly responded by grabbing things he could and throwing them. Zangief responded by smacking everything that got near him with a banishing flat. When he was close enough, Zangief lunged forward and tackled Mike, sending them through the glass of the building. Are they free-falling? Sanji asked. Yes, they are, Robin said, unable to believe how this battle had turned. So, this is going to define who wins, isn't it? Come on, Zangief. Luffy yelled out. Yeah, go. Chopper yelled out. Isom just stayed quiet. Oh, did not see this coming. The fight has just been taken off the building. And it looks like Zangief is going for the Siberian blizzard. It was true, Zangief had grabbed Mike in a headlock and held on tight, spinning like a top. Mike struggled for a few moments and managed to break out of the hold with a loud roar. With both fighters now in freefall, Mike shot forward, with a bit of difficulty, not used to fighting in midair, and grabbed Zangief and put him in a familiar position. It looks like Mike is going to perform the spinning piledriver. As Mike began to spin, Zangief pulled on Mike's legs and found himself in control of the attack, performing the screw piledriver. The two began fighting for control, trying to find out which one would come out on top of this madness. It's a power struggle, ladies and gentlemen. Who will come out on top? The pair continued to freefall towards the ground, their power struggle continuing for a few more minutes. Then as they spun, they slammed into the ground, slamming right into a gas main with a resounding explosion that rocked the city. KO. Whoa! Did either of them survive that? The crew sat on the edges of their seats, wondering if anyone had survived the explosion. There was a moment of tense silence, the only noise being the sound of the crackling flames. Then a large humanoid shape was visible in the flames. Then out walked Zangief, casually brushing some of the fire off his arms. He then posed heroically as he stood victorious. DMN it, I can't believe that he lost, Sanji said, annoyed that his beloved Robin lost a bet, more than anything. Ha, Zoro said, just proves you SCK at gambling like you do cooking. Chopper and Luffy were cheering happily. The two hosts now stood next to each other for the analysis. Boomstick sighed sadly and said, a great man has fallen today. He did his city a service kicking butt and keeping the beaches safe from rogue sharks. Wiz looked at his co-host with a surprised and slightly disturbed expression. Wow, he's really upset that Mike lost, Luffy said, noting Boomstick's reaction. Well, he was a big fan of the guy, Sanji said. Wiz started, with similar fighting styles dash. Boomstick cut off his co-host crying, I'm going to miss that manly mustache. The man was now sobbing at the loss of his hero. This is getting awkward, Robin said. Zoro said, yeah, this is getting a little hard to watch. Boomstick cried for a few more minutes. Wizard patted him on the back. Are you done? Wizard asked. Boomstick sniffed and said, yeah, I'm good. Wizard smiled and said, good. With similar fighting styles, Mike and Zangief seemed really close in terms of fighting, but Zangief edged out in every category. Boomstick nodded and said, yeah, Mike might be strong enough to wrestle a 500-pound bull shark, but Zangief's bears are several times heavier, stronger, and deadlier. Wizard said, plus, while Mike may be smarter, Zangief is better in terms of tactical skills and he constantly trains, while Mike has been stuck doing paperwork in his office. Boomstick said, plus, being taller, years younger, and a lot heavier gave Zangief an immediate advantage. In the end, DMN it, I can't come up with a good wrestling pun. Wizard simply said, you'll come up with something later. The winner is Zangief. Yeah, go Zangief. Luffy yelled out as those who bet on him cheered. Those who bet on Mike gave him a few claps of interest, and were glad he put up a good fight. So, what were you saying earlier, Isom? Robin asked. The Dimensional Traveler answered, you know what, let's just wait until Usopp and Nami are back up. Next time on Death Battle? The background was completely dark as the sound of footsteps echoed out, like someone was talking down a long dark corridor. There was a red glow as a figure dressed in red was seen, his face shadowed by darkness, as his black hair waved behind him. A dark maniacal chuckle was heard as he smiled, revealing a mouth of sharp teeth, and his eyes opened, revealing a dark red color that haunted those who saw it. He continued to laugh as more crimson eyes opened in the darkness around him. Scary, Chopper shuddered, hiding behind Luffy. The others were agreed. Whoever this guy was, he gave off a very dangerous air. The man shot forward, roaring as he opened his mouth wide. The world. Suddenly, he froze as they heard a ticking clock slowing down was heard. A shadowed figure stood above the frozen man with its arms raised, before unleashing a barrage of punches. MUDA. 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 Violent vampires. Alucard vs. Dio Brando. Vampires? Luffy asked. This ought to be interesting, Robin said, her interest in these ancient beings of myth quirked. Brooke said, I wonder if he enjoys making bat or blood jokes. Chopper is going to be having nightmares after this, Isom thought. Everyone sat waiting for the next episode to load. So, what can we expect out of this episode? Zoro asked. Isom sighed and answered, well, it is going to be pretty scary. Expect terrifying imagery, lots of blood and gore, and Chopper to have nightmares. Chopper said, oh, we won't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about vampires. I mean we have to deal with Brooke, and the only scary thing about him is his bad bone jokes. Oh, Chopper, Brooke exclaimed, you've struck me down to the bone with your words. Everyone rolled their eyes and simply ignored the laughing skeleton. I don't think that we have to deal with anything like that, Frankie said, unless we happen to run into Mariah again. Isom thought, maybe I shouldn't mention the vampire model of the bat fruit. Yeah, probably a good idea. Everyone turned towards the screen as the familiar music of Death Battle played. Wiz said, they have been a part of myths and horror for years. They have been given multiple forms, from suave charismatic gentlemen to people who view humans as cattle to mindless flesh-hungry monsters. Boomstick cut off, and, unfortunately, sparkly-skinned emo kids. As they spoke, they showed clips of the original Dracula, 30 Days of Night, Priest, and Twilight. Those first three sound kind of scary, Chopper said, but that last one sounds kind of ridiculous. Zoro said, I have to agree with you, Chopper. That last one sounds kind of pathetic. Robin said, is that supposed to be scary or enticing? It looks more like bad makeup job. Frankie said, yeah, that is super stupid. Sanji said, that's worse than Frankie's Tactic 15 idea. Frankie turned towards the cook and said, hey. Isom said, yeah, those books and movie ruined the vampire genre for years to come. Then he thought, makes me hope they do Hellsing as a live-action movie, and hopefully they do a better job than the Attack on Titan live-action. DMN that is stupid, Luffy said, simply. Brooke didn't answer as he was idly wonder who in their right mind would someone with sparkly skin was supposed to be scary. Boomstick said, at least we don't have to worry about that here, because we are going to be putting two of the best vampires against each other in a bloody battle to the death. Alucard, the brutal monster of the Hellsing organization. Wiz said, and Dio Brando, the charismatic and cunning nemesis of the Joestar family. I'm Wizard and that's Boomstick. Boomstick finished, and we're looking at what these monsters bring to the table when in a death battle. The doors closed and then reopened. Wiz said, there is word in London, England, of the Nightwalker. A man who walks through the shadows dressed in red leaving behind him a trail of blood and mutilated bodies. Boomstick said, wait, are we talking about a vampire or an enthusiastic Ozzy Osbourne fan? 'Cause that stuff got crazy. Trust me, I know. Who? Luffy asked. Isom answered, Ozzy Osbourne was a musician who was known for doing crazy things on stage. Such as biting the heads of bats, snorting ants, and other crazy stuff. Everyone looked at Isom with shocked and somewhat disturbed expressions. I have no idea what to say about that. No clue whatsoever, Brooke said, unable to think of anything that had to deal with that. No, though he does look a bit like Ozzy, Wiz said, he has gone through a lot of names over the years, but his favorite is his most recent one, Alucard. Wiz pressed a button on his remote and a hologram of Alucard appeared. He was a rather tall individual with short black hair. He wore a charcoal black suit, with leather riding boots, wearing a red cravat, covered by a red frock overcoat with a cape. On his head was a wide and floppy-brimmed fedora, and a pair of wire-framed glasses, with heavily tinted orange lenses. On his hands were a pair of white gloves with a five-pointed seal on the backs of the hands. His glasses were pulled down around his nose revealing glowing red eyes, and his lips were curled back into an insane smile, revealing incredibly sharp teeth. Whoa, that guy looks creepy, Frankie said, if he's going for the scary idea he's got it down pat. Whoa, Luffy said, creepy. Brooke shuddered and said, that smile chills me down to the bones. Zoro didn't answer and just stared at Alucard. He could see the insanity in the man's eyes. However, it didn't really seem to be insanity, but rather a bizarre sense of power and being unstoppable. However, he could also make out something that surprised him. Sorrow, anger, what else was hidden there? Brooke simply took out her sketchbook and was drawing a cartoony version of the vampire. Wiz said, we don't know much about Alucard as a lot of his past isn't revealed, though we are given hints. Alucard. Age, 568. Aliases, way too many to count. Was once a girl during World War II? Wiz explained, during the time of Ottoman Empire, Vlad Tepes fought against the Turks for God, believing that prayer wouldn't get a response, but actions would. He did so very well, until he was finally captured and prepared to be executed. Boomstick said, yeah, apparently God doesn't talk to people who murder. Despite his prayers, he was set to die and got his head cut off. However, he apparently drank some of his blood in front of the executioner. Apparently, this turned him into a vampire, somehow. Is that really all it takes to become a vampire? Drink someone's blood? Chopper asked. Isom answered, actually it varies, depending on the mythos. You can be bitten by a vampire, you can be born of a vampire, a lot of things can make someone a vampire, or you can just have an allergy to sunlight and enjoy the taste of raw blood. Everyone looked at the dimensional traveler and then simply turned their attention back to the show. From what we can tell, Vlad turned his back on the divine and then drank the blood on the ground from his freshly severed head turned him into a vampire. Boomstick said, wait, I thought that. Wiz interrupted, Boomstick, we don't know everything about vampires or how to become one as it changes from source to source, so just go with it. Boomstick didn't say anything for a moment and said, yeah, okay. Wiz said, anyway, now turned away from God Vlad took on a new name, Drackle, or as he would come to be known in the history books, Dracula. Boomstick laughed and said, and DMN, did he go down in history? He slaughtered thousands of people. He went pretty much unrivaled for years. However, it came to an end when his servants were slaughtered, and he was brought down by a man named Abraham Van Helsing. As they talked, they showed various images of people with sharp teeth and red eyes swarming and slaughtering people, ripping people apart. Thankfully, there was no sound as it would have added to the terror. At the front of Hit was a man wearing black armor with a dark red cape. Dracula. Everyone stared in horror at the sight of the carnage all perpetrated by one man. Robin had brief flashbacks to the carnage caused by Akainu during the destruction of O'Hara, and how he mercilessly destroyed the fleeing ships without so much as a second thought. She imagined him standing there, the people drowning and screaming as they were burned alive in magma. Brooke's jaw was stretched down to the bottom of his ribcage as she stared, his eyeholes blank, but one could only imagine the horror that would be seen if he still had eyes. He was very glad that the only vampire he knew was the guy from Thriller Bark who was nowhere near this strong. Chopper imagined a more powerful and more vicious Wapol, standing around the corpses of his home on Drum Island, raining down blasts after eating the cannon that was hidden away in the castle. Zoro saw Mihawk, his red and an aura of madness and evil radiating off him as he raised a blood-soaked sword to the sky to attack. Sanji wasn't reminded of a moment, but a person. He imagined his father, Judge, or rather a picture of him, in the painting of him standing over fallen kings. A painting the tyrant was incredibly proud of. Frankie imagined Rob Lucci, in hybrid form, standing over the deceased member of the Galley Law Company. A recently deceased iceberg clutched in his giant hand. Luffy saw, well, he didn't really imagine anything, but he could plainly see that Alucard was some seriously bad news. Isom simply shuddered and thought, even after watching this show, it seriously freaks me out whenever Alucard gets serious. Wiz said, fast forward close to the modern age and the Helsing family had become guardians of their country of Britain through the Helsing Organization, a secret organization that kills supernatural threats such as witches, vampires, zombies, or ghouls. Boomstick said, basically, they're like the CIA, except they hunt monsters. The who? Brooke asked, confused at the term. Everyone turned to Isom for answered. The traveler answered, the CIA is short for Central Intelligence Agency. They were a group dedicated to finding information on those who wanted to do harm and stopping them. They usually worked in secret, wanting to keep people in the dark about treats, so to avoid mass panics. Think Cypherpole, except less in your face. Everyone wondered what this would be like. Everyone shuddered, even Brooke who had heard about the fight against Rob Lucci and CP9, and imagined even one of them doing what Alucard did. Boomstick then gained a thoughtful look and asked, wait, what exactly does Alucard have to play in this? Wiz said, I'm glad you asked, Boomstick. You see, several years later, the Helsing family came under the leadership of Sir Integra, the next generation in a long line of Helsings who lead the organization. Unfortunately, her uncle believed that he should be head of the organization, so he did what any sane man would do. Boomstick pet an eyebrow and asked, murder? Wiz answered, murder. He did what? Frankie yelled out angrily. Luffy snarled as he clenched his fists. Sanji's legs, or the leg he could currently use, tensed at the thought of someone killing their relative for power. Integra's uncle reminded them of Akuma in a way. However, Wiz continued, before he died, Integra's father told her of a secret weapon buried away. As she ran from her uncle and those who worked for him she found it, only to be surprised to find it to be a corpse. However, during the fight, some of her blood dripped down and got near the corpse, the smell revived it and it murdered Integra's attackers. Boomstick said, Dracula had returned and took a new name for this age. Alucard. Wait, so he serves the members of the family that defeated him? Frankie said, that doesn't make any sense. Boomstick then had a blank expression as he said, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. These guys put him in a death-like state and when he comes back, he works for them. What the hell? See? He agrees, the cyborg said, crossing his arms. Robin said, I'll admit, it does seem strange. Luffy said, he's an idiot. Sanji yelled, you have no right to say that. Wiz said, Alucard does this out of a mix of respect and entertainment. He respected the original Van Helsing for his skill in taking him down. Plus, he gets to kill things daily, so at least he's entertained. Boomstick said, yeah. Anyway, now awake in form and epic nap, Alucard began working to kill all the monsters that got in his way, and he did a DMN good job, especially with two of the most badass hand cannons of all time. Boomstick started pressing a button, only nothing happened. Hey, what gives? Wiz chuckled, drawing Boomstick's attention. He then motioned for Boomstick to follow him. The two left the room. Soon, they arrived in a room filled with gel torsos and targets. There was a small table with a tarp over it. What is this? Sanji asked. Isom smiled and said, a new feature. Watch. Wiz motioned to the room and said, this is the target room. Since there are many different weapons in these battles, we decided to add a little something. We can only use more modern weapons, so we're a little limited. However, we are still able to make these. Wiz pulled the tarp of the table. Boomstick gasped as he saw the objects. Are those? He asked, looking excited. Go for it, Wiz said. Boomstick cheered as he ran towards the guns. It was mainly silver handgun with a brown handle and black writing on the barrel. He picked up and helped the first one aloft, though with a small amount of difficulty. Helsing ARMS.454 Casal Auto. Semi-automatic Magnum pistol. Based on M1903 and M1905 pistols. Custom melted cross silver bullets. Boomstick said, like I said, he's got some awesome guns. The first of which being the .454 Casal Auto Magnum pistol. This puppy fires 13mm rounds, custom made with a core of melted cross silver from the Manchester Cathedral. Robin nodded and said, good idea. According to myths, vampires are weak to crosses and in some legends, are weak to silver. Boomstick then turned towards the targets. He tried to aim it, but had trouble holding it. He then pulled the trigger and winced as a loud bang filled the room. Boomstick dropped the gun clutching his now injured hand, the recoil of the powerful gun hurting his hand. The bullet missed the target, but left an impressive hole in the wall. Boomstick grimaced and said, unfortunately, the gun itself is so powerful that only Alucard with his incredible strength can handle the recoil. Ow! Boomstick shook his hand to get the feeling back. Holy sheet, Sanji said, I don't think even Luffy would be able to shrug those off. Luffy nodded. He could shrug off normal bullets sure, but something like that would really hurt. Brook gulped at the thought of those things coming at him, as did Chopper, who felt phantom pains from the bullets that hit him when he first appeared to the people of Drum Island. Robin simply looked on in shock. Boomstick then picked up the second gun and held it aloft. As composed to the other, this one was completely black, with the words, Jesus Christ is in heaven now, written in white. He explained, and when Alucard was faced with a man who could shrug off the bullets of the Casal, he had this puppy made, to add some extra firepower. The Jackal. The Jackal. Semi-automatic pistol. Made to be used in conjunction with Casal. Minus 13mm rounds, blessed Macedonian silver casing and explosive mercury tips. Secret explosive device. Boomstick was about to fire again, but Wiz stopped him. He looked at the scientist confused, before he was handed a metal glove. The gun lover put on the glove with a nod, before aiming. He fired and found he could withstand the recoil now. With a smirk he unleashed hell until the bullets ran out. Wiz turned to the camera and, to be heard over the gunfire, yelled, while Alucard has been seen reloading, he is seen taking down dozens of targets without reloading his gun, making me wonder if the clip is even necessary or if he just pulls the bullets out of thin air with his vampire powers. Boomstick finished shooting and said, yeah, that is definitely some real vampire shit going on there, also makes me wish I could do that with my guns. Okay, now I know Luff wouldn't be able to survive that, Sanji asked, but who the hell is Anderson? Isom answered, Alexander Anderson was Alucard's rival. The only man who could match him in combat due to his regenerative powers. Chopper then thought of something and said, hey, Frankie, don't you have to reload your weapons, because I haven't seen you do that. Frankie answered, oh, I just have a lot of ammo stored up in my arms. I usually reload after every major battle. Wiz and Boomstick were now back on the main stage. The gun lover cleared his throat and said, while Alucard has some awesome guns, he doesn't use them much, at least not right away. He likes to play with his targets, making them despair before he murders them with his various vampire powers. And by various, I mean he has powers coming out of his butt. Vampiric powers. Enhanced strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance. Regeneration. Hemokinesis and hematophagy. Intangibility, darkness composition. Shape-shifting. Extrasensory and supernatural detection. Gravity defiance. Telepathy. Hypnosis. Weather control. Daywalking. Immortality? Wiz said. Due to the years of occult research and his own experience, Alucard is insanely powerful. He's strong enough to tear humans apart with his bare hands, fast enough to dodge bullets, and can react fast enough to catch them in his teeth, when he doesn't go intangible, and can withstand all kinds of damage. And if you do hurt him, he'll regenerate in a matter of seconds. They show a clip of Alucard getting pelted with bullets and shrugged them off, regenerating moments later and killing the men in a gory manner. Everyone stared at the screen and realized something horrifying. This guy seemed to be virtually unstoppable. They imagined him coming to combat them and being slaughtered mercilessly. Boomstick said, and that's only him in his weakest state. Alucard has seals on him which restrains his power. When these seals are removed, he gains a massive power boost. He can detect supernatural events, read minds, hypnotize people, control the weather, defy gravity, and a whole bunch of other shit. Hell, Alucard is so powerful that even if he's in sunlight, it doesn't affect him, despite being a vampire. Geez. No wonder this guy has done so much. Feats. Regularly shrugs off mortal wounds. Survived as a corpse for several centuries. Survived being impaled by holy weapon through the head. Regularly kills large groups of people with a smile on his face. Wiz said, he regularly shrugs off wounds that would kill a normal human. He caught a magical bullet in his teeth, survived crashing a speeding jet, and can easily kill an army on his own. Chopper shuddered in fear at the thought of running into this man. Noticing his fear, Robin reached down and picked up the reindeer, setting him in her lap. She then proceeded to calmly snuggle him as a way of comforting him. The small reindeer smiled as he snuggled back into Robin, just under her impressive bust. Sanji growled, but kept his cool, knowing how their doctor could get when he was scared. Zoro felt a pang of jealousy, but squashed it. Boomstick said, holy crap, is there anything that can stop this guy? We think so. Weaknesses. Holy items. Zero form? Wiz said, so far, the only thing that has made Alucard flinch was a holy weapon or artifact, and those are pretty hard to come by. Boomstick said, so basically, he's immortal because he did shrug off a holy weapon going through his skull. He's unstoppable then? Sanji said, seems a bit. What did you say about Sora, Mosshead, hacks? Zoro said, yeah. Seems kind of hacks. The others agreed. That did seem unfair. Isom said, hey, easy. Logia fruit users are thought to be unstoppable, but Haki and Sea Prism Stone can hurt them. That nodded, making everyone wonder what could kill Alucard. Wiz said, actually, he's not. In Alucard's own words, there is no such thing as an immortal. If you keep Alucard from drinking blood for a long period of time, it will put him in a coma-like state. This is the same method Abraham Van Helsing used to imprison him all those years ago, staking him through the heart after killing all his familiars and servants. However, Alucard seems to only have this weakness when he is at restraint level 0, his strongest form. Boomstick looked at his co-host and said, so to kill this guy, we would need to get Alucard at strongest? They show a clip of Alucard fighting the Vatican and Millennium in his armored form as a flood of darkness filled with eyes and ghouls rising from them. Wiz said, I think I would just prefer the safe method and just get the hell out. Boomstick nodded and said, ditto. It was simple to say that the crew was incredibly disturbed. Alucard was incredibly powerful and brutal. The fact that he was nearly invulnerable and virtually immortal didn't work for them. The thought of fighting Alucard in a fight to the death was terrifying. However, there was one thing that really got them all thinking. Who on earth had the strength to fight him? Everyone turned as they saw the screen. The doors closed and reopened. Wiz said, evil, it comes in many forms. But can one be born evil? Is it a result of a person's environment? How they were raised or what they learned? Boomstick said, way to get all philosophical on us, wizard. However, all I know is that this guy is rotten to the core. Back in the late 19th century England, Dio Brando didn't have a good life. Wiz said, true. Born to the notorious criminal Dario Brando, and a nameless mother. Dario horribly abused both his wife and son, until his wife committed suicide. It was in that moment that Dio began to move forward with his evil, by slowly painfully poisoning his father. Sanji immediately felt some sort of kinship with Dio. He remembered the anger and resentment he felt for his father after his mother died, as well as being abused and abandoned by him at a young age. However, it ended when he learned he poisoned his father. Sanji may have hated his dad, but he would prefer to just pretend his father didn't exist. Chopper too felt some kinship, being ostracized by his own parents, and then kicked out of the herd after he ate the human fruit. Though, like Sanji, he drew the line at murder. However, was said, it turns out that Dio wasn't a mindless killer. He had a plan in mind. You see, years before he was born, Dario came across the wreckage of a carriage. Dario attempted to rob the supposedly dead man, but was surprised to find him alive. The man, George Joestar, believed Dario was attempting to help him, and now owed him a great debt, and was immediately proved wrong when Dario was arrested for trying to pawn off the George's wife's wedding ring, and then stupidly let him go. Was said, George thought that this one act of kindness would be enough to make Dario change his ways, but he was dead wrong, if Dio is anything to go by. Chopper asked, why? Why would he do that? Why would George just let him go after he tried to pawn something so precious? Robin sighed and said, sometimes all it takes is an act of kindness to make someone change for the better. She smiled as she remembered Luffy saving her from the tomb in Alabasta. Then she frowned and added, but sometimes it isn't enough. People are just too set in their ways. The others all nodded and returned to watching the show, leaving Chopper to think. With his father dead, Wiz continued, Dio was taken in by the Joestar family, where he would meet his future rival Jonathan Joestar, and immediately set out in his plan to claim the Joestar fortune for himself. Boomstick said, at the same time also made himself out to be a huge deed by jabbing Jonathan in the eye during a boxing match, attempting to ruin Jonathan's standing amongst his friends, and stealing his girlfriend's, Irina's, first kiss. Wiz said, however, this didn't have the effect he wanted. Instead of breaking Jonathan, it made him stronger. He stood on his own 2 feet, and laid the groundwork for what would become one of the greatest rivalries in fictional history. Boomstick said, with his plan in tatters, Dio decided to rethink his plan, and decided to wait. After killing Jonathan's dog in revenge. Okay, what the hell? Everyone was shocked at the outburst. Isom said, hey, you don't pull that kind of crap with man's best friend. Even Boomstick knows that. Boomstick yelled, you do not pull that kind of shit with man's best friend. You do not. I swear once Wiz finishes that teleportation device of his I will dash. Before Boomstick could finish his rant, Wiz pressed a button on his remote playing a clip. I'll beat you until you cry like a baby Dio. Jonathan then proceeded to wail on Dio until he fell back with a splatter of blood coming from his mouth and nose. Wiz turned to his co-host and asked, better now? Boomstick took a few breaths to calm himself and answered, yeah. Isom smirked and said, one of my favorite moments of that season. Luffy said, hey, do you think we can watch that on here? Isom shrugged and said, maybe. If I feel like it. Luffy huffed as he turned back to the show, though he was glad to see Dio get his butt kicked. Wiz said, moving on from the subject of dogs, Dio would spend the next several years slowly trying to bring his plan to fruition, growing stronger and stronger as the years rolled by. I mean, look at this guy. Wizard pressed a button and showed an image of Dio. This Dio was clearly older than in the clip. He was tall and muscular with messy, unkempt, shoulder-length, blonde hair and gold eyes. He wore a black bodysuit, which showed off his massive muscles. Over the suit, he wore a gold-orange jacket and pant legs. Around his neck was a green necklace with heart motifs, elf shoes and a heart-themed circlet on his head and heart-shaped pads on his knees. Dio Brando. Species, vampire. Age, 123. Country of birth, Britain. Insane egomaniac. Battle cry, WRYYYYYY. Wiz said, Dio's plan was simple. He would poison George Joestar and take control of the family fortune. However, Jonathan wound up stopping his plans by exposing him as the monster he really was. In a last-ditch attempt to stop him, Dio grabbed a stone mask. Boomstick looked at camera and said, now, I know what you're all thinking, Wizard, what does a stone mask have to do with anything? That is a good question, Frankie said, what does a stone mask have to do with anything? Brooke said, yes, it seems quite random. Isom said, that mask had a big impact the show, not only in this part of the show, but on a later seasons. He'll tell you in a moment. Boomstick said, well, I'll tell you. Millions of years ago, some crazy powerful beings evolved alongside humans, but they were bigger and stronger. Think the difference between dogs and wolves, but on a much bigger scale. Anyway, one of them made a special stone mask that would unlock the secret potential within their bodies, however it only worked on humans. Wiz said, and somehow it turned them into vampires by stabbing into their brains. They show a clip of Dio putting on the stone mask, applying some blood to it, and spikes shooting out of it and entering Dio's skull. Oh my, Brooke said, that stone mask punches right through bone, I wonder dash. Chopper said, I don't think it would work on you, Brooke, because you don't have a brain, because you're a skeleton. Brooke became depressed and said, don't steal my line, Chopper. Zoro said, if it works because of the brain, then I don't think it would work on Luffy either. Hey, the rubber man yelled, slightly indignant. Wiz said, with this new power, Dio proceeded to slaughter the cops who were sent to arrest him and murder George Joestar. He was, however, stopped by Jonathan and left to die in a burning building. Unfortunately, he survived and proceeded to start creating an army of zombies with his new vampire powers in a bid to take over the world. Boomstick said, and he's powerful enough to do it. Everyone leaned in, wondering what he could do. Vampiric powers. Inhuman speed, strength, and senses. Regeneration. Vaporization freezing technique. Fusion of other creatures. Flesh buds. Space Ripper stingy eyes. Teleportation. Healing. Boomstick said, as a vampire, Dio has enhanced strength, speed, and senses, can teleport in the darkness, and can regenerate from wounds, and he can drink blood to speed up the process. He also has some abilities that stick out, like healing the wounds of others, fusing other creatures together like a monstrous Victor Frankenstein, and can control people with either hypnosis or with flesh buds, pieces of his hair which turn into mind-controlling parasites. It's just as disgusting as it sounds. Wizard said, there is also an ability Dio has that makes him incredibly deadly. Before his final battle with Jonathan, Dio learned of the ripple. The ripple? Zoro asked, sounds like a fighting technique. Sanji asked, maybe it's a weakness of his, like sunlight. Boomstick asked, what do tiny waves in water have to do with a vampire dying? Wiz said, the ripple is an effect, caused by Hammond, a mystical energy HRNSS by breathing. They show the clip of Baron Zeppeli standing in a river harnessing Hammond, causing a ripple effect in the river, then punching a frog, shattering the rock beneath it, leaving the frog unharmed. Cool, Luffy and Chopper said with stars in their eyes. Sanji imagined doing something like that, combining Hammond with his diable jam. He imagined fighting against the male members of CP9 with his legs flaming more than normal and beating them down single-handedly, and Robin and Nami running into his arms, wanting to share him as his own personal harem girls. We then leave Sanji's mind as I don't want to be in there longer than necessary. Everyone else imagined their attacks being enhanced by Hammond. Wiz explained, this energy can be harnessed by humans and can be used to destabilize Dio's body. However, like I said, Dio can counter it with the vaporization technique. By freezing his blood to sub-zero temperatures, he can absorb heat from anything he touches, freezing it. Boomstick said, and if that isn't crazy enough, he's also got the Space Ripper stingy eyes, which is the stupidest name for laser eyes I have ever seen. Wiz said, well, it isn't so much lasers as it is the fluid in Dio's eyes being put under unbelievable pressure, and being launched out his pupils, but yeah, it is a stupid name. Luffy laughed and said, DMN, that is stupid. Everyone laughed at the rubber man's words. Boomstick said, yeah, unfortunately, Dio failed in his bid to take over the world, and was soundly defeated by Jonathan in his castle. However, as the ripple was destroying his body, Dio survived, by severing his own head. They show a clip of Dio's head fighting Jonathan on a ship. What? Sanji said, okay, how powerful is this guy? This is getting ridiculous. He's like a Zoan user with the abilities of a Logia type. Everyone shuddered at the thought. Unknowingly, though, a certain member of the Whitebeard pirates sneezed a few hundred miles away. Wiz said, now only ahead, Dio, with the help of a servant of his, hunted down Jonathan, who was on the way out of his country, and attacked him in the hopes of stealing his body, and succeeded. However, in the process Jonathan died, the ship sank, and Dio was stuck at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years. Boomstick said, DMN, that was one well-made coffin to survive down there. I know what I want to be buried in. Wiz said, now 100 years later, Dio re-emerged more powerful than ever, his link to the Joestar family giving him a new power, the stand. They show an image of a humanoid being. It was tall and muscular, much like Dio himself. What skin it had seemed to be black, but most of it was primarily gold. On its head was a headpiece that covered its face to just below his nose, and slanted at a deep angle so it peaked at the back of his head, looking like an inverted triangle. There were 2 diving cylinders on its back, connected to the headpiece via 2 cables, and secured with a pair of rigid straps running from the rear of the waist over the shoulders to the front. On the back of both of its hands were what resembled clock faces, and its chin, knees and crotch had heart-shaped caps on them. Finally, its shins and foots had curved shoes like Dio's. That is one weird-looking thing, Luffy said. What the heck is a stand anyway? Sanji asked, taking a puff on his cigarette. Zoro said, stop asking questions, and they'll probably tell us. Wiz explained, the stand is the fighting spirit of warrior. Stands can appear naturally, or be influenced by other things. In truth, they act as a sort of guardian and ally in combat. Each stand is unique and has its own powers as well as a unique name. In Dio's case, his is called the World. Boomstick said, so a ghostly bodyguard, and I would really like to have this one as my guard, especially with what it can do. The World. User, Dio Brando. Abilities, super strength, speed, senses, precision. Unique ability, time stop. Limited to 9 seconds. Chant, Muda, meaning useless. Wiz said, while we've only seen small amounts of what the World can do, we do know that it can match, and even surpass the Stand Star Platinum, used by the descendant of Jonathan Joestar, Jotaro Kujo. Boomstick said, this means that it's fast enough to break the sound barrier with its punches, precise enough to pluck bullets from midair, and strong enough to smash through the giant teeth of a sea monster that were supposedly as hard as diamond. Wiz said, while these are Star Platinum's feats, it is given that the World is capable of overtaking it indicates that it is more powerful. Boomstick said, not only that, but Dio's Ghost Bodyguard has one more awesome ability. It can stop time. The World. Dio yelled. Suddenly, everything froze as the sound of a clock's ticking slowing down was heard. Everyone and everything around him froze. He can stop time. Everyone stared in shock. In battle, a few seconds could be all it takes for things to turn in the fight direction. It took merely a few seconds for a wound to reopen and inflict pain on someone, or a moment is all it took. If someone could freeze time, he could have all the time in the world. Wiz said, yes. The World's special ability can freeze time, but only for a couple of seconds. In that time, Dio can move around freely, and he makes use of his enhanced strength with an apparently endless supply of throwing knives, or just to mock and straight up murder someone. Boomstick said, yeah, if that's not enough, stands can only be seen by stand users and can only be touched by other stands. In other words, this dude has the most bad but ghost as a bodyguard. Wait, does that count? I mean we don't allow help? Wiz explained, well, the stand does represent one's fighting spirit, so it is an extension of the user, so it counts as a weapon and not outside help. Weaknesses. Stand injury. Hammon. Ego. Wiz continued, however, Dio is not unstoppable. While his freezing ability can stop Hammon, can be stopped with metal weapons, or as Jonathan proved, fire. Boomstick said, also, Dio's stand is kind of a double-edged sword. Any damage that Dio takes, the World takes, and vice versa. This is best seen when Dio died at the end of Stardust Crusaders after taking a brutal strike to the leg that somehow caused his head to explode. Wait, what? Chopper asked, that doesn't make any sense. How the hell could that work? Isom simply turned to the reindeer and answered, just go with hit, little buddy. Don't try to bring logic into this, just let them do it. Wiz said, this also brings us to a small weakness to Dio's time stop. It is not automatic and must be consciously activated, meaning he can be hit by surprise attacks before the time stop can be activated. Boomstick said, there's also the fact that he's bats hit insane and an egomaniac. Although, he kind of backs up the big talk. Feats. Survived being burned alive. Survived as a severed head. Nearly killed the Stardust Crusaders. Had a lot of kids, despite being insane. Wiz said, Dio has proved to be cunning, using a natural charisma to bend people to his will, though some hypnosis probably never hurt. And his durability is shown. He survived being buried alive in a burning building, and survived 100 years at the bottom of the ocean in a coffin, withstanding a lot of pressure. Boomstick said, he's even had a Hammon-infused sword split his head in half, and he just nonchalantly put his head back together, while taunting Jonathan. This is one vampire you don't meet. Everyone looked between each other as they thought who would win. Both the contestants terrified them, and their abilities were way over the top. They could withstand a lot of damage and could dish out several times the amount they could take. After some debate, everyone wanted Alucard to win. While he was savage and cruel, he was at least a good guy, somewhat. All right, Wiz said, we have the combatants set, and the arena ready. It's time to end this debate. Boomstick said, it's time for a vampire death battle. The doors closed and reopened. The image shows Cairo, Egypt. Dio sat on the throne of his mansion as he waited for the Crusaders to come. He was fully prepared for this, feeling in the Joestar blood of his stolen body that they would eventually come for him. Soon, he monologued, soon I will put an end to the Joestar family, and then my reign over the world will be unrivaled. Dio was brought out of his maniacal thoughts when the sounds of gunshots got his attention. Suddenly, the door was thrown open and Alucard walked with all his glory. "Who are you supposed to be?" Dio asked. Alucard simply said, "I have no reason to answer to a dead man." Zoro said, "Cool entrance and even cooler comeback. I may end up using that one." Sanji scoffed and said, "Of course you would, Moss Head." Dio said, "Tell me. How many loaves of bread have you eaten in your life?" Dio approached and posed menacingly, the kanji for menacing appearing around him as he declared, "That is the amount of people I have killed, how many lives sustain my body. You cannot hope to defeat me. An attack dog who answers to some pathetic and cowardly master." Alucard simply drew his guns and said, "Well, I wouldn't say I've eaten bread, but I've eaten a lot over the years, and if I'm an attack dog, then you're about to become a pile of dog shit." Dio chuckled and said, "By all means, try to take a bite." Everyone got ready for the fight. Fight! Alucard aimed his weapons of choice and opened fire. Alucard moved between the bullets, easily walking slowly and with purpose. A quick and close collection of bullets caused him to activate the time stop. He plucked the bullets out of the air and held them between his fingers. Just as the time stop ended, Dio launched the bullets at Alucard, who tanked each impact to his chest and was knocked backwards to the ground. Dio rushed in and unleashed a brutal barrage of punches on the prone Alucard, laughing maniacally as he picked him up and threw him out the window. Dio laughed as he pulled knives from his coat and declared, "Checkmate." The sound of the time stop was heard before a huge wave of knives appeared, surrounding the still airborne Alucard. The knives then smashed into him, sending him falling. The sound of Alucard's body hitting the ground as Dio grinned evilly. "You thought you would be victorious?" he yelled, "but was the victor me? Dio. If I had $1 for every time that phrase was used, I'd be a very rich man," Isom muttered to himself. "For some reason that does sound like it would be iconic," Usopp said, "or at least used a lot." The sniper then took up a stance and declared, "You thought that you would be victorious, but it was me, Usopp." A few of the crew members chuckled before Isom stood up, walked over to Usopp, grabbed him by the front of his overalls, and yanked him close to him. "Never ever Dio that again." With that, Isom sat and resumed watching with Usopp sitting down a moment later. The blonde madman walked away from the room, but stopped when he heard a growling. He spun around just in time to see a huge shadowy hound with a multitude of eyes snarling and drooling. "A stand?" he asked, as he summoned the world. The hound launched forward with the intent of tearing him apart. It went right through the stand, showing it was no stand. Dio simply grinned as he was bitten into, and dragged out the window and slammed into the ground. Robin said, "This does not bode well for Alucard. His powers don't seem to be able to injure the world." Brooke said, "Oh my. The sight of Baskerville is frightening. I feel as though the beast would use my bones for toothpicks." Isom thought, "I almost forgot what happens when Brooke meets the minx." "Like I said," Alucard said mockingly, "you're dog food." Baskerville threw the blonde into the air and attempted to eat him, only for him to vanish from sight. Alucard raised an eyebrow with a surprised look before a shadow overcame him. "It's a road roller," Dio yelled as he brought down on top of him with a loud crunching sound. Dio then summoned the world and both started punching at it, crying out their battle chant as they did. "Muda muda 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 muda." The world drew its arm back and unleashed a brutal punch with a final, muda. The punch destroyed the gas tank on the piece of construction equipment. Dio leapt back before it exploded. Dio landed with scowl on his face. This character was stronger than he thought. He clearly wasn't a stand user, but he was dangerous no doubt. Dio watched the burning road roller. He wanted to confirm that his opponent was dead this time. Suddenly, a mass of shadows tore through the piece of heavy machinery, reducing it to scrap. Dio ripped a nearby street sign out of the ground, arming himself. Then the voice of his enemy filled the air. "I am the bird of Hermes. Here comes level 0 everyone," Frankie warned. Chopper and Usopp both gulped, as did Nami. Even if they knew what was to come, the idea was unnerving. Suddenly, a huge flood of blood erupted from the center shadows, catching Dio by surprise and sweeping him up in the flood. Dio finally managed to get up and landed with a grunt. He threw away his blood-stained jacket, showing off his muscled arms. Dio's eyes widened as he saw zombies leaving the blood, and Dracula stood in the center in his old form from his time. "What the hell are you?" he declared, sounding shocked and somewhat scared. Alucard simply smirked and said, "A real FING vampire." The zombies charged forward, as Dio and the world unleashed blows. Dio swung his sign, decapitating multiple zombies and braining in a few more, as the world rained heavy punches, shattering bones and sending blood and bites of muscle in different directions. Dio was then jumped from behind as a zombie sank its teeth into his leg. Even more showed up, jumping on him, biting and clawing. Dio growled as he used his powers to freeze them and then shattered them like glass. He then grabbed a random zombie and used its blood to enhance his healing powers, becoming fight as rain in record time. The Straw Hats flinched as they saw the zombies ripped apart and Dio using them to heal himself. They had thought that Alucard had the destructive vampire and his full power would be enough to defeat Dio, but it looked like they wrong. Seeing this, Alucard formed long limbs of shadows and charged forward on them, running at Dio with a roar. Seeing him coming, Dio threw the street sign like a javelin, striking him the chest, just to the right of his heart. Alucard sent out a psychic push that launched Dio backwards into a skyscraper construction site. Dio stopped himself with the world. Dio unleashed another barrage of knives. However, Alucard was ready, shooting as fast as he could, taking many of them out of the air before charging at Dio. Using his psychic powers, he lifted up an I-beam and brought it down on Dio like a sword. Dio dodged the swing and picked an I-beam, and the two wound up fighting a duel with them. The Straw Hats were all tense. It looked like it was anyone's fight right now. Finally, Alucard closes the distance and tackled Dio. The No-Life King flew up, brutally slamming Dio into everything that he could on the way up. However, Dio used his freezing powers again, reducing his arms to frozen flesh before Dio tore them off with a sadistic laugh. "Is that the best you've got?" Alucard's arms reformed from shadows as he shoved one of his guns into Dio's mouth, saying, "Chew on this, monster." Alucard unleashed a barrage of bullets before his arms froze over again, then his legs and stomach. Alucard tore himself from Dio's grasp and began to focus on his powers. Blood in the streets began to rise into the air towards him, intending to absorb more souls. Meanwhile, Dio's body healed before he saw the moving blood. Realizing that would be problematic, he activated the time stop again, and powered up the Space Ripper Stingy Eyes. The blonde vampire roared, "Rai," as he unleashed the blast of full power, completely incinerating the blood just before the time stop ended, triggering a massive explosion. "Holy crap!" Frankie yelled, "Those laser eyes pack more power than we thought." Chopper said, "Wait, that was the army of souls. Alucard doesn't have any more lives left." Alucard stared down in shock at the sight of the destruction. Useless. Alucard was then aware that Dio was behind him, just before the mad vampire shoved his entire fist through Alucard's chest and destroyed his heart before ripping off his head, and just to make sure the job was done, unleashing another blast of the SRSE point blank, destroying Alucard's body. KO. Everyone stared in awe at the sight of the destruction of Alucard and his brutal death, as well as Dio's proclamation of godhood. Dio landed on the ground, blood and ash raining all around him as he let out a victorious, "Weep into the afterlife, No-Life King, and sing praises to your new god." WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. The doors close and reopened. The two split screens shows Integra staring out the window, and the other shows the shocked Stardust Crusaders and an angry Sarah's. Hearts formed in Sanji's eyes as he said, "Who is that lovely lady?" Isom answered, "Sarah's Victoria, a woman who became a vampire after Alucard turned her, and no Sanji, I doubt she would be interested, seeing she already has a lover. At least I think Pip is a lover." Boomstick said, "That was probably the bloodiest fight we've had here at Death Battle. Can't wait till the next one." Wiz said, "There was a lot to cover in this fight. Alucard was a monster on the battlefield, but Dio had what he needed to take down the No-Life King." Boomstick said, "While his guns were awesome, Alucard's main weapons were useless. Dio's vampire mask transformation didn't turn him into an unholy monster, so the holy bullets wouldn't mess up his healing abilities. And while Alucard's healing powers are utterly ridiculous, they too have a limit." Wiz said, "Dio's healing factor is comparable to Straight's, another vampire, who was blown to pieces and pulled himself back together seconds later, so it would mean that Alucard would have to pull out all the stops. Unfortunately, this wound up being more nails in the coffin." Boomstick said, "Yeah, those zombies Alucard summoned are filled with blood, so any damage Dio took from those zombies could be dealt with pretty quickly." Everyone agreed with this. Alucard's healing abilities were insane, but given that Dio could enhance his healing abilities with the blood of others, gave him the leg up he needed to match it. They also blinked as they had no idea about Straits. Who was Straits? Name asked, feeling that he might have been an important character. Isom answered, "Straits fought with Jonathan Joestar in the fight with Dio, but grew to covet the power of the stone mask after the original had been destroyed. However, when more masks were found, Straits stole one, killed the team who found it, before hunting down Joseph Joestar, Jonathan's grandson, during Part 2. The group felt sad. Luffy was reminded of what Ace had told him about Teach, and how he had killed a crew member. In his mind, Straits was one of the worst people imaginable. Wiz said, "Remember those stupidly named laser eyes? Those lasers didn't just cut through stone, they split the very sky." Boomstick said, it turns out, splitting clouds takes a lot more power than you'd think. According to Wiz, to move the clouds like that, Wiz says that it would need over 10 megatons of TNT to do it. Frankie yelled, holy crap. It takes that kind of power to move clouds? I wonder if I could make something like that. Frankie was suddenly bonked on the head by Isom, who declared, if you even think of making a WMD, and you will wish the sea train had flattened you. Wiz said, and we haven't even gotten to Dio's main weapon, the world. Boomstick said, yeah, the world is regarded as the strongest stand in the world, and for good reason. It's comparable to Stone Free and Star Platinum, wielded by Jolan Kujo and Jotaro Kujo. The latter can move at nearly light speeds to keep up with Silver Chariot, and in Stone Free can knock meteors out of the air. Predictably, Sanji started gushing over the sight of Jolan. However, that was replaced with shock when they found out that her stand was fast and strong enough to punch out meteors. Wiz said, judging by the distance the meteors are from Earth, they would have to be moving around 11 million meters a second. With the mass we see, they would be hitting with 441 kilotons of TNT. Boomstick said, DMN. Though, not as crazy when you can punch at light speeds. With the I-beams blowing away all his extra lives, it was down to Alucard himself, and he had nothing that could match the power of the world. Wiz said, Alucard's greatest feats were catching a magical bullet in his teeth and withstanding the explosion of a massive jet he crashed. Given the fact that the magic bullets were what shot down Alucard's jet, and the distance they moved from the boat they were on to the jet, they would be moving nearly 1,500 times the speed of sound. And when Alucard jackknifed the ship that Shooter was on, with the weight of 170,000 pounds, must have hit with over 11 tons of TNT. Brooke said, I feel compelled to ask, why would he do that? Isom answered, a mad woman named Rip Van Winkle took over the boat to lure Alucard out to the ocean, so a massive attack could be unleashed on London. Boomstick said, that's about the size of a massive ordnance air blast, but nowhere near Dio's light speed punches or meteor mashing might. Wiz continued, Alucard's third eye can't allow him to see evil spirits or ghosts, and even if it could, he could not harm the world, and Dio by extension, as it can only be harmed by other stands. And Dio didn't even need to target Alucard's heart specifically, as one barrage from the world could turn his entire body into mist. And even if he wanted to get specific, Alucard's third eye wouldn't protect him from mind control, as it needs to be activated. Boomstick said, and we aren't even factoring in the time stop ability. In other words, Dio's far superior speed, strength, and crazy powers gave him what he needed to leave the No-Life King with no lives left. Wiz said, Alucard had no chance and got de-owned. Boomstick chuckled and said, not bad. Wiz smiled and said, the winner is Dio Brando. Everyone looked upset as they saw this. Hey, Isom, Chopper said, I have to ask something. Given how Dio was a big part of a lot of the parts of JoJo. Did he appear in any more? Isom sighed and said, Dio had a terrible legacy beyond part. In part 4, Diamond is unbreakable. His flesh buds were stuck inside of a man when he died. Zoro said, that sounds weird out of context. Isom continued, after Dio died, the man mutated and turned into a hideous abomination. This led to his two sons, one of which was a major protagonist in the show, to start shooting people with a stand arrow to find a stand that could kill the man and put him out of his misery, which is what kicked off the arc. In Part 5, Golden Wind, we meet Dio's son Giorno Giovanna, who took over the mob in his town to help protect it and keep out other foul influences. And in Part 6, Stone Ocean. Well, Dio finally realizes his goal. Everyone looked at Isom in shock. Dio didn't just want to rule the world. He wanted to bring it over heaven, where people were able to make their own choices. This led to Dio's followers going through with his dream. And rewriting the entire universe. And from there on out it just gets weird. Well, weirder. Frankie said, oh come on. It can't be that weird. I mean, look at some of the stuff we see here. Isom blankly said, Dio comes back later as a horse-riding dinosaur, in a race across America against the President of the United States, to find the body of Jesus. Everyone stared at Isom with shocked looks and simply decided to stay silent. The craziness of this series could not be overstated. Isom chuckled and said, yeah, when I heard that Part 1 had that same face. Next time on Death Battle? There was happy-sounding music as a brown mushroom creature and a yellow turtle with a green shell walked forward towards each other. Wiz and Boomstick looked at the camera with looks of bewilderment. They were both before Boomstick facebombed and said, this is going to SCK so hard. Everyone looked confused as they looked at each other, wondering just what those strange creatures were and wondering just why Boomstick said it was going to SCK. Isom said, now prepare for creatures that are going to leave you even more confused. Everyone was waiting patiently for the video to load. Meanwhile, Isom and Chopper both left to check up on Nami and Usopp. Come on, Luffy said, it's been a month already. Sanji looked confused and asked, what are you talking about, Luffy? It's only been a few minutes. Luffy said, well, it feels like a month. They were cut off when the door opened and the two entered the room. Isom said, good news. It looks like Nami and Usopp are recovering faster than I thought. By the look of it, they should be ready by dinner time. Luffy said, yay. Sanji sighed and said, I'm so glad that my beloved Nami will be up and walking on her CC legs soon. I'll be sure to whip up a special dinner for her, and something extra delicious for dessert. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, if you make it, it will probably taste like crap. Sanji angrily stood up and said, what did you say, Mosshead? There was a slight crack and Sanji flinched as he sat back down, having forgotten that his leg wasn't entirely healed yet. Chopper said, shush, it's starting. Everyone turned to the screen as the familiar battle music began to play. Wiz said, for years, villains have always had multiple expendable minions that they can send in droves. Boomstick looked at Wiz and asked, are we really doing this? We are really putting these guys against one another? Wiz sighed and said, yes, Boomstick, we are doing this. It was a request, so we are going through with it. Robin ped her head to the side and asked, Boomstick doesn't seem that enthused about this battle. Isom said, in a minute, you will see why. Boomstick said, well, we're pitting two of the biggest idiots in gaming against each other. The Goomba, the brave mushroom warrior. Wiz said, and the Koopa, the tiny walking fortress. Boomstick said, you should know that I'm Boomstick and he's Wiz, and you know, death battle. Chopper said, these things have some weird names. Luffy said, are they supposed to be stupid? Robin said, if they are basic minions, I think we can compare them to the marine grunts that keep attacking us. They usually go down pretty easy. Zoro said, something tells me that this shouldn't be taken too seriously. Isom sighed and answered, and you're right. This is considered a joke battle. Essentially, a battle not played because it would be awesome, but because the characters are so pathetic. There's at least one other I can think of, but that is later down the road. Wiz said, the Mushroom Kingdom. A world filled with a flurry of strange plants and creatures, ranging from piranha plants to water-spewing fish, to a sentient attacking sun. Boomstick said, yeah, I think the creators who made this world were probably on drags. However, one of the strangest creatures in this kingdom are by far the most ridiculous, the Goomba. Boomstick pressed a button and brought up a hologram of a small creature. It was incredibly short, not even coming up the knees. It was shaped like a mushroom, with a light brown body, a darker brown head, and a pair of small dark brown feet, with no arms, an angry expression, and a pair of inverted fangs. What is that? Luffy asked, ping his head to the side. Sanji said, it looks like something that I would cut up and deep fry. Brook asked, a giant mushroom? That is rather silly. What is next? Fighting flowers. An island full of large predatory plants? Zoro didn't say anything as he thought this was just ridiculous. Goomba. Backbone of Bowser's army. Defeated by a single stomp. Extremely adaptable. Wiz said, these short mushrooms were originally steadfast allies of the Mushroom Kingdom. However, they apparently face some oppression due to their short size and lack of intelligence. Boomstick said, yeah, so when the massive dragon turtle monster Bowser showed up, they took the opportunity to betray their home, joined up with Bowser, becoming his most expendable henchman, and helped in kidnapping their princess, Peach. They showed an image of Bowser, the massive creature roaring at his commanded his armies to attack, with a tied-up Peach was brought out to him by the Goomba. Whoa, what a lovely princess, Sanji said smiling. Zoro ped his head to the side and asked, wait, how is a human woman the princess of a bunch of mushroom people? Isom said, like I told Chopper, don't try to introduce logic into these. Boomstick said, afterward, the Goomba became Bowser's main attack force, which makes a lot of sense as these things can apparently survive in both deserts and snowy mountains. Wiz said, true, however their usefulness kind of ends there, as they have usually just one strategy, charge blindly at whatever is in front of them. Luffy said, hey, that's kind of like my main way of fighting. Sanji asked, that is their strategy? Chopper said, I think we finally found someone who could be dumber than Luffy. Robin said, I'm beginning to think so myself. Zoro said, ditto. Strategy. Charge forward. Useless fangs. Head bash. Boomstick said, not the most cunning strategy, but I'm not surprised. If it's coming at them, the Goomba show just how big their spores are by charging at whoever is coming at them. Unfortunately, they tend to run off cliffs when they show an image of Mario being charged at by a Goomba, only for the portly plumber to jump over him, and then charge stupidly off a cliff. There was a loud sound of skin slapping on skin, as practically everyone facepalmed at the complete ineptitude of the humanoid mushrooms. By far, dumber than Luffy, Sanji grumbled as other nodded. Wiz said, that goes without saying. After examining a voluntary Goomba, I found that their brains are about half the size of an acorn, which proves what we've all thought about Goombas. Boomstick said, they are FING stupid. Everyone nodded in agreement. Though there was one question that they wanted answered. Why would they keep around such a dumb species as soldiers? Robin asked. Isom answered, they are easily manipulatable, can survive pretty much anywhere, and they come in the thousands, easy deployment, basically. Wiz said, however, they do have a few good tools to use in battle. Wiz pressed a button displaying the Goomba, only with 2 additions. A large green shoe, and a pair of small, white bird wings. Equipment and abilities. Green Goomba shoe. Also called the Kuribo shoe. Enhanced jumping ability. Can't be penetrated by spikes or spinies. Easily stolen. Paragoomba wings. Enable flight. Best used to hover. Drops micro Goombas. Telekinesis. Wiz explained, when in combat the Goomba can equip the green Goomba shoe, which is basically what sounds like. The massive shoe is capable of greatly increasing a Goomba's jumping ability. Boomstick said, yeah, and the thing is pretty goddamn durable, maybe some plastic leather fusion or something. Anyway, this thing is tough enough to block spikes, which kill with a single touch, and land on spinies, you know those annoy spiky-shelled turtles that always get in your way? The only problem is that it can be stolen really easy. Boomstick then chuckled and said, and I can see why, that looks kind of fun. Chopper chuckled at the thought of jumping around in a big shoe. Everyone else just looked on as they didn't think it was that impressive. Though, they had to admit it did look a little fun. Robin glanced at Chopper and blushed slightly as the image of Chopper in his usual form riding around in the big shoe, giggling like a child filled her mind. So cute, she thought. Wiz continued, however, when ground travel proves to be too dangerous, even for this mushroom's tiny brain, he can sprout wings and become a Paragoomba, capable of barely sustained flight. Boomstick said, while not good for flying, it can hover pretty good. And in this form, it can drop micro-Goombas on the heads of his enemies. You know you're a badass when you use children as ammunition. They what? Chopper yelled in horror. What? Luffy yelled. Is that supposed to be funny? What is with those shitty mushrooms? Sanji yelled. Zoro growled at the bad taste of the joke. He may have been dark, but even he hated the idea of hurting a baby, Robin, Brooke, and Frankie being in the same boat. Boomstick suddenly gained a thoughtful look and said, no wait, badass isn't the word I'm looking for. What word am I looking for? Wiz provided, monstrous? Insane? Off the screen Jocelyn yelled, bats hit? Boomstick snapped his fingers and said, that's it. These Goombas are bats hit. Wiz sighed and said, however, out of all this, the Goombas seem to have limited telekinetic abilities. Boomstick looked at his co-host and said, wait, are you telling me that these dumb as hell mushrooms have moved things with their mind powers? Wiz answered, yes, but it is incredibly limited. At most, we've seen them move baseball bats with their minds, or they're just weird like that. Science is still out on the answer. Boomstick said, well, whatever the case they have the advantage in numbers, but I don't think that it is going to do them much good. The doors closed. Everyone didn't really have a good opinion of the Goombas. They were slow, stupid, and didn't really have much use aside from being a shield. Though, they did think the Goomba shoe was funny, and the telekinetic thing confused them a bit. They were also beginning to realize what Isom meant when they said it was a joke battle. Wiz said, the second portion of the backbone of Bowser's army consists of these turtle terrors. The Koopa. Wiz pressed a button and a holographic image of a Koopa appeared. It was a sentient bipedal turtle, with yellow skin, or scales, a green shell and a white rim and a pale underbelly, with green shoes on his feet. Koopa Troopa. Turtle underling of King Bowser, no apparent relation. Cowardly. Almost always dies. It looks kind of cute, Robin said. I would slash that thing up and have Sanji serve it for dinner, Zoro muttered. Boomstick said, though, I wouldn't exactly call them terrors. More like very annoying obstacles. So, another grunt to be sent out, Zoro said, I wonder if they're completely stupid too. Sanji said, if they're smarter than these Goomba, then I think I know who is going to win. Wizard said, under the command of the mighty Bowser, the Koopa act as part of the Koopa Troop's main attack force. Boomstick said, wait, you mean like Ninja Turtles? As Boomstick asked, a holographic quartet of Koopa appeared, with red, blue, purple, and orange bandanas on their heads, and wielding a pair of sai, a pair of swords, a staff, and a pair of nunchaku, respectively. No, Wizard said with a blank expression. Cool, Ninja Turtles, Luffy said, his eyes sparkling. Chopper agreed with his eyes sparkling. Robin giggled as she couldn't help but think that the sight of the Ninja Turtles was adorable. Not to mention the idea itself was kind of funny. It made her wonder where Boomstick got the idea for it. Zoro shrugged and said, if they're basic then they probably wouldn't make good ninjas. Sanji said, yeah, that does seem kind of ridiculous. Isom stayed quiet. They were going to be in for a surprise. Boomstick said, man. Anyway, the Koopa are apparently tougher than their mushroom brothers in arms, as the army is called the Koopa Troop. And it is thanks to their natural turtliness, and by that, I mean their shell. Koopa shell. Nearly indestructible. Can withstand 200 pounds of pressure. Demolishes anything destructible. Bounces off walls. Variety of colors. Great weapons in racing, apparently. Boomstick said, when in danger, these turtles can retract into their shells for defense, and for good reason. These shells and can 200-pound object fall on them, and it won't even crack, which isn't that impressive given that a normal turtle shell can withstand over 1,000 pounds of force. Wiz said, these shells are also extremely dynamic. Once they start moving they can't be stopped. They keep bouncing off walls, destroying destructible objects, and generally making things difficult. Boomstick laughed and said, these things are torpedoes of pain. I wonder if someone with a turtle devil fruit would be able to do that? Chopper asked. Luffy got the image of a pirate or marine turning into a turtle shell and then bouncing around along the walls of a room. He burst out laughing at the idea. I could still slash through that shell, Zoro said. Frankie said, I wonder how it would hold up to some artillery? Sanji muttered, I'd turn those things into turtle soup, no problem, maybe I'll make that for dinner. No, I'd have to have Luffy catch some, and I don't have the time to deal with him eating the bait again, or going through the fridge when he's hungry. Robin's imply pet her head to the side at the thought of seeing such a creature. Brooke thought, I wonder if they like to make shell jokes. Wiz said, and much like the Goomba, they are capable of flight. Parakoopa wings. Enable slow flight. Good aerial control. Not the best flyers. Easily clipped. Wiz said, unlike their mushroom comrade, however, the Koopa are much more capable in flying, able to move forward, albeit slowly, and have good control in the air. However, the still aren't the best flyers, which makes sense, since they're turtles, and their wings are easily clipped. Boomstick said, yeah, but aside from that, they're a lot smarter. The Goomba may have telekinetic powers, but these guys are skilled at sports, and can drive freaking cars. Boomstick then turned to Wizard and asked, are you sure they aren't Ninja Turtles? At least we know they aren't completely stupid, Zoro said. Luffy said, yeah, but what is with the Ninja Turtle thing? Is that supposed to be a joke, Isom? The interdimensional traveler said, you'll figure it out. Everyone looked at the man before turning their attention back to the show. Wiz said, however, these skills do not make up for the Koopa's biggest weakness. They are complete and total cowards. Boomstick said, yeah, you know how they work for Bowser, something tells me that they do so out of fear, I mean seriously, look at the guy. And I thought, Usopp could be a coward, Zoro said. Sanji said, yeah, but at least he comes back when he's needed. Brooke nodded, taking a sip of tea and said, I do not believe that they are that cowardly. Wiz said, during the game, it is thought that 2 hits is needed to kill a Koopa, in reality it only takes 1. After 1 strike, the Koopa hides in his hell, refusing to come out. You would think that when Mario picks it up, they would take the opportunity to perform a counterattack, but they just hide away. Everyone's sweat dropped as they heard this. It may have been smarter than the Goomba, but it was so cowardly that it wouldn't even take a chance to attack when the moment was perfect. Even Nami and Usopp, who were known not to be the bravest members of the crew, knew when to attack, despite being scared. Boomstick said, in their defense, I would probably hide too if a large Italian man was trying to murder me, but let's face it, these guys are beaches. Well, let's make them fight a mushroom man. The doors closed. As this happened, everyone began to talk amongst themselves on who would win and who would lose. They didn't have a lot of faith in the fighters, so they were agreed with Boomstick's statement from the earlier episode. This fight was going to SCK. Wiz said, well, our combatants are set. It's time to end this debate. Wiz turned to Boomstick, who was currently polishing a bizarre weapon that looked like a cross between a bazooka and a shotgun. Boomstick turned to his co-host and said, oh, we both know this is going to SCK. You start the fight. I'm just going to polish my double-barrel bazooka shotgun. Wiz rolled his eyes and said, it's time for a death battle. The doors of battle closed and opened again. We opened to see one of Bowser's many, many castles. Inside, a large group of Goomba and Koopa were walking around, doing mundane chores and work. Inside one of the many halls, a Goomba was using its limited telekinesis to dust a vase. Nearby, a Koopa was messing around with another Koopa, apparently show off as it was flexing its tiny arms. Does anyone else suddenly feel very, very bored? Zoro asked. Luffy said, come on, get to the fighting already. Robin said, you forget, they need to set this up first. Sanji said, I don't get why you're getting so excited, Luffy. This is probably just them going to get into whatever their version of a slap fight is. Chopper and Brook both agreed. The Koopa that was showing off withdrew into his shell and started spinning, before shooting off in a direction. The spinning shell of death slammed into a pedestal that was holding the vase. The object fell, and shattered with a loud crash. The Goomba looked surprised, its tiny brain going a mile a minute to process what just happened. The Koopa in the meantime, stood up and looked apologetic. The Goomba then turned red with rage, realizing its work was now ruined, before performing a head bash, knocking the turtle warrior back. The Koopa growled in anger, narrowing its eyes as the two minions faced off against each other. Fight! Zoro sighed and said, let Snooze Fest begin. The Goomba charged, slamming into the Koopa, who pushed it back with its tiny arms. The Goomba snapped its mouth in a futile attempt to bite him, only to fail. The Koopa then moved to the side, letting go and causing the Goomba to rush forward and slam into a wall with enough force to knock over a painting of Bowser. The Koopa laughed, before the Goomba charged again. The Koopa dodged again, and the Goomba slammed into a wall again, knocking over another painting. The Koopa laughed again. Is this a fight for slapstick? Zoro asked, ping his head to the side of confusion. Luffy said, this is actually kind of funny. Brook chuckled and said, I have to admit, it does tickle my funny bone a tad. Frankie said, yeah, but it doesn't take much to tickle your bones, Brook. Brook chuckled a bit at the joke, before turning back to the show. The Goomba spun around, its brown body now red with rage. Using its limited telekinesis, he lifted the duster and threw it at the Koopa, who was still laughing. It bonked it in the head, stunning it briefly, and making it sneeze from the dust. The Goomba, in a rare show of intelligence, charged forward at the distraction and slammed into the Koopa, knocking it down. Not a bad tactic, Robin said, it looks like the Goomba aren't as dumb as we thought. The Goomba backed up and charged again, but the Koopa sprouted wings and flew into the air. The turtle then spun like a top, launching forward, smashing into the Goomba. The Goomba dug his tiny feet into the ground, but only kicked up dust. The Koopa left his shell and flew in the air. The Goomba scowled before sprouting his own wings and flying in the air. The two then began a mid-air battle, smashing and slamming into each other, traveling down the hall. The Goomba was having trouble, however, as the Koopa was more dynamic in the air. Okay, I have to say this is better than I expected, Zoro said, realizing he had underestimated just how much fight these tiny creatures had in them. Luffy said, cool. Chopper said, nice. The Koopa performed his spin attack again, only for the Koopa to shoot in the air, its tiny brain recognizing the attack, and avoiding it. The mushroom being smiled, but was then hit the back with spin attack, falling to the ground. The Goomba shakes away the cobwebs and looks up to see a thwomp above it. The Goomba immediately flies away, just as the thwomp falls, missing it just, and then kept flying as more fell around him. What are those? Chopper asked, confused at the sentient rocks. Isom answered, those, my furry little friend, are thwomps. They're sentient cinderblocks that live in the Mushroom Kingdom. They don't normally act as enemies, but obstacles. You can't touch them because they're covered in spikes, and if you stay around too long, they will flatten you. Frankie said, dang, that Mushroom Kingdom has some super weird creatures. Isom said, I can think of weirder. The Coop, however, wasn't as lucky and wound up getting smashed beneath one. Thankfully, its protective shell kept it from being crushed. The two minions squared off again, bashing each other. However, it ended when the Koopa flew up to avoid a string of fireballs attacked to a rock. They continued to battle across the pool of lava, then having to avoid a barrage of cannonballs and bullet bills, fired from a nearby area that said, weapons testing, a Goomba with a construction helmet telling them to fire their weapons. How does he fit all this stuff in a castle? Chopper asked, slightly confused. He used to live in a castle, and it had no room for all this stuff. Isom simply answered, I'd say magic, and leave it at that. This continued until a stray cannonball struck the Koopa, stripping it of its wings. The Koopa hit the ground just as the Goomba shot forward, and began dropping micro-Goombas. The members of the Straw Hats looked upset at this, Chopper screaming out, you monster. The Koopa immediately freaked out, and started running as fast as his tiny legs could carry him. The Koopa then saw a bunch of cannons and guns in the way, and got an idea. He charged as fast as he could, sweat pouring down its scaly skin. When it reached the cannons, the turtle grabbed the cannon and aimed it, firing at the Goomba. The attack hit, clipping the Goomba's wings and sending it falling into a nearby pipe. The Koopa followed, jumping into the pipe. Brook said, again, I must say this is turning out to be more entertaining than I thought it would be. Frankie said, yeah, these guys have some real spunk. Remind me of Chopper. The reindeer doctor said, hey. Frankie looked sheepish as he said, "No offense, little buddy. It's just that by first glance, you don't seem like that much of a fighter, but you really prove people wrong when the fighting starts." Chopper blushed in embarrassment, and did his happy dance while denying his feelings. The Koopa exited the pipe and looked around for his opponent. He spun around at a noise, just in time to see the Goomba land in front of him, while inside a familiar green shoe. The Koopa immediately panicked and began running. The Goomba jumped around, cornering the Koopa, but it was unable to stomp on him. In desperation, the Koopa made a dash for another pipe, only to get stomped on. The Koopa reacted immediately, and withdrew into his shell. The Goomba looked down at his terrified opponent, and glanced up, a sadistic smirk coming across its face as it saw a pool of lava. Is he going to do what I think he is?" Sanji asked, realizing the Goomba's plan. "It looks like the idiot might win this fight," Zoro said. Sanji retorted, "That's a good point, I mean, look at you and Luffy." Zoro refused to respond. The mushroom got out of the shoe and then kicked the shell of the prone turtle, launching it towards the lava pool. However, as it got closer it revealed that the lava pool was very tiny, something the Goomba hadn't noticed, and bounced right over it. There was a moment of silence before everyone facepalmed with a groan, having forgotten that the creature was dumb enough to make Luffy look like a genius. The Koopa shell bounced off a wall and flew back at the Goomba, smashing into it and killing it. However, it kept going, smashing away the Goomba's shoe, and then splashing down into the pool of lava. The lava bubbled for a minute as a Koopa skeleton rose up from the lava and then sank back down into the molten liquid. Double KO. It was then revealed that Bowser was watching the whole thing. With Bowser Jr. there was a moment of silence before the king of the Koop said, "I have got to find some better minions." There was a moment of silence as everyone looked at each other and then back at the screen. "Is it over?" Luffy asked. "Who won?" Sanji said, "I think that they both lost." Zoro said, "They did both die." Robin, Brook, Chopper, and Frankie kept quiet as they decided it would be best to just keep quiet. The doors closed and opened. Boomstick laughed and said, "Man, I thought this was going to SCK, but it looks like the little BSTRDS had more fight in them than I thought." Wiz said, "True. At base, the Goomba and Koopa were easily matched, but the Goomba's superior arsenal kept him ahead. However, in the end, his own stupidity did him in, being unable to dodge the Koopa shell as it sped towards him." Boomstick said, "The same for the little turtle. After getting hit itn back by the green Goomba shoe, he was too much of a chicken to come back out, and not stop himself before falling into the giant pool of lava death." Wiz said, "I guess you could say this battle heated up in the end." Boomstick chuckled and said, "Nice one." Wiz said, "Thanks. This battle is a draw." Isom suddenly said, "Listen everyone, I think that this next one should be our last battle for the day." Luffy turned said, Why?" Isom said, "No offense, Captain, but the last thing we need is to be distracted and snuck up on by Marines again, and we've been down here for quite some time. Plus, it's starting to get late and Sanji needs to get started on dinner." Luffy grumbled, "Fine." The others talked amongst themselves and agreed. Frankie said, "I'm with Snowhair over here. I don't fancy the idea of the Marines, or another pirate crew, getting the drop on us again. Plus, I am starting to get a little hungry, and the snacks aren't doing much for me." Sanji said, "Yeah, and if I want to get started on Nami Swan's special dinner, I better get cooking. Just one last battle, I'll get to work." Boomstick said, "Next time on Death Battle." There was dramatic music as lightning flashed across the sky. A roar of anger was heard as well as the sound of flesh striking flesh and breaking bones. Suddenly, a creature was thrown into a nearby wall, breaking the stone and splattering all over the wall. A figure walked out from the shadows. He was tall and muscular, with ashen skin, and a red tribal tattoo on his body. He had 2 swords in each hand, with chains wrapped his arms, attached to the bottom of the handles. "Scary," Brook and Chopper muttered as they saw this new fighter. "Interesting weapon choice," Zoro muttered. Robin rubbed her chin in thought, examining his dress and tribal marking. He resembled an ancient warrior. Maybe this man was from a time of prehistory in his world. The man spun around as he heard footsteps. A door nearby was ripped off its hinges as a new figure entered the room. He was tall, and incredibly muscled, wearing all black with white marks on his chest, and on his face, around his eyes, which glowed a malevolent green. On his back, was a red cape with a high collar, which moved around like tentacles. His red gloves clenched into a fist. Rejected by the gods. The second man's cape merged together forming a 2-sided battle axe. Driven by vengeance. The first man growled as he clenched his weapons, before charging forward with a war cry. "There will be blood." The two charged at each other and met, the 2 short swords meeting the axe with a loud clang and a shower of sparks. Battle of the God Slayers, Kratos vs. Spawn. The Straw Hats all looked slightly unnerved by the two fighters, as the look in their eyes reminded them of a certain assassin that they recently had to fight against. Who were those guys? Zoro asked. Isom answered, people who you do not want to cross, and who I'm not sure, even you guys could beat. Everyone was surprised and turned towards the screen. The Straw Hat crew and their mysterious guest sat in wait as the next video loaded. Isom's words from the previous episode ran through their minds. Someone that they couldn't beat? They had gone against some tough people before, so just how strong were these people? They turned their heads back to the show when the music began to play. There is an old saying in the world, Boomstick said, when one seeks revenge, build two graves. Obviously, for the person you intend to kill, and for the person who was stupid enough to get in your way. Robin interrupted, no, the two graves refers to the person you are seeking, and for the man you once were. Everyone looked at Robin, who simply said, I got the same lecture a lot when I was young. Wiz said, while the old saying doesn't say that, it actually does sum up our contestants for the day. Kratos, the ghost of Sparta. Boomstick said, and Spawn, the renegade demon from hell. He's Wiz, I'm Boomstick, and we're pitting two hardcore bad buttes against each other in an awesome death battle. Hardcore? Chopper asked. Isom answered, hardcore refers to a character who is incredibly strong, durable, and can fight for a great amount of time. I should warn you all though, some of the stuff these two go through is nasty, and I mean really nasty. Everyone looked at each other before turning towards the screen. Wiz said, ancient Greece. A beautiful time of great cities, and filled with mystical beasts, both beautiful and dangerous. All of them held under the watchful eyes of the gods of Olympus. Boomstick said, yeah, but we'll get to those pains in the buttes later. What we're focusing on is the city of Sparta, ruled by the warrior race the Spartans. It is here that Kratos was born. Kratos. Demigod, former god of war. Bad but selfish anti-hero. Has the worst luck ever. Somehow survived the apocalypse. Wiz pressed a button, showing a young Kratos, who was a small boy, training alongside another boy, who had a birthmark on his face and body. I think that might be the pale guy from the trailer, Sanji said, rubbing his chin. Ancient warriors? Robin said, I don't remember reading about them. Are they from your world, Isom? The interdimensional traveler said, yes. The Spartans were a brutal warrior race. According to history, they lived and breathed the art of war. They were warriors of incredible skill and bravery, with a small army of 300 Spartans taking down an army several times their size. Zoro whistled and said, sounds like my kind of people. Wiz continued, Kratos living a pretty normal life, training alongside his younger brother Deimos. The two brothers training with the dreams of becoming great Spartan warriors. Boomstick said, unfortunately, this didn't happen. You see, the gods of Olympus had a problem. An oracle, basically an old lady who can see the future, predicted that some mortal man with a bizarre mark on his face would destroy Olympus. Oh, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it? Robin asked. Isom nodded. Chopper asked, self-fulfilling prophecy? Surprisingly, it was Zoro who answered, a self-fulfilling prophecy is a prophecy that fulfilled itself. Basically, if people try to stop it, they wind up causing it. Everyone looked at Zoro with shocked expressions, and he explained, my teacher back home told me about another master who was given a prophecy by a fortune teller that he would be killed in the future. He did everything that he could to stop it, but wound up bringing it about his own death. Everyone accepted the swordsman's answer and turned towards the screen. Boomstick continued, so two of the gods, Ares, the god of war, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, came down and kidnapped Deimos, believing him to be the marked warrior, which would later come back to bite them in the butt. They show the image of the shadowed Ares and Athena on horseback, kidnapping Deimos, who called out Kratos' name as the young man was swept away, with said boy laying in the rubble of a stand, as a cut was on his eye. Wiz said, after that, Kratos gave himself a tattoo that mirrored his brother's birthmark to honor him, and from then on swore that he would never be weak. That he would not let anyone else precious to him be lost. Wow, Luffy said, as he flashed back to the day that Sabo died. It was then that he swore that he wouldn't lose any of his crew or family, both he and Sabo. Zoro flashed back to the day that he lost his old friend Kuina and how her death led to him becoming who he was today. Book felt his non-existent heart clench as he remembered the death of his crew, and his following revival. How the memories of his crew helped push him through his many, many years of loneliness. Chopper felt his eyes sting with tears slightly, as he remembered the death of Dr. Halukluk. His death, and how he helped him and influenced him to become a doctor. Wiz continued, Kratos continued with his life, eventually becoming a member of the Spartan army, marrying his wife, Lysandra, and had a daughter named Calliope. Wiz pressed a button showing Kratos embracing his wife, with his daughter coming up to them. Why do I have a feeling that things are about to go downhill fast? Brooke asked. I have a deep chill in my bones. Sanji said, that makes sense since almost every character we've seen has some tragic backstory. Though, I have to say he did marry a very beautiful woman. Boomstick said, unfortunately, things kind of went bad after that. You see, his daughter caught the plague and was sentenced to be thrown in a gorge to die. What? Everyone yelled as they turned towards their secret guest. Isom sighed and said, the Spartans would do this. Because they believed in efficiency, anyone who didn't uphold their ideas of perfection, or seemed to spread disease, they would throw down a deep ravine, so it wouldn't spread. The group gulped in horror as they saw this happening in their minds and felt their blood run cold. Boomstick continued, now this set Kratos off, and he tried to find a way to save his daughter, like any good father should. Eventually, he found a way with the ambrosia, a mythical drink that could heal all sickness and wounds, which sounds like something I should get my hands on when I get hurt. Wiz said, taking several men, Kratos went out for the ambrosia, but what he didn't know was that the gods had set up a game, betting on who would get the ambrosia, with Ares, the same guy who helped kidnap his brother, betting on Kratos. Wait, the gods were making a game out of this? Zoro asked, sounding rather upset. Isom said, yeah. You didn't think that Kratos' daughter getting sick was just a coincidence, did you? Frankie then asked, wait, that was to make him go after the ambrosia? What did the others do? Isom rubbed his chin and said, well, if I remember correctly, Poseidon and Hermes both caused plagues, and Artemis caused women to give birth to stillborn children. Everyone's eyes were wide in shock at what they heard. They did all that just for a game. Was there a prize for this game? Robin asked. Isom simply answered, a statue of the god who won. There was another moment of silence as everyone processed what the prize was and the stuff that the gods did for it. Luffy summed up everyone's thoughts with a single sentence. The gods are beauts. Wiz said, in spite of going against several other champions chosen by other gods, Kratos found the ambrosia, and healed his daughter, but lost all of them he brought with him. Boomstick said, you would think that doing so would have gotten him in trouble, but his victory got him in the Spartan army as a captain. He would later rise up a general due to his unorthodox tactics. Wiz nodded, however, Kratos' past soon caught up with him. During his quest for the ambrosia he encountered a barbarian prince named Alric. Alric sought the ambrosia to heal his ill father. Blaming Kratos for his father's death, Alric went after Kratos with an army, slaughtering his men. As Kratos was about to be overtaken, Kratos, in desperation, called out to the heavens, pledging his allegiance in exchange for the death of his enemies. They show the clip of Ares coming down from the heavens, killing the barbarian army, including Alric, and then branding him with the blades of chaos. Zoro looked intrigued at the sight of the blades wrapped Kratos wore on his back, as were in fact chained to his arms. The others, however, winced at the insane amount of bloodshed, as well as the sight of the chains being branded onto his arms. Chopper quickly buried himself in Robin's side in the hopes of blocking out the image of the wounds being formed. Wiz continued, now under Ares' control, the Spartan warrior became near unstoppable, raiding villages in Ares' name, his pride and bloodlust blinding him to what he was becoming. However, it all came to a head when Ares sent him to a temple. Against the warnings of an oracle, Kratos entered the temple, and proceeded to slaughter the people inside. Boomstick said, unfortunately, Kratos ignored her, and slaughtered everyone in the temple. When his task was done, Kratos recognized two of the people inside, his own wife and daughter, laid amongst the bodies, slain by his own hands, but hey, he managed to save some money on divorce and alimony. That is not funny. Isom pulled his fingers from his ears, as the shout shook the entire ship, and echoed throughout the air, scaring away a few birds that were flying over the sea. Clearly everyone was unimpressed by the joke Boomstick had made, and Isom had to agree that it was in poor taste. Wiz said, Ares did this, to sever Kratos from his life as a mortal, but it did something else. With their deaths, Kratos cursed Ares' name and turned his back on the god of war, but before he left, he was cursed by the oracle who warned him, the ashes of his family becoming burned to his body, a permanent reminder of his sin. They showed a clip of the oracle pointing at Kratos, as ashes flew from the fire behind him, attaching themselves to his skin and turning it a pale ghostly white. Oh man, that has to be brutal, Brooke said, to be reminded of your worst moment every time that you look in the mirror. I can only imagine what he went through. Frankie glanced down at his large arms. He briefly remembered the day the battleships he built were used to attack his home and make he and his friends look like criminals. Being set up like that really irked him, and made him glad that he eventually got to smash down Spandam with his own elephant. Brooke felt some sympathy from Kratos. He too remembered the moment his crew died when he was still a captain of the Rumbar pirates, and how he lost them because he had gotten cocky and hadn't expected them to be wielding poison-coated weapons. The rest of the crew felt their hearts reach out to Kratos. To be tricked into killing your own daughter and wife. It was horrible. And Kratos' suffering didn't end there, Boomstick said, because he broke his oath with Ares. He was deemed an oath breaker and was captured by the Furies, basically 3 crazy chicks who can pull off all kinds of illusions. Kratos was captured by them, tortured for 2 weeks, got out, and killed all 3. They showed clips of Kratos breaking out of the prison of the Dmed, and murdering the 3 Furies, fighting them in their various forms. Dang, this guy is tough, Luffy said. He could probably take us on if he can fight these things. Whis said, all the while, he was helped by Orcos, the 4th Fury, and the runt of the family. At the end, however, Kratos was forced to kill Orcos to truly be free of his oath to Ares. An unfortunate trend that would keep happening. He had to kill his own friends on several occasions? Sanji asked, somewhat horrified. Isom said, no, throughout his life Kratos was either betrayed by his friends or they were killed for being in league with him. You can only imagine what that does to a person's mind. Everyone was silent as a sense of foreboding began to fill them. Whis continued, with his oath ended, Kratos began to experience terrible nightmares of the death of his wife and daughter, and no matter how many people he killed or women he slept with, they would not end. In the hopes that the gods would relieve him of his nightmares, Kratos began to serve them, performing various tasks, including holding off the Persian army, and saving Helios, the god of the sun, from Persephone, the queen of the underworld. It wasn't until 10 years has passed that Kratos was given his final task, kill the god of war and the source of his suffering, Ares. It looks like Kratos is finally going to get some long overdue payback, Zoro said. Sanji said, yeah, but remember the whole 2 graves things, Moss Head. I think things might get worse before they get better. Chopper gulped in fear, while Brook and Frankie nodded. They had all wanted revenge before, and it didn't end well as they were nearly killed at the time. They had a feeling that Kratos was going to do what they didn't, and it wouldn't go well. Boomstick said, with his eyes bent of revenge, Kratos prepared to get enough power to do so by opening Pandora's box, a mythical box that contained all the evil in the world. Like that giant closet with so many skeletons you never want to open it. By opening the box, Kratos grew to the size of a mountain, and battled the god of war in an epic battle where he was forced to go through the torture of killing his family again, being smashed by rising mountains, and showing just how powerful he was. As Boomstick spoke they showed an image of Kratos' battle with Ares. The first part with Ares' war hammer slamming in the ground, and being beaten by Kratos, his fight with his copies to defend his wife and daughter, and his final battle as Kratos stood over the beaten god of war. I was trying to make you a great warrior, Ares said, trying to reason with Kratos. You succeeded, Kratos said before he stabbed the god of war, finally ending him. Chopper gulped and nearly threw up the sight of the violent battle, and the death of Ares. Zoro nodded, glad that Kratos got his revenge. Frankie and Brook, while slightly glad that Kratos finally managed to get revenge, they had a distinct feeling that things were going to get worse before they got better. The rest of the group seemed somewhat nervous. Whis said, with this act, Kratos was absolved of his crimes, but the gods refused to remove his nightmares. With the hope of being freed gone, Kratos threw himself off a cliff, hoping to end the nightmares once and for all. Oh, come on, Zoro yelled, he takes the coward's way out. The others somewhat understood as they didn't like taking the coward's way out, however some of them could also understand the sense of hopelessness that could lead him to it. Many of them had felt hopelessness before, but they didn't go that far. Boomstick said, but, fortunately for his franchise, he was saved at the last second by Athena, who offered him a place upon Ares' throne. Kratos had officially become the god of war. Does anyone else think that that was a bad idea? Sanji asked. Brook said, yes, I must agree. Giving someone like Kratos godly power does not seem like a smart idea. Isom said, hey, nobody ever said that gods had to be smart. I mean, remember Shang Tsung? Luffy scoffed and said, gods are idiots. Whis said, a definite upgrade for sure, but Kratos didn't get a respite, as he had to stop some of Ares' old disciples from reviving him with the ambrosia, fighting off a horde of zombie Spartans, the same ones he abandoned years ago, and managed to reunite with his mother and brother, the former of which he was forced to kill when she was mutated into a monster, and the latter who was killed by Thanatos after being freed by Kratos. Boomstick said, yeah, like we said, this guy has some terrible luck. He's like the ancient Greek version of Charlie Brown. I must agree, Brook said, to reunite with his mother, only to have to kill her and to lose his brother, who he no doubt missed dearly. I can only imagine the pain and suffering this man must have gone through. It makes my heart clench to see he suffered so much for no reason other than just because. Frankie said, yeah, if it were me or the guys at Galila, I don't think I'd be able to go through something like what happened years ago. Chopper nodded in understanding. Sanji remembered the days of his youth, and how his being born without special powers made him a black sheep. He was hated just because he was born differently than his brothers. Chopper's thoughts were like Sanji's as he remembered all the times that he cursed his blue nose. Luffy asked, "Who is Charlie Brown?" Boomstick continued, with the last members of his family now dead, Kratos' hatred towards his fellow gods went through the roof and he began leading his Spartan warriors, who worshipped him now, in a conquest of the world, or what was known of the world at the time. It actually went well until he was in Rhodes. Whis said, while there, Zeus, in the form of an eagle, brought a massive colossus to life, and weakened Kratos, forcing him to rely on a weapon sent to him, the Blade of Olympus. They showed images of Kratos standing in Rhodes, being struck by an eagle which robbed him of his massive godhood size, and powers, which then fighting the colossus. Then they showed him getting the Blade of Olympus and ending the fight. Whis continued, however, as you can guess, it was a trick. Zeus had done this so Kratos would pour the last of his godly power into the blade, making him mortal again. Zeus then killed Kratos and sent him to the underworld, again. Boomstick said, yeah, we probably should have mentioned this, but Kratos has gone to the underworld a lot. Seriously, if he had frequent flyer miles, he would probably have enough for a free trip by now. So Kratos is now mortal again, Zoro said. That is going to make getting revenge a bit harder, especially against the gods. Of course, it wouldn't be fun if it was too easy. Chopper asked, what does Boomstick mean when he says Kratos has been to the underworld before? Isom answered, you see, throughout his adventures, Kratos has gone to the underworld on multiple occasions, either because of his mission, or because he died. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a special spot for him when he finally does die. Everyone shuddered at the thought of dying multiple times. Brook said, one trip to the afterlife was enough for me, thank you. Whis said, with this betrayal, Kratos was contacted by Gaia the Titan, and was given a chance to get revenge. To do so he went to the Island of the Fates, the three beings who commanded the fates of all humans. Kratos found them, murdered them, and took his one thread of fate, which somehow gave him the ability to time travel with the Loom of Fate. Oh, that old plot device, Boomstick muttered. He can travel through time? Luffy said, that is so cool. Everyone shuddered at the idea of Luffy traveling through time. Who knows what kind of madness that could be unleashed on the world. Isom, however, thought back to the dimension he and his team had seen, where Luffy would travel back in time after having his crew killed, usually by his own actions. The man considered showing Luffy these dimensions, but decided against it. He had already caused enough ripples in this dimension, if the Vice Admiral they fought earlier was anything to go by. Whis continued, without that, Kratos traveled back to the moment he was killed by Zeus, and fought the Olympian king, ready to kill him, but Athena leapt in the way, saving the Olympian his life, and gave out the oh-so-original plot twist, he's your father. Boomstick said, yeah, turns out Kratos is a demigod, and the son of Zeus. Athena attempted to stop the long history of children killing their fathers, but got killed herself. However, Kratos denied his lightning-throwing badass of a dad, and wound up using his time travel powers to bring the Titans, the giant warriors who fought the gods centuries ago, and prepared for a final assault on Olympus. They show a clip of the Titan scaling Olympus, with Kratos standing on Gaia's head. He stood with his arms crossed, his skin ashen pale, and the tattoo blazing bright. A gold armlet with a ram's head on his arm, with the blades of exile on his back. His scarred eye and the stitched wound on his stomach, only adding the ferocity on his face. Father, I have returned. And I bring with me the destruction of Olympus. So, he's really going to go through with it, isn't he? Chopper asked. Zoro said, this is a man who has lost everything and has been betrayed by all those he thought he could trust, even just barely. I think it is safe to say, that he is going to go through with it. Sanji took a drag on his cigarette and said, yeah, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Abilities and skills. Demigod physiology. Enhanced stamina, strength, and durability. Spartan training. Pain tolerance. Weapons. Tactical mind. Whis said, and he has the skill to do so. As a Spartan, Kratos has been training to fight from a very young age. He was not only trained to fight, but to use multiple weapons. He has also shown to have a sense of tactics, despite being prone to rage, as seen when he was a general, but also in his fights, as he has shown to be able to control the battlefield, despite being surrounded by multiple opponents of various sizes. Boomstick said, but the main thing is his demigod body, which grants him insane strength, durability, stamina, and even some light regenerative powers, which makes sense with all the wounds this guy has gone over the years. While Kratos has some incredible strength, he has some incredible weaponry to go alongside it. Everyone was slightly terrified at the thought of fighting Kratos, especially Sanji, Chopper, and Brook, as they knew they couldn't stretch to avoid impact like Luffy could. Weapons. Blades of Exile. Short swords. Hook design. Chained to Kratos' arms. Emit fire. Third in the series of similar weapons. Claws of Hades. Originally used by Hades. Pull souls from victims, but can be resisted. Summon souls. Nemean cestus. Originally used by Hercules. Unleashes powerful shockwaves. Strong enough to shatter Scorpius armor, destroy the bronze Talos, and shatter Onyx. Nemesis whip. Forged by Hephaestus. Emits electrical shocks. Faster than the Blades of Exile, but weaker. Blade of Olympus. Powered by godly energy. Can unleash powerful waves of energy. Has murdered 99% of the people it has stabbed. Whis said, Kratos has used many weapons over his adventures, but at the end they are usually destroyed or taken from him. For this battle, we will be using the weapons he had at the end of God of War 3, when Kratos was, arguably, at his most powerful. Boomstick pressed a button. A series of holograms appeared. The first one that appeared was a short sword, the iron blade having an orange design etched into it, and the blade seemed to be coming out the mouth of a horned demon. The gun lover said, Kratos has used several versions of this weapon, but the most recent ones are the Blades of Exile. These sweet as hell swords not only look cool, but they emit fire. Like any good weapon should. Zoro was staring in awe of the beauty of the weapon. He had to admit that it looked intimidating, and he doubted that it was for show. What confused him was the fact that they were chained to Kratos' arms. What was the point of that? Then again, he had seen some strange sword designs before, and those who used them did so very effectively. Whis said, while they may seem strange, Kratos is a master with these blades. Not only are they good for close-range combat, but also for mid to long distance, as the chains stay attached to Kratos' arms and return to him when he throws them. And with their hook design, he can grab his opponents in close. Boomstick interrupted, normally for a sweet but instant kill. They show a clip of gameplay, where Kratos launches his blades at an opponent, hooking them, pulling them close, and then ripping them apart. The Straw Hats winced at the brutality shown, however, Zoro was almost drooling. The blade seemed like something that could be used with incredible effectiveness. Isom said, hey, swordsman, you're drooling. Zoro quickly wiped the drool from his mouth, doing his best not to look embarrassed. Whis said, more than that, Kratos can use the blades as spinning helicopter blades to keep himself aloft during a fight. With these weapons Kratos can control the battlefield, switching between opponents, and ending them in a bloody method, and this is only his basic weapon. Boomstick pressed a button bringing up a hologram of a pair of spiked chains with claws on the end that glowed bright purple. Boomstick said, but he's also got some other tools to kill people. Like the claws of Hades, which he got after beating the crap out of Hades. These wicked claws can tear the souls out of their victims, and can even summon the souls of their various victims to aid Kratos in combat. He could even use them to dodge attacks faster by using them to pull himself forward. Whis pressed a button bringing up a hologram of a pair of gauntlets, consisting of two spiked parts, where the arm went it, and the heads forged in the image of snarling lion heads. Whis said, he also wields the Nemean cestus, originally used by Hercules. These two massive gauntlets were carved from the body of the Nemean lion. They greatly increase Kratos' already insane strength enough to shatter onyx shields and walls, and send enemies flying. Holy sheet! Sanji yelled, that guy is even bigger than Oars. And he chained him to a ceiling. Frankie said, now, I really want to get my hands on those things. Can you imagine how much more super my punches would get? Boomstick then pressed another button, and a hologram of a long whip that had three segmented knife-like blades at the end that sparked with electricity. The gun lover said, he also has the Nemesis whip, which conducts electricity for shocking attacks. While they work like the Blades of Exile, it is unfortunately weaker. However, this sweet thing makes up for it by not only being faster, but also attacking more than one target at once. Whis smiled and said, however, Kratos' most powerful weapon is by far, the Blade of Olympus. Whis pressed a button and the image of the sword appeared. It was a large sword that was golden white, and glowed with wisps of bright blue energy, both in and around it. Boomstick said, when you say this thing is a god slayer they mean it. Imbued with Kratos' own power, this sword can unleash enough power to kill the Olympian gods, titans, monsters, and apparently has the power to destroy entire armies with a single swing. Whis continued for his co-host, in close combat the sword is somewhat heavy, but it unleashes a lot of damage, launches energy blasts, and even forms a field around Kratos for extra protection. Everyone, save for Isom, stared in shock at the powerful weapons. Brook seemed very unnerved at the claws of Hades, the skeleton not liking the idea of having his soul removed, and then under the control of someone else. The thought of someone having this power scared him. As he thought this, in the new world, a certain sweet-loving pirate sneezed. Frankie eyed the Nemean cestus with interest. Given his main style of close combat was boxing, the idea of using the Nemean cestus intrigued him. He doubted he would be able to withstand a blow from that. Sanji was thinking about the Nemesis whip, as it reminded him of the weapon used by Nami. He wondered if he could convince Usopp to make something like that for Nami. He would ask when he got the chance. Zoro was in awe at the sight of the blade of Olympus. He wondered what would happen if that sword ever crossed paths with Mihawk's black sword. It seemed like if that happened, entire islands would be reduced to rubble in the wake of such a battle, provided that Mihawk survived, because he doubted the man would. Whis said, aside from weapons, Kratos also has some various pieces of gear to help him in his journey. Equipment. Items. Blade of Apollo, fires normal or fiery arrows. Head of Helios, bright light blinds enemies and reveals secrets. Boots of Hermes, increase speed to attack at high speed and run up walls. Relics. Golden Fleece, main defense, can reflect magical and ranged attacks. Icarus Wings, grants flight, but decays during flight. Poseidon's Trident, enable to breath underwater. Boreas Ice Storm, unleashes blast of cold wind. Whis continued, these include the Boots of Hermes, which Kratos literally ripped from the god's legs, along with his legs, which allows Kratos to run fast enough to increase his striking power, and run on walls. Boomstick said, he's also got the Blade of Apollo, a magic bow that can fire normal or firing arrows like a freaking machine gun without a quiver. From what Wizard has told me, Kratos can fire 10 arrows in 2 seconds with this puppy. In comparison to Lars Anderson, who can fire 10 arrows in 4.9 seconds, making Kratos twice as fast as the record holder. Whis said, I'm surprised that you know this Boomstick. The gun lover chuckled and said, Whis, it is about a weapon. Of course, I'm going to know who is the best. Everyone nodded. It was times like Thais that everyone was reminded that, while Boomstick was a bit of an idiot, and could be perverted, he was a touch smarter than people gave him credit for. Boomstick continued, he also has Helios' head. No, literally, he tore the sun god's head clean off and uses it as a giant flashlight, a flash bomb to stun his foes, or to reveal secrets. Robin said, that is a little messed up. Everyone turned towards Robin with shocked expressions. They all knew that Robin had a dark sense of humor, and a generally dark outlook, so for her to say that something was messed up, it says a lot. Boomstick then gained a thoughtful look as he said, now that I think about it, I think Kratos might have a head FTSH. The Straw Hats who knew what that was looked surprised at the random moment. Luffy and Chopper looked confused. Whis gave Boomstick an, are you serious, look and said, what? The gun-loving man said, well, I mean he used Medusa's head, Euryale's head, and now Helios. Seriously, the guy must have something to do with keeping them all. Whis just facepalmed and then rubbed his temples to stave off the oncoming headache. Chopper asked, Robin, what's a FTSH? Robin quickly answered, you'll find out when you're older. She then sent a brief glare to the rest of the crew to keep them from saying anything. They were also reminded that Boomstick was still an idiot. Boomstick said, anyway, Kratos also has the Golden Fleece, a mystical armlet that can block any attack, and even reflect energy projectiles. He also has the Wings of Icarus, which he tore from the old man's back, for temporary flight, Poseidon's Trident to breath underwater, and Boreas Ice Storm which unleashes massive burst of ice-cold wind. Whis said, it should be noted that a lot of these pieces of equipment aren't exactly suited for combat, but more for performing puzzles to make his way through Olympus, which also proves Kratos actually has a brain under all that rage. Boomstick then added, and if you think that's crazy, he also has some impressive magic. Oh great, Frankie said, more magic. Seriously, does everyone have magic? Chopper said, it does seem to be a recurring theme. Brook said, well, here we have a lot of devil fruit users as a recurring theme. Magic attacks. Army of Sparta, summons Spartan soldiers to protect himself. Soul Summon, summons spirits of beaten enemies to fight alongside him. Nemean Roar, slams the ground causing shockwaves. Nemesis Rage, shocks surrounding enemies. Divine Reckoning, summons a vortex of power. Whis said, Kratos has had magical abilities, and they have changed depending on the adventure. In this case, they are limited to the kind of weapon he wields. With the Blades of Exile, he can use the Army of Sparta attack to form a defensive dome to shield himself and counter enemies. He can use the Claws of Hades to summon the souls of the various creatures he's defeated. He can use the Nemean Cestus to use the Nemean Roar to unleash powerful shockwaves, and can electrocute all surrounding enemies with the Nemesis Whip's Nemesis Rage attack. Boomstick said, but don't forget, he has the Divine Reckoning, where he summons a massive vortex of energy using the Blade of Olympus. Good for killing everything in your way. Boomstick said, but like all things awesome, Kratos has a limit. He can only use so much magic before he needs to recharge, so N mainly sticks to beating people up with his bare hands. And as usual there is a limit, Frankie said. I think we might have just found a constant with these, magic having limits. Isom said, in their defense, without limitless magic, Kratos is overpowered enough as it is. Wiz said, with these powers and weapons, 'tis no wonder Kratos is as feared as he is. Feats. Killed the entire Greek pantheon and its heroes. Outmuscled Atlas, Hercules, and Kronos. Caught and threw back the Colossus of Rhodes. Resisted having his soul ripped out of Hades. Regularly tanks inhuman injuries. Tags a catapult projectile. Wiz continued, with all this, Kratos has done some ridiculous things. He's murdered practically every monster and opponent that got in his way, and has proven to be nearly unstoppable. This one-man army has left a trail of carnage so long that you would need an encyclopedia to keep track of his ledger of death. Boomstick said, no wonder. He's tagged catapult projectiles, withstood shockwaves the Nemean cestus when it was wielded by Hercules, tanked a volcanic explosion, threw back the Colossus of Rhodes, and tanked a slap from the Titan Kronos. Boomstick then turned to his co-host and said, Wiz, math this for us please. Wiz nodded as he brought down the board of wisdom and began typing away at a keyboard as the camera zoomed in on it. Wiz explained, from what we've seen, the Colossus is at least 100 feet tall and made of bronze. If we compare this statue to the real-life Statue of Liberty, with the stone base removed, we can guess its weight. Wizard typed away as an image of the Colossus appeared on the screen, and Lady Liberty stood up in all her glory. Wow, that is one super statue. Frankie said. Brooke said, yes, a beautiful piece of art. And so large. Do you have such a thing in your world? Isom said, it was destroyed a few years ago, but they were attempting to rebuild it when I was still there. Wiz continued, adding the height to nearly 152 feet tall, and replace Lady Liberty's copper with bronze, and the framework with elmwood instead of steel, we can estimate that the Colossus weighs 29 tons. Dang, this guy could have thrown ores around like a toy, Frankie said. Brooke said, I almost wish that he was there when it happened. Wiz said, another such feat is how he stopped a slap from the Titan Kronos. While we can't judge the amount of strength he has, based on comparing him to an average Greek man, Kronos is nearly 259 times stronger than a normal human. I would do better, but the numbers for crushing a fly are kind of hard to figure out. Boomstick interrupted, with power like that, it's no wonder he managed to kill off all the gods on Olympus. He did spare Aphrodite for obvious reasons. Boomstick chuckled as they showed a clip from God of War 3, containing the Aphrodite scene. Sanji and Brooke were launched backwards by epic nosebleeds. The guys all blushed in embarrassment, and felt their noses drip a bit of blood. Chopper managed to shrug his off sooner than the others to go help Sanji and Brooke. The doctor's office, Nami twitched slightly and, in her sleep, muttered, must punch perverts. Boomstick added, but despite being so awesome as it is scary, Kratos has a few flaws. He is still mortal, so while he can take a hell of a lot of hits, he can still be killed. He can be brought down with exhaustion, and has been duped a few times. In spite of this, he managed to kill the entire pantheon of gods. Wiz continued, however, killing the gods had consequences. Without the gods, the seas raged out the control, the sky turned black, lost souls were unleashed on the world, disease and plagues were unleashed, plants all around the world died, and pure chaos was unleashed. The apocalypse had come, and Kratos was his vanguard. Everyone stared in horror at the sight of the destruction that Kratos' vengeance had wrought, and the sheer death and desolation that seemed to cover the world. In the case of the dig 2 graves phrase, it was more like 1,000,000 graves. Boomstick said, however, it was then that Athena revealed something. When Kratos opened Pandora's box to fight Ares, he released a huge amount of fear, and caused Zeus to go crazy. All that was left, was the power of hope, which Kratos now held in his body. Athena intended to take the power for herself to rule the world as the main goddess. What the hell? Sanji yelled, are you saying it was an evil plan by Athena the whole time? Everything? Isom said, Athena is called the goddess of wisdom. Given that she is a superb strategist, it is possible she might have planned this, but I'm not sure. Everyone looked scared at the thought of someone with such a mind to manipulate everyone around them like puppets. The thought alone made them all shuddered. Wiz said, but Kratos being Kratos chose the second door. He took the blade of Olympus, and stabbed himself with it, releasing the hope in the world, so that humanity could rebuild. Though, to be honest, I'm sure he also did this, because with his vengeance complete, he finally saw the outcome, and could not withstand the sorrow. Chopper said, he killed himself. Zoro, being the samurai, understood the reason behind seppuku, and how it would be used by men to regain some small sense of honor to atone for past mistakes. Kratos had done so with the intention of undoing some of the damage that had been done to the world. He wondered if it was worth it. Similar thoughts were going through the minds of the rest of the Straw Hats. Wiz continued, well, he succeeded in half of that anyway. Boomstick turned to his co-host, and said, Wiz, you're kidding right. He stabbed himself with the blade of Olympus. I really don't think that dash. Wiz cut Boomstick off by showing an image of an older Kratos, older than the one that we know, with a full beard and with an axe in his hand. Boomstick was quiet and said, holy shit, he survived. He survived? Everyone yelled out in shock, shaking the entire ship. Wiz said, Kratos did in fact survive, and apparently the world has repaired itself quite nicely since the death of the Greek gods, though how we do not know. Since then, Kratos has not only has a son, but he seems to have gotten some serious anger management. Wiz shows a clip of Kratos, getting shot in the shoulder by his son, and, while getting angry, stops himself from lashing out. Wiz continued, it seems Kratos has been given a fresh start, but if there is one thing we know, the past will catch up to him eventually. In that time, can Kratos fully control his rage? Can Kratos achieve redemption, even after leaving such a huge trail of bodies in his wake? Only time will tell. The doors closed and 10 reopened. Everyone looked at each other and began to think. Kratos' suffering, rage, and pain had brought such destruction, but the gods' arrogance and power had caused it. Kratos' action, however, were selfish and caused so much pain and suffering, and so many lives had been lost. It made them wonder just what else would happen in Kratos' life, if he continued on his path, finding a new home in a new world. In the meantime, Luffy was in thought. He had always acted selfishly, doing what was best for him, or in his own interest. If he continued to do that, what would happen to his crew? Would they suffer like those close to Kratos? Nobody saw this, but Isom, who had a feeling that this may be a change for Luffy for the better. Or Luffy would forget about it and move on, probably the latter. Boomstick started, in his life, Al Simmons had only one thing to believe in, his moral code. Wizard said, Al lived a nice life, working as a CIA assassin. Killing people in the name of justice. They showed an African-American man with a well-muscled body, wearing white and camo pants, with a belt of ammunition around his shoulder and hip, a bandana, and holding a gun. Frankie asked, oh God, I swear if this guy winds up like Rob Lucci, someone is getting punched in the face. The others nodded. That did sound a lot like the leader of CP9's view of dark justice. Boomstick said, however, things changed when Save the Freaking President. After that, he was promoted to a Black Ops division that performed dangerous missions. All under the command of Jason Wynn, one of the most influential men on the planet, which sounds good in the first glance. Wiz said, but as time went on, Al began to question the morality of what they were doing. When he asked too many questions, he had Al terminated, in a very brutal way. They showed a clip of a large explosion, and the same man, who was covered in some fluid, was caught up in the blast, the flames eating at his body. It then showed his falling down a fiery chasm screaming, Wanda. Oh dear, Brooks said, to be burned like that. From what I have heard, it is an extraordinarily painful way to die. Luffy said, I think we've survived worse. Zoro said, not all of us can bounce back, or tank everything sent at us. Wiz continued, with his death, Al found himself in hell, because during his missions he had killed some innocent people. It was here that he met the monstrous being known as Malbolgia. They showed Malbolgia standing above a monstrous group of being, laughing manically. Everyone screamed in horror at the sight of the horrifying beast. Kill it! Kill it with fire! Chopper yelled. Zoro said, I don't think that fire is going to work. We could try cutting it. Sanji said, try that in 2 years, Moss Head, and you might be in trouble. Scary! Brooke screamed out. Wiz said, now in hell, Malbolgia gave Al a deal. If he would lead his army as its general, he would send him back to Earth. Unfortunately, it didn't go so well. They showed Al waking up in an ally during a rainstorm gasping, his skin burned horribly. Whoa, what happened to him? Sanji asked. Chopper gulped and said, it looks like burned scars. Most likely from the explosion he was in. Robin said, he did say that he would send Al back to Earth. He didn't say that he would be in fine shape. Boomstick said, but surprise, surprise, the deal didn't go so well. Al was burned horribly all over his body, and, as a bonus, his memories completely wiped. Wiz said, lost, confused, and driven by flashes of memory, Al sought out Wanda. However, he learned too later that he had been dead for 5 years. In that time, Wanda remarried to Al's best friend, and had a young daughter. They show a clip of Al digging through his own grave, finding the stuff, realizing the truth and screaming, "No," to the heavens. Brooke said, "I had a similar reaction when I found out that I had come back as a skeleton. Though, to be honest, I think my scream might have been a bit more high-pitched." Boomstick said, Al Simmons was officially dead, replaced by the hero from Hell, Spawn. Boomstick pressed a button and a hologram of Spawn popped up, showing him in all his glory. He was tall and powerful looking, covered in a black suit, with red gloves with metal spikes on the knuckles, a white M on his chest, a white portion over his eyes on his mask, and eyes glowing green. 2 skull buckles connected a red tattered cape to his shoulders, and a high red collar. Spawn. Formerly, Colonel Albert Francis Simmons. Height, 6 feet 11 inches. Weight, 400 pounds. Has died quite a few times. Wiz said, without his memories, and realizing that he had nowhere to go, Spawn quickly began to move through the city's shadows, eventually coming to Rat Alley, a portion of his city that will filled with homeless people. Robin felt some form of kindship with Spawn. When she was a child, after being framed for the destruction of her home, she felt as though she was an outcast, having no knowledge of where to go, or where to find a haven. The only difference was the loss of memory. Boomstick said, in other words, Spawn found a home amongst the outcasts of the city. Unfortunately, his peace didn't last long as he got involved with some crime bosses, fought a lot of bad guys, and eventually managed to get the attention of Heaven. Wiz said, Heaven wanted to kill him, Hell wanted to control him, and Earth was unfortunately caught up in the middle. Boomstick said, thankfully, he's got all kinds of crazy abilities and powers thanks to his little trip through Hellfire. Human abilities before death. Interrogation. Intimidation. Indomitable will. Gifted intellect. Assassin ninja training. CIA training. Stealth. Tactical analysis. Wiz explained, before his death, Al was a very skilled CIA operative. Trained in interrogation, intimidations, training for CIA operatives, stealth skills, and others. He quickly became an expert assassin, as you all know. Boomstick said, he's also a master with all kinds of firearms, and all of this is enhanced thanks to his new body. I wonder how the would have compared to CP9. Frankie asked, rubbing his chin. Zoro answered, I don't think that he would last very long if he was human. No offense to the guy, but he was just a normal human before he died. This was met by nods of agreement from everyone. The guy was impressive as a human, but he had nothing on the group of assassins. Hellspawn abilities. Superhuman strength, speed, durability, agility, endurance. Necroplasm composition. Magic. Limited to time. Powered by his imagination. Wiz said, now as a monster of hell, Spawn's new body is composed of necroplasm, a hellish matter. This substance is incredibly durable, allowing him great strength. Plus, you should remember that he is in fact a burned walking corpse. Boomstick said, hell yeah. This guy doesn't even need organs to live. On top of that, he can heal wounds like Wolverine, only glowing and green. He can heal anything from minor wounds to nearly lost limbs. Though he really needs to focus on healing when he gets hurt for severe wounds. Saves him tons on band-aids. Wolverine? Chopper asked, who is that? Isom answered, one of the most badass characters in fiction. He's known for a few things, but one of them is his ability to heal from pretty much any wound as fast as he's been torn apart. Sanji said, sounds like Logia healing. Are there a lot of characters that can do that? Isom said, well, a lot of people in these worlds can heal faster than normal, however each of them can heal to a different degree. For example, wounds that would take days to heal for Wolver or Al here, would take seconds or minutes. For others, it would take a few hours. It all depends on the person. Wiz said, aside from his abilities, Spawn has some special weapons at his disposal. Boomstick laughed and said, oh yeah, this is where it gets goods. You see Spawn's suit? Well, it turns out it is a demon. A parasite named Letha. They show an image of Letha, rising off the ground. Weapons and equipment. K7, Letha, also known as Letha of the 7th House of K. Source for a majority of Spawn's powers. Can be separated from Spawn. Limited by imagination. Sword of the Spurt. Gift from God. Guns of all kinds. His suit is alive? Zoro asked. Sanji said, don't you think that counts as outside help? Chopper and Brook muttered, creepy. Luffy said, cool. Boomstick continued, this awesome suit links directly to Spawn's brain, and allows him all kinds of powers including, but not limited to, a hold on. Boomstick reached off camera and pulled out a list. Boomstick cleared his throat and read, summoning creatures, flying, shape-shifting, camouflage, magic, necroplasm bombs, phasing through solid objects, psychic powers, sped up healing even faster, energy transformation, soul manipulation, time manipulation, and transmutation. Wiz said, to put things simply, Leetha can be fed by Spawn's mind due to the link to his nervous system. Simply put, anything he imagines happens. He can sprout blades from his arms, shoot chains with blades at the end for several feet, and can even transform his cape into metal weapons, or objects for defense. Boomstick was quiet for a moment and said, "Holy shit, Wiz, where can I get one of these?" Brook said, "I must say that thing sounds incredibly powerful." Zoro said, "I don't think this is all for free." Sanji said, "I'm with Moss Head. This thing is a demon, so I highly doubt it is doing this out of the goodness of its heart." The others nodded. Wiz said, "Unless you are willing to die, Boomstick, I don't think this is going to happen because you need to die, and you have this bizarre dream of outliving me." Boomstick nodded and said, "DMN right I do." Wiz continued, "Aside from Spawn, Leetha can move on her own. And is fast enough to block bullets, meaning she can react as fast as the speed of sound, and has even evolved in more dangerous forms, but like many awesome things it comes at a cost." Boomstick said, "Yeah, you know how she connects to Spawn's brain? Well, she feeds on Spawn's spinal fluids, and his necroplasm, which he kind of needs to live." Wiz continued, "Not only that, but she has moved against Spawn on multiple occasions, outright betraying and leaving him at one point, removing a good chunk of his powers. However, there is another reason for doing this. You see, Spawn has a set amount of necroplasm in his body, which acts as a timer. Once that runs out, Spawn will be sent back to hell." Zoro said, "Called it." Brook said, "Wow, that is horrible. To know that your own power is killing you." Robin said, "It is something different. It sounds like this Leetha is more of a necessary evil. I wouldn't trust her as far as I would throw her." Luffy mumbled, "Stupid life-draining suit." Boomstick said, "Yeah, but there is a bit of a workaround. Spawn can feed on the sin of other people, places, and certain evil animals, carrion birds, like vultures, infesting insects, black cats. By using this energy in place of his necroplasm, Spawn greatly slows down the old death clock." Wiz said, "However, Spawn is aware of this, and mainly sticks to only using his natural powers, as opposed to the ones given to him by Leetha. If that isn't enough, Spawn has a few other powers not linked to hell. Unique powers. Chlorokinesis. Elemental manipulation." Wiz explained, after vicing the Green World, a world comprised of nature, Spawn gained chlorokinesis, the ability to manipulate plants. This is incredibly powerful as it allows him to summon entire forests at his will. He can also manipulate the elements, usually summoning walls of fire or water to destroy his enemies. Boomstick said, "And if that's not enough, he's also got the Sword of the Spurt, a powerful weapon given to him by God made to vanquish demons." Sanji took a drag on his cigarette and said, "I'm not liking Kratos' chances. This guy seems like he's unstoppable." Robin said, "From what I understand, Kratos has fought people larger and stronger than him before. Has fought and beaten demons, angels, and other hellspawn. Blocks bullets and lasers, with Leetha's help. Throws a building. Scaled a building in the time it took to say a single sentence. Dodged bullets. Incinerated Violator. Dethroned God and Satan." Wiz said, "All of these abilities were put to the test across Spawn's adventures. He took on several other hellspawn. He terrorized the human mafia, and after getting even more powerful managed to dethrone God and Satan, banishing them to another dimension." Boomstick said, "Yeah, but he gave up ultimate power when he became all-powerful. DMN, he must have been bored if he did that." Wiz said, "Actually, it was because he learned the truth. You see, Spawn believed that, when he was Al Simmons, he and Wanda were happily married, and their only problem was that they couldn't have children. The truth is Al was an abusive husband, and once beat Wanda so bad that she had a MSCRGE. What? The shouts came from the crew, looks of horror on their faces, especially Sanji, who had a look of shock mixed with rage. Sanji then proceeded to rage about how he should kick Spawn, cut him into pieces, let him regenerate, and then do it all again. Wiz continued, realizing that he had been a monster in life, Spawn took his original form as penance. Wishing Wanda luck in her new life, acting as a guardian angel. Boomstick said, "Well, with a guardian like that, I wouldn't want to mess with them, unless of course you know how to deal with him." "So, this guy does have few weaknesses," Zoro said. Luffy asked, "But he can heal himself with all his mystery powers, what can hurt him?" Weaknesses. Decapitation. Divine weapons. Wiccan magic. Green world. Heaven vulnerability. Boomstick continued, "As a being of hell, of course, heavenly areas, or safe zones, can weaken Spawn. He can also be affected by Wiccan magic. Also, areas like the Green World, a world separated from heaven and hell, can leave Spawn without his powers. Wiz said, and if none of that is around, Spawn can be killed with a normal weapon if he is decapitated. Boomstick said, yeah, he may not be unstoppable, but you can. BDMN sure that he is powerful. Heaven and hell are right to fear the Spawn. The doors close. It was at this point that everyone began to debate about what is going to happen next. Kratos was incredibly powerful. He had tactics and multiple weapons that could be useful. Plus, he can use a lot of things that could do a lot of damage. Spawn's limitation to his imagination made him incredibly unpredictable and was incredibly powerful, almost unstoppable. Sanji was calling for Spawn's head knowing that he abused his wife in the past. Once again, they were at an impasse. They were good guys, but they were driven by revenge and didn't care who got in the way. Many of the crew could sympathize with them as they knew about wanting vengeance and becoming consumed by it. Wiz said, our combatants are set, it's time to end the debate. Boomstick declared, it's time for a God-Slayer death battle. The doors closed and reopened. We open in Olympus, the sound of an intense brawl immediately drawing attention. There was the sound of a fist striking flesh repeatedly until, finally, someone was thrown down one of the many halls. Zeus was thrown from doorway into the main hall, just a few feet from the flame of Olympus. His body was covered in bruises and cuts. His body was bloody from a brutal beating, and it seems that he was not long for this world. Is that Zeus? Chopper asked. Zoro nodded and said, and if he is here, then that means Kratos is here too. Sure enough, Kratos storms out of the door that Kratos had thrown him through. The Spartans face a grim scowl of anger and hatred. I told you before, Father, Kratos said, spitting out the name Father as if it were toxic, I would bring about the end of Olympus. Zeus struggled to stand and said, if you kill me, the world itself will fall into chaos. Do you think that you can survive such madness? Kratos grabbed the king of the gods by his throat and said, I have survived much over the years. A little chaos means nothing to me. Kratos dragged Zeus towards the flame of Olympus. The flame of Olympus, he said, all who touch this flame shall be burned by its power. Let us see if the king of Olympus can survive. Kratos hauled the fallen god up, but before he could throw him, there was a bright flash of light from behind him. Kratos was briefly blinded, but it quickly faded. Kratos stared in a mix of surprise and confusion, at the sight of a dark green portal that had formed. Is this another trick of yours, Zeus? The mad Spartan asked. From the portal, entered Spawn. The hero from hell walked forward, an aura of power and evil that made many a man before him fall to their knees. However, Kratos was no such man. He had faced such monsters before. He had not wavered. He would not waver here. Who are you? Kratos asked. Spawn didn't answer immediately, taking in the sight before him and said, my name isn't any of your concern, Q-Ball. While Kratos had no idea what the word Q-Ball meant, he had a distinct feeling that the word was meant as an insult. The man dropped Zeus, who quickly began to crawl away. Watch who you insult, Kratos growled, lest you bring the wrath of the ghost of Sparta down upon you. Spawn raised an eyebrow and said, so you're the God Slayer. I have to say, I'm not impressed. Oh, burn, Frankie said. I'm sure he's been called worse, Brooke said, sipping on his tea. Kratos growled and said, what are you supposed to be then? Some bizarre creature created by Hades? If you do not leave now you will suffer the same fate as all who stand in my way. Spawn didn't seem intimidated as his spiraling red cape formed into the agony axe. The former human said, you see, a powerful friend of mine told me that you intended to bring about Armageddon, and she is not happy about it. She? Is God a woman? Sanji yelled out. Isom said, cool your jets. Most likely, he means the mother of creation, the being who brought life into the world in the Spawn universe, who is genderless. I feel I should mention. Sanji immediately fell to his knees, somehow not injuring his leg, and started crying at the thought of the lost beauty. Kratos snarled, so another being stands between me and my vengeance. Fine then. Kratos drew the blades of exile from his back, and they immediately ignited with flames. The hands of death could not defeat me. The sisters of fate could not hold me. And you will not stop me. With that, Kratos roared, charging forward with his blades in hand. Spawn shot forward and they clashed in the middle, their weapons causing sparks to rain down to the floor as they clashed. Fight! The two grappled before Spawn broke the stalemate, pushing Kratos back. Spawn swung at Kratos' neck, intending to decapitate him. The Spartan dodged to the right to avoid the swing, and got in Spawn's guard, stabbing him in the stomach with the hooked blade, causing necroplasm-laced blood to splash his arm and the ground. Spawn winced in pain, but swung his axe down, but Kratos blocked at the last second with the golden fleece, the force of the hit, causing the man-turned-demon to recoil slightly. Kratos then Spartan kicked Spawn, knocking him backward. Kratos then launched his magical blades, each weapon connecting with Spawn's body. Kratos yanked Spawn close, knocked him into the air with a brutal uppercut, and unleashed a brutal air combination that left more bleeding wounds. One particularly brutal slash left Spawn without an arm. Spawn slammed into the ground with a loud crash, and didn't move. Kratos snarled as he turned and began to walk away. However, Kratos' years of fighting had honed his sense. He stopped when he heard the slightly of movement. He turned and saw Spawn rising from the ground. He showed no pain from his injuries, as he walked towards his severed arm, picking it up, and then attaching it to his body, with a sickening noise. Several of the Straw Hats, especially Chopper, winced at the sickening noise of Spawn reattaching his own limb. Spawn rolled his arm, getting the feeling back in it and said, "Okay, let's try that again." Spawn charged forward. Kratos, in response, brought out the bow of Apollo. The barrage of fast arrows was swiftly blocked when Letha's chains shot out and deflected them, breaking the arrows in the process. Kratos then charged a fiery arrow, but when it got close, the flames dispersed by Spawn's fire control. Spawn tackled the Spartans, sending them into a small hallway. The two continued to grapple with Spawn, tearing the bow away from Kratos, and then snapping it in two, throwing away the broken pieces. Kratos snarled again and performed a kick that knocked Spawn away. The Spartan then got up, replacing his blades with the claws of Hades. Brook shuddered slightly at the sight of the soul-stealing weapon. The glowing claws were launched with a style like the blades, but Spawn blocked them, by transforming his cape into a wall of metal. He then transmuted a gun in his hand, firing a barrage of bullets on the Spartan. Kratos was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the strange weapon, and wound up taking a few bullets. Kratos ran through the pain and charged forward, launching the claws. Spawn turned to avoid the claws, which dug into the ground behind him. Kratos had intended this, however, and used the claws to pull himself forward. Once close enough, Kratos pulled something from his belt, the head of Helios. Everyone jumped slightly at the appearance of the ripped head. Several people felt the urge to barf as they realized that he had been carrying that around with him the entire time. A blinding flash hit Spawn, knocking him to the ground. Kratos then stomped on the gun, noting the metal composition, and the bullets. "Bah, such small projectiles and at such a rate," he growled, "truly a coward's weapon." Kratos then re-equipped the claws and shot them out, grabbing Spawn's soul. The man then pulled hard and ripped it out of his body. Several of the Straw Hats were shocked when they saw this. Many of them had flashbacks to the moment when Mariah had stolen their shadows to power his zombies. They had a distinct feeling that this probably felt like something similar. Kratos prepared to absorb the soul, but he was shocked again as Spawn, who should have been dead, reached out with his hand and the soul re-entered his body. Before Kratos could react, Spawn shot forward and slammed him with a brutal haymaker to the jaw. In that moment, Spawn's cape wrapped round Kratos' arms and then ripped the claws off. Spawn then unleashed a breath of hellfire from his mouth, incinerating them. Kratos got up quickly and engaged Spawn in a fist fight. Kratos aiming for Spawn's chest, throat, and face. Spawn aimed at these areas on Kratos, though he had a few other places to aim, the bullet wounds from earlier. Kratos growled in pain, before he pulled out Helios' head again. Spawn was ready this time, thought, and caught it in his own hand, and crushed it in a splash of gore. Everyone winced at the sight of the destruction. This was proving to be the most blood-filled battle so far. Kratos wasn't deterred as he brought one of the blades of exile to bear and stabbed Spawn in the shoulder. The two grappled again, Spawn pushing forward until they met a banister that sat before a large hole that went down, for what seemed like miles. "You give up yet?" Spawn asked. Kratos spat in the creature's face. The banister couldn't handle the full weight of the two fighters, and was broken when Spawn pushed forward too hard, sending them falling downward. Kratos then drew his free arm back, dropping the remains of Helios' head, and equipped one of the Nemean cestus heads. He unleashed a brutal punch that sent Spawn flying backwards and slamming into the ceiling, forming cracks and splattering come necroplasm blood. Kratos then flipped in midair, bringing out Icarus wings and shot upwards, with both of the Nemean cestus heads prepared. The two weapons slammed into Spawn with a loud crunch indicating the broken bones and crushed organ. Kratos then fell backwards and flew downwards, wanting a moment to get time to strategize. Spawn pushed out the wall, gripping it with his hands. His body filing out where it had been crushed with sickening noises. "Man, this kind of regeneration sounds really gross," Chopper said, earning nods from other people. With a growl, Kratos' cape wrapped around him, turning him invisible. Back down Kratos looked for his opponent. There was a moment of silence, and temporarily believed that that final blow had killed him. However, Kratos found he was misinformed when he was tackled by an invisible foe. He was slammed into the wall, Spawn turning visible, and then had his skull dragged across the wall. Kratos turned and growled at his target. Kratos threw out another punch with the Nemean cestus, only for Spawn to move to the side at the last moment, and grab it by the side, and rip it off, throwing the weapon away. Kratos snarled and spun in midair, smashing the other Nemean cestus into the man's chest. Spawn flew across the chasm, hitting the opposite wall and becoming buried in it. Kratos then flew back up with the wings, only having a few feathers left. Kratos shot out the blades of exile, intent on impaling Spawn. Leva intervened, her chains deflecting the blades, and then wrapping around them. Kratos then found himself being swung around the chasm, slammed repeatedly into the opposite side. "Why doesn't she count as outside help again?" Frankie asked. Brooke answered, "Because every time she does, it slowly kills Spawn." Frankie answered, "Oh, yeah." Kratos was then yanked forward. Spawn caught the Spartan by the throat, and then shot across the chasm, flying fast, and choke-slamming Kratos into the opposite side. Spawn leapt back, Letha's chains anchoring on either side of Kratos. Spawn's cape then flared to life, forming a large metal spike that wrapped around his legs. Spawn shot forward, but Kratos brought out the golden fleece, deflecting the attack, but leaving a large crack in it. Kratos then brought out the blades of exile and launched it across the chasm, grappling a wooden beam and yanked himself free, just missing being impaled when Spawn repeated the attack, and became buried in the wall. Kratos then unleashed the Nemesis whips, wrapped them around Spawn and electrocuting. Spawn screamed in pain as the divine electricity coursed through his body. Kratos smirked from his position, believing he had finally had won. However, Spawn still had plenty of tricks up his sleeves as he reached out with his chlorokinetic powers and then unleashed a wave of roots and plants that knocked Kratos forward, breaking his concentration. As the whip unwrapped, Kratos fell forward, but didn't fall far. He equipped Hermes' boots and drove the blades of exile into the wall, stopping him. Then he shot around, running as fast as the boots enable him to move. Kratos approached at a fast pace, only for Spawn to become intangible at the last second, the Spartan looking shocked at this development. Kratos was then grabbed in a headlock and then driven down. As they fell, Spawn's cape shot out and grew small blades, as they wrapped around Kratos' legs, leaving nasty gashes on his legs, and destroying the boots in the process. Kratos struggled to break his grip, but Spawn was resolute in his grip. Kratos then pulled out Boreas Ice Storm, and unleashed a blast of frigid wind that knocked the duo away from each other, but they both slammed into opposite sides of the chasm, the tool falling from Kratos' grip. With the wings gone, Kratos had no method to fly. Kratos then shot out with the blades of exile, stabbing Spawn. "Okay, that trick is getting really old," Spawn snarled as Kratos pulled him back up to him. Kratos wrapped his injured legs around Spawn's midsection, ignoring the pain, and equipped the remaining Nemean cestus head, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches with it. Kratos glanced past Spawn and saw them falling out of the chasm, leading to a large round platform. With a growl, Kratos drew back the hand and unleashed the Nemean roar, at just the right time to form a crater in the ground, with Spawn bleeding in it. Kratos kept the assault up, bashing the Hellspawn in the chest and face, with the powerful weapon until his platform shattered, and they fell into the water below, amongst the debris. Spawn's head and chest healed, but it was going slower now than it was before. Kratos saw his opponents, temporarily dazed, and dove down, and wrapped him in a bear hug, the spikes from the Nemean cestus keeping him in place, while Kratos' free arm wrapped around Spawn's neck. The position was awkward, but Kratos began to pull. Spawn felt his neck strain, under Kratos' strength, and realized what he was going to do. Kratos sensed this and prepared to pull more. Spawn reached back to grab Kratos, but the Spartan removed his arm from Spawn's neck and pulled out the blade of exile, chopping through his arm again. He then let go, and then proceeded to wrap the heated chains of the blades around his neck. Spawn gripped the chains to keep the heated metal from tearing through his neck. However, Kratos didn't have a need for air thanks to Poseidon's trident, and began to pull harder. "Looks like Kratos is going to be to tear his head off," Chopper said. Frankie nodded and said, "Now that he knows Spawn's weakness, he's going to utilize it." Everyone watched in awe as they saw the fight begin to reach its climax. Kratos yanked up on the chains, pulling harder on Spawn's neck. Green necroplasm blood stained the water. However, Spawn was not dead yet. He willed spikes to form from his body, piercing Kratos' legs, causing him to scream in pain, releasing bubbles from his mouth, and staining the waters red. Spawn broke the chains with his enhanced strength and spun around, drawing back his arm, which shifted into a much more muscular and dangerous-looking form. He threw out a punch that Kratos countered with the Nemean cestus. The impact rattled the water around them, and Spawn's arm shattered as did the Nemean cestus. Spawn didn't give Kratos time to rest, as he held out his unbroken arm and unleashed a blast of pure necroplasm that launched the Spartan out of the water, and sent him crashing down on the remains of the platform several feet above. Kratos groaned in pain as he stood up. He glanced behind him and saw the blades of chaos were still attached to his back, but the golden fleece, and the remains of the nemesis whips were scattered around him. He growled as he stood up and in a flash pulled out the blade of Olympus. "There's the god killer," Zoro said, eyeing the beautifully crafted blade. The rest of the crew leaned forward as they saw that the fight was about to end. Which of these monstrous titans would be able to come out on top? Seconds later, Spawn shot out of the water and landed with a loud sound. He glared at Kratos, before his cape vanished and in a flash of light, brought out the sword of the spirit. The two stared at each other, the eyes of two prime warriors locked in combat. Kratos was greatly injured and almost all of his weapons had been destroyed. He also didn't have the chains to his blades of exile, so that he could pull them back. However, he was still full on magic. Spawn seemed to be unharmed, but he was still in a good amount of pain. His neck was still healing from the near decapitation a few moments prior, and his natural necroplasm reserves were starting to run out. He and Kratos both got into a stance. Silence filled the cavern, the only noise was the water beneath them. And then, they charged with matching battle cries, their weapons clashing with a loud clang that echoed through the empty area. The two fought hard, and met again. The sound of their clashing steel, singing out like a song of a hard-fought battle, with Kratos having memories of his battles before being brought in by Ares. The two clashed and got into a stalemate, the sparks of their grinding blades. Spawn then used his incredible strength, throwing Kratos off balance and then charging forward, ready to stab him, but Kratos responded with his magic, summoning the army of Sparta. The soldier, forming a barrier around him with their shields and spears. "Crap, I forgot he could do magic," Sanji said. "I think he might still be able to win this." Luffy said, "Come on, bald guy. Kick his butt." Kratos then charged forward as Spawn was knocked back, reeling from his wounds. Spawn shot forward, and moved to swing his sword to decapitate the creature. However, Spawn ducked at the last second, and swung up with his might sword, severing Kratos' sword arm. Kratos screamed in agony as the limb fell, and blood splattered the ground. Kratos groaned in pain as he fell to his knees. Spawn stood up and walked towards the fallen demigod. Spawn prepared his sword, raising it to split Kratos' head. However, Kratos would not be denied. The pain gave way to rage as Kratos roared and tackled Spawn, knocking the sword from his hands. Kratos then pulled the blade of exile off his shoulder with his remaining arm, and stabbed Spawn in the chest, and then repeated it with the other blade. He then moved back towards the blade of Olympus and then moved to kill Spawn again. However, as his eyes made contact, that was all that Spawn needed. He reached out with his mental powers, and entered Kratos' mind. Suddenly, Kratos began to scream in agony, the pain driving through his berserker rage and making him fall to the ground as agony continued to plague him, unstopping, unrelenting. Spawn then stood up, ripping the blades out with a spray of blood. Spawn then walked forward and grabbed Kratos by the head, and then began to glow. There was a bright flash of light as the ashes on Kratos' body faded, Spawn absorbing the evil energy to heal himself. Then he picked up the sword of the spirit with his telekinetic powers and then drove the blade through Kratos' heart. KO. The Spartan gagged on his own blood as his life began to fade. He tried to fight, but his life slowly left him and the spark in his eyes went dim. Suddenly, there was a bright flash of blue light, as a column of blue energy erupted from Kratos' corpse. Outside the mountain, a rain of bright blue energy began. Hope had been returned to the humans. "There you go," Spawn said. He glanced down at the blade of Olympus, and picked it up. Blue and green energy mixed together and the blade transformed into a new version, now looking Spawn-themed. With that, Spawn turned and opened a portal back to his home dimension. The group cheered at the brutal fight. The fight had been epic and had all kinds of craziness through it. Chopper thought it could have used a little bit less blood, but that was just him. They cheered for Spawn's victory and clapped for Kratos' effort. The doors closed and opened again, revealing Wiz and Boomstick. Boomstick said, "Holy shit, that was an awesome fight, but I know we are going to catch all kinds of hell from the God of War fanboys." Wiz said, let them complain. We'll just put in the complaints departments." The camera then moved towards a trash can and showed that there was the word, complaint department on it. "What's with the complaint can?" Sanji asked. Isom answered, "Well, these characters have a lot of fans in our world. If they are features in these battles, and then lose, they tend to freak out. Then they complain and make up evidence to support their theory as to why they should have one." Brook said, Sounds kind of lame when you think about it." Isom nodded. He remembered the time he was almost lynched by some of his teammates when he suggested that Urza should have won her battle with Zoro. He repressed a shudder at the memory. Wiz said, Kratos and Spawn are both brutal fighters. Master of tactics and brute force. They basically matched each other in strength, speed, and durability, but Spawn's various powers, powered by his imagination, gave him a leg up. Boomstick said, yeah, not to mention, Spawn had the superior magical powers. While his were probably unlimited, Kratos had a limited supply, and only normally uses it against large amounts of enemies, or in certain situations. That doesn't mean Kratos was completely outmatched. Wiz said, yes. Now, normally, Spawn wouldn't be harmed by mortal weapons. Given that Olympus is part of the earth, and not a separate dimension, like heaven, they are imbued with divine powers, either from the beasts that they were made from, or the gods that forged them. In other words, these weapons would have killed Spawn, if they managed to get enough strikes in and wore down his regenerative powers, which we saw happen in the battle. Boomstick added, yeah, and as we saw at the end of God of War 3, Zeus was able to destroy all of Kratos' weapons, even the nearly indestructible Golden Fleece. This proves that, while incredibly durable, Kratos' weapons can be destroyed with enough force, and well-placed necroplasm bomb could do that, and even thought Kratos learned of Spawn's weakness to decapitation. Spawn knew Abu Melons as well, and would be able to avoid such a move. So, they aren't indestructible, and Spawn could destroy his weapons, even if they are powerful, Frankie observed. He himself was made of mostly metal, but even parts could become damaged and need to be replaced if he needed to. Maybe he should talk to Usopp about enhancing himself, or talk to someone about reinforcing the metal in his body. Boomstick thought about something and said, wait, Wiz, shouldn't the claws of Hades have ripped out his soul? He couldn't survive that, could he? Wiz answered, for a normal Spawn, this would work, but Spawn is far from normal. He is not composed of one soul, but thousands of souls, all of which who died in the same hour, which is believed to be in the thousands. As such, the claws wouldn't affect him. Boomstick then asked, well, here is another question for you that the fanboys asked, shouldn't Spawn's powers have been run down by the amount of damage Kratos' divine weapons should have used? Wiz said, also true, however, Kratos himself provided a workaround. As his sins are literally grafted to his body, plus the countless amount of blood on his hands, Kratos provided enough evil energy and sin to allow Spawn to drain and become powerful. Something Kratos didn't have a counter for. Boomstick said, oh yeah, not to mention Kratos' mental powers which can mind RPEU into permanent agony, manipulate dreams, and other stuff, which Kratos also can't counter as he's fallen for mind games before. Wiz said, essentially, Kratos stood no chance in hell against Spawn's might. Boomstick chuckled and said, good one. The winner is Spawn. The group nodded at the analysis and they had to agree. Kratos didn't seem to have the power to end Spawn, injure and cripple him, maybe, but with his ability to feed on evil energy and sin, he was nearly unstoppable. Still, it was a very memorable fight and they were very interested in seeing what came next. Guys, Sanji said, we'll watch the trailer, but after that I need to go get started on dinner. We're done with this for the night. Next time on Death Battle? The screen was completely black. Music began to start. Suddenly, a streak of blue ran across the screen, and a figure wielding two katanas was visible, swinging them back and forth before freezing. A second streak of red ran across the screen, the figure in wielding a pair of sayas, twirling them around in his hands before freezing in a stance. A third streak of purple ran across the screen, the figure spinning and striking out with a staff before freezing. Finally, a streak of orange, and that figure was wielding dual nunchaku and lashing out with them. The screen then split between the four colors, each one taking up a quarter of the screen, before the weapons launched into each other, and the screen went black as a title appeared on it. TMNT Battle Royale. Ninjas, the two members of the childish trio yelled out in awe, as they saw the weapons. Zoro smirked and said, this should be interesting. Luffy got on his knees in front of Sanji and asked, can we watch it after we eat? Please. Sanji sighed. And said, even if I say no, I know you're going to do it anyway. Fine. The childish duo cheered as they ran up towards the kitchen, ready to eat so they could watch the new episode. The others soon followed, leaving the device alone. Isom walked over to the device and pressed a button, pausing the device.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.